said to Kaimei that the medicine was ready, as he would get well after drinking it. Kaimei sat down holding a cup and looked down, wondering how they could see through his plan. He speculated if it was because their retreat had flaws or if it was because the other side had farsighted eyes and knew their movements. Kaimei's hands were shaking as he couldn't see through it, and wondered why the enemies knew everything about their movements. The cup in his hands fell and shattered. In his depressive state, he thought that after being besieged for nearly 20 days, the 10,000 cavalry used to beat any type of enemies they encountered. On the contrary, this time their side suffered heavy casualties and now he had only 4,000 survivors left. He questioned himself how he could face his tribesmen and his father now. A man showed up calling Kaimei brother. Jin Wendao, the 9th prince of the Northern Ringers, said that Kaimei was really disappointing. Kaimei asked Jin Wendao why he was here. Jin Wendao stepped forward and said he didn't need to come in person if Kaimei were more useful. He pointed his fan at Kaimei's head and asked him if he got what his father wanted. Kaimei denied and said that the enemy was very cunning. Jin Wendao responded that he was still boasting in front of their father after 20 days of fighting, and he still couldn't break through the city. He informed Kaimei that he would take over everything now that he was here. Kaimei assured Jin Wendao that his illness was not critical and he could still lead the army. As he slapped the fan, Kaimei said he would break through the Toad village and get what their father wanted if he gave him more time. Jin Wendao retorted that he would teach him what war was all about and that it was not about his illness, but Kaimei's brain, as he was too stupid. He looked down on Kaimei and told him that if he couldn't die from his illness, he just needed to keep his eyes open and watch how he broke through the city in 3 days. Outside the Ring tribe camp, Ring men ordered Meng Xian to clean up the horse manure. The men mocked him, calling him weak-kneed. Meng Xian huffed in exhaustion as he pushed a cart full of dirt. He arrived at a quiet area and stopped and ate his food, thinking that he was now used to that kind of insult as he did it every day. Meng Xian thought that if he got a chance to lead the army into the Toad village, he would be able to kill Cheng Dale. He believed that he could still get Liu Jihan back, but changed his mind as she was not worth it and it was better to kill her. Sighing, Meng Xian claimed that the Ring tribe and Toad village were the same, as it was all about guys. He heard a rustle from the peak. His eyes widened and noticed that the tree at the top of the hill was moving. He claimed that there was someone up there. Sweating, Meng Xian realized what it meant. After a while, he climbed at the Bullhorn Peak and saw Lin Xiaoyu sitting. Realizing that he knew Lin Xiaoyu was, Meng Xian smirked as he thought that it seemed that the opportunity that he had been waiting for had appeared. He slowly approached Lin Xiaoyu. However, the wind made a rustling noise. Lin Xiaoyu turned to look and questioned if what he saw was an illusion. Back at the Ring tribe camp, Jin Wendao asked Meng Xian if he was sure. Kneeling, Meng Xian said he would be stabbed by 10,000 swords if there was a single lie in his words. Jin Wendao asked him if he was from the south, to which Meng Xian didn't respond. He asked him why he wanted to join them. Meng Xian answered that he had hatred for the bandit for taking his wife and he couldn't forget it. Jin Wendao smiled and told Meng Xian that from now on he could be his groom. Meng Xian was perplexed and questioned what he meant by groom, thinking that his report was so important but he only got a groom position. Jin Wendao tapped Meng Xian's head and assured him there would be a better position for him when he really kills Cheng Dale, to which Meng Xian agreed. Jin Wendao strode off and chuckled and muttered the word interesting twice. Meanwhile, at the Bullhorn Peak, Lin Xiaoyu was still sitting. Then suddenly a group of Ring men appeared. Lin Xiaoyu's face distorted as he noticed that someone was coming and that the earlier movement wasn't an illusion. He held his weapon and remembered what Cheng Dale said, that if he took the job, he had to take a risk of being discovered, and if the situation was not good he had to retreat as soon as possible. The iron-breaking spear with attributes the broken arm refined by blacksmith Zhu of Toad Village. Lin Xiaoyu claimed that it was not a good idea to run away at the slightest hint of trouble, and since there's a chance he could drive the Ring's tribe away and save the people from a worse situation. And even if thousands of warriors surrounded the mountain, as a warrior he would die fighting. Under the crescent moon, Lin Xiaoyu was surrounded by the Rings. The Ring had climbed the Bullhorn Peak. Lin Xiaoyu realized that the way down the mountain was blocked. He leaped towards a group of Rings and thought he would break his way out. A group of Rings flew from Lin Xiaoyu's attack. The Rings yelled that they had found Lin Xiaoyu, while the others told everyone to hurry up. As Lin Xiaoyu charged towards the Ring, he thought that a man with average talent who wasn't trying hard but still wanted to be a warrior might have been a delusion. The Rings readied their rope and mumbled that Jin Wendao had ordered them to capture Lin Xiaoyu alive. Lin Xiaoyu thrust his spear, calling it the threefold spear wave breaker. As he fought, he thought that holding his spear today felt different from before. He wondered if it was because he was doing the right thing. Lin Xiaoyu claimed the newly forged iron weapon seemed to have an inexplicable power passing into one's body, in addition to the wet cold. He pierced 2 Ring men in one thrust. His heart was more stable, and he had sharper eyes and bursting strength. The rings gritted their teeth as they saw what had happened. Lin Xiaoyu smirked as he continued stabbing and unleashed his skill, Spear Wave Breaker 3 folds, killing quietly, just the occasional scream before death. The futile struggle to kill, and ultimately just a fight of animals, was endless. Many of the ring men fell dead, however, they still charged at Lin Xiaoyu. Exhausted, Lin Xiaoyu believed that it was probably almost over. He wondered if anyone would know what he had done if he took a leap. Maybe he could be like those who worshipped before him. In the mouth of the storyteller, the edge of the cliff broke where Lin Xiaoyu was standing. The rings watched him as he fell from the peak. While falling, on a certain day, in a certain month, in a certain year, the young warrior Lin Xiaoyu had fought against the Ring tribe, but was defeated and fell off the cliff. It turned out that every warrior belonged to the cliff. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes looked dead as he believed perhaps Lin Chong could find his bones under the cliff, as he was still looking for him. The rings watched him as he fell. Lin Xiaoyu released his spear. He thought that it may also have been able to exchange a few tears of the lady in the boudoir. Then perhaps no one would remember, as it didn't matter. Seconds passed. A lasso appeared, tying around Lin Xiaoyu's body. The rope tightened, making Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widen. Jin Wengdao, who held the rope, asked him if he wanted to die. He said that it would not be that easy. Jin Wengdao, 9th prince of the Northern Ring tribe and who was good at using a lasso. At the top of the city gate, Cheng Dale watched over the Ring camp. He claimed that the Ring tribe's troops were increasing and that at least a few thousand more people had come. After such a big defeat, their army's strength increased instead of decreasing, and no matter how he thought, it was not normal. The rings marched approaching the gate. In front, Jin Wendao asked if Cheng Dale was the general of King Niu Mountain, the lord of the imperial city, and the holder of the king's seal of the Yuzhu state, the divine axe general of the immortal art, and the toad king who guarded the King Niu Mountain. Cheng Dale told him that he was correct and asked Jin Wendao if he was another traitor of the empire as he saw him dressed like that. Jin Wendao introduced himself as the 9th prince and said that he had heard that Cheng Dale was a great scholar, martial artist, and righteous person, and he knew that he was not that famous as him, but still, meeting him was better than being famous. Cheng Dale smiled, responding that when wandering around the world, the most important thing was the word righteous, and claimed that Jin Wendao was a good man that made him very happy. He asked him to hurry up and retreat, as he would spare his life today. Jin Wendao grinned and said that he prepared a small gift, and maybe after he saw his gift, perhaps Cheng Dale would change his mind as it was the first time they met. Cheng Dale scoffed and told Jin Wendao that he was still very polite. Jin Wendao ordered to bring his gift. Cheng Dale's face darkened. Lin Xiaoyu, who was tied down in a cart. Cheng Dale's face wrinkled in anger as he muttered Lin Xiaoyu's name, who he saw wounded. In the Toad Village wall, Lin Chong shouted Xiaoyu's name as he was surprised that Xiaoyu had been captured by the Ring tribe. Cheng Dale quickly ordered Qin Man and Sai Long to hold Lin Chong down, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Now lying helpless and restrained beneath the combined strength of Qin Man and Sai Long, Lin Chong couldn't contain his frustration, cursing at Cheng Dale. With a furrowed brow, Lin Chong asks Cheng Dale, questioning the assurances about the no danger for Xiaoyu. Cheng Dale's response was a tense silence. His annoyance was evident as his jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed in frustration. With a steely gaze directed at Jin Wendao, Cheng Dale asks Jin Wendao about his intention. Jin Wendao, displaying a playful smile, invoked the concept of the word justice serves as Cheng Dale's guide, which is why Cheng Dale cannot bear to witness his friend's suffering. He requests Cheng Dale to open the gate, promising to return to his friends once inside. While maintaining a stern demeanor, Cheng Dale contemplates the concept of negotiation, emphasizing the importance of proposing acceptable terms. Cheng Dale raises concerns that letting them in might lead to slaughtering the people in the cities. Jin Wendao was seen wearing a silly smile, clarifying to Cheng Dale that he might have misunderstood him and that it was not a negotiation. His facade shifted suddenly menacing turn as he cleared that it was a threat. Raising his handheld fan with authority, he called out Meng Ziyun and ordered him to give Cheng Dale a taste of their intentions. Meng Ziyun, in response to Jin Wendao's command, displayed a sinister smile on his face. Out of nowhere, Xiaoyu's legs were ruthlessly stabbed by Meng Ziyun, putting him in agonizing screams that pierced the air. Cheng Dale has his face contorted in a grimace of annoyance. As he called out to Xiaoyu, his concern mingled with frustration. With anger simmering, Cheng Dale directed a menacing threat at Meng Ziyun. He gritted his teeth in anger, and vowed to catch, chop, and feed him to the pigs. Amidst the tension, Jin Wendao cuts in as he slowly unfurls his handheld fan. He mentions his status as a prince and expresses that he has a good heart and can no longer endure watching the situation. Wearing a sardonic smirk, Jin Wendao continues his statement, demanding to Cheng Dale that the city be opened and surrendered within 3 days, or he would have Xiaoyu hacked to death before his eyes. Shortly after that moment, a gathering took place inside the Toad Village to discuss the unfolding situation of Xiaoyu. A person then spoke about how Xiaoyu shared life and death with them, and they could not let him fall into the hands of the enemy. Rescue was imperative. Some expressed doubts about about the practicality of saving someone from the rings, and some questioned whether they could save their own people. Others voiced out that they must not surrender to the rings or everyone in the village would die, while others suggested the possibility of digging a tunnel to reach Xiao Yu as he was tied up near the city wall. Some observed that it appeared as if the only viable option remaining was the daring approach of a raw raid, but they raised a valid concern, questioning the likelihood that the opposing side would win. Sharing an insightful perspective, Liu Bei acknowledged the difficulty of this mission, comparing it to their previous rescue of Liu Chong. It was mentioned that last time the enemy had been unaware of Liu Chong's significance, but now, with Xiao Yu, the enemy must have appointed much stronger guards. Continuing Liu Bei's analysis, he pointed out the possibility that even if they managed to capture an enemy general, the enemy may not have been willing to exchange Xiao Yu. A person argued for sacrificing Xiao Yu to exploit the ring's weakness in siege warfare. However, Fei Bao opposed his suggestion and issued a stern warning if he said one more word about saving, vowing to throw him out. Undeterred, the same person reiterated his point that once the war began, more people would have to be sacrificed. Amidst the heated discussion, San Yuan asked Cheng Dale what they should do. Cheng Dale, visibly burdened by the weight of the situation, gripped his chair tightly. He emphasized the need to save Xiao Yu without further debate. His face contorted with determination as he shifted the discussion toward how to save Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, in another section of the Ring Tribe camp's tent, Fu Delay offered some food to Little Cherry, explaining how hard it had been for him to get it. Fu Delay shared his plans for Cherry's safety, reassuring her that he would soon send her away to safety under the protection of Big Brother Kaimei, which Cherry confirmed. Curiously, Cherry inquired about the increased number of people in the camp while nibbling on her food. Fu Delay explained that Jin Wendao with his troops came over and took the position of commander-in-chief, and all the troops gathered by Kaimei became Jin Wendao's people. He cautioned Cherry not to go out lately, emphasizing that it was not safe outside. Cherry asked if Jin Wendao was scary. In response to her query about the ninth brother, Fu Delay explained that all the princes who wanted the throne were terrible, mentioning his father, the king of the Northern Ringers, had many children. Continuing his explanation, Fu Delay stated that Hull was the most popular. However, he was killed by who knows who, and only then the other 10 brothers had a chance to fight for the throne. Everyone was trying to find a way to draw the tribes of the grasslands to themselves, and that's why there was a big chaos. In an effort to reassure Cherry, Fu Delay shared his plan, stating that he would send her to the only princess of the rings, loved by their father and with whom he had a good relationship, ensuring Cherry's safety. Cherry expressed concern about Fu Delay's asking what about him, to which he responded, asserting that he was just an illegitimate son and not a threat to their claims to the throne, thus he would not be in danger. Fu Delay made a heartfelt promise to Cherry, assuring her that after her departure, he would come to find her after the war, to which Cherry responded simply, acknowledging his words. In the meantime, outside the camp tent, a man asked others if there weren't military prostitutes in the camp, expressing his discontent. One of them reported that all had been driven to the siege before, and other slave girls were the property of the chiefs. Frustrated, the man expressed his discontent, feeling mistreated despite following the ninth prince this far. Others shared their intentions, stating that after finishing the battle in the city, they would be going to do it really hard. The conversation took a turn when one of the men mentioned rumors of hidden beauty in the tent of the useless Prince Fu Delay, and asked the man who was introduced as Muki if he was interested. Muki was a bit surprised but expressed his interest, asking his subordinate to take him there. After a couple of minutes, Muki quickly made his way to Fu Delay's tent and urgently called out for Fu Delay, inquiring if Prince Fu Delay was there. Fu Delay, upon hearing the call, decided to go outside to check. He instructed Cherry to remain hidden and not to be seen by outsiders, to which Cherry acknowledged it. He put his hands to his swords as he prepared himself to approach Muki. Muki, with a sly grin, proposed a trade to Fu Delay. He offered a good knife in exchange for what he referred to as Fu Delay's woman. Fu Delay denied any knowledge of a woman, feigning ignorance about the presence of slaves. Undeterred, Muki persisted, insisting that there was a beauty hidden within Fu Delay's tent. He suggested lending her for a night since his men in the infantry camp were excited to let off some steam. Muki sweetened the deal, promising Fu Delay a cow, and placed his hands on Fu Delay's shoulder. However, Fu Delay vehemently denied that there were nothing there, and told Muki to find someone else, even if he appeared scared with a snarling expression. Growing frustrated, Muki accused Fu Delay of being shameless and began to choke him. Fu Delay, despite being choked, reminded Muki of his royal status as the Prince of the Northern Ringers King. He suggested that Muki should feel guilty for insulting his superiors. Muki, unimpressed by Fu Delay's status as a prince, justified his actions, stating that the grassland people only respected true warriors and not nobility. Cherry, hidden nearby, anxiously watched the confrontation. Fu Delay's thoughts raced, wondering why Cherry was looking outside and urging her to go back while resisting Muki's choke. Muki noticed a sudden movement that caused the curtain to shrink and remarked with curiosity. He released his grip on Fu Delay, a smile forming on his face. Muki commented that it appeared as though a little finch was hidden inside. Muki then slowly approached the tent, expressing curiosity about what the hidden person might taste like. Meanwhile, Fu Delay, who had a hard time standing up after Muki released him from choking, kept coughing. Fu Delay firmly warned that if Muki took a single step inside, it would cost him his life, gripping his swords with determination. Somewhere at the ring's camp tent, Muki confronted Fu Delay after the latter's threat and repeatedly asked about what was just said. Despite struggling to stand, Fu Delay managed to convey a threat, expressing his intent to kill Muki, even though he stuttered to say it. Muki's eyebrow wrinkled with anger as he commented on Fu Delay growing a pair. Suddenly, he kicked Fu Delay in the stomach, telling him that he was a piece of crap. Fu Delay couldn't suppress a wince. Blood escaped his lips in response to the powerful kick. With disdain in his voice, Muki lectured Fu Delay for drawing a sword against him when he couldn't even hold it properly. Continuing his taunts, Muki stated that his actions were merely a form of respect while toying with one of Fu Delay's slave girls. Despite his aggression, Muki mentioned that if it was not for Kai Mei's sake, he could have killed him otherwise. He placed his foot on Fu Delay's head as a display of dominance. Fu Delay, despite his injuries, defiantly forbade Muki from entering the tent while shakily gripping one of Muki's legs as he did so. Muki grew annoyed and demanded that Fu Delay get out of the way, kicking him once more. Fu Delay threw away, as Fu Delay spat out some blood after the kick and Muki walked back to the tent, while Fu Delay was lying on the ground. Witnessing the fight, one man noted to Fu Delay that he dared to challenge the right-hand man of the ninth prince, which was Muki. Another man remarked on the recklessness, commenting about some madmen who did not care about life in the infantry battalion. A person suggested whether they should inform boss Kai Mei and asked others if Fu Delay had not been killed. However, someone dismissed the idea, stating that Kai Mei wouldn't care about the situation, and they should mind their own business as they decided to leave. Another person downplayed the seriousness of the situation, noting that Fu Delay had only lost a woman. Inside the tent, Cherry's scream pierced outside the tent, filled with fear. Muki, wearing a perverted laugh, taunted Cherry, urging her not to run away. He shouted in triumph as he captured her. Cherry, terrified while resisting, pleaded for him to release her, her voice filled with desperation. Muki yelped in pain, seemingly bitten by Cherry. He retaliated by kicking her, causing her to fall to the ground. Frustrated, Muki kicked Cherry again and berated her. Cherry, in agony, called out for Fu Delay to save her while her voice trembled. Fu Delay, upon hearing Cherry's desperate plea, recalled every statement of his brother, Kai Mei, and slowly began to stand up. Kai Mei's words echoed in Fu Delay's mind, emphasizing that Cherry was now Fu Delay's responsibility, instructing him to protect her as she was considered his possession. He also stressed that Fu Delay should draw his sword if anyone attempted to take something from him. With anger burning inside Fu Delay, he also remembered Cherry asking him if she would be protected. As Fu Delay's expression darkened with anger, he reaffirmed his role, asserting himself as Cherry's master. He made a solemn pledge to protect Cherry, vowing that with Fu Delay, no one could take her away or harm her. Inside the tent, Muki forcibly tore Cherry's clothes as she resisted. Fear filled Cherry's face, while Muki wore a perverted grin. Right then behind Muki, Fu Delay appeared, ready to strike with his sword. Fu Delay's thoughts echoed his determination to protect Cherry's safety, firmly believing that with him, no one could tear her away, and no one could hurt her. As the rage he felt, Fu Delay intensely swung the sword at Muki's back, causing him to spew blood. Muki managed to turn around but was caught off guard as Fu Delay approached with his sword. In the final act, Fu Delay cursed him and screamed die, slashing out Muki's neck. Muki's cries of pain were drowned in the tent, and Cherry witnessed the horrifying scene as blood splashed in front of her and stained the tent. Cherry called out to Fu Delay in distress while looking at him with full blood. Fu Delay responded by calling her little Cherry, to which Cherry responded in agony. Fu Delay advised Cherry to hide for now, believing that the outside might have heard the noise. He told Cherry to take his headband and find Kai Mei, who had promised to send her away. As the tears fell from her eyes, Cherry expressed her concern for Fu Delay. As he wiped the tears from Cherry's face, he explained to her that the man he had killed belonged to the 9th Prince's infantry battalion and they wouldn't just let him go. He consoled Cherry by gently resting his forehead against hers. Cherry, still crying, asked if they couldn't leave together. In response, Fu Delay regretfully declined, emphasizing that she must go to his brother for safety. Despite Cherry's pleas, asking him to not leave her, Fu Delay assured her that as a prince, he would survive and asked her not to cry, urging her to hide well. Cherry continued to address him as master. However, Fu Delay exited his tent, and the sight of him covered in blood alarmed the concerned men. One man questioned why the prince was covered in blood, while another speculated if there were an assassin. Another person inquired about the noise. Curiosity spread among the onlookers, drawing more attention. Fu Delay responded with defiance, stating that he was just killed a pervert and questioning the fuss. One onlooker's expression appeared shocked. Another onlooker noticed a lifeless body on the ground. Realization was dawned on them as they recognized the deceased man as Boss Muki. Fu Delay affirmed that he was responsible for Muki's death, citing Muki's failure to obey the law. A man raised concerns, pointing out that Muki was an important general in the army. Another interjected, questioning Fu Delay's right to punish Muki, especially considering his affiliation with the 9th Prince. Some stated the rules about killing comrades and following military orders. Tensions escalated as some of the men demanded Fu Delay's arrest, brandishing their spears and gesturing towards him. At the watchtower in Ring Camp, Jin Wendao and Kai Mei were talking above and inquiring about Kai Mei's well-being with a concerned tone, wondering if he felt well and if he was ready to join him in command. Kai Mei replied in a weary voice, assuring Jin Wendao that it was nothing serious and he just needed some sleep and he'd be fine. Jin Wendao repeated what Kai Mei said as nothing serious, and he questioned him if he could go into battle. Seeking further details, Kai Mei asked if Jin Wendao meant to attack the city. Jin Wendao explained that if the other side didn't surrender, he might have no other choice but to attack. Voicing his doubts, Kai Mei expressed concern about how sure Jin Wendao was that he could be with his troops when the other side was not easy to deal with. While sipping his tea, Jin Wendao questioned whether Kai Mei's soldiers were not going to fight, hinting at his true motive in seeking his help to save Fu Delay. He then questioned Kai Mei's reasons for wanting to save him. Kai Mei cited Fu Delay's status, emphasizing his relationship as their father's son. Jin Wendao seemed dismissive, mentioning that their father had many sons and daughters and that he couldn't remember this bastard son. With urgency, Jin Wendao highlighted the significance of the infantry battalion, its elite unit in their army, with numerous battle achievements, and Muki was highly reputable among them. He explained that once Muki died, it would be a group without a leader. No killing would be enough to calm the soldiers' anger. Offering imperial tea, Jin Wendao encouraged Kai Mei to try it. However, Kai Mei seriously looked at him, but Jin Wendao noted that Kai Mei needn't drink it if he wasn't used to it. Jin Wendao's expression was serious as he explained the futility of seeking his help. He emphasized the need to appease the infantry battalion in the camp and find a scapegoat to push the blame. He also noted the absence of an available general for tomorrow's attack. Kai Mei remained resolute, expressing his desire to be the vanguard of the battle for the lead of the infantry battalion, causing Jin Wendao to surprisingly react. Jin Wendao raised doubts about Kai Mei's decision, highlighting the high casualty ratio within the infantry battalion and Kai Mei's current inability to command them. But Kai Mei was determined and insisted on asking Jin Wendao for information about the timing of their attack on the city. Jin Wendao revealed their plan to attack the city the next day at midnight. After their conversation with Kai Mei, his men approached Jin Wendao and asked him if Muki's death was something they couldn't just let go of. Jin Wendao chuckled, acknowledging his men's worrying about tomorrow's attack on the city and implying that swords don't have eyes. With an eerie smirk, Jin Wendao assured his men that they would have the opportunity to seek revenge. During that time, within the Ring Camp, Kai Mei went to Fu Delay's tent, who had been tied up in a crucified-like position as punishment for his actions. Kai Mei muttered, "Silly younger brother." Kai Mei expressed concern, questioning if it was worth it for that dirty woman. Fu Delay sought affirmation, asking if he was wrong. Kai Mei reassured him, stating that he wasn't wrong. Kai Mei spoke of the harsh realities of the world, where those without power had to watch as everything was taken away from them. He described how loved ones could be killed, relatives harmed, and the humiliation of wives and children, all within the human world. Fu Delay inquired about little Cherry, expressing concern for her well-being. Kai Mei paused for a moment before delivering the devastating news. He then informed Fu Delay that she was dead. At that moment, Fu Delay's soul felt like it had been stabbed by a spear. His desperation led him to attempt to break free from his restraints, the sound of handcuffs clicking. Fu Delay cried out in frustration, demanding to know why, emphasizing the promises that had been made to him. Kai Mei explained the grim situation, emphasizing that someone had to take the blame for the situation, and it had to be either Fu Delay or Cherry. He disclosed that Cherry had willingly accepted all the blame, falsely confessing to killing the general to save Fu Delay. Kai Mei revealed that Cherry had taken the entire blame upon herself, even though it was just some poorly made lies. But he had no intention of saving her. He confessed to lacking a scapegoat and didn't bother to find one. As a result, she had been executed by court-martial. With resolve, Kai Mei offered advice, telling Fu Delay that as a military leader with great merit, no one would be able to bother him. As Kai Mei slowly walked away, he encouraged Fu Delay to stay safe and promised him once they were done capturing the city, they would go back to the tribe to gather an elite warrior. Kai Mei glanced back at Fu Delay and declared that they would then compete with others to rule the world. Meanwhile, Fu Delay was hunched over, tears streaming down his face, as he could only cry in pain while remembering Cherry's face. Fu Delay lamented over the words he spoke, those loud, bold, and childish words, realizing that he could not protect anything, that he only was locked there like a dead dog. As the tears streamed down his face, he acknowledged his weakness. The next day morning, the Ring launched an all-out attack. The Ring armies were currently positioned, and Xiao Yu was in front while he was bound on the cart. Exhausted, Xiao Yu uttered his plea to kill him repeatedly. On the high wall in Toad Village, Fei Hu clenched his jaw, and Fei Bao was beside him while looking at Ring armies. A warrior reported to Jin Wendao that they were already within range of the Toad Village archers, but Jin Wendao ordered them to keep advancing. The distance between the Ring tribe and Toad Village steadily decreased from 700 paces to 500, then to 300. As the gate of Toad Village slowly creaked open and revealed Cheng Dalei riding on a horse while wearing a straw cape and his axe on his back. The warrior standing next to Jin Wendao wondered why there was only one person and questioned what Cheng Dalei would do, and suspected that opening the gate meant they were surrendering or preparing to fight to the bitter end. Cheng Dalei continued to advance, facing everyone in the Ring tribe. In a weakened state, Xiao Yu called out to Cheng Dalei, his face and body bearing the marks of numerous scars. Stuttering, Xiao Yu expressed mixed emotions, suggesting that Cheng Dalei shouldn't have come but also thanked him with a faint smile crossing his lips. Those who hold fire for the world must not freeze to death in the snowstorm. In front of Toad Village, Jin Wendao noticed Cheng Dalei acting a bit strangely, and asked his armies who wanted to kill him. Meng Xian volunteered to fight Cheng Dalei, confident that he knew the abilities of Cheng Dalei were almost trash. With a grim smile forming on Meng Xian's face, he rushed towards Cheng Dalei, insulting him. Cheng Dalei swiftly drew his swords and struck Meng Xian down with a single powerful slash, while he cursed him to die. Meng Xian thought to himself that there were such fast swords in the world, and he also noticed that Cheng Dalei was giving off a strong killing intent. In a one-on-one battle, Meng Xian was defeated. His body lay on the ground, covered in his own blood. Cheng Dalei's swords dripped with blood, leaving the Ring tribe in fear. Jin Wendao questioned Cheng Dalei's unusual attire, to which Cheng Dalei responded that he wore it because it was going to rain, causing Jin Wendao to question him. Cheng Dalei claimed that his master was the South Pole Immortal, Marshal Tanpeng was his senior, and Teibai Golden Star was his sword brother. He then threatened to use Immortal Kai to consume their souls. But the Ring armies responded with disbelief and mockery. Some of them shouted mockingly, while others taunted Cheng Dalei, questioning his claim to immortality. Laughter erupted among the armies, with some suggesting that Cheng Dalei was senselessly scared, as Cheng Dalei remained resolute and warned them that he would subject them to half a day of trial and hardship. Jin Wendao joined in the laughter, finding the situation highly amusing. He commented on Cheng Dalei's fantasy of mastering an immortal technique, leading to more laughter and agreement from the Ring armies. As Cheng Dalei stood still, he opened his arms. He said that the wind was coming. The system slightly opened her eyes when suddenly the leaves in the trees began to rustle, and the flags from the armies were fluttering in the wind. The system and Cheng Dalei performed synchronized actions. They both said the ritual, gathered the clouds, and then thunder. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble filled the air as lightning struck down, startling not only Jin Wendao, but also his people behind him. They were all in shock. Continuing with their coordinated movements, Cheng Dalei looked up and sighed with relief that it finally came. Suddenly, rain began to pour, and Jin Wendao, caught off guard, was drenched as rainwater streamed down his face, causing him to nearly lose his balance on his horse. While the Ring tribe armies were in a state of hysteria, they repeatedly shouted that it was raining. Jin Wendao expressed his astonishment at Cheng Dalei's extraordinary abilities, pondering if he might be immortal, and questioned whether Cheng Dalei, as a disciple of an immortal, could truly summon wind and rain. The Ring armies were in awe, confirming that Marshal Tanpeng was indeed Cheng Dalei's brother and that his brother had sent down heavy rain to save him. Then the armies began chanting that Cheng Dalei was immortal. Cheng Dalei continued to intimidate them, addressing them as mere mortals, and warning them not to offend the power of heaven. He then advanced aggressively toward the Ring tribe while threatening them, saying that they should fear heaven's punishment, and declared to kill them. The Ring tribe warriors were so confused that they didn't react. Cheng Dalei took the opportunity to save Xiao Yu, slicing through the ropes that had bound him. Jin Wendao dismissed Cheng Dalei's abilities as tricks and urged his men not to be afraid, ordering them to kill Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei, holding Xiao Yu, hastily retreated to their village, with Ring tribe members in pursuit, accusing him of being a swindler. Cheng Dalei called for Zai Long's whereabouts, and Zai Long responded, indicating his arrival with Kinman. He shouted to cover Cheng Dalei. However, Jin Wendao commanded his people to charge and break through the city. The Ring tribe armies screamed kill as they charged Cheng Dalei. The dragon gave the order that the rain spread over the sky and the earth. The impulses were like the Milky Way pouring into the trench, and the velocity was like the cloud flowing through the sea gate. The dragon took this opportunity to help and lifted the Yangtze River to look down. All the ring men were rushing toward Toad Village, ready to kill them all. In the heavy rain, the arrows lost their purpose. Xilong, Kinman, and Zhang Fei were trying to hold the Ring tribe at the gate, slashing at the approaching Ring armies. While fighting, Xilong urged his comrades to retreat, ensuring that Cheng Dale had retreated safely. Zhang Fei and Kinman acknowledged his command. As the Ring armies continued to advance, Jin Wendao ordered Kai Mei to lead their troops and break through the city. Kai Mei rallied the infantry troops, saying, "Long live children of eternal nature." He then urged them to break through the city with him. The Ring armies roared in response as they went inside the Toad Village. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time you'll lose. There's no reason why you can't break it. Cheng Dale called for everyone to take their positions and get ready. A person hurriedly instructed others to bring out the stuff. Today, for the first time, the gates of the Toad Village were breached. As the Ring armies were inside the Toad Village, others wondered if it was an Urn City, while some questioned why the Urn City was located inside. Jin Wendao, who was still outside of the Toad Village, commanded his armies, indicating 2 ways for them to proceed. Teams 2 and 3 were given specific orders to open passages on the left and right sides of the city. In response, the Ring armies charged forward, roaring as they advanced and infiltrated the Toad Village. At the high wall in Toad Village, the warriors warned the others by telling everybody to be careful that Rings were coming while some were defending the intersection. However, on the opposite side, the Ring armies with shields were ordered to break the lines of defense. In the subsequent set, other Ring armies were commanded to break through, with a siege team attempting to break down the gates of the Urn City. Jin Wendao motivated his troops by promising rewards to the first ones to break through the city, causing Ring armies to charge forward. And their roars echoed inside Urn City as they breached it. People poured into the gates, and their numbers continued to grow, with more and more people gathering. Amidst the chaos among the Ring armies, calls were made to make way for the siege hammer. Some urged their comrades to charge forward, while others questioned why the walls couldn't be breached. As the rain poured heavily, Cheng Dale stood atop the wall while watching the Ring armies trying to get inside the village. He then said that this site was the so-called inviting them into the Urn City. He then called the attention of the Ring armies, calling them Ring tribe scum, berating them for daring to offend the might of heaven, and claimed to perform a thunder summoning technique. Then, Kinman threw the box of fire, causing a massive explosion. Suddenly, the Ring armies were left in fear. Some believed Cheng Dale could summon lightning, while others believed that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Due to Cheng Dale's cleverness, the fear points increased rapidly. Kai Mei, however, recognized the use of gunpowder and attempted to reassure the Ring armies that Cheng Dale was merely playing tricks. In a different setting, Cheng Dale's group quietly moves the explosive bombs out of the warehouse, telling others to take care not to let the gunpowder get wet from the rain. They hurriedly lit the fire and dropped each of the bombs below. The Ring armies got hit by the bombs, and some were thrown away. Amidst the chaos, some Ring armies believed it was divine retribution, stating that they had angered the immortal. The fear points continued to increase significantly. In another setting, a warrior in Toad Village wonders why explosive gunpowder was still there, recalling that this place should have been emptied. Others urged him to hurry, not to waste any time. Cheng Dale exchanged gunpowder, purchasing it from the system in this alternate setting. The system chuckles and informs him that the gunpowder has been processed for him and is ready to use, even waterproofed. In the midst of war, Kai Mei, consumed by anger, still commands his troops to charge, emphasizing that breaking the city is their only chance of survival. He urged them to kill. Internally, Kai Mei wondered how the Toad gunpowder could still work in the rain. Suddenly, he was struck by an explosion, causing him to fall on his horse. Concerned Ring armies shouted for him to run away, others saying that he must retreat, calling Cheng Dale immortal. Kai Mei cursed in his thought, wondering why the Toad had so much gunpowder. He realized that his armies were frightened and had begun to ignore his commands. All of the Ring army's fighting spirit is broken as they frantically run away from the explosion. Some even stumbled in their haste. However, Kai Mei stood still while looking above the wall, surrounded by his panicking army. While the rain was dripping on his face, Kai Mei reflected on the situation. As he thought that he was going to win, he was hit head-on. With conviction, he addressed Cheng Dale's Urn City as a pot that would cook everyone to death. His words resonated during the explosive chaos that surrounded them. Outside Toad Village, Jin Wendao commanded his army to charge, threatening those who stepped back with beheading if the information of the battlefield was drowned in endless rainstorms and explosions. Some Ring armies continued to charge, but they found the gate blocked by the corpses of their comrades, and the information couldn't be conveyed. More people jumped into the pot. The gates were crowded with Ringers who wanted to escape this infernal hell. Explosions rang out behind them, and the corpses and rocks were splashing everywhere. More people outside were pushed in, blocking the gates and cutting off the way out. Then, everyone became enemies. Back inside the Earn City of Toad Village, the ring armies became hostile toward each other. Some ringers were screaming, telling others to not block the way. However, Fu Delay was pressed against the wall while looking at his companions. He thought that they were becoming crazy as they were killing each other. As he witnessed the violence and fear, he could hear the sounds of explosions and fighting, and he found himself surrounded by blood. He then tightly gripped his sword. Fu Delay couldn't help but think this was hell. In the midst of his thoughts, a ring army spotted him, accompanied by another ring army. They rushed to attack Fu Delay, seeking revenge for Muki's life. But Kai Mei suddenly arrived and killed the two ringers. Overwhelmed, Fu Delay called Kai Mei's name. Kai Mei scolded Fu Delay, called him an idiot, and expressed concern for how he had gotten there and was still there. Fu Delay simply addressed him in response. Suddenly, Kai Mei quickly defended Fu Delay from their comrades who were behind him, and Fu Delay was left stunned by the turn of events. Kai Mei grabbed Fu Delay and urged him to come with him, emphasizing that the battle was lost, and staying would only lead to death. Together, they ran toward the gate, but many ringers were blocking their way. While the ringers near the gate desperately called others to move aside or expressed that they were doomed, as the gate was blocked by corpses and could not get out. As Kai Mei approached, he went on a rampage, slaughtering the ringers to clear their path for their escape. He shouted at them to get away. The ringers' screams filled the air as they were tossed aside. Walking on a path paved with corpses, paddled through a river of blood. The sword in the hand was the oar that cut the flow of blood. This was a path from the Yellow Springs to the human world. The city gate was already a sea of corpses and blood. From inside the city to outside the city, every direction led to the mountains of human corpses. Fu Delay attempted to speak to his brother, but Kai Mei frustratingly silenced Fu Delay and instructed him to follow. Kai Mei told him that he would get Fu Delay out of there. He then carried Fu Delay on his shoulder and made his way through the mountain of corpses and managed to throw Fu Delay outside the gate. Struggling to stand, Fu Delay called Kai Mei and urged him to come quickly, but within moments, explosive gunpowder hit Kai Mei and Fu Delay saw it as he screamed brother in terror. As his blood spread everywhere, Kai Mei's body was among the piled up corpses, and he coughed drops of blood. While Fu Delay attempted to pull Kai Mei from the mound of corpses, he had used all his strength to pull Kai Mei out. But he didn't have much strength. Even with all his strength, he couldn't do anything. Powerless, what an annoying word. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You can't change anything, even if you've already given it your all. Overwhelmed by grief, Fu Delay cried bitterly while attempting to help Kai Mei. Kai Mei, in a weakened state, consoled Fu Delay, patting his head and urging him to grow up quickly and not be a loser in the future. He smiled faintly and repeatedly said to Fu Delay to grow up fast as he tried to wipe away Fu Delay's tears. As Kai Mei faded away from this world, Fu Delay was left alone outside the city, which led to the human world. There was no one left to stand beside him, to take his hand and clear the way for him. He had to walk the following path alone. Meanwhile, Jin Wendao angrily commanded his troops to kill those who were attempting to retreat. As the saying went, the defeat of an army was like a mountain whose fall could in no way be stopped by the strength of a single person. The battlefield was constantly changing, and the winner or loser could change at any time. The barbarians became a cauldron, and that cauldron shook and crumpled. Half of Jin Wendao's troops melted away. After that, the cleaning of corpses alone took Cheng Dale 10 days. The siege of King New Mountain was only a small battlefield for the invasion of the rings. And on the border with the Empire, hundreds of tribes of the ring joined together in a mega alliance and declared war on the Empire on all fronts. All the princes of the ring tribe led their own armies and invaded by force. In Pingju City, the defenders encountered the rings and collapsed at the first encounter, fleeing for their lives, while the city lord disappeared without a trace. The city lord of Pingju refused to defend the city, stating that only stupid people would try to defend it. On the northwestern edge, a renowned general struggled to survive and looked eastward, hoping for provisions to arrive. In the capital city, someone expressed skepticism about General Lin potentially taking control of the imperial court, and decided to delay military food supplies to him. In another location, there were also scholars who had given up writing to join the army. There were also leaders who had taken refuge on the south side of the river. In a water village in the south of the river, a team of merchants rushed to the capital with great haste. On the same street, another merchant sold his family's possessions in exchange for 100,000 quintals of rice to supply the army in the north. In the northwest lands, Xingzai, the sixth prince of the kingdom, stood by a city, urging its inhabitants to resist the rings with him as he raised his seal above. There was never a shortage of profit-driven villains in this country, and there was no shortage of heroes who swam against the tide. Even more so, the ordinary people were tired of running away and trying to survive. That year, the rings came like a flood, and the borders of the empire were on fire. While in King Niu Mountain, on the other hand, it was like a puddle basin. When the water-like stream of soldiers flowed through it, it could not go any further, and the more they accumulated, the greater the accumulation was. At the high wall in Taod village, Shenji alerted Cheng Dale to check the ring's camp, pointing out that there were more people in the ring camp. Shenji expressed astonishment, noting that this time there were many people, at least 5,000, as he gestured toward the ring's camp direction. Cheng Dale responded with a hint of worry, remarking that Shenji seemed overly excited about people coming from the opponent's side. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale couldn't understand why the ring's camp was so angry toward him. He reflected on the fact that new people continued to join the ring's camp every day, estimating that there were probably more than 100,000 ring members now, and lamented the loss of their deployed spies, making it impossible to assess the enemy's situation accurately. Cheng Dale explained that with only 2,000 fighters against 100,000, the probability of holding their position was close to zero unless they were supplied with a truckload of Cat 98K. Curious, Shenji asked for clarification about the Cat 98K, and Cheng Dale explained it as a powerful murder weapon, which Shenji understood. Shenji pondered that the rings might be hostile as they killed their people, but Cheng Dale believes most wars are driven by profit. Then, with a hint of humor, he seriously considered the possibility that they might be jealous of his good looks, to which Shenji reacted with silence, clearly not sharing Cheng Dale's sense of humor. Continuing to boost himself, Cheng Dale sighed as he blamed himself, remarking on the challenges faced by beautiful people. Growing impatient, Shenji called Cheng Dale's attention and asked him if anyone had ever told him that he had a bigger mouth than their city walls. Cheng Dale responded with a mischievous giggle. At the big tent of the rings, a man slammed his hand on the table in frustration, expressing his desire to be able to take over the capital. He blamed his abrupt transfer on the other prince for having a bad job. This man himself was the 6th prince, Lei Nu. Another prince interrupted, introducing as the 8th prince named Lai Mu, shared his own experience of being transferred despite his successful conquests with his troops. He bragged that he had taken 5 cities in a row and collected a bundle of city lord seals. Then another prince reacted, which was the 5th prince named Ka Temin. He boasted about killing numerous imperial generals and collecting their heads, and even suggested bringing their severed heads as proof of his accomplishments. Lei Nu belittled Ka Temin's act of killing a few generals, claiming it was nothing significant. He challenged the other princes to see who was truly powerful by proposing the idea of beheading the emperor's head. Temin countered Lei Nu's challenge with his own proposal for a competition, suggesting horseback riding or archery. Lei Nu responded by daring Temin to draw his sword and threatening to slit his mouth. Temin fired back, vowing to feed Lei Nu to the pigs in return. In the midst of their heated exchange, Jin Wendao observed the quarrel among the princes with a sense of depression. He found their bickering annoying and covered his ears in irritation. Jin Wendao's thoughts reflected on his own situation, acknowledging that Kai Mei was dead and he had lost the battle. He also lost hope of winning the race for the throne as he no longer mattered to it. Suddenly, another prince named Jiabu calmed the argument between the other princes. He suggested that they should stop bickering and work together to achieve their father's goals. Jiabu then inquired if they had any idea on how to capture Toad Village. The room fell into silence in response to Prince Jiabu's question. To his surprise at the lack of response, he questioned whether it wasn't as easy to capture. Temin then spoke up, mentioning that Jin Wendao had once fought against Toad Village, despite being carried back. He emphasized that they should take advantage of Jin Wendao's experience. Lei Nu expressed his concerns about Cheng Dale, describing him as an extremely cunning person. He also mentioned rumors about Cheng Dale's ability to summon thunder and how this thunder had scared Jin Wendao's men, leading to their loss. Jin Wendao dismissed the idea of lightning spells, asserting that it was actually gunpowder. Jiabu then stated that perhaps Jin Wendao was only focused on attacking the front gate, raising the question of whether they should consider attacking the cliffs on either side. But Jin Wendao explained that the cliffs were over 100 feet high and not suitable for climbing, and his soldiers were not good at climbing over a wall. Jin Wendao argued that crossing the cliffs was not feasible, even for hundreds of people, and it would likely lead to death. He suggested that their only option now was to attack Toad Village with force. Jiabu agreed, confident that their overwhelming numbers would ensure victory without the need for tricks. With determination, Jiabu suggested fighting it out by slamming his hand on the table. Back in Toad Village, inside Toad Village, Cheng Dale and Shenji were talking. Shenji pointed out the fertile soil and mentioned that it was the time of year to plant the seeds for a good life only through self-cultivation. However, Cheng Dale expressed his concerns about the Ring tribe's invasion, which had disrupted their peaceful way of life and made it difficult to farm or even defend the village for much longer. Acknowledging the 100,000 armies of the Ring, Cheng Dale mentioned the matter of time before the city collapsed, They had to make early preparations to survive. Shenji inquired if he had a plan, to which Cheng Dale responded that they couldn't hold out for much longer and that he felt frustrated about the situation. Shenji sought questions about their escape route, mentioning that besides the city gate, there were no other mountain roads. Cheng Dale explained, stating that they didn't need to worry about breaking out through the city gate. Instead, they planned to dig a mountain path in the valley, providing them with an escape route. They would fight if they could win and retreat if they could not. Suddenly, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of their drums, alerting them that the ringers were attacking. Shenji commented that the ringer was advancing toward them again. Cheng Dale ordered everyone to go on top of the wall. As they hurriedly positioned themselves, Shenji once again asked Cheng Dale if they could hold off the ringers, but he only replied that they should wait and watch. 100,000 ringers were ready for war, which was revealed as the mist slowly cleared. A warrior villager urged everyone to get ready. The villagers used drums to signal readiness. With a roaring command, Jiabu led his army to attack, launching trebuchets and rocks toward Toad Village while other ringers attacked below. While in Toad Village, Juyu ordered the use of the latest steel pan bombs, intending to give the ringers a taste of it. Steel pan was made by blacksmith Juyu, the outer layer was made of iron, and the inner part was filled with gunpowder, iron nails, and stones. The ringers screamed in pain as they were struck by the impact of the bombs, and Cheng Dale gained fear points rapidly due to their latest weapon. Amidst the chaos and fear that engulfed the ringers, Cheng Dale relentlessly exchanged gunpowder with the system. The system expressed its gratitude for his support as she showed a smile. In front of the city gate of Toad Village, there was a triangular open space that could not accommodate 100,000 soldiers, but at most a few thousand people in each attack. After the indiscriminate bombardment, this open space became a meat grinder for slaughter. When the city walls finally began to tatter, the rings were the first to endure heavy losses. After leaving behind several thousand corpses, they decided to retreat. In the ringers' camp, all the princes were stagnant as they huddled, weighed down by their losses. With a hint of amusement, Jin Wendao said to himself that now his brothers knew the powers of Toad Village while maintaining a nonchalant expression. He added that his brother did not underestimate him and laughed at him. Jiabu then broke the silence as he asked about the gunpowder supply in Toad Village, wondering as he had never seen a shortage of it, questioning the possibility that the mountain might have been full of gunpowder. Expressing his concerns that the number of victims would have been high if they continued to fight, he then asked his brothers for advice. Lei Nu suggested an alternative strategy if the direct attack seemed impossible. He proposed sending troops to infiltrate the village from the top and break through them from the inside. However, Jiabu opposed Lei Nu's plan, pointing out that the mountaintop was too steep and sending a small group of troops would likely have resulted in certain death. Mu suggested a plan to throw a few corpses into the Valley River to infect them with the plague, causing the city to collapse on its own. Disagreeing with Mu's plan, Temin mentioned that they were still in the slipstream and the plague could have spread to them. He then voiced his idea to corner the Toad Village for half a year until they ran out of food, causing the city to collapse naturally. Mu expressed concerns about the time constraints and the uncertainty of the city's survival. He worried that their forces would have run out of food before them. Another suggestion was added, suggesting the use of fire and asking that they attack with fire. Jiabu expressed concerns about using fire attacks due to the uncertainty surrounding Toad Village's gunpowder supplies. Frustrated with their indecision, Jin Wendao questioned the necessity of fighting Toad Village. Mu explained that Mount King Nu was a strategic place, as troops from the Empire could have used it to launch attacks and defend against them easily. He also highlighted the need to guard against potential sneak attacks from King Nu Mountain as they advanced south. However, Jin Wendao argued that Toad Village had a small fighting strength of 1,000 or 2,000 people, emphasizing that they couldn't have played a big role. Whether they defended themselves or faced sneak attacks from behind, they would have eventually had to leave the city and fight directly, reassuring his brother that there was nothing to worry about. Jiabu reminded Jin Wendao about their father's instructions to retrieve something from King Nu Mountain, emphasizing the importance of the task. In a rude response, Jin Wendao stated that the thing from King Nu Mountain couldn't have grown legs and run away. Highlighting the current issue at hand, Jin Wendao expressed his concern about the decreasing morale of their troops due to Cheng Dale's gunpowder and the spreading of rumors. Jin Wendao proposed a strategic shift, suggesting that they should head south and take over other cities, to break the spirit of those who wanted to send troops to support King Nu Mountain. He believed this would help boost the morale of their soldiers and prepare them for future battles. He laid out his plan to conquer other cities first before focusing their efforts on Toad Village. He expressed a desire to capture Cheng Dale and display his head on a flagpole. Jin Wendao desired to show the world that the warriors of the rings were unrivaled in the world. With shock on their faces, the princes seemed to find Jin Wendao's plan realistic. Jiabu acknowledged Jin Wendao's strategy and decided that they would move their forces out of the camp the following day and head south. Meanwhile, a spy observing Toad Village from afar noticed that the rings had retreated. He urgently instructed his companion to relay the message. The spy swiftly spread the news to various cities, including Yuju City, T City, Kisha City, and Bijan City. In Bijan City, a person was curious how Toad Village managed to defend themselves for 2 months, wondering whether Toad Village was too good or the Ring tribe was too bad. In Qingzhou, a chief named Wang Yufeng pondered the idea that the rings might not be as powerful today as they were 30 years ago. While in Yuju City, Lai Shanyan discussed the situation with Longting. Lai Shanyan reported to Longting that Toad Village had successfully defended itself for 2 months against the Ring's army, causing the attackers to suffer heavy losses. Longting expressed his surprise, admitting that he had underestimated them. Lai Shanyan suggested that the rings might be weakened due to the drought and that it could be an opportunity to launch a major attack and potentially destroy the ring. However, Longting advised caution, suggesting they observe, as they were dealing with the formidable Ring tribe. He believed that the mountain bandits of Toad Village could continue to exhaust them, to which Lai Shanyan agreed. Before they could continue, a soldier rushed in with an urgent report, stating that something bad had happened. Meanwhile, in Tianyi City, Bo Shan planned to return to Fallen Leaf City, and he was in a hurry, loading everything onto a cart. The man suggested that he should stay longer, but Bo Shan declined the offer, explaining that he couldn't stay anymore. A sense of frustration, Bo Shan cursed the man in his thoughts, wearing a fake smile outside as he realized that staying longer there would suck all of his assets. He decided to return to Fallen Leaf City and send supplies and soldiers to King New Mountain, allowing him to relax in peace. In this exchange, the man expressed a willingness to accompany Bo Shan to the door and playfully mentioned their liking for a sword. Bo Shan initially responded with an apologetic and somewhat embarrassed tone, admitting he had lost the sword a long time ago. The man seemed disappointed upon hearing that the sword was lost, expressing pity. Suddenly, a soldier delivered news to Bo Shan that caused Bo Shan to sweat and display a worried expression, indicating that the news was unsettling. With a ridiculed expression, Bo Shan called the man and stopped them from leaving, shouting that the swords had been found. Back in Toad Village, a warrior informed Cheng Dale that the ringers were retreating, and the villagers expressed surprise at the sudden retreat. However, Cheng Dale remained cautious and thoughtfully commented that he expected the ringers to stay indefinitely. Fei Hu asked if they could retreat now, and Cheng Dale responded by noting that the ringers were leaving some of their forces behind to block their escape route. Fei Hu told Cheng Dale that the ringers were heading south. Cheng Dale suspected that the rings were preparing to attack Yuju before returning to clean them up. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale realized that the ringers' departure could bring suffering to the people of Yuju, leaving a trail of corpses everywhere. Cheng Dale told everyone that it was their chance to take a break and urged everyone to get ready. 80,000 ringers moved south to attack Fallen Leaf City first. The Fallen Leaf City was unguarded, and it was destroyed within 1 day. First, they attacked the city of Kisha. They stormed the city with refugees, destroyed the city, and slaughtered everyone. T City was then attacked. T City held fast to its defenses. 20,000 ringers trapped the city, declaring that those who surrendered would be spared, and if they did not surrender, the city would be destroyed. The remaining 60,000 people attacked Yuju City. Yang Longting personally took command on the battlefield and fought together with the soldiers, which significantly boosted their morale. When the Ring saw that Yuju City was a hard bone to chew, they turned their attention towards Bijan City. The soldiers of Bijan City fought hard to the death, and it stood unconquered for a long time. At that time, the chief of Qingzhou, Wang Yufeng, led a 50,000-man army to Yuju to drive out the barbarians and save the people. In the plains outside the city, he met the Rings and fought a bloody battle. The iron cavalry of the Rings scattered Wang Yufeng's army in a few rounds, killing and wounding countless people. He was stuck in the Valley of the Long Wind with 10,000 remnants of his troops. The Ring tribe surrounded them but did not kill them. Several of Wang Yufeng's sons led a large army to help, but against the Iron Horsemen of the Ring tribe, they could do nothing. The classic tactic of surrounding the place and slowing down the enemies ended up killing at least 100,000 Qingzhou soldiers. He risked his life to break out of the encirclement and fled back to Qingzhou with remnants of his army. At this point, the trapped T City knew it was no match for them. The city lord went out to surrender and only begged the Ring tribe not to treat the people in the city too badly. The Ring stormed the city and slaughtered everyone. The 80,000-strong army of the Ring ranged for a month in the Yuju area, and the population of Yuju, which was 3 of 5 million, were reduced by half. People lived in great misery and there were corpses everywhere. At the back of Toad Village, Cheng Dale discussed the possibility of digging a tunnel in Toad Village with Shenji. But Shenji found that the rocks were too solid, suggesting the use of gunpowder. Cheng Dale opposed the idea of using gunpowder as the Ring tribe still had their eyes on them and could not take risks. Then he suggested that if they couldn't dig a path on the mountain, he thought about the possibility of going through the mountain, asking them if anyone on his people could climb. In response, Shenji stated that people in the mountains gathered medicine, and sometimes climbed more dangerous places than that. Cheng Dale instructed them to send a few expert climbers to attempt the ascent, and throw ropes down to create a passage through the mountain. He approached it with the idea that whoever they were, they would take care of it. Later on, some of the men of Cheng Dale immediately started to climb. Some men successfully climbed up to the mountain. After several days, several rope ladders were successfully built, allowing all the men to ascend and see their village below. Fei Hu assisted Cheng Dale after they climbed to the top of the mountain and casually addressed Cheng Dale while Cheng Dale told him that they would head over there. As the group was on top of the mountain, they looked towards their village, and Cheng Dale was silent for a bit as he gazed through it. Suddenly, Cheng Dale cursed in frustration, which caused Fei Hu to ask him about it. Cheng Dale responded that he now understood why the Ring tribe was so eager to haunt him. He then took a look back in the past to where the treasure map that he got from Huang Sanyuan was, and exclaimed that the terrain inside was exactly the same as the one in front of him. He added that the Ring tribe plundered the empire 30 years ago. Cheng Dale could not imagine how much gold, silver, and jewelry that the Ring tribe robbed, as the remaining treasures were hidden in their valley. He could even confirm the locations directly through his map. Acknowledging the situation, he made the decision that there was no time to waste to take the treasure out. And then on, Cheng Dale ordered Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao to take 500 of their warriors and escort the old, weak, women, and children from the village within 3 days, leading them south to a safer location, which Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei acknowledged his order. Liu Bei sighed that every place outside the mountain was also being watched by the Ring tribe, making it difficult to leave. Cheng Dale answered that they must only move slowly in groups and at night. Liu Bei was doubtful about the plan because it was a race against time and the idea was to walk slowly. Cheng Dale reassured that there would be enough time, and after a short pause he called Guan Yu. He ordered Guan Yu to take 500 of their warriors to do something. But before he continued his word, Liu Bei interfered again, doubting Cheng Dale's words, stating that their village would be left with less than 1,000 of their warriors and worried if they could still defend the village. Cheng Dale promised that he would find a way to stall them and buy time for everyone. When Liu Bei sighed again, Cheng Dale could not control anymore and was so irritated that he threatened to beat him up to a pulp. Liu Bei was not pleased as he gazed at Cheng Dale in silence. He then looked in another direction as he thought about the 100,000 ring warriors and worried about how Cheng Dale held them alone. Soon after, a messenger reported that 100,000 ring warriors had assembled outside their village, ready to attack. Worried, Fei Hu raised out his concern and approached Cheng Dale, telling him that the situation was irreversible. He shared an idea to bring as many people as they could. Despite the grim situation, Cheng Dale remained calm, mentioning that they had a retreat plan. He then declared to his companies that he would show who was the boss. The 9 families of the Ring tribe were reunited as the Ring tribe's banner covered the sky, and their weapons and armor covered the field. After many days of fighting in Yuzhou, the morale of the Ring army was at its peak. With a roaring voice, Jiabu confidently ordered an attack, emphasizing the invincibility of the Ring's cavalry, which he believes to be unparalleled in the world. After a couple of hours in the Ring's camp tent, Jiabu reflected on the previous battle, describing it as a war of iron and stone. They discussed the successful breach of city gates and boasted about the southerners being defenseless who only ran for their lives like sheep. Jiabu was dismayed about capturing the Jinju and Yuzhou city as they were not broken but considered this as a small setback. Jin Wendao asked if the people of Iron River City were killed as they were still having a fierce fight with their soldiers and still wanted to fight against our cavalry. They taught them how to behave well, reminisced the time when he was so happy, and he had no time to wipe the blood on his sword as he kept cutting them up. Temin added that no one could compete with their warriors on horseback. They then turned their attention to planning their attack on Toad Village the following day. Expressing his eagerness, Temin wanted to confront Cheng Dale, to charge them with their 100,000 soldiers, even putting aside the method they were planning about. Liu boasted that when their army rushed them, Cheng Dale became scared and wet his pants. Lei Nu promised to use the 9 methods to torture Cheng Dale once he caught him. With a smirk, Jin Wendao thought that tomorrow would be a bloody battle when they attacked the village. As he was about to continue, someone burst into the meeting, notifying that at the front of the Toad Village, a bonfire and drums were present. He was confused about what they were trying to do. At the Toad Village gate, a large bonfire was set high on the wall, and Cheng Dale stood there wearing his leafy outfit. He chanted a ritual, looking like he knew what he was doing, but in reality, he was just chanting some gibberish words that sounded like nonsensical words like Jilly-Gulu and Ababa. The ringers were puzzled about what Cheng Dale was up to. Some were predicting that it was because he could not protect the village anymore and decided to burn himself to death. Jiabu ordered to send some men over there to eavesdrop on the incantation Cheng Dale was chanting. Later, the man came back to report. He stated that they hid at the bottom of the gate and faintly heard him saying words about the boundless end of the world being his love, and flowers bloomed at the foot of the Kinshin. Lei Nu was moved when he heard the magical melody, immediately concluding that it was indeed an incantation. Jiabu was left speechless as he heard the report. As he listened to the report, Jin Wendao realized that Cheng Dale was praying for the rain. Jiabu seconded the statement from Jin Wendao and acknowledged that Chen Dale had that kind of ability. Jin Wendao was sure and witnessed him doing that incantation before. He was unsure if he could summon it again this time. Jiabu tried to remain vigilant about it and thought that Cheng Dale was only playing tricks on them. He asked the men not to be fooled and to leave a few people to keep an eye on Cheng Dale. Tomorrow morning, the plan to attack the village will remain unchanged, and this time they must break through Toad Village. The next day, right before dawn, Jiabu stated that they were about to face an imminent death, meaning death was near at hand. He added that no matter how many tricks Cheng Dale would play, it would not change anything. Jiabu gathered everyone's attention and alerted them to start moving. As they were about to start the attack, a heavy rain suddenly poured, forcing the attack to withdraw. The rainy season at King Nu Mountain had started. Back in Toad Village, Liu Zhai sobbed about her relationship with Cheng Dale. She thought about him being unable to come back to sleep recently and only ran to Su Ying's place every day. All that while she was packing her stuff up. She thought if she was not good enough, that would make Cheng Dale unhappy. Or was it about her age? She added that she recently asked those sisters who were older than her. Liu Zhai learned a lot from them, stating that she was still in the developing phase. She thought that every step was very important and she was still young compared to Sister Yin. She whispered to herself to be brave as she still had room for growing up. She thought that if she had known earlier, she would let Ma teach her the thing first, and she would have been able to take the initiative. But now she didn't have the chance. Liu Zhai snapped back to reality and asked herself what she was thinking about. She was still thinking about fighting for favor at this crucial moment of the war. She concluded that it would be much better to wait until the war was over and better think in a hurry, and followed the retreating army. Meanwhile, Su Ying and Cheng Dale enjoyed each other's company amidst the rain. Su Ying asked Cheng Dale if he could really summon thunder and rain. She also asked if there were really immortals in the world. Cheng Dale answered that there might be one, and he knew her pretty well. Su Ying was curious what immortals looked like as she wanted to see one. Cheng Dale replied that there would be a chance in the future, and now they should enjoy themselves first. Su Ying told him to stop as the rain was going to stop and Xiaoda would hear it. Suddenly, the system beeped as Cheng Dale received many days of wind and rain. As the rainstorm continued, Cheng Dale received rewards from the system, while Cheng Dale responded to Su Ying that the rain wouldn't stop so soon. The system itself hovered above. As she controlled the weather, surrounded by lightning and smoke above, she looked below him. In the ring camp, chaos ensued as soldiers tried to manage the flooding caused by the heavy rain. One of them asked if they had finished digging, while the other's ringer shouted for help as the tent collapsed. Inside the prince's tent, Jiabu expressed concern about the continuous rain and its impact on the soldiers who would get bedsores. Lei Nu suggested ordering the troops to attack in the rain, but Mew opposed the idea, recounting a past experience where fighting in the rain proved ineffective. Mew described the difficulties they faced, including arrows falling short, horses struggling, and siege weapons failing due to the heavy rain. He also mentioned that the walls became slippery, making it easy for the enemy to ambush them. Some in the camp believed the rain was the result of the enemy's magic. Jin Wendao remained silent during the discussion, while Temin talked about his childhood as he heard an old man in their tribe say that only magic could defeat magic. They just had to match and break Cheng Dale's sorcery. Jiabu agreed with the idea and decided to summon the army's witch doctor. It was raining heavily at the campsite of the Ring tribe. Inside the tent, the Grand Prince Jiabu was sitting across the table with a cup in his hand and was saying that the boundless end of the world was his love. It got him thinking that sure enough it might have been a magic spell he unknowingly was affected by. Suddenly a voice emerged telling him the elder was there and who was invited to come in. The witch doctor Sate Man arrived with an animal skull on his head with a large bead around his neck while holding its staff. Sate Man was told to pay respect to the princes who were taken aback when they saw him. The sixth prince Lei Nu asked if he was the most famous witch doctor of the tribe and said that he was really something else, while the eighth prince Lai Mu was amazed by his aura and that he was a professional. Jiabu asked to confirm that it was said he could invoke the gods. Sate Man replied that he believed in the everlasting heaven, and all the gods of the grassland accepted his service. He did not know which of the noble princes was sick, so he could pray to the gods to drive away the brutal disease. Jiabu replied that they were not sick, which made Sate Man speechless and wondered why he was needed there if they were not sick. Jiabu asked next if he could summon the wind, and Sate Man replied he thought so. He could summon wind and rain. Suddenly, he banged his hand on the table and said good before pointing his finger to Sate Man that his task was breaking the bandit's spell, which shocked him. Sate Man began sweating heavily as he heard about breaking a spell, then thought that the great prince was not well, and would wake up and say he was not sick. Jiabu was grinning while he replied as he expected. He thought that even if the southerners had some magic skills, How could they be compared to the believers of the everlasting heaven? He then stood up, placed his hand on Saint Man's shoulder, and told him that tomorrow the elder would set up an altar to cast a spell to break his sorcery, and laughed while Saint Man was silent. Saint Man continued to sweat heavily, thinking that there was a misunderstanding because Jiabu said he agreed but wondered when he agreed. A few moments later, it was still raining, and a wooden cart was being pushed. It was the wooden altar made for Saint Man being pushed towards the Toad Village. Saint Man stood on top of the wooden altar and thought it was so high. Meanwhile, a man was walking on the top of their stone gates with a blazing flame behind him. It was Cheng Dale with a grass raincoat covering him from the rain while dancing to the song of Billie Jean. Despite the heavy rain, Cheng Dale kept grooving aimlessly and moonwalking. This terrified the princes of the Ring tribe, wondering how he managed to walk with his feet while his body was not moving, and claimed that it was a magical pace and sharp sorcery. The witch doctor Saint Man couldn't understand Cheng Dale's spell and thought that he was really an expert. He gulped and continued, thinking that Cheng Dale would not hit him too hard when they started fighting. Saint Man yelled to get Cheng Dale's attention, then called him an ugly demon and told him not to show off his stupid demonic arts in front of him, which caused him to stop dancing and pay attention. Cheng Dale wondered when this fool arrived because he had a hard time remembering how to sing the song and cursed. He forgot the words. Cheng Dale called him a crook, then said he was the Toad Village immortal who inherited the glorious immortal path from the South Pole immortal himself, and how dared he talk about the heavenly law in front of him. Which the Saint Man replied that he was a devotee of eternal nature, the spokesman of the grassland spirit, and called him an ugly demon. The witch doctor started thumping his feet and said to watch him break his demonic arts, then yelled to the eternal nature to grant him power, and that he was Saint Man. This terrified Cheng Dale and thought that this was not good. His pace was mysterious and unpredictable, the movement vaguely combined with a certain rhythm. While the witch doctor began dancing, Cheng Dale wondered if this was the legendary Northeast Yonge. Northeast Yonge is the ancestor of square dance in the world, to be restrained by the other side if he met the enemy dancing the moonwalk. Cheng Dale removed his grass raincoat and thought that if he wanted to win over the other side, he could only use that move. As the saying goes, never let society shake you down. It was useless to have piglets covered in tattoos. Cheng Dale pointed his finger up and yelled to come on music. He started to rap with coordinated dance moves about how he used to be king. Then later he said forget it and gave up his rights and position, but they are still fighting and rubbing for power. He used to be young and extremely frivolous, crazy for state power. The sword angrily carved a snow-winged eagle, the generous mountain sword in the skies. The fire continuously burned, and the sea had 1,000 waves. These two continued doing their own thing as the rain continued. This amazed the princes of the Ring tribe, wondering if this was a legendary fight between witchcraft, and that it was such a pity they couldn't see through the mystery with just ordinary eyes. Saint Man continued thumping his feet, yet got distracted and questioned what kind of spell that was because it penetrated through the ear into the heart. Cheng Dale continued his dance and rap about a magic twist. As a result, this got the witch doctor because he felt like it was a whisper of hell. The demon's pace was so powerful that he slipped. It was so slippery that he fell from the wooden altar. He shouted as he fell down to the ground while the Ring tribe hurried up and saved the elder. The Ring tribe was terrified of the powerful sorcery. They obviously felt very uncomfortable but still wanted to listen to it, and the movement felt like they saw the dance of death. While the Ring tribe was scared by his sorcery, Cheng Dale stood tall with his hand in the air and thought if they still wanted to fight him. He did not believe the brainwashing of killing devices of society shaking and shouting weed is sacrifice. He could still survive. Fast forward, it rained heavily for several days while Toad villagers escaped. Liu Zhai with a grass raincoat thought of Cheng Dale. Someone asked how many people were still left in the village. Then someone replied that they should be all gone in a couple of days. Su Ying was worried and thought of Cheng Dale too. Even the longest rainy season will eventually pass, even with the help of the gods. The system was extremely exhausted. She looked dreadful and complained she was so tired. Suddenly, she turned small, which surprised her. The system panicked and teary-eyed that her last power was also used up. She yelled in her exhaustion. The next day, it was bright and sunny at the Toad village as the Ring tribe stood in formation outside its gate. The Grand Prince Jiabu on his horseback told his brothers that day, regardless of cost and casualties, they must take down the Toad village. Cheng Dale asked how many of their people were left since the Ring tribe was about to attack their city. Tin Man replied that among them, only those who were currently present there were left. Tin Man told Cheng Dale that the time was running out, then suggested for him to go ahead, and he would stay with his men to defend the city and buy him time. Cheng Dale replied not to talk nonsense, hurried up, and left, as he would guard the city. This shocked his men and they questioned how he could guard it alone. Cheng Dale answered that it seemed he could only fool them with an empty city. One of the Ring tribe princes asked his brother when they attacked the city since the army was gathered. Jiabu told him to wait, and he sensed that the situation seemed unusual. He then questioned why there was only one person on the walls where Cheng Dale stood tall with a string instrument. The princes of the Ring tribe wondered if it was Cheng Dale, where were the defenders, and what was he up to again. Cheng Dalei sat and repeatedly calmed himself while he was about to play a string instrument. His hands gently reached for the strings. Cheng Dalei sweated heavily as he panicked inside because he did not know how to play this instrument at all, and he wanted to cosplay the prime music when it mattered, but he did not have his talent. This was the bitter fruit of worshipping foreigners and not engaging in national studies. Cheng Dalei kept thinking what he should do. Anyway, after all, it's just CDEFGAH probably. He thought that it was not much different from the guitar. Cheng Dalei started playing two tigers with the chords of C, D, E, C, and EFG repetitively. However, Lei Nu told his brother that the bandit was pretending and thought it was better to attack immediately, to which his brother, Lai Mu, agreed to attack. Jiabu said that it must be magic when things were different than normal, and they should not make a move without careful consideration. Jiabu kept thinking while Cheng Dalei continued playing his music. The clanging sound was like the waves breaking on the shore, like the wind blowing away the clouds. They thought Cheng Dalei must have secretly had millions of troops, and it was like a mountain stream clear to the bottom. They couldn't do it without their mind at ease. Jiabu uttered that Cheng Dalei must have a good plan. Pa Temin wondered how a few strings did so much and asked his brother why he couldn't figure it out by listening to what Jin Wendao thought before answering. He then proceeded to remember that Kai Mei was defeated in that battle because he fell for Cheng Dalei's treacherous plan, so it was showing weakness to the enemy to lure him into the depths. Jiabu uttered that the heart was chaotic when the sound was too loud, the heart was calm when the sound was pure, the heart was panicked when the sound was wrong, the heart was beautiful when the sound was pure. Listening to him play was like watching his lungs. He was so relaxed. Jiabu believed that he must have set a trap for them, suggested they should not rush, and passed on his military order to withdraw. His brothers objected to Jiabu's decision, since they were having a hard time catching a good day, and he wanted to retreat. Lei Nu suddenly squeezed his horse's side with his leg and shouted an attack as they went on. Jiabu called out his sixth brother, told him to come back, and beware of getting trapped, while Jin Wendao sighed in disappointment and said that it's scary to be uneducated. Lei Nu advanced with his troops and commanded them to follow him. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei felt shivers all over his body, wondered why they were rushing over to attack, and his cosplay was not realistic enough. He ran and left his post immediately. This made the Ring tribe confused. Then, Jiabu commanded all troops to attack, and the Ring tribe advanced towards the gate and its high walls. They chanted charge as they went through the gate and wondered why they had not closed the gates at all. The Ring tribe wondered where the people were, how come there was no one in sight, and when did they leave, or could it be that Cheng Dalei could use the 5 elements escape techniques? Cheng Dalei frantically ran away. He was sweating heavily and ran for his life while the Ring tribe was behind, chasing him. Jiabu on his horse commanded to catch him alive. Lei Nu added not to let this bandit escape, as he had 1,000 ways to torture him. Cheng Dalei kept running and arrived at the corner end of its walls while being chased by the rings. He took a step up the wall. Cheng Dalei yelled as he took his last step. Then he took a huge leap while holding onto a rope. On the other side, his fellow bandits pulled the rope and told Cheng Dalei to come up there. Jiabu then commanded to shoot the arrows and kill him, withdrawing his earlier command to not take him alive. The rings began shooting arrows, targeting his head but kept missing Cheng Dalei as he climbed the mountain. Eventually, Cheng Dalei reached the top, and the rings could only curse at it. His fellow toad bandits asked Cheng Dalei if he was alright, while the rings left behind were enraged. They let this bandit escape, called them a trash bandit, and threatened to send a squad up the mountain to catch them. Cheng Dalei cheekily replied to the scum of the rings that he was able to come out, and they did not expect that, which pissed the princes of the rings off for being annoying. He had obviously escaped, and now he was deliberately showing himself off. Jiabu reminded Cheng Dalei that no matter what they did, the mountain had already been occupied by them, so what else could he be proud of? Cheng Dalei commanded his troops that it was time to leave and let them occupy the village for now. He smiled as he uttered that they would definitely be back. He praised Cheng Dalei because he really picked an excellent place. It was Jiabu, and if he didn't give it up in the end, there would probably be a high price they were going to pay trying to conquer this place. He decided this was a good place for the troops. The officers of the empire entrenched themselves in useless forts. They didn't even pay attention to this awesome fortress. Jiabu continued his praise for the freshly cleared farmland, and its soil looked very fertile. He then laughed that Cheng Dalei did a wonderful job making houses for them. Jiabu was approached by his brother and reported that the approximate location of the hidden treasure had been determined. It was buried deep in the ground and could be dug up at any time. It was Jin Wendao. Jiabu replied to inform the other to gather the workers as they would start digging tomorrow, and asked if the soldiers found any powder depot with gunpowder excavation would be much faster. Jin Wendao replied they were still searching. It was strange that the hiding place for such a large amount of gunpowder couldn't be found. He wondered where Cheng Dalei had hidden it, and it was reasonable to escape with food, but questioned if they also took gunpowder with them. Jiabu answered that it seemed to have run out, otherwise they would not have run away so quickly. He then asked if there was any other loot. The soldiers found their arsenal, herbal stores, clothing stores, granaries, horse farms, and much more. The number of weapons and herbs in the warehouse was extremely high, and the quality was not bad. Jin Wendao remarked that no wonder they were able to fend off their iron cavalry for so long. The food that they captured weighed at least hundreds of thousands of pounds, not counting the food they took away. Such a small village actually stored so much food. There were still hundreds of war horses of all kinds in the paddock, and those were ones they couldn't take. The loot was quite good. Jiabu ordered Jin Wendao to inform the entire army that a feast for the entire army would be held that night in the mountain village. At night, the rings celebrated and drank wine over the bonfire, where the sky over the prairie was so blue, the endless grass, eternal heaven of eternity protected them. The rings raised their hands and swords in a celebratory feast of the bravest warriors on the grasslands, and that they were unbeatable all the way to the top. The princes of the ring tribe sat together, laughed, and drank wine as well. They went on celebrating while a wooden crate flew in the air. Suddenly, this turned into a fiery blast, catching them off guard. All troops were alerted for an enemy attack originating up at the mountain. The rings noticed something up there and warned their fellow troops to search and watched out for their gunpowder. They realized that the trash bandit was back, urged them to come down there, and fought them fair and square while Cheng Dale laughed in surprise at their return. Jiabu was enraged and sarcastically replied that he still dared to come back. He was worried about not being able to kill him. Cheng Dale called them foreign barbarians, beasts with long hair and horns inside their brains. When they saw the prosperity of his kingdom, they did not know how to make their own lands prosper. Instead, they set their unjust troops in motion to kill their people and took over their land. But they didn't know that he was the heir of the god of the South Pole, a friend of Tai Jingxing and Marshal Tianpeng. Cheng Dale was the toad god, which confused the rings about what he was babbling about. He continued to say that the heaven ways were cruel, and its retribution would do them no good. Today, Cheng Dale would execute the justice of God. If God did not punish them, Cheng Dale would punish them. He raised his fiery torches and called for his brothers, lending him a hanging river of heaven. The toad bandits recognized the signal to break the dam, and they began tossing the wooden crates of gunpowder. With a loud bang, a flaming blast of explosion after explosion was apparent. As a result, large amounts of water and rock fragments broke through the dam. This caused panic in the ring tribe because they thought Cheng Dale really borrowed a river of heaven. Others began to drown. Other ring members tried to run and flee to higher ground. They ran frantically while being warned to watch out for the rocks. Some got hit with rocks, while others panicked and yelled to get out of the way. Another explosion could be seen, which poured more water down with rock and wooden debris. A ring member hung himself on a tree as the water level rose dramatically and rapidly. It turns out that this place was not only suitable for soldiers but for burying people. Cheng Dale sat on the edge of a mountain cliff near flooding water and said they had a lot of rain this year. During the day, they desperately tried to get in, and at night, they desperately tried to get out. Liu Bei stood near Cheng Dale and sighed as he remarked that humans are really strange animals sometimes and praised him for a good job. Cheng Dale replied, when the village was built, the military strategist said that the valley was actually not suitable for a mountain village. When the rainy season came, the village was extremely prone to flooding. He didn't expect his initial words to last to this day. That's why Cheng Dale sent his brothers half a month ago to cut off the flow of water. Then there was an uninterrupted half month of rain. Liu Bei responded. The time, the place, and the people, those of the rings burned, killed, and looted, and did a lot of unjust things, really suffered the wrath of God. These 100,000 people from the rings were buried here. It was time for the rings to end this march south ahead of time. This was an immeasurable merit to save people's lives, to which Cheng Dale replied that no merit and no virtue were too great. Cheng Dale thought in his head that Liu Bei was not aware of how frightening his fear points were now, so he urged him to go with him since there was nothing there to see anymore and find a place to rest. Liu Bei asked if they had picked up the others from the village. He answered they had no food and did not know when the chaos would end. When everything returned to normal, they would bring them back. A series of notification pop-ups informed Cheng Dale that the brothers had completed missions, which were rewarded with upgraded skills, increased loyalty, and a greater sense of belonging. An excellent completion grade was given for annihilating the Northern Ringer, followed by rewards for Cheng Dale's choosing. Another task was assigned to regroup the people for the construction of a new mountain village. Another notification was received, notifying Cheng Dale that the system spirit had run out of power and was about to fall into a deep sleep. Since the village was destroyed, warning after warning began popping up. A few days later, crows soared overhead, and some stayed at the submerged toad village. Dead bodies of ring members piled up, soaked in water, with crows around. A man was still hanging himself from a tree. It was Jin Wendao who appeared sorrowful and awake but was still dripping in water on his face and hands. Someone coughed and fell into the water while crows continued to soar overhead and produced a cawing sound. Jin Wendao continued to cough as he fell over the dead bodies. This water was being walked through by someone. Jin Wendao had been lying down when he noticed someone walking through. This man witnessed the flood's aftermath and was still wandering through below knee-deep water beside the dead bodies. It was fou de lait. If someone said this was hell on earth, then no one would object, and from ancient times to the present, there were only two kinds of existence that could get out of hell. One was the ghost, and the other was the devil. What were you? Were you a ghost or a devil? During this period of time, many other things happened within the empire's borders. In the northwest border gate, the defending General Lin Wenchen was defeated due to lack of food. When he raised his sword to kill himself, he was saved by his own soldiers and escorted all the way back to the capital. The imperial magistrate accused him of leading his troops poorly. Lin Wenchen was decreed to be beheaded by Emperor Ming. A lonely city in the northwest, a shepherd posed as the sixth prince of the empire, and raised an army to resist the defenders of the city, and was arrested by the officials. When he was about to be executed, he bribed the guards to escape, and his whereabouts were unknown. At the northern tribe, its king cried for a day and a night because all his 10 sons died in Yuzhou. The next day, the king decided that it would be a good day and that he would make 10 more princes. Then asked someone whether his mother was the one with big boobs and made him his eldest prince because he did a good somersault, making him a somersault prince. A small and unknown clan of the Ring tribe, someone uttered it was safe for her to stay there. It was a Ring member and told someone it was not easy for Kai Mei to get her out, reminding her not to tell outsiders her identity, stay close to the princess, and wait for them to return from the war. It was Green Cherry, dressed in a fur coat and holding one of the Ring members' signature accessories in her hands. She thought of her master Fu Delay, and when he would be coming back, Cherry would wait for him there. Fast forward. Although the Ring tribe army in Yuzhou was wiped out, the army formed by the other clans of the Ring tribe drove straight in from Liangzhou. They fought all the way to the foot of the capital, and no one was able to stop them. Emperor Ming sent officials to negotiate peace with the Ring tribe and accepted extremely harsh conditions. The Ring tribe made a big uproar in the capital and left with a lot of money and goods. For a moment, the whole country was shocked. Countless scholars and talented people perished, and countless soldiers were killed. Wang, an imperial historian, was crushed to death in the hall. Before he died, he told the 10 sins of Emperor Ming and called the peace talks the shame of the empire. Emperor Ming was furious and ordered his body to be flogged for 10 days after his death, and his whole family was beheaded. In any case, the Ring tribe finally retreated, and the war was over. The displaced people could finally return home, bury their relatives, dry their tears, and continue to cultivate the land of their ancestors. Somewhere in the mountains, Cheng Dale was told the water in their cottage had receded and suggested rebuilding the cottage, to which he replied there were 100,000 corpses in there and he was afraid of having nightmares when thought about it, not to mention living inside, then decided to change the place. Cheng Dale ordered Gao Fei Hu to take a few people to collect surplus grain, remove the tents from the Ring's camp, then go to the horse farm to see the animals that could swim, as there should be many surviving horses, and reminded to be careful because some of the Rings were probably still alive, which he suggested taking a few more capable fighters with them, on which Gao Fei Hu agreed. Cheng Dale told them to go ahead as he wanted to be alone, which his people respected and went first. He stood along near the edge of the mountain cliff. Then he sat silently. Cheng Dale summoned the system. He continued character summoning, lucky draw, and entered the store. On his floating blue pop-out screens, a series of warnings and system errors kept notifying. Cheng Dale had 10 million fear points on hand, but most of the system's functions were not available. Only the function status information could be used. He wondered if the system was malfunctioning. The previous upgrade was also dormant for a long time, but this was his first time Cheng Dale encountered system functions failure, or maybe it was under repair and did not know how long it would take this time. When the system was not around, Cheng Dale always felt empty in his heart. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Cheng Dale looked behind, thinking it was the system that was awake. However, it was the lottery machine. Cheng Dale questioned why the lottery machine was there. The lottery machine responded why he seemed to be very disappointed when it was him and not the system spirit. The lottery machine sighed, crossed its arms, and then started spinning around Cheng Dale's head, making fun of him for looking so soulless and disappointed, which he complained and begged to stop because it was making him dizzy. Cheng Dale asked the lottery machine if it knew something he could tell him because most system functions were not working, where he had 10 million of unused fear points and wondered what was wrong with the system. He continued asking how long would it take for her to wake up, which made the lottery machine speechless for a moment, then responded that it was considered very unlikely the system spirit would awaken from that deep sleep. This shocked Cheng Dale and questioned what it meant. Lottery machine explained the system had an error and was bugging. The system spirit was asleep inside the system, so there was no way for her to wake up. It added that he didn't have to worry about the system not working, assuring him the self-repair worked perfectly. As soon as the system initiated a reset of the data, it could return to its original form. Cheng Dale asked if the system spirit would be able to wake up after the reset. Lottery machine responded no and explained when the system was reset, a mind-body like them, which was born with the system, would also be reset. All the data would be deleted and reset to the initial state. But the spirit system was a very special spiritual entity who was above the lottery machine, and after the reset she may never be born like her previous state. Cheng Dale asked if it meant that resetting the system would make the system's spirit disappear, and questioned how could things end like this. Lottery machine scratched its head and responded that it was complicated to say the least. First of all, the system itself was always managed and maintained by the system spirit. In the lower level of the permissions were the lottery machine, the summoning platform, and the store. The prosperous development of the village was the source of her power. The stronger the village was, the stronger the power the system spirit could wield. The fear point, on the other hand, was an external force that emanated from the masses, which was chaotic and could not be easily controlled. Normally, the system spirit always managed to control it. When the system spirit used up all her strength and fell into a deep sleep so that Cheng Dale could evacuate all the village inhabitants, originally, she just wanted to sleep for a few days and wait for him to rescue the people, then build a new village in another place so she could wake up and regenerate her power. However, Cheng Dale just flooded the entire village at once. This destroyed the village. Her energy source was then shattered, and she had no way to regenerate energy again. And the sea of fear points of hundreds of thousands ringers also hit the system at the same time. The destruction of the village rendered her powerless, and it also took the buffer out of those chaotic fear points. This effect of 10 million points was so intense that the defenseless system itself reported it as an error. At that point, the system spirit was in the weakest state of deep sleep and had no way to protect and repair the system herself. The lottery machine ended its explanation. In short, it was Cheng Dale who played too hard and drove the system to death while pointing its finger at him, which shocked Cheng Dale. The lottery machine kept pointing its finger, then asked if he got that, and Cheng Dale remained silent at the moment. Cheng Dale asked if he wanted to restore the system. He could only reset the system and no other way around. The lottery machine answered yes. He could only reset the system if he wanted it to function properly again, which made Cheng Dale silent. He asked again about the system reset, assuring they knew how to reset it. Otherwise, why would the lottery machine be so calm? The lottery machine was a mass production type. It was just a matter of sleeping, and the memory could be stored. But not for the system spirit. She is a very special individual, and the system had no way to rewrite her data. Cheng Dale was silent once more before he asked if she disappeared. Then the reset system would remain without an administration, just like an empty shell. And the lottery machine answered that when the time comes, a new administrator would be born. But it wouldn't be the system spirit, talking about an empty shell. The lottery machine added if Cheng Dale could find the empty shell from the system, he might be able to keep the system spirit. She depended on this system to survive in the world. Cheng Dale just had to find a container to keep her, take her out one at a time, and then Cheng Dale could reset the system without hurting her. And when the system was done resetting, he could merge her with the system itself. Cheng Dale inquired, what exactly was that container? The lottery machine answered that anything the system itself had ever owned could be used as a container. Cheng Dale inquired more, what did the lottery machine mean? Then the lottery machine explained the system itself was a divine thing that transcended the world. It used to possess many objects, and as long as it possessed one of them, that object got strange powers. People who owned this item would end up doing something great and could occupy a key position in history. They could store the system spirit in the possessions that the system owned, and that's the kind Cheng Dale should be looking for. Cheng Dale questioned how it could become a system in his case, since it could possess objects. The lottery machine hesitantly explained this, sighed, and begged him not to bring this up. But since Cheng Dale crossed over because of his sudden death while playing games, because when it owned something, it always had to pick the most valuable thing on the host to own. But Cheng Dale was just a single soul when he crossed over, so when it fused, it directly chose what was most precious to him personally, the memories and knowledge from the other world. It always had a concrete picture, so he chose the system that his brain imagined. The lottery machine laughed and continued explaining. A game system was born, something that only a traveler like Cheng Dale could imagine. System spirit was born when his memories were fused with the system. The lottery machine asked Cheng Dale if he knew the name she gave herself, to which he answered Yizin. And the lottery machine agreed. She was the system spirit. She was a unique, non-imitable model of the mind. She would follow you step by step as he grew, and she was the person who knew him best in the world. She helped him fix bugs that should be blocked, drew cards to cheat, and helped him call the shots, since she was his heart. This made Cheng Dale speechless. He thought of her heart. Determined, Cheng Dale inquired how he could find such a container, to which the lottery machine replied about the relics of kings and princes, the higher the power. Cheng Dale inquired for an example. The lottery machine answered, the founding emperor of the empire, Lai Manzi, who ended the disputes of 19 countries and the founding emperor of the Great Battle Kingdom. He was the most probable and chronologically closest existing great name on which Cheng Dale understood. It seemed that Cheng Dale could no longer linger in this little Kin New mountain to wake up this sleepy little fool. It was time to go out into the world and do something meaningful. At the Yuju official road, a horse carriage was navigating the mountain road. They were having a conversation inside the carriage. Someone said that it was trouble for Eunuch Liu to take this bumpy journey, which he hoped Eunuch Liu was not suffering. Eunuch Liu answered they were all doing this work for his majesty. There was no such thing as suffering, it was their good fortune. Court Eunuch Liu Aji added that the people of Yuju have suffered because of the warring ring tribes. Now he had a great victory. The Kui family had chosen a good son-in-law. Kui Yun Jian of the Kui family sighed as he replied that they should have done this for the country and the people. The carriage was almost upon the city of Yuju. A few moments later, Yang Longting on horseback inquired if the men had arrived yet, to which a soldier replied telling him not to worry. The scouts reported that they were still 10 miles away from them. Yang Longting thought of getting off his horse and meeting them since they were 10 miles away. An old man beside him reminded his lord that he did not have to do that because he was a noble. Yang Longting explained that the eunuch who delivered the order this time was the close friend of Emperor Ming. A single word from him in the emperor's ear could determine the fate of a person. The old man inquired if it was Liu Aji of the inner court, which Yang Longting confirmed. The old man added that with his status, he was willing to suffer on his journey to travel this far. A horse carriage arrived, and Yang Longting of Yuju welcomed Eunuch Liu and Lord Kui. Eunuch Liu humbly responded that there was no need to greet them. He was a meritorious hero of the empire. He did not have to salute them like this. It was offending them. Yang Longting respectfully replied to Lord Liu and invited him to talk in the city. They went inside the city with utmost respect and formalities. Later, Liu Aji still insisted that he did not need to be so serious. They were only here to convey His Majesty's wishes, and they were all admirable officials, so all other formalities were exempted. This time, the Ring tribe rebelled against their empire. Although they were finally driven away, the people were in a miserable state. Liu Aji added that especially in Yuju, they were directly facing the most powerful northern clan of the Ring tribe. And finally, they survived, which was a great honor for them. Yang Longting responded that it was for the country and the people. It was only a matter of duty. Liu Aji continued, stating that His Majesty said those who should be punished would be, and those who should be rewarded would be, so that the people of the world could see there were heroes in the empire, and no reward for heroes was too much. This time, Yang Longting did a great job. When Liu Aji left for the capital, he would ask the historian in the capital to write a biography about him. When the time came, Yang Longting would be invited to the capital and would teach others how to fight. He laughed, because the Lord of Yuju was also famous in the first war against the rings. Liu Aji went on to say His Majesty was very pleased and once said if the empire had such brave generals and warriors who had no fear, what could the Ring tribe do? Fang Bashan inquired if His Majesty knew him as well, to which Liu Aji answered he was often mentioned. Fang Bashan thought that was strange. It was not surprising that Yang Longting had made great contributions, but he had been hiding in Qingzhou. It was obvious Cheng Dalei defeated the Ring tribe. He wondered what it had to do with him. Lord Fang Bashan continued to wonder if it was because the mountain bandits showed off the king's seal of Yuju and the lord's seal of Loi City every day. People who did not know the truth saw it and thought Yang Longting and I sent him to defend the city. When the story reached the capital, they thought it was him and Yang Longting defending Qin Niu Mountain and wiping out 100,000 enemies. Fang Bashan believed this was a truly great opportunity that fell from the sky. Yang Longting responded humbly that Lord Clumsy Tongues only knew to bury their heads in the battlefield. So for the book to establish a biography, it was really not appropriate. But on his head, Yang Longting could not say he did not even fight in this war. Liu Aji replied that he was too modest and there was one more small thing. Liu Aji inquired who Cheng Dalei was, as he would like to meet him. All the city lords were left speechless. Yang Longting, unable to respond, was questioned by Liu Aji and inquired what was wrong. The lord had such a brave general, why hide it? Yang Longting eventually retorted that Cheng Dalei was a mountain bandit. Liu Aji heard that he was originally entrenched in Qin Niu Mountain, but Yang Longting recruited him at his command. So what if he was a bandit? He defeated the Ring tribe and now he's the empire's hero. Yang Longting found a great talent for the empire and did not let Liang Yu be buried in the mountains. Yang Longting responded that he was doing what he was supposed to do. His Majesty the Ming's emperor said, City Lord Fang and Cheng Dalei contributed 3 parts in repelling the Ring tribe, and they were both to be given credit for the 3 points each. They laughed because they believed His Majesty was too kind, which made this humble servant terrified. Liu Aji inquired where Cheng Dalei was and could they let him meet him first. It was best to take him to the capital so that His Majesty could also meet him. Yang Longting responded that those vulgar mountain people did not know etiquette. He originally was a mountain bandit, and he was afraid he would offend Eunuch Liu. Yang Longting added that in the future, he would listen to the teachings of Eunuch Liu, to which he agreed and commended. Liu Aji replied that in fact, he had another purpose for coming there because this time the Ring tribe rebellion disrupted the country and led to numerous deaths for the empire. The imperial court decided to launch the martial arts competition, and the date was set in a year. His brave generals should not have been too proud to send them to the capital, participate in the martial arts competition, and compete with the other heroes around the world. Someone asked that the court seemed to attach great importance to this martial arts competition, and he responded that His Majesty personally decided that. It was almost night time. Yang Longting sat across the table and asked his second brother about the situation in the capital, where his second brother, Kui Yun Jian, responded that the empire lost miserably in the war when the army of the Ring tribe came to the city and forced His Majesty to sign the treaty which concluded the enemy that had reached the city wall. However, the Yuju side actually wiped out more than 100,000 enemy troops. As a result, the empire dared to negotiate peace with the Ring tribe entirely because of this war. Their victory was so precious in their case of total defeat. His Majesty would now need to greatly reward the Yuju brave general, so the whole country knew they did not lose miserably. Therefore, his brother-in-law would be treated as a hero, and the Kui family will also have the power to voice out in the court because a certain imperial official actually filed a complaint against their Kui family. Kui Yun Jian went on to say that a certain person had a birthday and didn't come to celebrate. Could it be that two families had a grudge, and the two kept talking to each other for a long time? Kui Yun Jian inquired about the exact situation about Cheng Dale. Yang Longting answered that he was not easy to deal with, and Kui Yun Jian asked if he didn't listen to him. In his mind, Yang Longting thought not only he didn't listen to him, but if he met him, his axe would kill and chop his heart into pieces. Yang Longting responded it was not that he didn't completely listen to him, but the mountain bandits didn't like being controlled. Kui Yun Jian insisted that this person must be controlled by him, which was very important, and Yang Longting understood. Additionally, he asked to prepare 2 teenage girls and send them to serve in Eunuch Liu's rooms tonight, which Yang Longting assured was already ready, and inquired whether Eunuch liked women, to which Kui Yun Jian chuckled and said that it was a hobby of the officials. The moon and stars filled the sky as night fell. 3 o'clock came, and a shadow was observed entering a room. Fang Boshan was visited and talked about this year's thin horses, reminded not to forget to send them to the capital, and the number couldn't be less. However, Fang Boshan responded to his lord that when the Ring tribe came, the thin horses that survived were not easy to raise nor catch. The road over Skull Island was cut off, had no idea how long it would take to make a new one. In other words, he must first raise enough numbers. If it was really not working well, they would go to the small villages to catch some, which his lord agreed. The morning came at the temporary Toad village at the foot of Queen Yu Mountain, where Cheng Dale was asked whether they should pick their brothers who fled to the south or rather they go directly to the south to develop. Huang Sangun reported that Yuju was too poor for them mountain bandits, and if they continued to rob there, they would become even poorer. The south was good, Jiangnan had so many beauties, and the government soldiers were also more powerful. Cheng Dale replied there was no need to hurry. They could first dig out the buried treasure inside the valley, so that their brothers who went to the south could have enough capital to develop. The bandits were busy and running errands. Cheng Dale laid down his back against piles of sacks, thinking about the valley being still flooded. The treasure inside could not be dug out for the time being, and where could he find a container that would hold the system spirit? He was contemplating moving everyone to the south to develop or just move to the capital, and becoming a mountain bandit in the capital didn't feel worth it. Cheng Dale couldn't decide where to go next. A bandit informed Cheng Dale that he caught a hare, which he replied to kill and made it into a jerky. Another bandit came and told Cheng Dale they found hundreds of horses that amazingly didn't drown, which he mistakenly replied to kill but to put them to work. Another bandit found a wild boar, which he ordered to kill and make it into jerky. This became a repetitive order of Cheng Dale every time his people caught something. While they were out butchering pigs, Zhang Fei informed Cheng Dale that a man came and claimed to have orders from the Lord of Yuzhu and wanted to recruit them. But Cheng Dale was sound asleep while Xiao Qiang was calling his name. Suddenly, Cheng Dale blurted out to kill him and make him into jerky, and Zhang Fei agreed, which scared Xian Qiang. He pleaded with Cheng Dale to recognize that Xiao Qiang was his brother as he frantically called Cheng Dale to confirm it was him. Cheng Dale woke up and confirmed that he was him. Then they couldn't kill him, so he ordered the third elder to put away the sword first. Xiao Qiang explained that he and Cheng Dale felt like old friends at the first meeting. It was better to be sworn brothers than blood brothers. However, Cheng Dale ordered the third elder to cut off his hands and feet, then feed them to the pigs and throw him in the cesspit, which made him more horrified. As the third elder moved him away from Cheng Dale, he ordered to take care of him and not to bother him if it wasn't anything important. While Xiao Qiang pleaded again to Cheng Dale that he shouldn't disown his brother, Xiao Qiang yelled if Cheng Dale wanted to become a city lord. This made him curious. Cheng Dale ordered the third elder to wait and listen first to what he had to say. A few moments later, they were threatening him with this sword near his neck, talking about shaving his beard and trying it out on him because his beard looked a little long to him. Xiao Qiang begged to stop making fun of him while Cheng Dale interrogated him as to why on earth he really came here. Xiao Qiang sweated heavily as he explained that among the 4 cities, Blackstone, Fallen Leaves, Red Sand, and Iron River, Cheng Dale could choose any of them. His lord would request this from the imperial court and reward it to him. Cheng Dalei questioned what he was trying to say. Xiao Qiang further explained that Cheng Dalei had turned the tide this time, defeated the Ring tribe by holding on to Qin New Mountain. It was said that he had made great contributions, and his lord couldn't let Cheng Dalei bleed and shed tears. Tomorrow, his lord was going to host a banquet in the Rain and Wind Pavilion. The villagers, nobles, soldiers, and generals of Yuzhu would all be there, and all brothers of Toad Village could join them. The people of Yuzhu were waiting to see all the heroes, but Gao Fei who questioned the Rain and Wind Pavilion again. Xiao Qiang chuckled that before tomorrow, Cheng Dalei better decide which city to choose, so his lord could also make early arrangements. Everyone had to attend. He would be waiting for them in the Rain and Wind Pavilion tomorrow. The Toad Bandits talked about which city would be most suitable for them and were surprised that Yang Longting gave them a city which they didn't expect in the battle, and at least they didn't fight for nothing. They went on talking since Blackstone had been destroyed, definitely not in consideration, so they had 3 cities left to decide: Fallen Leaves, Red Sand, and Iron River. They were cheerfully excited and kept talking about their promising future of becoming young generals, as it would bring honor to their ancestors rather than being mountain bandits, and people would not think of them as bandits anymore. They giggled as if it were a blessing in disguise, despite losing their Toad Village, but they got a city, and having a city they could do business in confidence, and the land would be more prosperous than before while Cheng Dalei sat still. Cheng Dalei thought that perhaps after becoming a city lord, there would be more ways to find containers for the system. Also find a good way for his brothers, while as for the treasure buried in the valley, they could dig it up later. Anyway, their legs would not grow if they continued running, and they would be able to get it when he became a city lord. Cheng Dalei stood up and called the attention of his brothers. They would pack up that night and go to the Rain and Wind Pavilion the next morning. The Toad Bandits enthusiastically raised their hands to show that they would follow Cheng Dalei's plan. The next morning, in a mass burial with an offering and gravestone, they visited their brothers and told them their blood had not been shed in vain. Cheng Dalei retorted that they all survived and their mountain fortress was destroyed. The Ring tribe had been driven away so their parents and children could live in peace. They were going to live a good life and no longer be spurned by others. Cheng Dalei went on to say they were all leaving, and it was time to say goodbye to this place forever. Even if they came back to visit them, they wouldn't be mountain bandits anymore. Cheng Dalei rode his horse and ordered his brothers to go. At Yuzhu Official Road, where the Toad Bandits were on horseback traveling the mountain road. They were talking and laughing on their journey. The law-abiding people were depressed every day. The ruffians sang merrily every night, riding a mule and harming others for its own benefits, starving with integrity and fairness, building or repairing bridges and mending roads for the blind, murdering and arsoning many children. Cheng Dalei and his people saw an old man and child on their way, while the old man kept talking. He went to the western heavens and asked his Buddha, and Buddha said he could not do anything. Cheng Dalei approached the old man and a child on his horse with a loud thud, carrying a banner that read, "See through the human world." Cheng Dalei was about to be passed by the old man when the old man abruptly stopped. He looked back and asked where they were going. Cheng Dalei said that they were going forward, then the horse stopped moving. The old man replied, "Don't go, go back," and there was no way forward there. Cheng Dalei inquired why he couldn't go further. Was the road being repaired? The old man turned and explained that he was an old Taoist, knew roughly about righteousness. He understood a bit about yin and yang. He traveled around the world and told people the future to make a living. The old man approached near Cheng Dalei and inquired if he would like the ancient Taoist to predict the future for him. He responded to what he was able to do, like palm reading with bones, 8 years of hand signs, yin and yang, or astrology. The old man chuckled as he stroked his beard. Cheng Dalei inquired if he could do it all, to which the old man replied he couldn't do any of it. Cheng Dalei kept inquiring about tarot horoscopes, purple power, or spirit summoning, to which the old man replied no. If he really couldn't do anything, he could just tell him a joke, to which the old man was silent. Cheng Dalei, who seemed irritable, inquired more about what he knew. The old man replied that he would never be able to do astrology. He knew nothing about palm reading with bones. There was only one thing that he could do. It was to see through the human world and let God show him the way. Cheng Dalei inquired if he could show him the way too, to which the old man replied he only knew a little bit about it. The old man went on to say that there was no way to move forward. If he continued, there was only death, which Cheng Dalei asked what if he went back. The old man responded that going back, there was no hope waiting for them. 9 times out of 10 of them would die. Cheng Dalei then had to ask the old man where was his way of being alive. The 4 divine states and the 8 heavenly realms were his paths to existence. The old man replied. Cheng Dalei was silent and looked pissed. The old man continued with his phrase, "See through the human world." Cheng Dalei got off his horse, which made the old man confused. While approaching the old man, he remained silent and prepared his arm. Suddenly, his fist landed on the old man's face and fiercely yelled to eat his fist. Cheng Dalei continued to punch at the old man, chastising him for what happened when certain people didn't speak clearly, while the child man was scared for his master. Cheng Dale went on beating the old man and complained that what he hated the most in life was the mystery man, while the old man begged for him to stop and show some mercy as his face was visibly bruised. The old man yelled at Cheng Dale that he would die soon, and yet he was still so ignorant. For a moment, he was confused, but still he wanted to eat his fist. The child treated the bruised old man as Cheng Dale asked whether he could speak more clearly now, to which the old man responded that he wanted to find a shady place to talk. Later, the old man inquired if Cheng Dale wanted to go to the Rain and Wind Pavilion, which surprised him that he already knew. They both sat across from each other. Cheng Dale chuckled that it seemed news traveled fast, while the old man asked what he was going to do in the Rain and Wind Pavilion. He laughed as he explained that Yang Longting was willing to give him a city with him as the ruler. The people of Yuzhu would also come, probably a recognition meeting or something, while Zhu Shenji advised him that it was better not to talk to him about such confidential matters. The old man sighed as he reminded Cheng Dale was such a heroic person but couldn't even see the trick in it, to which he inquired what he meant. The old man continued to explain that the Wind and Rain Pavilion was not only a recognition conference, but was fully hoarded by officers and soldiers. There were no mountains of seafood and food waiting for them but swords and cannons, then proceeded to ask how he felt about it. Cheng Dale replied that he still had to ask the Taoist master for advice. The old man explained that he won the battle and not only wrecked the rings but also solved the crisis of the empires. With this fight, it wouldn't even be too much to make him a king. Cheng Dale asked if Yang Longting coveted his credit, to which the old man replied it was not greed, which he felt relieved hearing it. However, the old man went on to say the credit was originally Yang Longting's, which enraged and shocked mountain bandits. The old man mumbled that Yang Longting, the lord of Yuzhu, seemed to be such a heroic figure that he was not retreating in the war against the Ring tribe and wiped out 100,000 enemies. He guessed that the people around the world today said that he was the war god in the empire. The old man continued that countless literary talents generously wrote about him, even in songs of singers, and in the mouths of the tea-house narrator you could hear his heroic wonder. As he brushed his beard, the old man mumbled that he heard that the palace was willing to erect a monument to Yang Longting on King Niu Mountain so that future generations could remember the deeds of the king of Yuzhu. Gao Fei Hu and his men were enraged, saying that Yang Longting was such a coward, as he only knew how to flee when he saw the rings, and never fought a battle. While the others cursed at Yang Longting, as they had done those things. Cheng Dale chimed in that Yang Longting was greedy enough to take credit for their work, and since it was not clear to the palace, he would find a way to tell them and not let the coward be hailed as a hero. The old man believed that there was no point if he wanted to explain it to the palace. Cheng Dale questioned why it was pointless. The old man sighed and said that Cheng Dale was giving him the impression that he really knew nothing about the policy of the government. He asked him if he thought that he would receive the government's reward if he won a battle, as he claimed that it was not like that. The old man informed him that the policy of the government was far more complex than he could imagine, and so the same thing could produce a completely different result for different people. For example, the Northwest General Lin Wenchen, he fought the Ring tribe and refused to retreat, and eventually ran out of food, causing him to be unfortunately defeated. But he was considered a disgrace to the kingdom, and instead of dying by the rings, General Lin was executed in the palace, and his grave was spat upon after his death. The old man asked if anyone really knew what Yang Longting was. He disagreed, and it's something that many people didn't even want to know. And as long as the people around Emperor Ming said one thing, that Lord of Yuzhu fought well. Cheng Dale was contemplating as he listened to what the old man was saying, that countless people would benefit from this, and those who benefit will hold Yang Longting up as the god of war of the empire. He questioned Cheng Dale's identity, as he was just a mountain bandit that didn't fit in anywhere. The old man asked who could benefit from his victories. When he said he fought the war, they would say that was a mountain bandit who also wanted to compete with the merits of the god of war of the empire, and they asked how low he was. He concluded that a lost battle could become a won battle, and a coward could become a war hero, and that now Yang Longting has become the idol of the imperial soldiers and has been given a higher rank. But many people in Yuzhu knew that he actually was nothing to do with the contribution made by a mountain bandit named Cheng Dale. As the old man pointed at Cheng Dale, he said that if Yang Longting wanted to have a good time, he had to control this mountain bandit. And there were two ways to control him. One was to make him one of yourself, but he knew that this mountain bandit was clearly not a master of obedience. As the old man was about to say another method, Cheng Dale's face darkened as he added that it was to kill him, to which the man agreed. Cheng Dale clasped both his hands, thanking the old man for his guidance, saying that he couldn't thank him enough for his kindness, as he also asked the Taoist master to show them again which path they should take next. The master closed his eyes and paused. He began muttering Cheng Dale's name, suddenly raised his staff, saying that he had just hit him really hard. The staff struck Cheng Dale's head, turning his face dark. The master sighed as he felt much better now. Concerned, Gao Fei Hu and the others called for their village master, while the other men asked the master what he was doing. Cheng Dale's hands trembled and he told his men not to be rude to the Taoist master. He mumbled that if it had not been for the Taoist master today, he would still be living in a dream and had made his men jump into the fire with him without anything. Cheng Dalei called the Taoist master again, clasping both of his hands, asking him for guidance for the subordinate to unravel a secret. The master said that he would tell him more. He informed him that the front of Yuzhu had done splendidly, and all the city lords were trying to collect the benefits. So the lord of Yuzhu was by no means the only one who wanted to kill him. The master started drawing on the ground and said the first thing was that Yuzhu's army was waiting in ambush near the Rain and Wind Pavilion for him to fall into their trap. While the Fallen Leaf City, Keisha City, Beizhen City, Tea City, and other forces with a large army surrounded and blocked the surrounding terrain. As most of the official roads were blocked, the master continued that the entire Yuzhu would be the hunting ground for rounding up all of them. He suggested that they should all split up and go into the woods to hide from pursuers, or by water to the south side of the river or by mountain trails to other states. And someone had to break the encirclement and keep the larger group at bay. The master said that Qingyu Mountain was a complex terrain that had not yet been blocked by the big army, and there was still a chance to go today. He added that it was better for them to set out early before the army arrived. Gao Fei, who told Cheng Dalei that they shouldn't go and should be afraid of them and should kill them in a fight as they had chased the Ring tribe away. Cheng Dalei responded that they couldn't fight, now that the whole Yuzhu army was ready to kill them, and that those people didn't have the guts to fight the Ring tribe, but they had a lot of guts to fight their own people. He told his men to listen up and said that they couldn't escape with their large numbers together, so they had to evacuate separately. He ordered them not to leave anyone behind if they could, and that those who could fight would take the weak ones with them. Cheng Dalei called Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao and ordered them to take 100 people disguised as refugees and retreated to the mountain forest. Next, he called Huang Sanyuan and said to take 300 people back to the mountain fortress and distribute the dry food in the mountain fortress, and spread out to leave from Qingyu Mountain, to which Huang Sanyuan agreed. Cheng Dalei warned them that it was now the territory of the Ring tribe, asking them to beware of the Ring troops. He proceeded to order Xiao Bailan to use the water route and go to Jiangnan, taking with her the Su family and Liu family, which she also agreed to. Concerned, Su Ying called for Cheng Dalei. Liu Jihan added, mumbling as she knew what Cheng Dalei was doing but was interrupted, as Cheng Dalei ordered his men to bring him his weapon while he commanded them to take what way. Liu Jihan clenched her fist and closed her eyes. She took the courage to speak and called for him as she charged at him with teary eyes. Sobbing, Liu Jihan hugged him and told him that they had just finished the war. While watching the events, Xiao Bailan and Su Ying blushed as they listened to what Liu Jihan said, asking Cheng Dalei if he wanted to leave them again and take risks himself. Cheng Dalei told her to be obedient, as it was not the time to throw tantrums. Crying, Liu Jihan pleaded not to leave them alone. Cheng Dalei said that it would get too hard if they went together, and besides, their target was him, and when it was safe, he would find her. As Liu Jihan's tantrums were about to end, she told him that it was settled and he should make sure not to forget about her. She reached for Cheng Dalei and kissed him. Xiaoda's excitement showed as she said to Su Ying to look and to control herself. She yelled at Liu Jihan, saying that was enough, as there was no time for being lovey-dovey. She pushed Liu Jihan away, telling her to move. However, Liu Jihan was still sobbing. Cheng Dalei coughed to gather all their attention. He announced that the rest of his men were all set. Cheng Dalei continued, saying that there were only a few of them left, and all of them had the highest fighting power among the mountain bandits. Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, and Zhao Zilong, as well as Lin Xiaoyu, Lin Chong, Qin Man, and Zhu Shenji, listened to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei ordered them to give their men time to retreat. His face distorted as he asked Zhu Shenji what he was doing there. Zhu Shenji answered that he would go with him. Cheng Dalei's hands crossed his face, and he thought that it was late for Zhu Shenji to follow the others. He agreed to Zhu Shenji and said that he and Qin Man would ride on the same horse, otherwise, he would easily fall behind. Cheng Dalei turned his attention to the Taoist master and his disciple, thanking him for his help today and asking him that he should also leave as it was not safe to stay with them. The master bowed and said, if the Green Mountain remains unchanged and the stream of water is crystal clear, the Taoist priest could see the future empire, and will still be able to hear the name of Cheng family. Cheng Dalei gave him a good laugh as he clasped both of his hands and said that he thought of it as a farewell blessing. The disciple watched and wondered how Cheng Dalei could still laugh in that kind of situation. Cheng Dalei noticed the disciple and asked who he was. The master responded while patting the head of the disciple that it was his apprentice, Hong Chen, as he continued that they would meet again in the future in Jianghu someday and wished him to take care. The lottery machine information popped up as Hong Chen's age was just 14. However, his skills and experience were still unknown. Cheng Dalei claimed that the two master and apprentice were really mysterious. As he saw them leave, Cheng Dalei was asked by one of his men where they would go. Cheng Dalei said that the rest of their mountain fortress brothers were fleeing in the north, and he thought of where they were going. He said that they were heading west. Somewhere in the Qingyu Mountain, a group of people gathered. A soldier reported to Kai Degang that the road was closed, but their target hadn't yet appeared, and wondered if they could be aware of them. Kai Degang ordered his men to scout again. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei and his men came running with a horse. He greeted Kai Dagang and told him that he was coming. Kai Dagang, anxious, said that he was finally here. Cheng Dalei asked him what was wrong, why he was so serious, to which Kai Dagang stutteringly answered nothing. He giggled and asked Cheng Dalei and said why was he so slow as Yang Longting sent him to pick him up. He also asked where the other brothers of his mountain fortress were and how come only a few of his brothers came. Cheng Dalei answered that they're dressing up on the mountain fortress, as they're all rude people who haven't seen the world, and that they're so excited that they didn't sleep all night thinking about what to wear today. He told Kai Dagang that he's afraid that Yang Longting was waiting for them anxiously, and asked that they should come over first. Kai Dagang awkwardly told Cheng Dalei that it is best for him not to call his lord by his name. However, Cheng Dalei just laughed it off and said that it was his fault as it should be the king of Yuzhou, or it's my lord, as they'll become city lords of their own people in the future. Kai Dagang asked him since they met, to come with him as his lord was waiting for him, to which Cheng Dalei answered that they're going together. As they both walked side by side, Cheng Dalei said that he's going to pay a formal visit to his lord today, and he's going to give him a sword which was seized from a prince of the Ring tribe. He asked him if he would help him check if the sword is suitable for his lord. Curious, Kai Dagang asked which sword was it and if he could show it to him. Cheng Dalei's face darkened as he unsheathed the sword, telling Kai Dagang what the sword was called. He struck Kai Dagang with the sword as he told that the sword's name was the Straightforward Sword. Blood splashed out of Kai Dagang's neck. As he fell off his horse he croaked one last time saying that it was a good sword. Cheng Dalei turned to his men, asking them to kill all of them. He called for Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong to break the formation charge, to which the both did so. Lin Chong unleashed his 7-fold wave breaker spear, while Lin Xiaoyu did the 5-fold wave breaker spear. The soldiers were quickly demolished as Zhao Zhilong's white bird pilgrim spear pierced through them. Another soldier was hit by Cheng Dalei's Alfie's fast sword straightforward skill. Kinman, while Zhu Shenji rode on his back, asked Cheng Dalei what way it was. Cheng Dalei told him not to get attached to the battle and go west. A group of soldiers chased after them as they shouted to get Cheng Dalei, no matter dead or alive. Like a wolf pack that smelled meat, the ambushers around the area came out. Cheng Dalei successfully attracted his pursuers to the west. Yuzhou City, Fallen Leaf City, Red Sand City, North Town City, and Iron River City were 5 cities that had a total of more than 30,000 troops. As Cheng Dalei's group was still chased, he ordered his men not to let them form an encircling net, and to go to the mountains, while the soldiers were ordered to advance in full force and outflank and to kill the traitor Cheng Dalei. Zhang Fei informed them that Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong were surrounded. Lin Chong raised the army with his wave breaker spear army breaker skill. Lin Xiaoyu yelled, telling Cheng Dalei to get out and not to worry about them. With his face darkened, Lin Xiaoyu told them not to look back. Struggling, Lin Chong suggested to Lin Xiaoyu that they would break out from the other direction, distracting some of their pursuers. Meanwhile, the 3rd Army of Fallen Leaf City had arrived, and the 7th Army of Red Sand City also arrived as they were ordered to surround them. Another man announced that the 1st, 5th, and 6th armies of Yuzhou City had arrived while raising their banners. The soldiers chanted to kill the traitor Cheng Dalei, while the others were ordered to shoot arrows as the city lord had ordered them to capture them alive. Cheng Dalei's group arrived in some narrow way. Zhang Fei grinned as he felt interested that there were more and more pursuers. Huan Yu, on the other hand, told them not to stay in the plain and to go into the deep mountains. Zhao Zilong added that there's a fork road ahead and that he'll wait for his brother and they'll distract the pursuers. He told Cheng Dalei to take the opportunity to enter the mountain, while Liu Bei told them to turn left and bid his farewell to Cheng Dalei. The group was separated in 2 as the soldiers were still chasing them. Cheng Dalei swooped into the mountain forests, and his trail was hard to find. The 30,000 troops camped at the bottom of the mountain were sealing the intersection out of the mountain. The army surrounded the mountain layer by layer, advancing and gradually narrowing the blockade. The evacuation of the mountain bandits went smoothly. Most of them had already withdrawn from the Yuzhou area. 3 days later, the blockade left only a few mountain ranges. As night fell on the 3rd day, a few soldiers were holding torches, and someone yelled to kill Cheng Dalei. No matter what, they had to finish him off. An order came that those who were successful killers would be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and would secure the right to be a general. Whoever found Cheng Dalei would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and become a commander of 100 soldiers, which made them drop their jaws. In a hidden cave somewhere in the blockade circle, Cheng Dalei informed his men that he didn't know what had happened to Lin Xiaoyu and whether they were in danger or not. Zhu Shenji retorted that the officers and soldiers had come after them, believing that Lin Xiaoyu should have escaped while bandaging Kinman. Concerned, Cheng Dalei asked Kinman if he could see how his injuries were, to which Kinman answered that he could hold it and it was no big deal. However, Cheng Dalei still insisted on letting him see. Then suddenly a hand hit Kinman's nape, and Kinman's face darkened as he fell to the ground. Zhu Shenji was shocked and called out to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei interrupted, saying that the soldiers were, in fact, coming for him, believing that if he left, they would be safe. Zhu Shenji argued and told him not to do anything stupid, that if they didn't go together, he might not be able to get out. Cheng Dalei also snapped Zhu Shenji's neck, making him unconscious. As Zhu Shenji's sight faded, he heard Cheng Dalei saying that after he lured the soldiers away, he should get the opportunity to leave. Zhu Shenji's sight faded slowly as he called his village master in his thoughts. At some part of the mountain, there was a hidden cave. The soldiers were yelling to charge. Cheng Dalei held his sword in front of him as he rode his horse charging towards the soldiers. He yelled at them, saying to come and kill him. The soldiers mumbled that Cheng Dalei was coming, while someone ordered for the spearmen to advance and surround him. Another command arrived to shoot the arrows as the city lord gave orders that if they killed Cheng Dalei, they would get a high position with high pay and bring honor to their ancestors. However, Cheng Dalei charged at them without stopping, and the soldiers muttered that it was not good as their leader had been beheaded. Cheng Dalei leaped towards a group of soldiers, making his way into a narrow road, while the soldiers yelled to go after him as he was breaking out, while the others were ordered to send the signals and chase him and shoot the arrows. A fireworks exploded in the sky, making the soldiers across the mountain notice as they believed that they had found the target over that area. Another soldier said to the others to leave some men to block the road. A voice added telling the Third Army to hurry and head over there. While escaping, a soldier told his men to listen to the order. The 5th Army troops should go around the forest valley ahead to intercept Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei held onto his horse tightly as he was getting away from the soldiers. Cheng Dalei ran wildly, breaking out of the siege and led the pursuers to the west and fled to a mountain forest. His horse huffed in exhaustion, and moments later, its movement began to be so clumsy, making Cheng Dalei fall to the ground. Cheng Dalei kneeled down as he mumbled to his horse that he had been running wild for several days and it hadn't been easy for him to hold up till now. As he patted his horse, Cheng Dalei said that he'd better run for his life, to which the horse neighed. Cheng Dalei stood up and walked forward, mumbling that if he didn't die, they would meet again, leaving his horse behind. The horse whinnied loudly. Cheng Dalei, without looking back, moved forward. 30,000 officers and soldiers surrounded the mountain only to kill one person. Perhaps this would become a one and only unique history of the empire. Meanwhile, an officer ordered his men to search carefully and thoroughly and not miss a single tree or rock, while one notified the soldiers to narrow the area and set up roadblocks not to let him break out. A report came, bearing that General Hua's body had been found, and the entire squad he was leading was killed. Yang Longting's eyes widened as he was in disbelief about General Hua's death and also wondered how they were all killed when he had dozens of men under him. The report continued that all of them were slaughtered and cut in the throat with a sword, and everyone was killed by a single sword. One officer added that Lei Zhen of Yuzhou, Zhang Lemon of Fallen Leaves City, Han Bao of Red Sand, Dong Fengmeng of Bizan, and Sun Lianshan of Iron River were all dead, claiming that Cheng Dalei was actually good. While another one of the officers also said that those were the strongest people of all cities, the Ring tribe failed to kill them, but they died under Cheng Dalei's sword. Another man also believed that Cheng Dalei's strength was not weak if he could wipe out 100,000 cavalry of the Ring tribe in one fell swoop, while the other suggested that they stop sending more people, as it's just asking their men to die. While the other said that they should continue to surround the mountain until Cheng Dalei forces out to show himself, and they'll shoot 1,000,000 arrows at him as he would certainly die. Enraged, Yang Longting slammed his hands on the table as he cursed. With a look of irritation, he told all of the men under him that Cheng Dalei is all alone now and told them that they're a bunch of losers. He ordered all the soldiers to go into the mountains and surround him, as he didn't believe he could grow wings and fly, to which the soldiers obliged. Meanwhile at the mountain, an officer commanded his men to go up the hills and search well, not leaving their groups. After searching the mountain for 7 days, Cheng Dalei was finally forced out. A sword clashed, as Cheng Dalei fought a soldier while his hand was pierced with an arrow. He managed to cut 2 soldiers. Quite a few blood splattered from one soldier. The men were in shock as they couldn't believe that he also killed General Liu too, while the other said that another one was also killed. Wounded and exhausted, Cheng Dalei knelt down holding his axe to balance himself while on his other hand was his sword. On the edge of death, one soldier told him that he already had no way out, as the soldier continued saying that resistance is futile, promising that they would keep his whole body intact if he finished himself. Cheng Dalei spoke, questioning them if he had no way out. He rose and told the soldiers who were pointing arrows at him if they had heard of a kind of superb martial art called the Phoenix, colorful body flying without wings. As he spread his arms like one surrendering, he said that hearts were linked as one. And he mentioned the fusion skill system. A system notification popped up and warned him that fusion function was available, but forced use would consume the system sprite's original power. After using it, the system genie would dissipate after a few days. After learning about the fusion, Cheng Dalei asked to cancel the fusion. However, the system called Cheng Dalei while a warning kept intensifying. She told him not to cancel the fusion and said that if he had used his fuses earlier, he would have been able to escape long ago. He wouldn't have to wait until this desperate situation to use it, and she wondered what he was hesitating for. All was falling, Cheng Dale answered, believing that she would disappear if he had used it. An officer ordered the killing of Cheng Dale. Hart continued, saying that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been born, and if he died, she would also disappear from the world. She told him to take it, as it was her last source of strength, making Cheng Dale glow in bright light. Cheng Dale apologized to her in his thoughts. Hart said that when she's gone, he doesn't have to worry and should reset the system quickly, and at that time, a new system sprite will be born. She continued that maybe the new sprite would understand him better than she did. The soldiers above the cliff were ordered to release their arrows. As a barrage of arrows fell down, hitting Cheng Dale, Hart bid her farewell to him. The fusion skill system spirit was capable of trampling the world of martial arts. Using Phoenix flying without wings was just like dancing in the sky. As Cheng Dale was dodging the arrows, he stepped lightly on a passing bird. Confused, the bird as some of its feathers fell. Rumor had it that mountain bandit Cheng Dale had jumped into the 10,000 feet cliff while walking on the wind in the rain of arrows. 30,000 soldiers searched for his body for 10 consecutive days, but no trace of him was found. Hart was in hibernation, and the system kept beeping. The lottery machine greeted his good sister. He asked her what was so good about Cheng Dale, and she got herself in a situation because of him. The lottery machine mumbled a. Meanwhile, the rain fell as Cheng Dale took shelter under some tree. However, as the rain still hit him, he kept reminiscing about his time with Hart. He looked up with a serious look on his face. Suddenly, the lottery machine appeared, calling for him. He asked Cheng Dale if he thought about it, if he wanted a system reset. The lottery machine informed him that Hart would disappear soon, and after he reset the system, there might be a better-looking little sister born, though it would not be Hart. And because of her disappearance after the reset, the tens of millions of fear points could also be retained. He repeated that it's tens of millions. The lottery machine continued asking him if he knew how many things he could smoke with just a single click of the button. Irritated, Cheng Dale spoke and told the lottery machine not to mention that matter, and if he gave up on Hart like this, he wondered if his conscience would allow him not to feel sorry about her. He asked the lottery machine if there was a way to save Hart. The lottery machine hummed and told Cheng Dale that he had a way. He informed him that if he first reset the power used to maintain the system's sprite, he could let her survive for a while. And before the power was used up, he needed to find the container as soon as possible. And that it's a container that has residual power. The container cannot only store Hart, he could also use the residual power above to reset the system. Most systems function, and Hart could be restored just like before. He continued that if he still hadn't found the right container until the power ran out, the system would backfire and absorb his life force, informing him that he would die. Cheng Dale said that he can now start as he understood. The lottery machine informed him that before the system resets, Hart is still so weak that he couldn't use any functions. A notification popped up stating that due to system insufficient energy, the main system reset function is off, and all functions are off, and energy consumption is adjusted to the minimum. Cheng Dale asked how much time he had. Another system message appears stating that the remaining energy has been regulated to maintain the system's sprites, and the dissipation time is extended to 1 year. The lottery machine answered that he has about a year, to which Cheng Dale replied good. The lottery machine said his goodbye to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale began to walk. In order to save the heart on the verge of dissipating, Cheng Dale embarked on a new journey. Meanwhile, at Fallen Leaf City, a huge amount of people entered its city gates. A voice said to a man that his reward was already arrived. He continued that he had no need to dwell on such things like jewels, weapons, gold, silver, army provisions, etc. as a first-class count was a powerful title. He had to go to the capital someday, and Emperor Ming would personally reward him. Fang Bashan smiled and said that although his reward was not as good as the one Yang Longting got, it's at least better than other city lords. He chuckled and mumbled that he finally came back, as he no longer had any need to depend on others and better went home. Fang Bashan believed that people's lives were really unpredictable as he imagined himself fleeing a mess back and never thought of today. After a while, at the city square, Fang Bashan stood in front of a huge group of people and called for his fellow townsmen. He told them that those ring tribes were coming to kill them, rob them of their food, and humiliate their wives and daughters, and that the only thing they could do was fight the ring tribe to the end, telling them that if they didn't protect them, who would if they weren't easy to bully, and that their fields, family, and the individuals they wished to protect were all unprotected. As he held his sword high, Fang Bashan said that now that the capital was calling for troops, good men should join the military and defend their country, and if they had the guts to come under his command. Fang Bashan smiled as he said that the capital also needed new palace maids, and asked the people if they wanted to soar and fly up to the tip of a branch. It was a rare opportunity. He also said that the younger the better as they wanted those energetic young people. Suddenly, a rock was thrown and hit Fang Bashan in the face, leading one of his teeth to fall. As his cheeks swelled, he asked angrily who threw that. Then a lot of objects were thrown as the people threw them and cursed at Fang Bashan. Wounded, Fang Bashan mumbled, "They're all rebellious people." He ordered his soldiers to kill all those unruly people. The crowd was like boiling water, and their anger was boiling underneath. When the Ring tribe came, they hid in the cellars, in the barren mountains, in the gutters. They watched their loved ones being killed and their wives and daughters being humiliated. They couldn't find any of the noble people they worshipped. They remembered who protected them and those who abandoned them. On a certain day of a certain month in a certain year, the rebellious people surrounded and killed Fang Bashan. And as days passed, a lot more things happened in the empire. The next year, Emperor Ming decided to hold a martial arts competition at the beginning of the spring ancestral ceremony, and announced it to the world. Jizhu, Yanzhou, Qingzhou, Zhezhou, etc. issued a wanted poster for the traitor Cheng Dalei, and the rewards were very high. The body of the executed Lin Wenchen was transported back to the northwest border, and the townspeople were rewarded with food and drinks for 10 miles, with 10,000 people crying. His son, Lin Xiaoyu, knelt down for 10 days in front of the tomb, and left home with his uncle without knowing where he was. In Jiangnan of the Yangtze River, a certain merchant group suddenly rose up. Its founders were a pair of beautiful sisters. It is also rumored that Cheng Dalei was in Jiangnan. There are rumors that there were suddenly more bandits around the capital. And what is more puzzling is that there were so many mountain bandits, but they didn't fight for the territory. Rumor has it that Princess Mingyu returned to the capital, and the emperor was pleased and issued an imperial edict to find the trace of the sixth prince. Rumor has it that a strange Bulgar appeared in Jingzhou, and rumor has it that the Queen of Flowers was threatened by a big official, and was rescued by a man. Rumor has it that a certain thing of the previous emperor in the royal tomb was stolen, and a lot of rumors still spread. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and it was already half a year. 10 miles away from Jing City, a group of people traversed the mountain, as a man asked if they were almost at Jin City yet. Another man answered that he was correct, and asked him if he was going there to take the test. The bald man agreed and said that since the imperial court had announced that they were holding a martial arts tournament, every martial artist had been rushing to Jing City, as the way there had been very lively. At the roadside, a tea stall, the owner told his guests that the tea and meat dish they had ordered was here. He asked Zhu Shenji and his group if they were also rushing to Jing City to take the test. Zhu Shenji chuckled and responded that it was obvious that he was heading there with his eldest son. The owner was in disbelief and said that looking at Qin Man's build, he was sure he could become a centurion at least. Qin Man listened, as the owner said that if he were a few years younger, he would have joined the test himself even if he had to sacrifice his old bones. He would still take down a few Ring tribe generals with him. The other customer chimed in telling the old man to stop bragging, and if the Ring tribe were so easy to kill, why would the great generals back lose all their battles, getting beaten all the way to the imperial capital? While the man beside him said that it's just a shame that there's no one in the empire who's able to stop the Ring tribe. As the owner poured water, he asked them who said that there's no one, as they have Yang Longting. In a single battle he killed over 10,000 enemies, helping all of the empire vent its anger. The customers agreed and said that if they could meet the war god this time and learn a few moves from him, they would be set for life. While the others questioned who doesn't want to learn from the war god and wondered if it's easy to meet that kind of figure. They might be able to get a look at the war god when the imperial court awards him. Zhu Linger, who was holding her cup, listened to a customer who said that if only their empire was filled with great generals like Yang Longting, the Ring tribe wouldn't dare to bully them anymore. Zhu Linger pouted and scoffed. The customers who noticed her expression pointed at her, telling her what she meant by that, and how dare she disrespect the war god, asking her if she does not know gratitude. While the other scolded the man and said that he shouldn't argue with her as the girl is still young, so she hasn't seen the world yet. Zhu Linger, with her hands crossed, cursed at the customers, asking them why she would respect him as their war god was just a stray dog, which made the people mad. Zhu Shenji calmed them down, asking them to please calm down and that his daughter was not good with words and had offended everybody. He asked Zhu Linger what she meant by dog shit, as it was not something a lady like her should be saying. However, Zhu Linger just scoffed at him. Zhu Shenji placed his payment for the food on the table and asked everyone if they could forgive his child, as she didn't know what she was talking about. He told them that they would be taking their leave first, as the customers responded for them to get lost. On Chang'an, the official road, Zhu Linger believed that Cheng Dalei was already dead, as they had been looking everywhere and still hadn't found him yet. However, Zhu Shenji said that 1 year ago, while Cheng Dalei was forced to jump off a cliff, the officials never found his body. He had a gut feeling that Cheng Dalei was still alive, but he just didn't know how to find him. Qin Man chimed in and said that for this time's imperial martial exam, all the empire's martial artists would be attending it. He believed that Cheng Dalei would definitely be there. Plus, the one surnamed Yang was there too. Zhu Shenji responded that after the Toad village fell, he claimed that many of their brothers had turned homeless, forced to wander the lands, and it was all caused by Yang Longting. Not only that, Yang Longting even stole the fruits of their effort and is now hailed as the war god. He continued that the Toad Village did not need the glory, nor did it need the rewards, but they would not be easily taken advantage of. Otherwise, the brothers who died in battle would not have a peaceful death, as all of the survivors from the Toad Village bore a grudge against Yang Longting. It's just that it's hard to kill him while he is hiding in the city. But this time, they would have an opportunity. Qin Man believed that Cheng Dale would come to Jing City if he was alive, and if Lin Xiaoyu and Ling Chong were alive, they would also be in Jing City. He also believed that the four brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhao Zilong, and Zhang Fei would also be there. And as of today, as long as the brothers were alive, they would meet them there, at Chang'an Imperial Capital, Jing City. Meanwhile, at an inn, a voice asked if they had found anything. Zhu Shenji said that there were two major events in Chang'an recently. The first was the martial arts examination, and the second was Yang Longting coming over, as he was sure that there was no need to elaborate. He continued saying that he also heard another thing, that the Ring Tribe's Hedon Battalion was coming over to take away the Imperial Princess. And another thing was that the 6th Imperial Prince had been missing since a year ago, as his current whereabouts were currently unknown. Qin Man added that he also heard something while looking around the market, that there were 1,000 plus bandits residing on the Hulu Mountain near the east side of the city. The army tried to take them down a few times but failed every time. Qin Man believed that they might have been their missing brothers. Zhu Linger also pointed out that she found out that the biggest brothel in Chang'an was the Full Fragrant House, and that the most popular courtesan was called Yi Jidao, as Yi Jidao did not entertain guests, and there were numerous people who would spend thousands of gold and still failed to see her. She continued that for the martial examination this time, Yi Jidao had already announced that whoever won the tournament could have her. Zhu Shenji blushed as he rubbed his beard as he mumbled Yi Jidao's name. Qin Man told him that he did not think his body was capable of that anymore. Zhu Shenji retorted and said that he was still completely healthy. He told them that he was just wondering whether it had something to do with Cheng Dale. Qin Man asked him how it could be related to him. Zhu Shenji chuckled and told Qin Man that it was nothing. He pointed at Zhu Linger and asked her how she had been able to find out about the news on the Full Fragrant House. Zhu Linger told him that she had gone in and pretended to sell flowers as they had let her in. Zhu Shenji said how could a little girl like her go into a place like that? As she recalled her time at the house, she informed Zhu Shenji that all the big sisters there were very talented and kind. She wanted to stay there longer and asked why she couldn't go there. Zhu Shenji's face darkened as she asked him if he also went there often. Stuttering, Zhu Shenji answered that when he went there, it was for work because she wouldn't understand even if he told her. Zhu Shenji said that there were still many things in Chang'an, and they should look around for more news tomorrow. If there was nothing, they would head to the Hulu Mountain. Zhu Linger asked if Cheng Dale would be in Hulu Mountain. Qin Man believed that he should be there, as he would never forget his true nature. Meanwhile, Zhu Shenji overheard the conversation at the other table, stating that to enter the imperial residence like that, the toad was very impressive. The three of them quickly realized the word toad. The man couldn't believe that the imperial residence was full of experts, as they didn't detect even a single intruder, while the other man beside him said, what was the use of such an expert? At that time, even the imperial army was sent out to search the entire place, yet they couldn't find a single trace of the intruder. Then suddenly, someone interrupted them, asking what they were talking about. The man turned and said that he was talking about the great master that broke into the imperial residence, the Flying Toad. Smiling, Zhu Shenji asked the man if he could tell more about the matter. While the other man poured a drink into Zhu Shenji's cup, he asked him if he was new in Chang'an. As the Flying Toad was a great and famous expert, he stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Plus, he only targeted the corrupt and evil tycoons. The other man beside him said that he also liked to steal a bunch of antiques, and sometimes, he would even return them the day after he stole them. And rumors said that the Flying Toad wasn't a normal person, as he was born with a pair of wings and could fly in the sky. That's why he was called the Flying Toad. While the other man added that he also thought so, and if he could escape from the imperial residence while being pursued by the army, he must definitely not have been a normal person. The man added that he would even deliver a paper with a drawing of a toad, telling the exact time he would rob before he committed the act. He did it many times already, and he never missed out on the timing. Zhu Shenji asked them if he had done anything recently. The man informed him that 3 days ago, the Zhuling Palace received a paper saying that the Flying Toad would be taking the antiques from their palace at 1:15 midnight. Zhu Shenji laughed as he said that great experts indeed were great experts. The way they did things was really different from their normal folds. Zhu Linger thought that the way the Flying Toad did things was very similar to how Cheng Dale did things. Qin Man clasped both of his hands as he asked the men where the Zhuling Palace was. Night came, as the three of them ran in the streets of Chang'an. Qin Man told Zhu Shenji that they were almost there. Sweating, Zhu Shenji agreed and said not to be too flashy or else he'll scare Cheng Dale away. Zhu Linger added that they still didn't know if it was Cheng Dale. Zhu Shenji believed that it might have been. as he had a feeling that Cheng Dale was in the city right at that moment. Tin Man told them to be quiet, as the Jeweling Palace was right ahead. He asked them if they wanted everyone to know they were there. They arrived, and a huge group of people gathered. Exhausted, Zhu Shenji asked Tin Man if they had arrived, to which he received no answer. The crowd enthusiastically sold some food while others promoted their businesses. Tin Man and the others' faces darkened from what they saw. Tin Man asked if they had taken a wrong turn, as Zhu Shenji said that there were so many people. Zhu Linger suggested they go home and take a nap first. Maybe the world would return to normal, believing they had walked into some weird illusion. Tin Man asked one of the men what everyone was doing there. The old man believed that he must not have been from Chang'an, as he didn't know. He informed him that it was to watch the great expert Flying Toad. Zhu Shenji asked him if the Flying Toad was a thief. The old man said that if he was a thief, thieves also had fans, and also that's why he didn't like foreigners. They didn't have a single drop of culture in their bodies. Tin Man agreed and said it was their first time in Chang'an and asked for the man's guidance. The man said since he was so sincere to learn, he could reluctantly tell him. He informed them that in the past half a year, 3 people became famous in Chang'an. The first was the Flying Toad, the other one was the full fragrant houses Yijidao, and the last one was the Imperial Princess Minjiu. Zhu Shenji asked the man if the army came, would the Flying Toad not be able to escape as there were so many people surrounding the place? The man scoffed and rhetorically asked if the army wanted to catch the great Flying Toad. He added that maybe in their next life. Suddenly, one man in the crowd yelled as he pointed to take a look over there that the Flying Toad was here. A masked man appeared on the top of the building. As he mumbled, why bother hiding in the night, when dark clothes shine brighter than a pearl's glow? But when you step through the sky to find a path, you can escape from God's wrath, the Flying Toad said. Dozens of people cheered at the Flying Toad as Tin Man just stared at him. The Flying Toad stood up and said that he'd already obtained what he came here for today, as it was like hunting fish in a barrel. He came and went like the wind, robbed the rich, and helped the poor. He was the great hero of justice, as he posed in a weird way. He told them his name. Tin Man's face darkened and claimed that at his build he was nearly identical to Cheng Dale. Zhu Shenji added that his shamelessness was also identical to him. Tin Man believed that the change of Cheng Dale was a little extreme. Zhu Linger suggested that they just went back and took a nap, believing that everything would return to normal after they woke up. The crowd yelled that the soldiers were here, which made the Flying Toad on alert. He told them that he would be going first and told them that he loved them all. He laughed as he leaped from building to building. Zhu Shenji ordered Tin Man to go after the Flying Toad and said not to let him out of his sight, to which Tin Man agreed. The Flying Toad leaped from one building to another while Tin Man was chasing behind. Tin Man wondered since when Cheng Dale had such a beautiful lightning type ability. He claimed that he was almost like lightning in the dark. Tin Man was exhausted from all the running and cursed under his breath. He picked up a rock and thought that if he let him get away that day, it wouldn't be easy for him to find him again. As he was about to throw the rock, he told the Flying Toad to get down there and released it. The Flying Toad was hit from behind, which made a noise. He fell down to the ground and wondered where the stone came from. Behind him, Tin Man stood as he called for Cheng Dale. He knelt and asked the Flying Toad why he ran away when he saw them, which made the Flying Toad confused. Tin Man grabbed the mask and told the Flying Toad that he was wearing such a weird mask. As the mask came off, Tin Man was shocked. Zhu Shenji and Zhu Linger arrived asking Tin Man how the situation was and wondered if it's Cheng Dale. Tin Man told them to see it for themselves. Zhu Shenji and Zhu Linger didn't speak a word. The man behind the mask asked Tin Man to give him back his mask, as the Flying Toad never took his mask off. Zhu Shenji asked who the guy was. Zhu Linger grabbed the collar of the man and asked him to tell her why he was pretending to be the Flying Toad. The man asked Zhu Linger to calm down and asked her what she meant by pretending to be, as he really was the Flying Toad. Zhu Shenji tapped Zhu Linger's head and told her that it's alright. He said that they've been looking for Cheng Dale for most of the year, as it's like this every time. He sighed and told her that Cheng Dale might no longer be alive. Zhu Linger cried and said that it had been so hard for them to have hope, but every time it disappeared, and wondered where Cheng Dale was. Tin Man clenched his fist, making the mask crumble, and cursed. The man's face darkened as he saw his mask split. He asked the 3 of them what was going on, and since they didn't want to take him for a reward, they didn't have to work so hard to catch him. He suggested that they're just going to pretend they didn't know each other without accusing each other of anything, and asked them if he could go now. He also asked if he could have his mask back. The 3 of them gathered as Zhu Shenji asked what they should do with the kid. Tin Man said that since the man was injured by his throw, a lot of the work was already done by that, as he couldn't run anymore. Zhu Linger suggested that they should just hand him over to the government, as there would also be a lot of silver as a reward, and that they didn't have money or an onward journey. Tin Man believed that the man's contact did not seem small and warned them of his revenge. As the man was listening, Tin Man said that he had noticed that they were looking for Cheng Dale, as there was no guarantee that he would keep the information to himself. Maybe the government would find out about it. Zhu Shenji asked if they should just kill him. He suggested that they should cut off the man's tongue first so he couldn't scream around, and they would kill him and collect the bounty. Kin Man agreed and said that it was settled, which made the man sweat. The three of them smirked and Zhu Shenji said to the man to come as they were going to talk. Zhu Linger held a knife, while both Kin Man and Zhu Shenji held the men, telling him not to be afraid as it would be fine in a minute, while Kin Man told him to relax. Scared, the man told them to hold on. As he struggled, the man said to wait a minute, and asked them if they were looking for a person and that he could be of help. After a while, at an alley, the man complained about his back. Kin Man asked him if he could help them and if he knew who they were looking for. The man asked him if they were outsiders and if they didn't know the rules of Chang'an City. As Zhu Linger held her knife, she asked him what's wrong with being an outsider, and also if an outsider had done anything bad to him. She threatened him that she would castrate him if he kept talking nonsense, to which the man didn't mutter a single word. Zhu Shenji hit Zhu Linger in the head and told her to watch her tone and that he should never have let her get that close to Xiao Bailang. The man chuckled awkwardly and thought that Zhu Linger looked pretty cute, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. He asked them if they were bandits. Zhu Shenji asked him how he knew about that. The man asked another question about the area they were working in, whether it was the waterway, the dry way, or the Hulu mountain. He thought it was obvious enough that a young girl dared to pick up a knife. Zhu Shenji asked the man if that was something he should be asking and told him to tell them about himself. The man agreed and informed them that they had just arrived in Chang'an City and might not know the current situation in Chang'an yet. He mentioned that the city of Chang'an was so big that finding one person was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but there was one person who could help them. Zhu Shenji asked the man, to which the man answered, "Big brother." Annoyed, Zhu Shenji told him that he didn't need to be so friendly and just said his thing. The man said that he was talking about the person who could help them was called Big Brother. He said that there were many people pretending to be Big Brother Chang'an, but there was only one real brother Chang'an. The man informed them that if they wanted to find someone, he might be able to help them. Kin Man asked the man if Big Brother was the big boss. The man continued that Chang'an had an underground city. Killers, thieves, bandits, fugitives, hidden prostitutes, and so on. These people were nestled in the underground city, and that Big Brother was the master of the underground city. He told them that if the underground city toll was 10 copper, the 3 copper coins would fall in the hands of Big Brother, and if the people inside got into trouble, Big Brother would not bother them as Big Brother was still a very righteous man. The man said that the underground city had all kinds of people. Everyone had the most information, and if they were looking for someone they could go to Big Brother. If he couldn't help you, no one in Chang'an City could help you. Sweating, Kin Man asked the man how they could meet him. The man giggled and told them that meeting Big Brother was not that easy. Ordinary people simply couldn't get into the underground city, and seeing Big Brother was even more difficult, as he was not just someone they could see as they pleased. He suggested that they'd better find someone on the road that could introduce them to him, as they would first sneak up in the underground city and get familiar with the people, and maybe he'll meet them if he was in a good mood. The three of them grinned, as Zhu Shenji said that they already found a reliable person who could help them. Confused, the man asked where that person was. The man realized that they were talking about him and asked them, as he rejected. He told them that Big Brother would kill him if he knew that he was bringing outsiders to him. Zhu Linger told the man to take them to that man, as they didn't have time to talk to him or otherwise. The man should prepare to be a eunuch in his next life. Kin Man also said that if the man refused, there was no use in keeping his third foot, suggesting to break his hamstring. The man backed off towards a wall and told them he'll take them to the underground city right away. At Chang'an City Corner, Kin Man asked the man if there was a history of the underground city. The man answered that it was said that 30 years ago, when Emperor Ming ascended to the throne, he built a tomb for his ancestors, but soon after the tomb was finished, the Ring tribe invaded and Emperor Ming escaped from Chang'an. And when he returned to Chang'an, he heard the Feng Shui masters say that it was the bad Feng Shui of the tomb that brought the Ring tribe. Emperor Ming believed those words, so the tomb was abandoned. And over the past 30 years, the place gradually became the gathering of all sorts of people. As the man opened and picked up the stone, a stair was visible and told them that they had already arrived. He told them to follow him and not to run around. The man informed them that night was the busiest time in the underground city, and below them was the night market of the underground city, to which Zhu Shenji turned to look. He continued that the city's night market was a place for gambling, singing, selling stolen goods, and all kinds of business, and also hiring fighters, buying slaves, killers for revenge, and hidden prostitutes, a variety of stolen goods, a variety of rare treasures, and unseen things. As long as you had money, you could buy anything in the underground city, the man said. As they climbed towards the stairs, 2 guards were guarding a huge door. The man told them not to talk nonsense in front of Big Brother. He informed them that Big Brother had a rule: if they wanted to ask him for help, they had to do something for him. Kin Man asked what it was. The man said that sometimes he would ask them their family heirloom, and sometimes he would ask to kill someone or steal a treasure, and also sometimes he would ask what you ate in the morning. The three didn't speak a word. The man greeted the guards and asked them if they had time as he has friends in Jonghu and they wanted to ask Big Brother for a favor. Axie spoke first and asked the man if he got the treasure that Big Brother asked him to steal, and if so he could put it and he can go. Aku added and told the man to go back, as Big Brother didn't want to see outsiders. The man looked at the three and told Axie and Aku if they could please tell Big Brother that his friend's business was very urgent. A voice inside the door spoke calling Axie and asked him what's with all the noise and ordered him to let them in. The door opened. Axie told them that the boss invited them inside. Inside, a female dancer greeted them as music played while she danced. As they entered, the man didn't speak a word. Moments later he bowed and greeted the boss. A hand appeared, asking Little Fei if he brought outsiders again to annoy him. Zhu Shenji stepped forward and said that they were new to the area and knew that he ran many things. He told him that they came to pay their respects to him. The boss showed his face as Zhu Shenji watched the man. Cheng Dale turned to look at him as both of them didn't speak a word. He slapped his head and mumbled that he hadn't been a boss for years. As the woman continued singing, Cheng Dale asked her that she could step back for now, to which Little Peach agreed. Zhu Shenji's tears fell as he said that they had finally found him and wondered if he wasn't dreaming. Cheng Dale answered that he was real and not fake at all, asking him not to pinch him as it hurts. As Zhu Shenji pinched Cheng Dale's face, he said that he's really alive. Cheng Dale told Zhu Shenji to stop touching him as he already pinched him enough. Annoyed, Little Fei told them to stop and asked how they could be so rude towards Cheng Dale. Tin Man asked Cheng Dale where he had been for most of the year. Zhu Linger added that they searched hard for him. Cheng Dale smiled and said that he understood that they were looking for him and asked why he wasn't looking for them. He ordered Little Fei to go down to get some good wine, as today his friends arrived and no one would return sober, to which Little Fei agreed. Little Fei thought that it was the first time he saw Cheng Dale happy, believing that it seemed like they'd known each other for a long time. Moments later, they sat in front of the dining table. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale how he became like that. Cheng Dale sighed and said that it's a long story. He said that the day he fell off the cliff, if it hadn't been for a friend who helped him with his life, his soul would have already been in heaven. Although he just barely escaped, it took him a whole month to heal the injury, and since he was looking for something, he wandered on. But Cheng Dale's wanted list was everywhere, and he was afraid to show his face outside. But he still had some work to do, so he could not keep hiding in the mountains. He traveled far away from the Yuju area to explore the world in search of clues. So he sneaked secretly into the kingdom's top city, the Chang'an city. People like him, who couldn't just go out in public, hid in the underground city. The underground city was ruled by a boss before him, and when he first arrived, he naturally had a disadvantage and such. The guy rushed up to him and said, "Young man, you are still young, the days are still long. Take out the precious things on your body and in the future you will work for me, as you are my subordinate from today onwards." Cheng Dale, at least, was once a village master who, of course, couldn't stand it. On the spot, he broke the guy's leg bone with a kick. Then he summoned dozens of thugs. After he knocked them all down one by one, Cheng Dale replaced him and became the new boss of the underground city. He still had some management experience and he applied the carrot and stick judiciously. If someone was in trouble in the underground city, he would help. If someone made a mistake, he would also punish them. And later, he started bribing the high-ups in the government. Thus, the underground city acquired a protective shield. So in just 6 months the place flourished. Everyone called him boss, as they felt a deep admiration because of that. In the underground hideout, Cheng Dale asked about the situation of the others. Shenji replied that Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao brothers were still in the south of the Yangtze River, occupying the mountain as bandits. He sadly added that, for the others, who were departed a year ago, they never met them again. Cheng Dale sighed, expressing frustration at the chaotic state of the army and their lack of knowledge about their lost people. Kinman remained optimistic and mentioned that this time, many of their people would join the martial arts examination. Cheng Dale also thought of the idea. He explained that he left a mark in the city to help their lost people find them. Curious, Kinman inquired about the nature of this mark, admitting that he hadn't noticed it. Cheng Dale clarified that he set up tea stalls with toads painted on their banners outside every city gate. He questioned if they were not noticed when they passed by. A whimsical moment followed when Kinman, Linger, and Shenji tried to recall the painted toad on the signage. Kinman recalled what Shenji had said about that mark. Linger answered Kinman with her father's humorous comment about the fat puppy painted on the banner, while Shenji silently smiled. Cheng Dale doubtfully said that there might be a reason why they could not find him. Suddenly, the young man burst in. He happily presented to Cheng Dale that he stole from the imperial kitchen, explaining that it was the 18-year-old apricot flower liquor, while pouring the liquor into Cheng Dale's cup. Shenji, perplexed by Fei Yuan, questioned Cheng Dale about him. Cheng Dale introduced Bai Fei Yuan to them. He shared the life of Fei Yuan. When he was young, his parents died, got raised by an old ape in the mountain, saw a living person at the age of 12 and had no other skills, so he became a burglar. He also shared the time Fei Yuan was caught by officials and saved by him. He told him that character disguise is important. Fei Yuan chimed in with a cheeky remark about Cheng Dalei's life. Without him, there would be no flying toad today. Amidst their conversation, Jai Tao called Cheng Dalei and explained that she knew that his friends were present, so she had taken the liberty to offer a toast of a cup of wine. She poured wine into her cup and drank it elegantly. While she drank, Shenji flusteredly smiled at her while Linger and Qin Man looked at her without much reaction. After she drank the wine, Jai Tao then assured Cheng Dalei that she wouldn't disturb him today while placing the cup on the table. She mentioned that whenever Cheng Dalei wasn't feeling well, he could call on her. She was there for him, displaying graceful respect. Ji Tao included that she would wait for him. She said it with a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Cheng Dalei acknowledged her offer and suggested she go back and practice the new song he had taught her. He asked her to sing it for him the next time they met. Shenji was curious and asked Cheng Dalei about Jai Tao while he pervasively stared at her. With a proud expression, Cheng Dalei remembered her name and asked Shenji if he knew about her. Linger, however, expressed her disinterest, remarking that Cheng Dalei had fallen quite low. Cheng Dalei defended himself, claiming his innocence. He then shared the story of how he helped Jai Tao. He explained that when a big shot person wanted Jai Tao's body, she was in a vulnerable situation, and Jai Tao asked him for help. He couldn't bear to ignore a weak and lonely woman at that time, so he decided to assist her. Cheng Dalei continued, saying that he taught her some songs, which she quickly learned, and it helped her rise to popularity, eventually becoming the first queen of flowers in the capital. Interested, Shenji couldn't help but emphasize Jai Tao's beauty, prompting bored reactions from Qin Man and Linger. Cheng Dalei maintained his innocence but couldn't help but wear a sly grin, acknowledging Jai Tao's beauty in the situation. However, Linger mentioned the names Flying Toad and Jai Tao while expressing her suspicion. She then raised the question of whether Cheng Dalei had any connection with Princess Minjiu, who was still missing, and whether Cheng Dalei had a relationship with her. Cheng Dalei calmly clarified that Princess Minjiu was actually Wanner, causing surprise among Shenji, Linger, and Qin Man. He wondered why they were looking at him in shock. The three of them went silent after hearing it. Axie interrupted their conversation with the news that a foreigner had arrived to visit him. He also reported that the foreigners had found their way through the tea stalls set up by their brothers at the city gates, suggesting that they might be the person Cheng Dalei had been waiting for. In response, Cheng Dalei gave the order to let them in. Liu Zhai expressed her unease about the eerie atmosphere. After they got inside, Liu Zhai questioned whether Cheng Dalei was really present. As the both of them walked through the room, Cheng Dalei and Su Ying locked eyes, and they both fell silent. Su Ying appeared surprised. Cheng Dalei greeted them with a smile, remarking that it had been a long time since they had last met. On the other hand, Liu Zhai couldn't contain her excitement and rushed to hug Cheng Dalei with joy, embracing him tightly. At the same place in the underground hideout, a man with a pleading expression was sharing his awkward situation with Cheng Dalei. He began by describing Chang'an as a place where his ancestors had lived for generations. The man revealed that the restaurant he owned had been passed down from his grandfather to his father and eventually to him, having been in his hands for 2 decades. The man recounted a recent incident where the palace butler had visited his restaurant and ordered a roasted goose, a glass of floral wine, and 4 small dishes. He explained that the customer had consumed the entire glass of white wine and half of the roasted goose at his restaurant. After consuming the wine and half of the roasted goose, the butler fell ill at home and blamed the restaurant's food, demanding 1,000 silver coins as compensation. He also explained that the recipe for roasted goose had been passed down through generations in his family, and their restaurant was well known in Chang'an. He mentioned that there had never been any complaints about their roasted goose in the past. However, when he complained to the government about the customer's demand for compensation, they confiscated his store. He felt humiliated as he stood helplessly in front of his restaurant, with people from the palace laughing at him. Desperate for help, he explained that he had asked around, and everyone suggested that Cheng Dalei was the only person who could help him. Cheng Dalei questioned why the man had initially approached the government instead of seeking his help. The man, with desperation in his eyes, entreated Cheng Dalei for assistance, seeking his help to teach a lesson to the corrupt officials. Cheng Dalei, maintaining a stern expression, initially declined the man's request. The desperate man offered money, willing to pay any amount to secure Cheng Dalei's assistance, emphasizing that Cheng Dalei was his last hope in the entire city of Chang'an. Unmoved by the financial offer, Cheng Dalei pointed out that the people in Chang'an ate his roasted goose, but he had never tasted it. He then expressed his disappointment that the man had approached him today for help without even bringing him a 2 roasted goose. The man quickly made excuses for not bringing the roasted goose, citing that he was in a hurry and emphasizing his urgency in seeking justice. Cheng Dalei, however, did not buy his excuse and instead reminded him how he was disrespected. He treated him like a tyrant, a murderer, and even brought silver to ask Cheng Dalei to kill someone. The man was without a response to him while gritting his teeth. Cheng Dale understood his predicament. He then mentioned that the man started his restaurant with the hope of making money and believed that the law and government would protect his interests. Cheng Dale continued, revealing that the man never sought his friendship, causing the man to leave searching for a response, unable to find a reason. He highlighted that the man only sought help to get his right when he had no other choice left, and noted that throughout their conversation, the man failed to address him as boss. In response, the man stuttered, while hesitantly addressing Cheng Dale. He bowed to him as a sign of respect. Cheng Dale accepted this token of respect, remarking positively. As he approached the kneeling man, Cheng Dale agreed to help the man seek justice, expressing a desire for mutual assistance in the future should he ever find himself in trouble. But he expressed hope that the man would be there to help him if he got into trouble someday. The man was visibly nervous, acknowledging Cheng Dale's request for reciprocal support. On the other side of the room, Qin Man, Shenji, and Linger observed the situation. They were all stunned and speechless. Fei Yun then chimed in, conveying Cheng Dale's belief that a person's image held significant importance, and he said it with a proud expression. After that moment, in the Chamber of Commerce of Su, the inn where they were staying, Su Ying confronted Cheng Dale. She began by noting that a few months ago, Cheng Dale had come to the south side of the river but had not shown himself, leaving only a message. Su Ying mentioned that Cheng Dale had tasked her with collecting the relics of kings and generals, which she had now brought. She asked if there was anything specific he wanted. Su Ying expressed her concern about Cheng Dale's busy schedule over the past few months, wondering if he had become so occupied that he couldn't find time to visit them. Cheng Dale explained that his underground men had also received orders to steal treasures from wealthy nobles, except for the royal treasury and the royal tombs. They had searched every noble family once. He believed they would find the treasure soon. Su Ying acknowledged the hardships Cheng Dale had faced while on the run. She then advised him to find a woman to take care of him for things that men couldn't do. She then mentioned that she lived with Liu Zhai these days, and during the months Cheng Dale was absent, Liu Zhai occasionally cried secretly at night. Su Ying suggested that Cheng Dale considered taking Liu Zhai to his room, and told him that Liu Zhai was attached to him for a long time. Furthermore, Su Ying mentioned that Xiaoda was her personal maid and was grown up. She proposed that Cheng Dale could take her as a maid to have an additional person to take care of him and to ease her concerns about Xiaoda's future. Xiaoda approached with a tray of tea, inadvertently overhearing Su Ying and Cheng Dale's conversation. Her reaction suddenly became awkward while approaching them. While Cheng Dale was busy looking at the relics, he expressed that he had more pressing matters to do in Chang'an City and didn't have the time for something like this, to which Su Ying responded with a momentary silence before agreeing. She fell silent again and displayed a demure expression before eventually speaking up. Su Ying then asked about the matter concerning Zhai Tao, which seemed to stir a noticeable reaction in Cheng Dale. Su Ying voiced out her concerns, highlighting that she wasn't a jealous woman, yet she questioned Cheng Dale for not visiting them for months. She asked what he was doing with Zhai Tao and Chang'an, expressing concern about what people might think of them. Her face turned red as she expressed her concern. Cheng Dale, with a slight tremor in his voice, nervously reassured Su Ying that he and Zhai Tao and Chang'an were innocent and told Su Ying not to listen to other people's nonsense. Su Ying responded with a subtle smile and let out a small chuckle. She continued, acknowledging that she believed Cheng Dale and Zhai Tao had not done anything wrong. She blushed while mentioning the way Zhai Tao looked at Cheng Dale, implying that it seemed like Zhai Tao had feelings for him. As she stood up from her seat, Su Ying offered guidance, urging Cheng Dale not to mislead people and suggesting that he should resolve the matter before it became a problem. She expressed her coldness as to whether Cheng Dale chose to accept or end his relationship with Zhai Tao. Su Ying then noted that it was getting late and mentioned she was going back to her bedroom. Blushing, she suggested that Cheng Dale should come over to get some rest once he was done working. Cheng Dale remained motionless, his expression frozen, seemingly lost in contemplation about the complexities of a woman's heart, noting that it was like a shallow needle in the sea. Midnight, Cheng Dale continued to carefully examine the various pieces of jewels, relics, and other items scattered. He pondered silently, recognizing the authenticity of these treasures. He thanked Su Ying's clear-sighted skills, that most of them likely belonged to kings and princes. Cheng Dale's thoughts, mentioning that he was searching for a suitable container for quite some time, and his frustration was visible. He wondered to himself whether it was truly hard to find a suitable container. Suddenly, as he pondered his thought, he recognized the uniqueness of the treasure. As he picked up the treasure from the box, the system suddenly beeped, indicating that he had acquired the container. Cheng Dale's face contorted in shock as he recognized the relic's name. Chosen Son of God, Emperor Guanwu, Liu Xiu. The system chimed in, establishing a link now that Cheng Dale had obtained the container. It warned that the container had limited capacity, only suitable for storing the system's sprite. Another beep indicates that a decision had to be made to transfer the system's sprite or not. Cheng Dale agreed, and the system sprite was successfully transferred to the container. The system then announced that the system administrator, Xin, was offline. It presented to him the option to reset the system. But there was a catch. The container's age had caused most of its power to escape, and it could only be used as a tank for the system's spirit. A further warning followed, stating that if Cheng Dale wanted to reset the system, he would need to find a container with enough power. The system suddenly cautioned that the current power level was insufficient for a successful reset. In the underground world, Aku approached Cheng Dale with updates. He informed Cheng Dale that the Jiang Palace was lost a night glow pearl, and couldn't find it after searching everywhere. They were now seeking their help in finding the pearl. Cheng Dale, while lying on his bed, responded, and instructed Aku to bring the person responsible for the pearl's mission to Xiao Fei, who possessed the pearl. Cheng Dale emphasized the need for caution and to avoid Xiao Fei falling into a trap, which Aku acknowledged the orders. Next, Aku brought up a conflict between the Black Fox Gang and the Iron Burden Gang over territorial disputes. He sought guidance on how to deal with the matter. Cheng Dale responded with an insult, questioning if they were beggars, expressed surprise that cultured people resorted to violence, and instructed Aku to tell them to split the territory in half with no violence allowed. Aku once again acknowledged the orders. Aku then reported another situation in which the Shenwu escort team had been robbed by Hulu Mountain while escorting an item. They were requesting their help to recover it. Cheng Dale expressed his lack of interest in helping the Shenwu escort team recover their stolen goods, suggesting that if they had failed to pay tribute to Hulu Mountain, they should learn a lesson and suffer a little. He seemed unwilling to assist them, to which Aku agreed. Aku then mentioned another report that the leader of a troop, whom Cheng Dale had previously saved from jail, wanted to meet him and personally express gratitude. Aku inquired if Cheng Dale wanted to see him. Cheng Dale appeared curious as he stood by his bedside and sat down, asking if it was a good idea to meet him. Aku mentioned that the leader of the troop Cheng Dale had rescued was a male, which led to Cheng Dale's response to Aku to tell them to get lost and not to bother him. Aku nodded and acknowledged Cheng Dale's decision. Just as the conversation was concluding, Fei Yuan entered the room with news from the imperial residence, specifically about an event scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at Chang'an's wine house. Later in Chang'an City, Shenji couldn't help but question Cheng Dale's if he put on makeup when he went out. Cheng Dale sighed and explained that he had to wear a disguise when he went out because his wanted posters were plastered all over Chang'an. Without a disguise, he would essentially be a walking pile of silver. Curious about Cheng Dale's future plans, Shenji asked if he intended to remain in Chang'an or if he would seek another mountain to rule over and find their missing brothers. Cheng Dale expressed his opinion that despite the appeal of Chang'an, there were too many laws in the city compared to ruling over an entire mountain. However, he mentioned that he had some things to do in Chang'an, prompting Shenji to confirm and change the topic by asking who they were going to meet next. Cheng Dale responded that they were going to meet the boss. Shenji was surprised and asked him if there was still someone higher up than him, to which Cheng Dale revealed that there was indeed a boss above him in Chang'an and emphasized the importance of having someone to rely on in Chang'an. As they arrived at Chang'an Wine House, someone poured tea into a cup. Wanner asked Cheng Dale why he hadn't visited her in such a long time. Cheng Dale responded, mentioning that he had been very busy with all the work she left for him as the chairman. Wanner refuted his claim, questioned Cheng Dale about his reference to a chairman, and clarified that she was only requesting his help with some errands and finding out some news, which shouldn't have been hard. She noted that it had been half a month and asked for the information she needed. Cheng Dale playfully commented that even a single order from her had set hundreds of his men to start working to death. He then recalled her previous requests, like catching butterflies that he had run around in the mountains to catch a few hundred and acquiring a western bobcat that he had pulled so many of his connections just to buy one for her. Unfinished recounting the extravagant requests in the past by Wanner. Afterward, Cheng Dale handed over a comprehensive manual on how to put on makeup, written by Zhai Tao. He also mentioned the list of the best street food, snack shops, and restaurants in Chang'an, all of which had been meticulously chosen by his men who had visited each shop. Having fulfilled her requests, Cheng Dale asked for what he wanted. Wanner handed Cheng Dale an item that she had secretly taken from the Imperial Armory. She emphasized that he wasn't allowed to take it away. Cheng Dale recognized the item Wanner had shown him, stating that it was the founding Emperor Lai Manzi's long spear. As he finished examining the weapon, Cheng Dale realized that the relic wasn't the key he had been searching for. He pondered the past story of the legend Lai Manzi with only his spear ending 19 years of war and creating the Great Dawu Empire, but came to the conclusion that the key didn't lie with the weapon. Satisfied with his brief inspection, Cheng Dale handed the weapon back to Wanner, who was puzzled by his lack of interest, asking Cheng Dale if he didn't want to look at it further. She commented on his weird behavior, mentioning that all effort was just to take a single look to see her ancestors' prized weapon. He chuckled and explained that he admired ancient heroes and felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart upon seeing their legendary treasures. Suddenly, Cheng Dale changed the topic by inquiring about the reason why she was looking for him, reminding her that they were in agreement in which he would run errands for her in exchange for taking a look at her family's treasures. Initially, Wanner couldn't utter a word because she hesitated in her request and her face turned red. But then she burst out the reason, asking Cheng Dale to elope with her. She caught Cheng Dale off guard with her unexpected request, while Shenji pondered the surprising turn of events in his thoughts. Cheng Dale struggled to find the right words to respond to her unexpected proposal. Wanner continued, explaining that she didn't want to be married off by her father and that she wasn't ready for marriage yet, she explained while pouting. Cheng Dale responded to Wanner's concerns, suggesting that it was common for someone of her age to be married. He asked about the prospective groom her father had in mind for her. Wanner revealed that her father planned to marry her to the top placer of the martial arts examination. Cheng Dale thought this was a good thing, noting that in ancient times, beauty was often found alongside great heroes, while he gave a thumbs up and smiled widely. He expressed confidence that as the top placer among thousands, the person in question would become a great hero. But Wanner was upset, shouting at Cheng Dale as she hit the table, causing the cup to tip over and spill the water. She irritably emphasized the complexity of the martial examination this time and asked him if he understood so-called inner court politics, to which Cheng Dale asked Wanner to teach him about it. In response, Wanner pouted, as if she found it hard to believe him. However, Wanner still explained that the upcoming examination would not only assess martial arts but also troop formations, war strategy, and commanding ability. She mentioned that there were 3,600 spots allocated for representatives from cities across the empire, and each city would select talents to represent them in the examination this time. Cheng Dale expressed his amazement at the size of the empire, noting that among the 3,600 chosen people, there were definitely plenty of experts. Wanner straightened up in her seat as she responded that there wouldn't be many experts, but rather a lot of nobles. She then asked Cheng Dale if he knew how the representatives for the examination were chosen. Cheng Dale speculated that the representatives would likely excel in both pen and sword, with local competitions choosing those who excelled the most, who were then sent to the examination. However, Wanner made it sound as if she wasn't satisfied with his explanation. Cheng Dale questioned Wanner, asking if she was implying that it was not like what he had described. Wanner explained that the imperial court was paying a lot of attention to the examination this time. She mentioned that even if the participants didn't win in the end, a good performance could still be viewed highly by the court. She continued to describe how the chances to participate in the examination were distributed. Some spots were quietly given to influential families, while others were auctioned off to the highest bidder. Shenji interjected, questioning whether this would turn the martial examination into a feast for the nobles. Cheng Dale considered the implications of this new information. He realized that this examination could be more complicated than Wanner had initially thought. As he thought about the past, the imperial court only held academic exams and never martial ones, and it was an opportunity for people from Jianghu to showcase their skills and potentially rise in ranks. He considered the possibility that people from Jianghu might try to rob an official token from those coming to take the exam and use it to enter the test. Cheng Dale contemplated that in this era without pictures, he could claim the name on the token as his own, and no one would be able to confirm if his name was truly Zhang Mazai or not. He mused on the idea that among the individuals who had already entered the exam, there might be a considerable number of bandits and murderers. Cheng Dale found the situation increasingly interesting. He let out a smirk. Cheng Dale chuckled despite the seriousness of the matter, which didn't sit well with Wanner. She questioned his laughter, clearly annoyed by his reaction. Cheng Dale brushed off his laughter by coughing and urged Wanner to continue with her explanation. Wanner emphasized that with the current level of conflict among the people, the competition for the top position was intense. Whoever secured it would command the border defense forces and receive land and authority from the court. She pointed out that the nobles, whether from scholarly or martial families, were fiercely competitive and all wanted the winner to be someone from their families. Wanner mentioned that the host of the examination was also from a noble family. Cheng Dale noted the conflict of interest where the organizers of the examination were acting both as referees and competitors in the competition. Wanner expressed her concern about how the examination would assess military strategies, as they couldn't engage in actual war with each other, but merely write it down on paper. She continued, stating that whoever they claimed to be unqualified was unqualified. Cheng Dale expressed his understanding that the judges were already corrupt. He questioned whether her father was aware of the corruption surrounding the examination, and whether he was willing to let this mess continue. Wanner revealed that her father was aware of the situation and intended to marry her off to the top placer in order to establish a connection between the royal family. With a shallow expression, Cheng Dale commented on the emperor's ruthlessness. Wanner expressed her reluctance to become a political tool, and her desire not to be married to anyone, emphasizing that even if she were to marry someone, she passionately aspired to marry a great hero who led millions of elite soldiers under his command, much like the legendary war god Yang Longting, who repelled 100,000 ring tribesmen. Her admiration evident in her expression. Wanner, with admiration and delighted eyes, mentioned the empire's god of war, Yang Longting, who was renowned for annihilating 100,000 enemies. However, Cheng Dale and Shenji couldn't help but hold back their laughter upon hearing her statement. Puzzled by their reactions, Wanner inquired about their amusement. Cheng Dalei couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully suggesting that Wanner read more books to enhance her aesthetics. Shenji cleared his throat as he stopped laughing. Wanner then continued her statement, expressing her expectation for Cheng Dalei to help her now that he was considered one of her people. However, Cheng Dalei hesitated, explaining that he couldn't leave Chang'an just yet as he had something to do. Wanner, somewhat disappointed, responded by saying she already suspected Cheng Dalei was waiting for the imperial examination results. She decided to make arrangements on her own and asked him to help her with something. Cheng Dalei, displaying his determination, offered to ruin the martial arts examination if that was what Wanner needed. He was ready to gather his people and create chaos in Chang'an in 10 days to prevent the examination from succeeding. Unimpressed, Wanner told him to stop being so violent, that he was really a mountain bandit. Cheng Dalei sought clarification from Wanner and requested that she specify what she needed him to do as he expressed his confusion. Wanner proposed a plan to Cheng Dalei, explaining that it would allow him to participate in the martial arts examination and eliminate the things she found ugly and repulsive. However, Cheng Dalei, expressed doubt, stating that he was just a mountain bandit and had no desire to win the martial arts examination to become a border guard for the empire. Wanner clarified her intentions, noting that she didn't want him to take the imperial examinations. Instead, she wanted him to be an examiner. Cheng Dalei appeared hesitant and questioned how she was able to put him in the examination room. Wanner reassured him, revealing that she had already checked it. She explained that there were 100 examiners this time, representing various factions, but one individual didn't belong to any faction. Wanner continued, mentioning that no one in Chang'an had ever seen the person. She then revealed her plan, wanting Cheng Dalei to disguise himself as that person and blend in. Prompting Cheng Dalei to inquire about the identity of the person, Wanner disclosed that it was Northwest Yun Xiaoguan Guard General Niu Sanjin. After their conversation 10 miles away from the official road to Chang'an, a couple was on their journey toward Chang'an, but the wife was growing impatient, asking her husband about their proximity to Chang'an and the urgency of their child's hunger. She implored him, urging him to pick up the pace. Anxiously, the wife raised the issue of their lengthy journey and questioned her husband whether they were heading the wrong way once more. The husband defended himself, explaining that he never was to Chang'an before and blamed Kan Chai for providing incorrect directions. Exasperated, the wife sighed and lamented her misfortune, expressing regret for following him. The husband attempted to reassure her, mentioning that their situation would improve once they arrived in Chang'an, where he was transferred by the imperial court. It revealed that the husband was Yun Xiaoguan Guard General Niu Sanjin. However, their journey was interrupted by Cheng Dalei and his group, who ambushed them on the road and demanded toll fees or threatened to harm them. Cheng Dalei asserted his ownership of the mountain road and demanded all of their belongings as a toll fee for passage. He further issued a menacing threat, hinting at potential harm if his demands weren't met. 4 of them were covered in masks. Sanjin's wife, taken aback by the sudden encounter with these apparent bandits, expressed her regret, implying that marrying Sanjin might have been a mistake. She even stood up from her seat in agitation. Although displaying a touch of fear in his expression, Sanjin attempted to reassure his wife, assuring her that he was there. Sanjin, with a resounding battle cry, unleashed his swords in a burst of anger. He boldly confronted Cheng Dalei's group, accusing them of being bandits who dared to rob an imperial military officer. He pointed his swords at Cheng Dalei's group, his fury evident. Cheng Dalei inquired if he indeed was Niu Sanjin. Niu Sanjin confirmed his identity as the Guard General of Yun Xiaoguan. Shenji chimed in with historical context, mentioning that hundreds of years ago, the ancestor Sanjin had gifted a horse to their great ancestors, which led to him being assigned to Yun Xiaoguan. The duty had passed down through generations, and now it was in the hands of the 5th generation Niu Sanjin. Shenji continued, explaining that in the previous year, during a large-scale invasion by the Ring tribe, Yun Xiaoguan hadn't lost a single soldier in the conflict, which had earned them recognition from the imperial court. Cheng Dalei made a humorous remark about Yun Xiaoguan's poverty and limited number of soldiers. Shenji then mentioned that Emperor Ming appreciated the Niu family's dedication to guarding Yun Xiaoguan for generations without asking for resources for many years, which was recognized as the backbone of the empire. Sanjin, after revealing his identity, displayed a confident demeanor and expressed his satisfaction after Cheng Dalei learned his name, suggesting that he should back off. Shenji added more context, explaining that the imperial court designated Sanjin as an examiner for the martial arts examination, emphasizing that Sanjin did not belong to any faction. Cheng Dalei called upon Kinman, who promptly acknowledged the order and proceeded to engage in an attack, attempting to tie Niu Sanjin and his wife. In response, Niu Sanjin bravely faced the confrontational attack, challenging Kinman and mentioning his technique, the whirlwind chopping autumn wind sword. As the battle raged on, Niu Sanjin emitted cries of pain, vocalizing his struggle to break free. Despite Sanjin's bruised face, Linger noted his square face, purple coloration, wide mouth, and long beard. She questioned his appearance, wondering if he truly matched the description, and questioned whether he was a bandit. Kinman, with a satisfied smile, announced that he finished tying them up. He even placed his foot on Sanjin's back to assert control. His wife expressed regret for marrying him, and their son called out to his father. Sanjin, despite his injuries, emphatically questioned the audacity of anyone trying to impersonate him, asking what they wanted from him and pleading for the release of his wife and son. Cheng Dale instructed Kinman to take new Sanjin and his family to Hulu Mountain and hide them there, as he was done wearing Sanjin's armories. He also instructed Kinman to return to the underground city and let Su Ying manage its affairs. Shenji and Linger pretended to be his old slave maids. With their plan in motion, they continued their journey, now approaching the city of Chang'an. At Chang'an Palace, Cheng Dale was stopped by the eunuch. He held a portrait, inquiring if the representative Cheng Dale was the real Sanjin. Cheng Dale, who was disguised as Sanjin, affirmed that the portrait represented him. However, the eunuch remained skeptical, suggesting he looked nothing like the portrait, and questioned if Cheng Dale was pretending to be someone else. Cheng Dale calmly explained that he had been fat at the time. The eunuch continued to assert that the portrait did not resemble Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale, instead of insisting further, surprisingly agreed with the eunuch's assessment, acknowledging that the person in the portrait was indeed not him. The eunuch, somewhat puzzled, asked if Cheng Dale was admitting to being an imposter. Cheng Dale defended himself, proposing that the eunuch check the age of the portrait, revealing that it was his grandfather's likeness. He expressed disbelief that anyone would impersonate his grandfather, known as Nu. Shenji then intervened, clarifying that Sanjin had long since passed away, and Cheng Dale was his fifth-generation grandson. The eunuch, grasping the situation, acknowledged the changes that had occurred and mentioned the emperor's passing. He empathized and requested Cheng Dale's official seal for registration, which Shenji promptly handed over. As they proceeded inside, they attracted the attention of the people in the area, who were curious about the newcomers. A person from the civilian faction pointed to Cheng Dale and remarked that he was a complete stranger to them. Another member of the faction wondered when someone so poor had joined the ranks of the military officials. Someone in a mocking tone commented on the antiquity of Cheng Dale's armor, suggesting it might be older than his grandfather. Another civilian faction member chimed in, stating that Cheng Dale was from a remote place that didn't even know half the rule. Some in the civilian faction found it surprising that, despite his apparent poverty, the general had servants, which made Cheng Dale face irritable. Internally, Cheng Dale pondered the historical tension between military and civilian officials, wondering if these civilians assumed he was a newcomer. He then addressed the crowd directly, questioning their amusement. In response to the comments, Cheng Dale defended himself, stating that while his armor was worn, it had been passed down through generations in his new family. The civilian faction continued to mock Cheng Dale's appearance, questioning his origin and criticizing him for taking an exam without appearing well-groomed. Another member of the civilian faction made a reference to the importance of the temple and the reverence shown to the Son of God. Amidst the mockery from civilian factions, a member of the military faction also expressed their disapproval of the general's unkempt clothing, seeing it as a sign of disrespect to His Majesty. Cheng Dale acknowledged the state of his old and worn armor, admitting that it no longer shone like the official uniforms. He explained that he couldn't afford new armor but would wear it in battle if the rings attacked, following the tradition of his new family's ancestors. Members of the civilian faction commented on the importance of the examiners as representatives of the martial arts examination. They raised concerns about the general's appearance, suggesting that if everyone looked as unkempt as he did, it would invite ridicule from the world. Cheng Dale defended his choice to wear his worn armor, asking if there was any shame in it. He questioned whether the battles fought against the rings, the loyalty he displayed, or the glory of serving the emperor's soldiers were ridiculous. A member of the civilian faction was left speechless by his response, while another person in the group acknowledged Cheng Dale's eloquence talents. Cheng Dale, somewhat surprised by the comment, asked about this mention of eloquence. Cheng Dale passionately emphasized that imperial soldiers didn't defend the borders with arguments but rather relied on their worn armor, sturdy bodies, and unwavering determination. He criticized those in the group who merely engaged in empty talk, accusing them of deluding themselves when discussing generals in worn armor fighting against the rings. He continued passionately, questioning their intentions, wondering if they aimed to demoralize the dedicated soldiers who served their country. He warned against allowing the Ring tribe to seize their beautiful land. In the wake of Cheng Dale's impassioned statements, the entire civilian faction fell into absolute silence, stunned by his words. Meanwhile, one member of the military faction engaged in whispered discussions, suggesting that Cheng Dale had a talent and recommending him to headquarters, while the other, extending a friendly gesture to Cheng Dale, offered him a pair of armor, hoping he could accept it as a token of friendship. Cheng Dalei clenched his fist as he acknowledged in his thoughts the utility of his eloquent skills. As the gathering continued, the host addressed the participants who had come from afar. The host went on to explain that before they took charge of the examinations, Emperor Ming would first conduct a written test on them. This would determine their level and position in the group of examiners. Continuing, the host clarified that the 3 with the best scores would serve as principal investigators. Together with His Majesty Emperor Ming, the last military leaders were selected, and that made both the civilian and military factions form shock on their faces. Inwardly, Cheng Dalei admitted that written exams weren't his strong suit. Cheng Dalei considered that he was running out of time to practice his brush writing skills, recognizing the importance of paper notes in the current era. He thought that the topic of military management struck him as quite broad. He observed the civilian officials who had recently faced a defeat and noted their eagerness for a fight, as they seemed determined to teach the military a lesson in this test. As he looked at the old military men, many of whom struggled with writing, he sensed their discomfort and embarrassment. Acknowledging his own role as a military officer, he couldn't help but feel that he was already putting on a show, and it might not have been right for him to make a spectacle of himself again. He pondered whether he should have simply submitted a blank answer sheet and gotten by with it. As he contemplated the situation, he began to doze off. However, his nap was interrupted when Wanner approached Cheng Dalei's table and kicked him to wake him up. She disguised herself as eunuch. Cheng Dalei, displaying irritation, looked up at her with tired eyes, while Wanner stared at him in anger. In a hushed voice, Cheng Dalei asked her if there was a standard answer for the test. Wanner, on the other hand, stared intently at him. In response, Wanner snubbed him, and Cheng Dalei stared at her in response. Cheng Dalei thought to himself, realizing that Wanner wasn't there to help him cheat but to monitor whether he had the strength to work. Reflecting on the topic of military management, he considered it both simple and complex, understanding why these words were written by His Majesty Emperor Ming. He thought about the various aspects, from training a small team to controlling an army of 100,000. He also considered the spiritual construction of imperial soldiers. Drawing from his own experience in leading thousands of men and handling troop deployment, logistical support, and medical care for the sick and wounded, he pondered how to effectively translate his knowledge onto paper. Finally, Cheng Dalei decided to write the statement as a brief discussion of the spirit of the bright sword. Within the capital of Chang'an, individuals who took the exam discussed their experiences. One person said that the exam was quite challenging, making it difficult to know where to start with the answers. Another individual agreed, mentioning the abundance of choices that made the questions particularly challenging to tackle. Wanner, with a smile, asked Cheng Dalei about his answer to the exam. Cheng Dalei responded confidently, stating that his answer was pretty good and simple, not difficult at all. Wanner questioned him further, asking what kind of score he expected to receive. He even boasted that he expected to receive a full score, which Wanner appeared taken aback by Cheng Dalei's confidence. Cheng Dalei continued to boast, claiming that if rankings were to be considered, he would easily secure the first position. Wanner, growing irritable, responded with a sigh and expressed skepticism about Cheng Dalei's chances of surpassing the competition, emphasizing the complexity of the situation. In her thoughts, Wanner acknowledged that she might need to assist Cheng Dalei herself. As night fell at the general's heavenly policy mansion, the general was filled with laughter and praised Niu Sanjin for speaking on behalf of the military officers. One of the military personnel recounted the situation to the general, describing the pale faces of the group of civilian officers when Cheng Dalei confidently declared that he would secure first place in the test. The general appeared concerned about the possibility of Cheng Dalei actually achieving the top position, as it might make the palace's academic people of the palace become laughingstock for them. The military person suggested that since Cheng Dalei had no name or affiliation, they should try to bring him to their side. The general recognized Cheng Dalei's talent and believed that inviting him to join the military faction would improve their chances of winning the martial arts examination. He also noted that he became rivals with an old man from the palace in this competition. Regarding the matter of imperial military power, the general emphasized the need to prevent interference from the palace and declared that the war scholar must ultimately be their man. One of the military personnel inquired if the general already had a candidate in mind, to which the general mentioned the name Liu Qingming. At the residence of Magistrate Kui the following day, discussions were taking place. Magistrate Kui expressed his skepticism about Cheng Dalei's ambition to claim the first position. He considered Cheng Dalei nothing more than a clown and instructed his people to examine Cheng Dalei's writing closely. Magistrate Kui emphasized the need for caution in the upcoming martial arts exam, as the old martial artist was not weak. He then presented their candidate's work and instructed that it be read and the list burned. The magistrate made it clear that their people were top positions on the list, and he specifically mentioned that Jiu Zhang was the top scholar this time, which the officer acknowledged his instructions and bowed. As evening fell at the residence of the martial arts examiners, there was a loud knock at the door. Cheng Dale responded to the noise, called out that he was coming. As he opened the door gate, he addressed Wanner, expressing concern that they might get caught. However, Wanner responded with a mischievous smile, seemingly untroubled by the potential risks. As Linner served them tea, she observed Wanner blankly. Wanner started talking to Cheng Dale, stated that she was there for an important matter and asked him if he remembered the mission she had given. Cheng Dale affirmed that he always kept it in mind. He understood that the mission involved eliminating those Wanner disliked and supporting those she favored to rise to the top. He inquired if she had specific individuals in mind. Wanner confirmed this, stating that even though she didn't know who she liked yet, she was sure about who she didn't like. She explained that there were 2 people she wanted Cheng Dale's help in getting rid of, prompting Cheng Dale asked to which 2. Without hesitation, Wanner mentioned the names of Liu Qingming and Jiu Zhang. Cheng Dale assured Wanner that he would complete the task and showed a big smile while giving a thumbs up. Curious about her choice of targets, Cheng Dale inquired why she had specifically chosen those 2 people. Wanner dismissed their abilities, describing one as a wimp and the other as a muscle freak, both lacking intelligence. She speculated that they might get disqualified on their own, which Cheng Dale found to be the best outcome. Wanner then reminded Cheng Dale about her request to help her find her 6th brother and asked if he had any news. Cheng Dale explained his inability to gather information since he couldn't even leave Chang'an. He pessimistically suggested that her brother was already dead. Wanner dismissed his statement, chiding him for making ominous remarks. The next day, the martial arts competition was coming up, and the 2 major groups, represented by the general and the ministers, were in the ring. They were ready to wrestle and tear each other apart, and they did not know that it wasn't a face-to-face duel, as they thought. Somehow, an insignificant person had also entered the ring. He raised his eyes and looked around with confidence. Meanwhile, in the royal study room at the Wyong Palace, an officer informed Emperor Ming that the examination papers for the written tests had been reviewed and were ready for his inspection. Emperor Ming hastily inquired about Niu Sanjin's writing, prompting the officer to explain that they had already excluded his paper due to its poor quality. The officer questioned why the emperor would want to read it. Emperor Ming revealed that he had heard about Wanner's claim that Cheng Dale would secure first place, and wanted to see what he might have been hiding in his heart, as Cheng Dale had boasted that much. He then instructed the officer to bring Cheng Dale's writing, to which the officer acknowledged it. In the Wyong Palace, Emperor Ming was reading Cheng Dale's writing, which discussed the spirit of the bright sword. The text described the mindset of a swordsman when facing an opponent, emphasizing that even if they knew they would lose, they would draw their sword and engage in combat. It emphasized that losing under the opponent's sword would still bring pride, embodying the spirit of the bright sword. Emperor Ming contemplated the article, noting that it didn't employ flowery language like civil officials, nor was it as cryptic as military officials. He found the writing style to be simple and easy to understand, though he remarked that the handwriting was a bit ugly. Continuing to read, Emperor Ming encountered the phrase, "Facts prove that an army with fine traditions often had the soil to cultivate heroes." As Emperor Ming continued to read Cheng Dale's writing, he read the statement, "Faith showed how powerful the spirit of an army was." Emperor Ming contemplated this and then read on, where the writing emphasized that with faith, they could protect the country, with pride, they could maintain peace, and with duty, they could uphold righteousness, embodying the spirit of the army. Emperor Ming expressed his approval, praising Cheng Dale for his strong allegiance to the country. His officers were surprised and somewhat disbelieving by the emperor's enthusiastic response. Emperor Ming decided to reward talented individuals and ordered that Cheng Dale be awarded first place in the examination. The officers were uncertain about how to respond, knowing that they accepted money from the civil factions, and they exchanged looks while bowing to the emperor. The officers expressed their concerns to Emperor Ming, pointing out that although Cheng Dale's article was good, it might attract unwanted attention, especially from the Ring Tribe peace envoy who was due to arrive soon. They worried that the Ring Tribe negotiators might doubt the sincerity of their peace talks if they knew that Cheng Dale's article had been placed first. One of the officers emphasized the need to focus on regaining their strength after the war rather than showcasing the article on the bright sword. Emperor Ming considered their advice and decided not to alter Cheng Dale's ranking. Instead, he suggested that the article be copied and distributed among the army for study. However, he wanted the writing to be improved to make it less vulgar. The officers agreed to this plan. One of them mentioned the conflict between Cheng Dale and a civil official before the examination and speculated whether Cheng Dale could be a member of the general's family. Emperor Ming dismissed the officers, instructing them to leave. After the officers departed, another person within the palace approached Emperor Ming and expressed concern about Cheng Dale's origins, suggesting that the Snake team investigate further. Emperor Ming decided against such an investigation, stating that as long as the balance of factions was maintained, he would allow them to do as they wanted. This person, introduced as a monk, acknowledged the emperor's decision. Emperor Ming inquired about any news regarding Xingzai, and the monk reported that the crane team and the deer team had been dispatched. Some reports indicated that Xingzai had been seen in Yangzhou, so there should be news soon. Emperor Ming expressed his thoughts about Xingzai, showing a sense of sad expression. Meanwhile, in the northwest region of Yangzhou, Xingzai, who appeared worn out and poorly dressed, walked in the middle of nowhere, using a cane due to exhaustion and hunger. Xingzai expressed his desperation for a meal, listing various extravagant dishes like roast goose, roast sheep, and shark fin. He was so hungry that he couldn't be choosy. Suddenly, he spotted a snake in front of him, and his hunger-driven excitement led him to see it as a potential source of meat. As Xingzai eyed the snake, another person also noticed it and expressed his desire for the meat, which surprisingly this person is Fu Delay. A tense situation unfolded as both men wanted to claim ownership of the snake they had spotted. Their aggressive expressions and thoughts revealed their determination to secure the meal. As the battle for survival between Xingzai and Fu Delay escalated, they resorted to physical combat. Fu Delay pinched Xingzai's face, and Xingzai defended himself by striking back with his cane. They exchanged punches, but Xingzai eventually surrendered, shouting to Fu Delay to stop. Xingzai pointed out that the snake they had been fighting over had already run away. However, it was too late as both watched in silence to observe the rapidly retreating snake. Fu Delay began to shake, appearing drained of energy, and it appeared that he had exhausted himself to the point of fainting. With evening arrived, Xingzai set up a campfire and started cooking over the flames. The scent of the cooked food eventually woke Fu Delay from his unconscious state. Xingzai greeted him, mentioning that he hadn't eaten for days, despite the intense battle they had. Upon waking, Fu Delay suddenly became alert and Xingzai questioned his origin, suspecting him of being associated with the Ring tribe. Xingzai explained to Fu Delay that they were in a remote location and couldn't search for their families to ask for food. He mentioned that he found some potatoes nearby, which saved them from starvation. As he blew on his food to cool it down, Xingzai commented on how good it smelled. Fu Delay, still doubtful, stared at Xingzai. Xingzai continued, stating that they couldn't survive alone in such a poor place and proposed that they stick together. He offered a share of the cooked food to Fu Delay and introduced himself as Lai Xingzai. With a warm smile, he asked for Fu Delay's name. Fu Delay, initially surprised, hesitated briefly before revealing his name as Fu Delay. In the evening, in the city of Chang'an, Cheng Dalei and his group hurriedly walked in town. Shenji asked Cheng Dalei where they were going, with Linger. Cheng Dalei explained that they were heading to a place he referred to as the Wily Hare with 3 burrows, which he considered a special place. Curious, Cheng Dalei inquired if anyone was following them. Shenji mentioned having noticed a beggar who seemed to be watching them, prompting him to wonder if they were being tracked. He glanced nervously behind him. Linger interjected, informing Shenji that the beggar was blind. Shenji, somewhat embarrassed, laughed it off, acknowledging the importance of caution. Cheng Dalei indicated that they had now arrived. Shenji inquired whether the house they had reached belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei explained that to ensure privacy and prevent eavesdropping, all the houses in that area were under his control. Shenji jokingly pointed out the extravagance of owning so many houses without living in them. Cheng Dalei responded, saying that these properties were given to him by those under his authority. He then instructed Linger to fetch a bucket of water to assist with makeup removal, while Shenji was directed to release the fireworks. Cheng Dalei issued the command to release the fireworks. In various parts of the city, people who were busy in the street did not notice the upcoming fireworks. In one area, a lady was haggling over the price of a jewel with a seller. The lady inquired if the jewel could be bought for 5 yuan, to which the seller playfully suggested increasing the offer. The seller proposed 7 coppers but became entranced after the fireworks exploded, while the lady remained focused on the purchase. Undeterred by the distraction, the lady insisted, demanding to know if the seller still intended to sell the item, while the seller was shocked by it. Suddenly, the seller had a change of heart and decided to offer the jewel for free. In other parts of the city, including where Jai Tao was located, she witnessed the spectacle of the fireworks. Jai Tao, in a flirtatious manner, playfully questioned whether Cheng Dalei had been responsible for releasing the dazzling fireworks. In another direction within the city, another man was engrossed in conversation, narrating the last part of a chapter involving Jin Lion and a king. However, his words trailed off as he caught sight of the fireworks. He was taken aback and surprised by the sudden display, wide open the window. The person he was talking to then questioned his sudden runaway, seemingly bewildered by his abrupt departure. As the 3 men looked outside and called the man named Ajie, wondering why he had left in such haste, while the other admired the student's impressive light body skill. A fireworks order awakened the long-dormant underground forces in Chang'an. In an underground city, Su Ying and Liu Zhai were immersed in reading a letter when Qin Man suddenly entered and delivered a report. Qin Man addressed Su Ying and conveyed Cheng Dalei's issuance of a fireworks order. He offered to send a message on their behalf. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the fireworks order, sought an explanation. Aku clarified that the fireworks order served as a signal for those who wished to seek Cheng Dalei's help, repay his kindness, or establish connections within the big city. Cheng Dalei held a prominent position as the underground city's leader in Chang'an. Liu Zhai, displaying a surprised expression, inquired whether Zhai Tao would also attend. Aku confirmed that Zhai Tao would certainly be in attendance at the event. Liu Zhai addressed Su Ying with a worried expression. Su Ying reassured her, implying that Liu Zhai's concern might be related to outsiders trying to get close to Cheng Dalei. Su Ying then suggested that Liu Zhai could follow Qin Man while she attended to her own business. She conveyed this with a pleasant tone. Liu Zhai responded with a pout and a blush. Su Ying instructed Qin Man to take Liu Zhai to Cheng Dalei and inform him of the impending arrival of an important person. Qin Man acknowledged her order. Back at Cheng Dalei's residence, Fei Yuan was the first to arrive and respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei acknowledged him and advised him to wait for everyone else to arrive while he was sipping tea. In the following scene, many people were seen making their way to Cheng Dalei's residence. Some showcased their skills in lightweight jumping to reach the location, while others ran to get there. They greeted each other and commented on the familiar faces they encountered. A bald man noted that they were all familiar faces, and someone else expressed surprise at seeing him there as well. Everyone who received orders from Cheng Dalei gathered in his residence. They respectfully addressed Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei announced that he was going to give orders to a select group of people who were staying to work with him. He called upon Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku, instructing them to stay. Cheng Dalei then turned his attention to Zhai Tao. Cheng Dalei appeared to hesitate, thinking about Su Ying's potential misunderstanding if he left her behind. However, he recognized the opportunity to make use of her skills this time, so he decided to include Zhai Tao as well. Zhai Tao was visibly pleased with this decision. Cheng Dalei continued, calling out the names of various individuals, including the blind swordsman Shitu Zhu, Mu Zhengsan, Peddler Liu Neng, Mr. Storyteller with 6 ears Q He, Tomb Raider Expert Wang, Gambler Crow, Playboy Kaian Ruishui, Mangy Dog, Du Hun, and beggars. Cheng Dalei ordered dozens of them, all of whom were capable in various fields. He then addressed the rest, informing them that he had no need for their services this time. One person expressed disappointment and questioned Cheng Dalei's decision, believing they were the most qualified among those present. As some people continued to address Cheng Dalei, others expressed their desire to participate as well. Cheng Dalei remained composed, simply sipping his tea, which had an intimidating effect on his people, and eventually silenced the commotion by sternly telling them to scram. One person expressed frustration, wondering why he hadn't been chosen. Another person expressed their desire to work with Cheng Dalei. A more understanding individual cautioned against speaking nonsense, acknowledging that Cheng Dalei must have his reasons for his choices. Cheng Dalei instructed Q He to ask about 2 individuals in the city as he wanted to know about them. Q He asked for clarification of who he wanted to ask about, to which Cheng Dalei responded that it was Jiu Zhong and Liu Qingming, prompting Q He to acknowledge the task with a simple understanding. He then instructed Zhai Tao to spread gossip in the brothel and reminded her not to expose herself. He also called Liu Neng to do the same task in the tea house. He then turned to Fei Yuan and began assigning a task. But before Cheng Dalei could finish his words, Qin Man suddenly appeared and addressed Cheng Dalei. Qin Man informed him that they had received news that the person they had been waiting for would be arriving in Chang'an in 3 days. He continued, stating that it was Yuzhu City Lord Yang Longting. Upon hearing this news, Shenji, Linger, and Cheng Dalei were visibly shocked. Cheng Dalei clenched in his chair, expressing determination. He gritted his teeth as he thought about the impending arrival of Yang Longting, recognizing that it was time to settle a score. Cheng Dalei then assigned tasks and instructed Fei Yuan to infiltrate the military headquarters at night and steal their action books. To Q He tasked him with gathering information about Yang Longting, including details about his food and drink. Wanted to know about everything. Cheng Dalei assigned Zhai Tao the responsibility of spreading rumors about the 2 individuals and creating a rumor about Yang Longting's anticipated entry into the city to stir up the situation in Chang'an. Zhai Tao acknowledged her task. Cheng Dalei concluded by telling them all to go and do their things. Liu Zhai expressed her desire to contribute and assist Cheng Dalei with his work. Cheng Dalei, concerned for her safety, initially urged her to return to Su Ying, citing the dangerous task he was about to do. Liu Zhai persisted, acknowledging her inability to fight and her lack of management skills compared to Su Ying and others. She thinks about Zhai Tao at the same time. However, she emphasized her willingness to help in any way she could, such as reading and writing or assisting with his chores. She expressed a sense of frustration, feeling that Cheng Dalei often forgot about her and her desire to help with something that she was capable of. In tears, Liu Zhai pleaded with Cheng Dalei not to leave her behind, expressing her desire not to hide behind him and to actively follow him. Cheng Dalei eventually patted her head while agreeing. He then instructed her to help him with handling information. Liu Zhai hugged him tightly in response to his consent, and Cheng Dalei emphasized the need for her to behave. Cheng Dalei then directed Shenji and Linger to return to the examiner's residence, with instructions to inform him if something happened in the imperial court. He also instructed them to direct Wanner to meet him at his residence. After a while, Liu Zhai handed Cheng Dalei a bunch of information. She informed him that all the valuable information about Liu Qingming and Ji Yuzhong was included in the documents. The documents contain details about Liu Qingming, the son of Xinliang city lord in Jingzhou, 28 years old. When he was young, he learned martial arts from the famous master. At the age of 19, he defeated 1,000 bandits with 300 house slaves. Later, he joined the Capital Guard army and was known for his boldness, righteousness, and generosity in the army. Ji Yuzhong, 26 years old. When he was young, his family was poor and he studied poetry and books. Later, he studied with Qi, a great renowned scholar in Jingzhou, and entered the Imperial College, where he was the first student. Liu Zhai explained that these two individuals represented both military and civil officials. Qi hailed from the Qi family, while Liu Qingming's father was once a subordinate of Yu Qili. Cheng Dalei let out a sigh in response to the information, and Liu Zhai appeared to pout at his reaction. Liu Zhai noticed Cheng Dalei's somber mood, so she asked him what was wrong. As Cheng Dalei dwelt on Wanner's words, he contemplated the significance of being considered an elite-level second generation and a phoenix man, recognizing the nature of the two people who were high rank as monsters. He couldn't help but express dismay at Wanner's judgment, with expressed disappointment evident in his thoughts. Cheng Dalei speculated about the immense power wielded by these two figures, believing them to be strong contenders for the top martial arts scholar position for both civil and military affairs factions. Liu Zhai brought Cheng Dalei back to the present, reminding him that their people were still waiting outside for his instructions. Cheng Dalei resolved to adhere to Wanner's orders and instructed Liu Zhai to tell their people to proceed with the original plan, prompting Liu Zhai to acknowledge his command. That night at Full Fragrance House Brothel, a man urged the ladies to hurry and fill the cup, while a lady complimented Zhang on his martial arts talent, suggesting he could be the #1 martial artist. Zhang, full of confidence, chuckled heartily, saying it was only natural. Another lady then shared rumors she had heard from high-ranking officials, mentioning that the martial arts scholar had seemingly already chosen genius Ji Yuzhong. Another lady joined in, confirming the rumors she had also heard. Startled, Zhang asked for more information. Meanwhile, at a tea house, people discussed the news that the general's mansion had selected Liu Qingming as the top martial arts scholar. Others chimed in, mentioning that Ji Yuzhong was also a finalist. A few individuals dismissed the commotion, stating that it was decided from the start, and they were just making a fuss about nothing. One person concluded that they were competing for nothing. Within a day, under the efforts of several hundred people, the rumors spread throughout Chang'an at a very fast pace. In fact, Cheng Dalei didn't know that what he spread may not be just rumors. Under the deliberate verification of some people with connections, they got almost the same answer. It's only been 2 days, the rumors are getting worse and worse. The next day, Liu Qingming and Ji Yuzhong's doors were blocked by martial artists who sought a challenge. People shouted at their doors, challenging them to come out and fight. Some called them a cheater, while others provoked them, saying that they wanted to be the #1 martial artist and challenge if they could beat them. At the Imperial College, over 3,000 people formed a blockade, appealing to the court for justice on behalf of the students. Several contenders questioned their worthiness, asking to demand justice, while others clamored for fairness. As night fell at the general's Heavenly Policy mansion, the general's frustration was evident as he demanded to know who leaked the information. His irritation was visible as he shouted. A military officer reported the widespread rumors and the attack on Liu Qingming last night, causing him to lose teeth. The general, exasperated, facepalmed in response. In the end, the general speculated that this might have been the work of Magistrate Qi. Regardless, he considered these developments minor details and emphasized the need for Liu Qingming's recovery and preparation for the martial arts examination. At Qi Mansion, Magistrate Qi instructed his officers to investigate the source of the rumors, suspecting the involvement of a third party in the matter. Some officers speculated that it could have been military officials, but others dismissed the idea. Meanwhile, the general thought, as he angrily acknowledged Magistrate Qi, that he was good at it. Magistrate Qi also thought, expressed frustration at the situation, suspecting the existence of a third faction apart from the civil and military official factions. No matter how anxious the general's mansion and the prime minister's mansion were, they ground their teeth and stamped their feet under the pressure. Anyway, Cheng Dalei was in high spirits, while Liu Zhai beside him, and both sat at a table filled with food. 1:15 midnight, Fei Yuan leaped around on the roof and eventually made his way to Cheng Dalei's house. Fei Yuan excitedly informed his older brother, stating that luck was on their side. He revealed that he had obtained the most recent ledger from both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. Cheng Dalei expressed gratitude to Fei Yuan for his hard work. Liu Zhai, curious about the purpose of the obtained information, asked Cheng Dalei for clarification. Cheng Dalei explained, noting that with Yang Longjing's impending arrival, the Empire would manage the reception, such as accommodations and protection. He mentioned that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights were responsible for these arrangements, and by studying their records, they could gather valuable military and other information. In his thoughts, Cheng Dalei noted that the negotiation team of the Ring tribe was scheduled to arrive in Chang'an the following day. Leading this group were the Kang tribe Prince Hu Yanli and the Northern tribe Prince Jin Wendao, a name that struck him as familiar. Cheng Dalei knew that the imperial negotiating team included the great Prince Lai Leshan and officials from the Ministry of Rights and Minister of War. He acknowledged the number of troops welcoming Yang Longting was 5,000, which were highly powerful imperial guards. Additionally, Yang Longting had brought along 1,000 individuals, comprising those who had made significant contributions during the war and were awaiting rewards from the imperial court. He estimated that the number of people involved exceeded 6,000, and the true extent of the operation went deeper than what was apparent at the surface, as he could easily tell it out in a glance. Cheng Dalei pondered the feasibility of assassinating Yang Longting amidst such heavy protection. Given his year-long involvement in various businesses all over the country, he decided that involving die-hard loyal warriors like Fei Yuan, Axi, and Aku in the assassination was not a good idea to let them participate. Furthermore, he pondered the feasibility of escaping in Chang'an even if the assassination was successful, and the potential to find the relics of Lai Manzi. Cheng Dalei made a decision and instructed Fei Yuan to inform the others to wait for Yang Longting's entry to the city and find the right time. A man reading from a scroll announced at the city gate that it was the day His Majesty, the Ming Emperor, took an imperial tour of the streets. Windows of every house had to close. The idle, poor people, and thieves were not allowed to look directly at the holy face. His Majesty would go out of the city to receive the imperial warlord, honor the ancestors, honor heaven, then proclaim to the world. When the imperial expedition left the imperial city, they would splash the road with clean water and cover it with yellow cloth. They started an imperial tour where the lineup was Imperial Expedition of Emperor Ming heading front. Next were the relatives of the emperor and nobles, then came accompanying eunuchs, and lastly came civilian and military officials. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei was among the military officials enduring the scorching heat on the imperial tour. As they neared the city gate, a soldier announced that His Majesty was coming, wherein Yang Longting arrived with his men, introduced himself, and uttered that he was there to meet His Majesty, and added "Long live His Majesty" while showing his respect. Emperor Ming questioned why the imperial warlord was so polite. He went on to say that it had been a long journey for him. Emperor Ming invited Yang Longting to come to the city with him. Yang Longting responded respectfully that he was only a martial artist. He only knew the loyalty of serving the country. He shared His Majesty's concerns and dared not to be called the imperial god of war. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he hadn't seen Yang Longting in a long time, while the soldier near him was excited that he had made new armor on purpose because he could meet the warlord that day, as he needed to make a good impression on him. Cheng Dalei's fury was clear in his eyes, and he cursed him in his head for being a god of war where, in fact, it was him who fought that battle. His attention was called, and he was referred to as Lieutenant Nui while Cheng Dalei was about to draw his sword. The soldier near him told him his eyes were so scary while Cheng Dalei was breathing hard. Cheng Dalei smiled and explained quickly that he was a little nervous. The soldier replied that he was nervous too and asked how could they not be when they were about to meet the Lord of War. Suddenly, the soldier's attention was diverted when voices emerged protesting that they were determined not to make peace with the Rings, and they would not claim vassalage, and would fight the Rings until the end. The protesters continued yelling that they were a great nation, rich but not yielding, and they would fight until the end, while the soldiers were trying to control the crowd with their spears and barriers. The protesters were yelling relentlessly in front of the soldiers as they demanded the deaths of the Rings, revenge for their ancestors, and that they should not abandon them, while complaining that the Rings were multiplying. There was no brave general for their dynasty, and they mourned for the great martial arts. Yang Longting on horseback joined the imperial tour beside the golden carriage as the protesters continued yelling for the death of the Rings. A soldier called the imperial guards, commanding them to get rid of the mob and to not disturb the conversation between His Majesty and the warlord. Immediately, the imperial guards went on to the protesters aggressively, calling them ungrateful people and threatening to get lost if they did not want to die. However, the protesters didn't budge and responded that noble people like them, who thought themselves high and mighty, dared not to kill the Rings but only played crudely at them. A protester yelled furiously that God would punish them while Emperor Ming and Yang Longting silently passed them. Fast forward at night, dozens of kilometers away from Chang'an, in the wilderness, a Ring member reminisced that the last time they were there, they were having fun robbing and looting. However, this time they couldn't rob. They were there to negotiate and see if they could get a few more princesses. They would ask the cowards for more supplies, paper, tea, iron, and so on, as these things were very valuable in their country. With a pot of them, they could exchange a beautiful white woman. Meanwhile, inside the white tent, a man was asleep and laying on his bed. It was Jin Wendao. He was having a nightmare about the deadly and disastrous flooding where he lost his brothers, lots of ring members, and a flash of Fu Delay's face appeared. Jin Wendao abruptly woke up and got up with terrors in his eyes. He was heavily breathing from that nightmare. Jin Wendao thought in his head that almost a year had passed, but he still couldn't forget that defeat. He thought of Cheng Dale, while another ring member addressed him as prince and told that it was time to go. Along the road, Jin Wendao went on thinking if he would have a chance to kill Cheng Dale and Chang'an this time since he had won such a great battle, he must have a share of the reward. A few moments later, after Emperor Ming received Yang Longting, the ceremony of ancestor worship began the next day. Emperor Ming changed his clothes and went to the offering table to incense. He made 3 prostrations and 9 bows, and there were no need to do the many formalities and rituals associated with it. Emperor Ming thought that the ancestor was blessed as he was inclined to the people. May they send down a few talents to protect the empire. A man was reading in a scroll and announced that after His Majesty's greeting, the princes and officials were then invited to come forward and greet in turn. As the ceremony continued, Cheng Dale on the other hand thought the activity was really annoying. He wanted to get it over with quickly so he could hug Liu Zhai and listen to a little song. A man continued announcing about 1 dedication. All officials bowed, 3 knees and 9 bows. Suddenly, a notification was heard by Cheng Dale that a nearby container was detected, which surprised him. It continued to notify him that this container was full of power. While others bowed down, Cheng Dale only kneeled in surprise that this container was treasured for centuries and carried the luck of the country. It was continuously notifying that the host must get the container as soon as possible. The container that he discovered was powerful enough to reset the system and even upgrade the system to a new generation. It repeatedly notified the host, Cheng Dale, to get the container as soon as possible. The container was a gold relic. At night, someone was playing music, which was heard up on the roof. Bai Feiyuan in his flying toad mask was on the roof and was speechless. He then quickly jumped. A man down in a narrow alley was playing music. It was Cheng Dale holding a flute. Bai Feiyuan jumped quickly from roof to roof, until he landed near Cheng Dale and called him boss. Cheng Dale told him to send an advance notice of the theft to the royal treasury tomorrow, which Bai Feiyuan asked what he wanted him to steal. Cheng Dale answered no, he didn't really have to steal, he just had to get the attention of the Imperial Guard, especially on this side of the Hall of Ancestors, and they were running out of time. The following day at the Royal Treasury, where soldiers were relaxed and dozing their backs against a column, an Imperial Guard was sound asleep on duty. Suddenly, an arrow was released and whirled through the air. This slightly woke up the Imperial Guard and was initially confused. Then, the arrow with a knotted white piece in it hit and got stuck on the column, which terrified and surprised the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guards immediately yelled for an enemy attack, which they wondered if the ring fought their way in. They noticed the arrow with a knotted white piece in it and got curious about what was that. The Imperial Guards read that tonight at midnight, he would steal from the flying toad. They hurried up and went to inform the general. At night, a flying toad went on jumping from roof to roof inside the royal treasury. This was immediately noticed by the Imperial Guards. They yelled that he was there, and a flying toad showed up. Several Imperial Guards ran after the flying toad, tried to get him, and cursed that this little thief didn't give a damn about their Imperial army. Another Imperial Guard fiercely commanded to hurry up and informed the men in front of them to surround him. The flying toad went on running and jumping on the roof, as he was supposed to, as fast as he could be. Meanwhile, an Imperial Guard was laying on the ground, and someone thought that the incense worked very well. Someone walked and thought that after the ancestral rituals, the spirits of the ancestors should all have returned there to the Hall of Ancestors. It was Cheng Dale who walked into the Royal Ancestral Hall while wearing a face mask. He searched for so long, and finally, what he wanted was actually placed in the Hall of Ancestors. He had been searching for a year and finally found it. Cheng Dale was near the golden container. When his hand was about to reach for the container, a sudden golden glow was evident when he touched it, which had sufficient capacity. A notification from the system detected that the host had acquired the container. The golden glow got big and surrounded Cheng Dale. It also notified when the container detected and asked if Cheng Dale wanted to absorb the power. The container was a relic from Emperor Wu, Ling Zai from the Order of the Heavenly Soldier. Suddenly, a warning notification popped out that the container carried the Empire's fortune. The absorption of its power might lead to the downfall of the national pride of the kingdom. However, Cheng Dale continued absorbing, and the golden glow got bigger. Then the system asked if he wanted to restart the system. He answered yes, and it began to restart. The notifications went on and on. The administrator was going offline, and the new administrator was being created. It began to reset the system, and it was expected to be completed within 15 days. The power absorption was complete, and the system was full of power. It asked if you wanted to upgrade the system. It started to release redundant fear points. Suddenly, a beacon of golden glow was upon Cheng Dale. It started to upgrade the system, and system functions were being restored. The store, summoning platform, and raffle machine were being restored, but some functions were temporarily available. This golden glow reached outside and went so high in the sky. It turned on the function for displaying the NPC information, where it was also upgraded, and character disguises were being ignored. However, Cheng Dale had a hard time because it was making a lot of noise. The beacon of golden light reached and illuminated the night sky, which made the Imperial Guards question what that was and whether these were divine visions or manifestations of the ancestors, as it was in the direction of the Hall of Ancestors. Flying Toad looked back and noticed the beacon of golden light, and he was amazed that Cheng Dale had created that. At the Minju Palace, a lady with long black hair noticed the beacon of golden light at her window, and was amazed too. It was Lai Weiner, the princess of Minju, and she said that it was so beautiful, as she really wanted to go there and see it. Emperor Ming saw it from his window and was speechless. Several people noticed the beacon of golden light and wondered as well. The age of the Kinshin in the year 20, festival time. At night, on the northwestern side, strange objects had appeared in the sky. Arcs of light were everywhere in the sky and on the earth, like a fire, wide at the top and becoming duller towards the bottom. It had a strange color and rose from the ground to the sky, as if it were transmitting cries of sadness. A man said that this heavenly phenomenon was unheard of, unseen, and questioned whether these were auspicious signs or if it was a deception of the heart. And the crowd rushed into the ancestral hall, except for the two fainting guards. They found no other abnormalities. Somewhere in another place, a group of men were out riding their horses. Someone teasingly remarked that the people he was with were too slow. It was Zhao Zilong, and he even said faster while Zhang Fei pleaded with him to slow down because his horse couldn't take it if he kept going like that. Zhao Zilong kept going and then replied no, because the horse was still in good condition. He told him to hurry up, and Cheng Dale was probably waiting for them in Chang'an. Meanwhile, Liu Bei thought in his head about when did Zhao Zilong become so caring for Cheng Dale. Guan Yu asked his third brother how far they were from Chang'an. Zhang Fei answered that they should be in front of them, and they went on riding their horses. A few moments later, the brothers arrived at the border of the capital region of Chang'an and got off their horses. They walked with them while they each held their horses' ropes. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong told them to wait, which left them confused, and they asked what was wrong. Zhao Zilong, with his sudden rosy cheeks, answered that he still had to make himself neat. Liu Bei questioned why Zhao Zilong was acting strangely, and Guan Yu asked what he meant because he had just said a while ago that Cheng Dale was waiting for them, which made Zhao Zilong speechless. Someone said come on and they kept going. A guard at the border suspiciously asked them if they had a document for the road pass. The guard went on to say that Chang'an was under tight security, and they did not look like good people at first glance. If they couldn't show him their road pass, then he couldn't let them into the city and that they should understand some rules. Someone questioned what kind of rules. The guard looked confused while the four brothers just stared. A pretty lady soldier with a spear on her back asked why she hadn't heard of it. The lady soldier had black long hair and a ponytail. The guard was surprised when he saw General Tong walk towards him and command him to get out of her way for now. Liu Bei asked who she was. General Tong called for Zhao Zilong. Suddenly, she quickly advanced on her feet. With a spear on her back, she went aiming towards Zhao Zilong and said that he made him wait too long. Liu Bei warned and told them to watch out because she was coming at them while Zhao Zilong firmly grasped his spear. He also advanced towards General Tong. A white bird pilgrim's spear was evident as they fought. Zhao Zilong released 100 flowers in disarray against General Tong's phoenix swirl while his brother stood on the side and watched them fight. General Tong's looked pleased as they went on fighting while Zhao Zilong struggled. Liu Bei yelled at his brother to go and help, and Zhang Fei agreed. Suddenly, her hand extended out and called him stupid brat. General Tong grabbed Zhao Zilong's head, then pushed it into her chest and said that she hadn't seen him in a few years, but his skills had grown, which made his brother's jaw drop and puzzled him. General Tong gazed at his brothers and said that they were the guys that his brother Zhao Zilong mentioned in the letter while he continued struggling in her chest and demanded to let go of him. His brothers were shocked when they knew who she was. General Tong introduced herself. She was Tong Fei, Zhao Zilong's senior sister. Zhao Fei whispered that she was Zhao Zilong's dark something, but Liu Bei quickly interrupted and shushed him. Tong Fei questioned what they were whispering about. They awkwardly laughed and replied that they didn't expect that Zhao Zilong actually had such a powerful senior sister. Tong Fei brushed them off, responded that they were sweet talkers and told them to come follow her into the city. A few moments later at the Tong mansion, tea was poured in a cup inside a room. The four brothers sat together across Tong Fei and said that they had come to Chang'an to do something important. Zhao Zilong respectfully said that they would be a bother to his senior sister for a bit because they were unfamiliar with the place, so they had to find a place to stay first. He thanked his senior sister for having them, and Tong Fei replied that she could trust the people that he brought. Tong Fei added that he could rest there for as long as he wanted as she had enough empty rooms there. Then she asked if they were going to take part in the martial arts examination this time and if he brought his name card, and Zhao Zilong answered no because they were there to find someone. Tong Fei asked who they were looking for because she had some influence in Chang'an, so she might be able to help them. Zhao Zilong replied that they did not want to trouble senior sister and awkwardly laughed as they would take care of it. Tong Fei looked puzzled. The four brothers gazed and listened to Tong Fei when she intriguingly asked if the person they were looking for was a fugitive. The four brothers were all speechless. Tong Fei chuckled and went on to say not to worry. Although she was from the government, a fugitive like that wasn't under her jurisdiction, and she was not interested in asking about the person they were looking for. However, recently, the Jingju city was very chaotic. The martial arts examination was about to start, dragons and fishes jumbled together. The Ring tribe envoy had also arrived in Chang'an. In order to prevent people from causing trouble, the outside was now under very strict control. If they wanted to find someone, at least do it after everything had calmed down. Tong Fei was heading out first because she had things to do, and she told all of them to stay with her for now, especially Zhao Zilong, not to go out and cause trouble. Outside the room, a soldier was waiting and asked her group leader Tong if he was the junior brother she mentioned before because he was indeed useful. Tong Fei replied not to worry. Apart from Zhao Zilong, the other three were not bad either. The soldier fearfully reported that the Ring tribe diplomatic group had entered Chang'an, and most of their Merlian Guard troops had been sent out. Tong Fei replied that it didn't matter, they didn't have enough people on their side. She would find a chance to try their skills if they were qualified to become their people. Meanwhile, the system reset was in progress. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that the most important thing for coming to Chang'an had been solved. The only thing left was to find Yang Longting to seek justice. Another soldier appeared and referred to Cheng Dalei as Lieutenant New and said that it seemed he was in a good mood, and he chuckled. Cheng Dalei thought in his head to take it easy. There were too many troops deployed, and the time hadn't come yet. That day's operation was more difficult than expected. Suddenly, two men crashed on horseback and went out right above the Emperor's carriage. They took out a few soldiers while others yelled for an enemy attack and warned them to look out. The soldiers gathered with their spears and surrounded what they thought were assassins. These two men with face masks and spears in their hands were killed several soldiers who were on their way. Cheng Dalei was just as shocked as everyone else. He thought in his head about who made this move without following his orders, and who were they. There were so many troops that day, and doing it was the same as asking for death. Two cavalry soldiers rushed to kill in the crowd. The civil servants and the maids began in panic and fled one after another. However, Cheng Dalei remained and stood still with his sword in his hand. He thought in his head that no matter which side of the power made a move, now this place had become muddy water, while another soldier called Lieutenant New and told him not to go forward. The front was too chaotic, and they should stay away from it. Cheng Dalei thought that chaos was the opportunity. As long as he could get close to him, he could stab him with a killing blow. While yelling at the foolish ruler, these two men still went on aggressively. One of the two men screamed at them to die. As they were near the Emperor's carriage, the soldier's priority was to protect His Majesty and stop these two men. A man was shocked and terrified of what he saw. Suddenly, a hand emerged. It was another man. He fiercely grabbed both spears in his hand and tried to block them using his twisting hands. The two men were shocked. Cheng Dalei, on the side as he watched the fight, he thought in his head there really were masters among the eunuchs. It was Liu Aji, the top martial artist of Merlian Guard with skills of twisting hand, and Jin Yonggong at age 48, where he strongly said to capture them alive. An unexpected swish happened on the hands and spears. They were able to break free from Liu Aji, and a combination of attack from the seven-fold wave breaker spear and breaking army was released as Xiao Yu was called to raise the spear force. Emperor Ming was silent and still on his carriage as he observed the fight in front of him. He thought in his head about the Lin's family's wave-breaking spear. The two masked men were Lin Xiao Yu, the martial artist who had been in a lot of hardship, and Lin Chong, the top martial artist with a lot of experience. They both had a hidden attribute as Avenger and had the same skill of Wave Breaker of 7 attacks. Then someone thought, how could it be them? Seeing the strength of the defense, his plans for that day were cancelled because these two fools still came to assassinate and were planning to die. And even if they managed to break through to the eunuch, there were still several top figures waiting for them behind. It was Cheng Dalei, and he went on thinking that even if the assassination would be successful, the three of them were bound to die there. Yang Longting was surrounded by several top figures, such as the top left guard, top general, and top right guard, which made Cheng Dalei wonder if they were looking for other assassins. Cheng Dalei, with a sword in his hand, advanced fiercely into the fight. He thought that Emperor Ming could not die now, and once he was dead, the situation in Chang'an would be in chaos. He had a hard time setting up a good trap in Chang'an where it could be completely useless, and it would be more difficult to assassinate Yang Longting in the future. Cheng Dalei had to stop them and get them in his plan, while Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong went on battling against Liu Aji, who was about to lose the fight. Lin Chong cursed while he thought in his head that if he let this eunuch drag him down the moment the Imperial Guards surrounded him, he would definitely die here. He positioned his spear as he raised it, gathered his strength into his hand, and called out to the foolish ruler. Lin Chong threw his spear swiftly as he fiercely uttered to accept his death. His spear passed over the Imperial Guards, which terrified them. It was heading at Emperor Ming's carriage with several soldiers behind it. Liu Aji looked back and screamed to project his majesty as he thought he had messed up. However, they thought that it was too late. Emperor Ming still sat on his carriage and was terrified as the spear was incredibly near him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale appeared near Emperor Ming. He tried catching the spear with his hands. Cheng Dale was able to grasp the handle of the spear. He was struggling because the breaking spear was really powerful. Cheng Dale was able to catch the spear in front of Emperor Ming without harming his majesty. He fiercely stopped the spear inches before his majesty's eyes. The Imperial Guards just stood there and were terrified as they worried for their majesty. Cheng Dale yelled in frustration at them to come and called them bastards. He pointed his sword and then uttered that if they did not surrender, he was going to blow them up with 5 thunder laws. Lin Xiaoyu thought in his head that the sound was so familiar. He thought that now he had a good look, those eyes and that nose without the beard. He wanted to call his village master. However, he was quickly interrupted by Cheng Dale, who yelled ferociously, called them dog criminals, and told them to not even think of running away, especially of escaping to the east. Cheng Dale told Liu Aji to protect his majesty and allowed him to deal with these criminals, on which Liu Aji replied that he would leave it to him. Liu Aji then commanded a group of archers not to shoot as they could hit Captain Niu. Both sides slowly moved away while pretending to fight. As the battlefield got messier, it became hard to distinguish friend from foe, and now no one was able to intervene in the battle. In the middle of this mess, the 2 criminals were able to break through the east gates of the city. Several soldiers were behind Cheng Dale, and a soldier on his horse told him to take a rest, allow his men to chase after those 2. He would make sure that they wouldn't be able to escape. Cheng Dale screamed at the criminal scum, told them not to dare to run, come and fight him for 300 rounds. He then went after them. Cheng Dale kicked a soldier and let him borrow his horse. He managed to get himself on the horse's stirrups and kicked his feet with it. Cheng Dale went on screaming at the criminal bastards and commanded them not to run. Another soldier came to check on the general, who was on the ground, on which he replied that he was fine. He wondered why Captain Niu had such a big grudge against those bandits. Cheng Dale continued screaming at the scums that their death was near and went after Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong. Liu Aji commanded the cavalry guards to chase after them and helped Captain Niu catch those criminals. On the road, the cavalry guards were behind Cheng Dale, chasing the bandits. Cheng Dale whistled like a sound signal for the bandits lurking behind the trees and bushes. The bandit was able to recognize the signal. He commanded to open the sheds and let them loose. The cavalry guards wondered about the rumbling sound as they slowed down. The leading guard warned them to be careful as it was coming from the right, and another soldier commanded them to halt, repeatedly. The firecracker was attached to a tail. It was a group of violent-looking bulls making rumbling sounds. The cavalry guards were speechless as the bulls crossed the road, blocking the view with black smoke from the firecrackers. They coughed when the black smoke reached them, and a soldier called for his general. When the smoke slowly cleared out, they realized that Captain Niu and those 2 criminals were gone. The general commanded them to quickly go after them. They must not let anything happen to Captain Niu. A few moments later, in a small shed deep in the mountain, he questioned if it was really his village master. It was Lin Xiaoyu who was glad that he did not die, on which Cheng Dale assured him he did not die as he was living perfectly fine. Cheng Dale was also glad that these 2 did not die either. He went on to ask why they were trying to assassinate the emperor. Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Chong were silent. Lin Xiaoyu answered that it was for his father, Lin Wentian. Cheng Dale thought of Lin Wentian. He thought he had heard people mention him before. The great Northwest General, supreme defender of the Northwest borderlines, someone on the same level as Yu Kai Lai. In the war 1 year ago, Lin Wentian abandoned his duties and escaped back to the capital, leaving the city to be ransacked by the rings. The emperor decreed him to be punished via execution of the entire family. Nowadays, if Yang Longting was the empire's greatest hero, then Lin Wentian was the empire's biggest villain. How many people would grit their teeth in anger when mentioning his name, and how many more would want the chance to spit on his grave? However, there have been rumors that he was merely a pawn in the inner politics of the court. The supplies that should have been delivered never arrived, forcing him to retreat. Maybe this was the real reason why the entire Lin family was executed, to silence the witness. Cheng Dale sighed that Lin Xiaoyu turned out to be Lin Wentian's son. No wonder why he wanted to assassinate the emperor. He then asked how many people were left in the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyu answered a few of the older members were able to escape the executions by changing their names, and what had happened to the family was passed on to him by an old servant. Lin Xiaoyu went on angrily saying that his father dedicated his life to the empire, yet they repaid him by executing his entire family unjustly. He must find justice for him. Cheng Dalei responded that even if they kill the emperor, it won't clear away the crimes that his father was framed for. Cheng Dalei thought that these two weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. He went on to explain that if he wanted to clear away his father's crime, he needed to collect enough evidence and confront the emperor. Only then was he able to force him to give him a proper answer. If they really killed the emperor and people found out it was done by someone from the Lin family, it would only have added to the misunderstanding. Cheng Dalei called for Xiao Yu and borrowed his spear. Cheng Dalei held onto the spear and went on explaining that the emperor could not die right then. The moment he died, the empire would fall into turmoil, and the crown princes would fight among themselves for the seat of the emperor, giving the rings a chance to attack them again. So, hide here for now. This was a place he had prepared for himself, so no one should have been able to find them there. As for food and water, they were under the floorboards. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei stabbed himself in the shoulder and blood began to splatter. He walked out the door and said that he would pick them up when he left Chang'an. At night, a soldier on a horse was wandering alone in the woods. He sighed as they went the road with his horse. It was Cheng Dalei. He had to settle his score with Yang Longting, and Lin Xiaoyu needed to find justice with the emperor. He looked up and questioned if there was really justice in this world. With torches, someone recognized Captain Niu. It was the cavalry guards, which confirmed it was Captain Niu, and asked if he caught the criminal. Cheng Dalei sighed and answered they got away. They asked him if he was hurt, and he answered yes, that he accidentally got hit by their spear, but it was only a flesh wound, and assured them not to worry. However, the guards called for the doctor and quickly called someone to come over because Captain Niu was hurt. This made Cheng Dalei wonder when he became this popular. At the Huayang Palace, where eunuchs and soldiers sat down at the front, a man announced that the emperor had been startled by the events, but he was now resting after taking some medicine, and everyone could go back now. His Majesty also decreed that he would not blame today's event on anyone, which made the eunuchs and soldiers bow down and reply that His Majesty was benevolent. In a well-lit room, Liu Aji informed His Majesty that everyone had left. Emperor Ming asked if Niu Sanjin had been found yet. Liu Aji bowed down when replying to His Majesty. He had already been found, however. He seemed to have suffered some injuries, but it was nothing too major. He played a great role in protecting him that day. He asked His Majesty if they should reward him. Emperor Ming responded that there was no rush to reward him as he wanted to meet him personally first. He then asked if he recognized this spear, and Liu Aji responded based on the techniques used by the assassin. This should be a tidal wave spear from the Lin family. Emperor Ming held on to the tidal wave spear, then uttered that the Lin family still had people alive. Fast forward at the Imperial Palace. Inside of a room, someone asked if there was any news of Cheng Dalei. Liu Bei answered that Cheng Dalei was a wanted criminal. He must have had a new identity right now. Zhang Fei applauded Cheng Dalei as this proved that he had hidden himself very well, and Liu Bei responded that if it wasn't easy to find, he was overconfident. Guan Yu added that he did find out that there was an underground city in Chang'an, and the big boss there was called Big Brother, but there were rumors saying that the ones behind the scene were actually two girls. Zhao Zilong said that it was a shame that the emperor was targeted by assassins 2 days ago, and the security in Chang'an was very strict right now. They couldn't go out and search for them. Liu Bei responded that right now they couldn't leave Chang'an even if they wanted to, and they could only stay there at Zhao Zilong's senior sister's place, eating and drinking for free, and thought it was a little improper. Suddenly, a voice emerged and questioned who said she was letting them live there for free. With a loud bang, Tong Fei kicked the door and debris flew because of the impact. She was silent, and light smoke appeared. Zhao Zilong called out to his senior sister. Could she open the door like a normal person because she had already broken 3 doors? Tong Fei laughed and said that it was a force of habit that Zhao Zilong should know that this was how she usually opened doors when she was catching criminals. She went inside the room, then coughed and went on to say that no one could get anything for free from her, even if it was Zhao Zilong. She walked near her brother and said she was there to ask for them to pay up. Then she sat next to him and questioned Zhao Zilong why was he looking at his dear senior sister like that. Was she that scary? Or did he think she would eat them up? While Zhao Zilong stayed silent, he thought in his head that he had a bad feeling about this. Every time she began acting this way, it meant she was scheming something bad. Tong Fei placed her arm on Zhao Zilong and told everyone that she needed help escorting an elder. Liu Bei asked who. Tong Fei replied that no need to be nervous. He was not some major character or anything. The person they would be escorting was a doctor. He would be traveling to the general's palace to see a patient. At nighttime, in the general's palace, someone hoped they could ensure his safety on his way back from the general's palace. There was a small carriage with 2 horses attached to it and several guards near it. Later that night, 2 people went inside the examinee's residence. Inside a room, Captain Niu was informed by Liu Aji that the doctor was there. Cheng Dalei was relieved that it was a good thing the doctor didn't bring any medicine with him. He had been drinking so much ginseng and tiger bone soup that he almost vomited at the smell of it. The doctor replied that his injuries had already closed, and he should be able to move around after a few more days. Cheng Dalei said that he was not the doctor who had been treating him for the past few days and asked if he was new here and his surname. The doctor answered him yes, and his surname was Lai. He was amazed that he had the same surname as the royal family. The doctor looked sharply at his companion, Liu Aji. Liu Aji said to Niu Sanjin that he would get some fresh air outside and remember to listen to the doctor's instructions. The doctor said the situation back then was very dangerous, and while what he did was selfless, wasn't he afraid of dying? Cheng Dalei scratched his head and asked what he had to do with him. The doctor awkwardly replied that he was just asking. He heard General Niu was from the northwest and asked if the situation over there was okay. Cheng Dalei sighed as he asked what was okay about it, as he couldn't even have a full meal every day. It was already not bad to be able to survive. The doctor sadly remarked that it was that bad. Then he proceeded to ask Captain Niu why did he think they were unable to triumph over the Ring tribe, on which Cheng Dalei questioned why was he asking him, and he could go ask the emperor. That old Foji. The doctor felt sad and silent. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this conversation, this look, he wondered why they looked so familiar, and the look this doctor gave Liu Aji earlier. Based on his identity, he wondered why would Liu Aji listen to a doctor. He was someone who stood below 1 but above 10,000. The only person Liu Aji would listen to was the emperor, and this person's surname was also Lai. Cheng Dalei quickly realized that there was no way Lai Xingzai, who liked to dress as a commoner, and Lai Wanner, who liked to cross-dress as a man, could be the emperor. He couldn't believe that this old Foji in front of him was the emperor. Cheng Dalei looked terrified and cursed himself that the apple really didn't fall too far from the tree, questioning that his ancestors were all cosplayers too. The panic set into Cheng Dalei as he sweated heavily and wondered if he was too rude a while ago. He comforted himself that it was okay, didn't panic, just pretended like he didn't recognize him. However, the emperor uttered the old Foji, which made Cheng Dalei terrified and silent. Cheng Dalei responded confidently that he was right, they all called him that. On which Emperor Ming questioned that all called him that. Cheng Dalei explained that he was blessed to live 10,000 years, hence old, and with age came wisdom, hence Foji. Using such a prestigious title to call the emperor, he then questioned if there was something wrong, on which the emperor replied that it was like that. The emperor asked why he was sweating so much and if he wasn't feeling well somewhere, and Cheng Dalei replied that it was a little hot. The emperor placed his hand inside his clothes and said that he played a huge role in saving the old Foji, and he was sure he would give him a huge reward. He got a piece of cloth, then wiped Cheng Dalei's face with it. The emperor called himself an old Foji since he said everyone called him that. Cheng Dalei panicked inside as he thought in his head that the emperor was actually helping him wipe his sweat and hoped he didn't accidentally wipe his beard off while he awkwardly laughed with him. The emperor said that this time he would definitely be promoted to a noble, but he wondered if there was any other reward he wanted. Cheng Dalei replied that sacrificing his body for the emperor was something a loyal subject must do. If he was talking about a reward, what else could be more rewarding than being able to protect the emperor? Then he responded that it seemed like he wasn't interested in a reward. Cheng Dalei added that not only that he wasn't interested, he wanted the emperor to send him to the most dangerous battlefields, the harshest and the most brutal places. He went on to say that as a soldier, to die on the battlefield, using his own blood to trade for the safety of the empire. That was the greatest reward, on which the emperor was speechless. He did not expect him to be so loyal, and Cheng Dalei replied that this wasn't enough to be called loyal. This was the duty of a soldier. Liu Aji was outside the room on guard and heard them laughing. There was a light near the emperor. The emperor asked if the battles in the northeast were not easy, right? Cheng Dalei was silent for a moment, before replying that yes, it was not easy at all. The emperor said that they were defeated many times. The huge empire couldn't even stop a group of barbarians. Then, he questioned what he thought the reason for their defeat was. Cheng Dalei responded that the Ring lived in a grassy landscape. Although their population was limited, and they lacked iron, their habits made them good at riding and shooting. So, every man became a soldier, and they could replenish their troops quickly. While the empire built up the country through agriculture and self-sufficiency, the training time for a single soldier was long. The soldiers easily became the private property of the generals, and they were prone to civil wars, or they avoided war with the outside world to preserve their strength. Even if he could successfully destroy a group of the Rings, in a few years a new group of warriors grew up, changing at most the clan's name. Meanwhile, it was much more difficult for the soldiers of the Great Kingdom who died to regenerate. Even if the Empire defeated the Rings 100 times, this could not hurt the Rings' ambition. The Empire only had to lose once to be broken. They couldn't attack, so they had to defend the cities. But a long defensive line from east to west was a big loss of national strength. So, the defense got weaker every time. The emperor found it meaningful when he said that the defense got weaker every time. Cheng Dalei proposed a solution. If he trained an elite army to beat their strategy of perpetual wars, so they could directly wipe out the cause, the Ring tribe would be completely crushed. On which the emperor replied that the empire didn't have such an elite army and couldn't afford to support such an attack in the north. Cheng Dalei added that he had active but also passive strategies. He was just afraid to say it. The emperor encouraged him to talk about it because he happened not to have a consultant next to him, so he could just talk about it. Cheng Dalei explained that this method was a bit crazy. He could create an opening in the northwest of the country to attract the rings and use the complex landscape of the empire as a battlefield. Then, he mobilized millions of the empire's peoples and the entire population to resist the rings, then blocked the enemy's retreat and destroyed them by encircling the place and gradually engulfing the invading rings like a sea that greatly damped their ambition. The emperor questioned blocking the enemy's retreat and then destroying them. Did he mean that at the cost of millions of lives, they should lure the rings into the country voluntarily and even give up Chang'an? Cheng Dalei explained that he wasn't trying to send them to their deaths, but to involve millions of civilians in resisting the enemy so that the weak could overcome and break the strong. The emperor strongly responded no, because that was crazy and downright cruel. Besides, he questioned whether these useless straw-like civilians really had the guts to fight the rings, because that was completely fantasizing. Cheng Dalei replied that he didn't have another plan if he didn't believe him. The emperor was silent for a moment. He then said that he was stronger than he thought, and he didn't think the old guy, Emperor Ming, would rank him that low again. The emperor said that he had one more question, and Cheng Dalei replied to go ahead. The Ring clan ravaged the lands, the royal power mourned the fall, the fluorescent fire guarded the hearts. At that time, the nobility and the rich families fought for power, and the vassals defied the law. If people had a disease, they could be cured by medicine. But what if the state was sick? He then asked if he thought the empire could be still saved. Cheng Dalei wondered in his head that this kind of question a doctor and patient should talk about, and he was certain that Emperor Ming already knew that he had found out his identity. Emperor Ming gazed sharply. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that this old man really knew everything. With what he learned in his last life, unfortunately, in situations like this, he could only break old habits and reform himself. He questioned even daring to say his answer to the emperor's face, whether he could understand it or not. Even if he did, Cheng Dalei was afraid he would cut his head off right away. He was the leader of this old empire, should he overthrow the emperor himself. At that moment, the two eyes collided and the heart became similar like a clear mirror. Cheng Dalei breathed heavily. He said it was hopeless as he laid his back. The emperor was speechless. Then he turned his back and made his way to the door, and left Cheng Dalei in the room. Cheng Dalei looked at him, and a trace of pity suddenly rose in his heart. Of course, this was a very ridiculous thing, but at that moment Cheng Dalei really felt sorry for him. Liu Aji offered to let him help His Majesty onto the carriage, and he replied no because he wanted to take a walk. Liu Aji asked if he did say something that upset him. Emperor Ming replied no. He said it quite well and was right in some places. Liu Aji went on asking if His Majesty thought this person was useful, and if he was good for nothing, should they kick him out of Chang'an and send him back to his homeland? Emperor Ming responded that he was useful, not only useful but also of great benefit to them. Somewhere in the palace at midnight, someone walked, and the brothers were lurking behind a wall. Guan Yu said that this guy didn't look like anything special. Zhang Fei questioned if someone really murdered an ordinary royal doctor. And Liu Bei added that given Tong Fei's behavior in recent days in the capital, she was by no means a minor figure in the capital. She specifically asked them to secretly accompany this person, so that must have been her intention. However, Liu Bei thought in his head that the three of them were just guests in her house, but she specifically dismissed her most trusted Zhao Zilong and instead asked them, who were relatively strangers, to do the job. Liu Bei thought that in any case, it was fraud. He wondered how many people beside them were hiding in this seemingly quiet night. Swords were drawn, and they called the quack physician, and they finally got him. Several people dressed in black and carrying swords ran towards the doctor with masks covering their faces, and they continued demanding to give their son's, wife, and dog's life. Zhang Fei was surprised that someone really came to assassinate. The people dressed in black went on running with the intent to kill this quack physician. The three brothers came to the defense and surrounded the doctor. Guan Yu questioned if there were so many people. He felt it was way too exaggerated. It was not an assassination, it was clearly a siege. Zhang Fei replied that in the capital, he had either eaten or slept these past days. Now he finally had a place where his body's strength could fully express itself, while Liu Bei remained silent. Zhang Fei enthusiastically asked his brother why they didn't have a contest to see who could beat more people. Whoever lost would take over the other person's drink money for a year. Guan Yu questioned if he realized the current situation they were in, while Liu Bei thought in his head that the quack physician did not panic at all when it was so dangerous. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei went on fighting, while Liu Bei was tasked to protect the doctor and leave the rest to his brothers. On the roof, someone observed the fight and chuckled because they really saw it in them. A lady dressed in black said let the useless withdraw, and let Team Tiger continue, and a man behind her agreed. Several people dressed in black carried swords and screamed, attack. Zhang Fei ran and questioned how it was that the more they fought, the more opponents there were, and how many enemies this old man had made. Guan Yu struggled and said that the opponents were getting stronger and stronger, just like Zhang Fei, who told his brother there was another wave of enemies approaching from over there, while a horde of people carrying swords ran after them. A sword swung in the air, and this time, it hit Liu Bei in the face, and blood began to splatter. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were terrified for their big brother, Liu Bei. Liu Bei remained calm and cursed in his head. He went on thinking that it wouldn't work, it was a trap. If they continued, it was only a matter of time before they got killed. 1 year ago, bandits trained at the training ground of Toad Village. Liu Bei observed silently their smoky fight. He stood there with Cheng Dalei beside him. The rigid training bandits were Zhang Fei, Guan Yu, Qin Man, and Zhao Zilong. Someone said stop and the bandits obeyed. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were visibly bruised, sweaty, and heavily breathed. It was Cheng Dalei and he said that was it for today's training, and Qin Man replied okay. Liu Bei asked Cheng Dalei what his intention was. He knew that their martial arts were inferior to Zhao Zilong and Qin Man, but he still deliberately asked them to fight each other. Cheng Dalei asked how many moves he thought they could have handled before sparring. Liu Bei answered about 10 or so moves. Cheng Dalei responded that they had fought for more than 30 moves to determine a winner, and Liu Bei replied that this was because while they both were very strong, their fighting styles were completely different. He went on to explain that Qin Man could perform war-killing techniques, Zhao Zilong could execute professional fighting techniques, and the two had no cooperation. Cheng Dalei asked what he thought the problem with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei was. Liu Bei answered that they had fought with too much brute force, did not know how to observe, ignored details, and had no strategy either. Cheng Dalei said that he was right. What they had lacked in their fighting style was a brain and eyes. He referred to him as Little Bei and mentioned that he had never seen him fight, but he knew his fighting skills weren't bad, even if they were not as good as theirs, but he could be their brains and their eyes. Cheng Dalei added that he was a genius at leading troops, which Liu Bei questioned how he had figured that out. Cheng Dalei told him not to ask because he just knew, and in his eyes, all three of them had the ability to withstand 1,000 armies. Going back to Liu Bei, while being attacked, he knew what to do. He called Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to listen to his command, follow his steps to retreat, on which his brothers agreed. Liu Bei thought in his head that there were 3 in the northwest, 4 in the northeast, and 6 in the south. He found it, the weak point of the encirclement. Liu Bei fiercely commanded to break through them. On the rooftop, a man told his lady boss that they were getting away from them and asked if they should do something, and she replied not to hurry, as they would strike when they thought they had escaped. In this case, they could see how they fought with all their might to survive. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu mowed down their enemies. Anxious, Liu Bei pondered who those people were and where the guards were, given that they were fighting for so long and failed to come. Then suddenly, a figure leaped behind their back. Unaware of what was going on, Liu Bei thought that as long as they could break the enemy's encirclement, they would have a chance to escape. Guan Yu was the first one who noticed and warned his brothers to watch out as the figure landed in front of them. A masked woman appeared and grinned at them. Zhang Fei's face distorted, and he told Guan Yu that they were going to attack together, to which Guan Yu agreed. They both slashed the masked woman. However, the woman jumped, dodging both of their attacks. She landed on top of their weapons with ease. The woman hopped up. She kneed Guan Yu in the face. Guan Yu's face was in shock about what happened. Guan Yu was sent flying as a result of the impact of the attack, which concerned Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei ran and yelled at Guan Yu. He attacked the woman with his skill, the Sky Catcher. Struggling, he then thought that the guy's strength was abnormal. The woman was still grinning. Then Zhang Yu released another attack, but it was easily blocked by the woman. The woman prepared her legs for a kick. She then kicked Zhang Fei in the face since he didn't respond quickly enough. Zhang Fei was also thrown and smashed into a wall as a result of the kick. Liu Bei leaped behind the woman, raising both of his swords and preparing to attack. The woman, however, turned back as she observed the approaching Liu Bei, who was going to slash her. She avoided Liu Bei's blade at just the right moment. The woman's spear hilt sparkled as she dragged it to the ground. She used the hilt to bounce as Liu Bei slashed her again. The woman landed behind Liu Bei. However, Liu Bei quickly turned to where she was. She then chuckled as they both readied their stance. The woman then told Liu Bei that she could tell he was a martial artist based on his earlier movements. An open box containing medical supplies was lying on the ground. The woman went on to say that she wouldn't have thought that Liu Bei was a dual sword wielder because he hit it so well. Liu Bei's eyes began to shine as his face was filled with emotions. On a narrow street, the woman invited Liu Bei to come at her because she wanted to know what more he was hiding, while a number of adversaries stood behind them. As they surged at each other, Liu Bei and the woman continued to fight. Their swords collided. Liu Bei's face contorted, yet the woman continued to smile. Zhang Fei, who was knocked out, leaned against the wall, while Guan Yu was also the same. Moments later, Liu Bei sat on the ground, and the woman appeared in front of him, saying that she expected him to be stronger. The woman asked him if he wasn't afraid of dying and why he gave up. Liu Bei sighed as he lay flat on the ground and asked her what difference it made if he died sooner or later. People would die eventually. While the woman's spear was on his throat, he told her she could do her worst since he wouldn't move. He continued that if Zhao Zilong found out that the three of them died in her hands, Liu Bei, concerned that her little game would no longer be enjoyable, addressed the woman as Auntie Tong Fei. The woman removed her mask and cloak and called Liu Bei a stinky kid. Tong Fei grabbed Liu Bei's clothes. She was furious and threatened Liu Bei if he dared to call her an auntie. Tong Fei clenched her teeth and asked Liu Bei if he truly believed she would not kill him right now. Liu Bei didn't answer and just clenched his teeth. Tong Fei grinned, stating that Liu Bei was not bad as she actually saw through him and even lasted that long against her. She complimented him that his martial arts were not bad, and he also had a brain. Tong Fei laughed as she continuously smacked Liu Bei, who began to feel something. Liu Bei's eyes twirled as he lost consciousness. Tong Fei was confused about what just happened. Liu Bei passed out while Tong Fei just stared at him without speaking a word. The man appeared and told Tong Fei that she didn't properly control her strength. Tong Fei placed one of her palms on her forehead, told the man he was talking nonsense, and inquired if he had caught anyone. The man informed her that it was truly surprising that an unknown number of assassins had invaded Chang. As he took off his face, the man also took off his hair and continued that night alone, they had caught a few opportunists. He went on to say that they still had to figure out who they belonged to. The man was also curious as to whether it was Jianghu's Moonsong Temple or Lingzhou Pavilion, or the Blood Assassins. Tong Fei told the man that she wanted a thorough investigation into all of them, and to find out who was the rat in the imperial court, because otherwise, she wondered how they found out about the operation tonight, and she also told him that his acting as the Emperor's double was too rough, and that she would find him an acting teacher later. However, the man laughed, asking her to spare him, as they should worry about the three fellows on the ground first. Tong Fei ordered the Tiger team to bring all injured people to the infirmary, and the three to her palace, and the Tiger team did so. Tong Fei, irritated, stated that with the Merlian guards around, she couldn't imagine how a bunch of riffraff could cause trouble, and it was about time to let them know who Chang'an belonged to. Female attendants gathered outside the palace. Two of the attendants gossiped and told the other to pretend she saw nothing. Princess Mingyu stood tall, smiling. Meanwhile, Emperor Ming was present at the Weiyang Palace study. Princess Mingyu arrived and saw the Emperor reading something. Emperor Ming's gaze shifted to the side, as if he noticed someone. He then inquired of Princess Mingyu why she acted sneakily now that she arrived. Princess Mingyu chuckled as she walked awkwardly toward Emperor Ming. She then looked at what Emperor Ming was reading and asked him what he looked at. Emperor Ming stated that he looked to see if anyone was capable in the exam. As he looked at the paper, Princess Mingyu asked him if anyone was capable. Emperor Ming scoffed and told her that true capable people were few and far between because he didn't know if it made sense or was simply a bunch of cliches. His eyes then turned to Princess Mingyu. Emperor Ming questioned her attire and pondered what would happen if word got out, which spooked Princess Mingyu. Princess Mingyu blushed as she told Emperor Ming that she learned it from him, prompting Emperor Ming to ask her what she meant. She then pointed to him and told him that she saw Emperor Ming and Uncle Liu wearing commoner clothes and sneaking out of the palace earlier. However, Emperor Ming stated that he went out for work and she would not comprehend what the work was. Princess Mingyu insisted that Emperor Ming should tell her why he went out. Emperor Ming disputed this, claiming that the entire empire was his and he could go wherever he wanted to go. Princess Mingyu, on the other hand, still pressured Emperor Ming to tell her why he went out because she wanted him to bring her along the next time. Emperor Ming coughed and told Princess Mingyu that they were not going to talk about it. He immediately changed the subject and asked Princess Mingyu if she had decided on someone to marry yet. Princess Mingyu stuttered and told Emperor Ming that she didn't want to get married yet. Emperor Ming argued that she would have to marry sooner or later, and she would meet someone with whom she wanted to raise a family. Princess Mingyu crossed her arms and told Emperor Ming that she had not met anyone like that yet, and they were not going to talk about it right now. Emperor Ming warned her that she could not wait any longer, and if she waited any longer, she would become an old lady. He stated that he already picked someone for her and asked if she was interested in finding out who it was. Princess Mingyu pouted, believing that if they weren't from the family, they were from the Tao family, and if he forced her, she would starve herself. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, told her that it wasn't either of those two people. The person he chose was good with both the pen and the sword, as he actually stood out among the crowd, and referred to him as a bona fide genius. Princess Minju's face was skeptical as she asked Emperor Ming if someone like that existed, and what they looked like. Emperor Ming rubbed his cheeks as he emphasized to her that the man did not appear ugly. Nonetheless, Princess Mingyu remained unconvinced and questioned Emperor Ming what family the man belonged to if he wasn't from the Tao or families, to which Emperor Ming replied that the man's name was Niu and asked what she thought. Princess Mingyu's eyes squinted as she mentioned Niu's name. Distressed, Princess Minju asked Emperor Ming if he wasn't talking about that man. After a while, Princess Mingyu entered through the gate, annoyed, wondering where Cheng Dale was. When Xiao Linger recognized her, she told her that Cheng Dale was resting in the yard. She stood near Cheng Dale, who was asleep, with her arms crossed, staring at him angrily and not saying anything. She then slapped him, causing Cheng Dale to scream. Cheng Dale cursed at her, asking Princess Mingyu what was wrong with her. Princess Mingyu asked him what he said to Emperor Ming, which perplexed Cheng Dale because he had never met her father. She then mocked him, wondering what talented genius he was and he should simply go back to his mountain since she didn't know whether he was worthy, to which made Cheng Dale more confused. Princess Mingyu quickly ran and cursed at him and told him that no wonder why he was so interested in her matters because he was just a perverted toad that wanted to eat swan meat. She continued to mock him, telling him that he should never forget that he was just a mountain bandit and would forever be a bandit. She then left, leaving Cheng Dale puzzled about what had just happened. Cheng Dale was thinking about what had just happened when Princess Mingyu came and began hitting and screaming at him, calling him a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, wondering what was wrong with that as it was the motto of his toad village. Liu Bei mumbled in his sleep as the night passed. Someone then called his attention, asking him if he were finally awake. Tong Fei, who was sitting beside him, asked Liu Bei if he wanted to talk. As he turned away from Tong Fei, Liu Bei's face showed disappointment. Regardless, Tong Fei just laughed it off and told Liu Bei not to look at her like that. She then informed Liu Bei that the situation was dangerous and that if the three of them went together, they might have a chance to beat her, and she wondered why he refused to act in the end. Liu Bei grabbed his blanket as he told Tong Fei that it was none of his business. Tong Fei then told Liu not to mind it as she also didn't like to gossip about other people's privacy either. She asked him another question about how he knew that the commission was fake, to which Liu Bei answered that it was not a big deal as there were many things missing. Tong Fei then interrogated him as to how it was possible. Liu Bei cautioned her that the imperial physician they were protecting was too calm and composed to be an assassin. But Tong Fei retorted that the next time she should find someone with better acting skills. Liu Bei guessed that the general's mansion, as well as the location they were given, were both fakes, as the place where they fought was not far from the general's mansion. But the general's mansion did not move after a long fight. He also added that the biggest possibility was that someone from the military was involved in the assassination, and that there were no movements from the Imperial Guard in Chang'an. Tong Fei then told him to continue. Liu Bei then told her that it appeared as if they deliberately left them to escape because so many assassins appeared at the same time, as they must have carried out a very tight plan. He also believed that the encirclement had a loophole and flaws, which did not make sense. He went on to say that he and Zhao Zilong received the task of escorting the imperial physician, but Zhao Zilong hadn't appeared, as he presumed he got a different location, and Liu Bei assumed that Tong Fei was planning the assassination the whole time. Liu Bei sat down and asked Tong Fei if she deliberately put Zhao Zilong away to play such a fake game to test their ability, as he claimed she knew Zhao Zilong's details and abilities best as Zhao Zilong's senior sister. But Tong Fei stated that in the end, Liu Bei just lay down because he already guessed it was her and believed she wouldn't really kill him. Liu Bei asked her what her purpose was and who the hell she was for setting up such a game. Tong Fei chuckled as she sipped her tea and informed Liu Bei that that night, there was indeed an imperial physician who went to the general's mansion, and the location Zhao Zilong got was the real general's mansion. She went on to say that the real imperial physician was, in fact, Emperor Ming in disguise to go on an inspection tour. However, Liu Bei just scoffed as he guessed that it was really a big shot. Tong Fei continued sipping her cup. Liu Bei then inquired if it was the real Emperor Ming that Zhao Zilong was escorting while they were fighting desperately, and the real Emperor Ming had safely returned to the palace, to which Tong Fei said yes. Tong Fei went on to inform Liu Bei that Chang'an had not been peaceful recently, and all forces were eyeing Emperor Ming, wanting his life because he had been surrounded by many spies, and according to their investigation, the news that Emperor Ming left the palace last night in disguise was also leaked. She went on to say that she expected the assassination operation had brought out a lot of assassins who had been fishing in troubled waters, and they had caught them all, so they deliberately spread fake news and staged a fake assassination scene. Liu Bei complimented her she did a nice move and inquired what did it have to do with them and why did she involve them in her tests. Tong Fei informed him that the kingdom was not only in crisis because of the Ring tribe invasion, but that the kingdom was on the verge of destruction because Emperor Ming was in danger at all times. A slight negligence would lead to chaos, and the entire kingdom would be crushed due to lots of internal events. She then informed Liu Bei that her organization was Emperor Ming's sword and shield. Liu Bei smiled, believing that Tong Fei wanted them to join their organization by testing their strength. Tong Fei also smiled as she held out her hands and informed Liu Bei that for the sake of the kingdom and its people, they needed more power and people with lofty ideals. Liu Bei looked at Tong Fei's hands, and she went on to say that the four of them were exactly what they needed. Tong Fei went on to say that as long as they were willing to join, she was cut off mid-sentence when Liu Bei's face darkened. Liu Bei stiffened his face and told Tong Fei that he refused her offer. Tong Fei was in shock and couldn't mutter a word. Tong Fei, agitated, told Liu Bei not to rush into refusing if he wanted to know who she was. Liu Bei averted his gaze and told her that he wanted to know but now didn't. Tong Fei's face distorted as she didn't say a single word. Seconds passed by. She told Liu Bei that Zhao Zilong was her junior brother, and even if he wasn't with her, she would never ignore him. Tong Fei continued, solemnly, asking Liu Bei if he thought Zhao Zilong would stay in a small toad village. She regarded Zhao Zilong as a phoenix, even if he was with them at the time. Liu Bei assumed Tong Fei had already investigated their origins. Tong Fei sat down and told Liu Bei that he had underestimated their organization. She then told him that she not only knew they were from Toad Village, but that they were also looking for Cheng Dale. Her face darkened as she stated that she could know every move they made for as long as she wanted. Regardless, Liu Bei asked Tong Fei if she could help them find Cheng Dale's whereabouts since she was so powerful. Tong Fei's face distorted as she couldn't keep up with Liu Bei's arrogance. As she walked out of the room, Liu Bei asked if she was leaving and mocked her that he couldn't see her off. Tong Fei slammed the door, which made a loud noise. Liu Bei's ears perked up as he laughed in triumph. He then had a thought in his head that he finally had the chance to say it once, as he had always thought that Cheng Dale looked so cool when he said it. Tong Fei asked her men what their thoughts had been after seeing the entire test, and the man told her that despite facing many enemies, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were strong enough to deal with them. The man went on to say that Liu Bei never did his best, but he possessed a very strong mindset and leadership skill. The man concluded as Tong Fei sipped on her cup, listening, that the three could be rated as a class. Tong Fei told her men that they could go first, to which the man said yes. She then realized that she needed to use all necessary means to secure such talent, and that the time had come to fill the manpower shortage. She stated that it was a little difficult, as she thought of Liu Bei. Zhao Zilong arrived, calling out to Tong Fei. Tong Fei turned around, surprised to see Zhao Zilong had returned. Zhao Zilong informed her that the four of them had come together and he had completed the mission she had assigned to him. They also had completed the mission she had asked them to do, as Zhao Zilong stated. He went on to say that now the three of them lay in bed, and he was the only one who remained standing. Returning from where Zhao Zilong had visited his brothers, he asked Zhang Fei how they had gotten hurt. Zhang Fei answered that if he had been stronger, no one would have gotten hurt. He then asked Liu Bei what had happened, wondering why he hadn't seen them. However, Liu Bei answered that he had been too weak and a loser. Guan Yu, on the other hand, blamed himself, stating that it had all happened because of his poor strength, as he had been stupid to fall into Tong Fei's plot. Moving on to the present, Zhao Zilong then asked Tong Fei what she had done to them and what had happened that night. Tong Fei realized Zhao Zilong's feelings for his brothers were deep and informed him that she simply wanted to test their strength. Zhao Zilong asked Tong Fei if that was how she tested people because they were all seriously injured and couldn't move while lying on the bed. To which Tong Fei replied that they were alive, and that she would cure them. However, in a gentle voice, Zhao Zilong asked what it had been. As his face filled with rage, he yelled at Tong Fei, asking what the hell she wanted. Tong Fei yelled back that what she wanted for him was to leave Toad Village. Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single word. Tong Fei went on to say that she couldn't bear watching Zhao Zilong fall as they had grown up together. She explained that she could ignore Lai Guanzhang and the others, but she couldn't let him hang out with the mountain bandits of Toad Village as she didn't know what kind of place Toad Village was like. Tong Fei yelled at him that it was just a bandit's nest, which everyone despised and feared. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened, and his face darkened as he recalled his day with Tong Fei. Tong Fei went on to say that the four of them had to stay, as three of his brothers had passed the test she had set. Tong Fei stated that if they followed her, she could guarantee a great future for all of them, to which Zhao Zilong replied that they were in Jingzhou for important business. As she tapped Zhao Zilong's shoulder, Tong Fei told him that she had always been a person who did things by any means, and she knew that he was looking for Cheng Dale, and if Cheng Dale got in her way, she would kill him. Zhao Zilong gripped his spear tightly as his hands trembled, a golden aura coursing through his body. He held his spear with both hands and prepared to thrust it at Tong Fei. Tong Fei, however, dodged it with ease. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened as she grasped his spear in one of his hands. A fierce thrust was thrown again, but Tong Fei easily dodged it. She dashed towards him, leapt, and smacked Zhao Zilong to the ground. Tong Fei cursed, unable to believe Zhao Zilong had swung his spear so hard at her. She then questioned Zhao Zilong if he still wanted to fight her, as she was doing this for his good. Tong Fei opened her eyes to look around. However, all she saw was Zhao Zilong on the ground, unconscious. She stood up, scratched her head, and asked her men if what she had said earlier was harsh. The man responded that her words had been a bit heavy, but her hit had been harder and that she couldn't get married like that. Tong Fei's face darkened as she looked at her man. With a loud bang, the enraged Tong Fei walked away, leaving Zhao Zilong and her man unconscious on the ground. Cheng Dale was recuperating in bed for a few days, and the military examination began. The contestants fought as the civil and military examinations continued round after round, and a large number of people were eliminated. However, in the military competition, the Jiang Mansion's highly skilled martial artists had the upper hand. Both of their martial arts were top-notch, but the examiner frequently opened the back door for them, and the crowd of military examinations was more dissatisfied. And finally, in the middle of a moonless and windy night, Jiu Jiang, who had just come back after visiting a brothel, was crippled, while Liu Qingming was stripped naked and thrown on the street. And as the incident grew bigger, the court finally issued a proclamation. A man reading a scroll above the stage announced that the military examination would be fair and square in order for the empire to select talents, and that those who spread rumors would not be tolerated. In that way, the storm gradually dispersed, but everyone knows that it was impossible for Liu Qiuduo to become the military #1 scholar. Otherwise, it wouldn't prove that the rumor was true. With a brush in his hand, Cheng Dalei stared at the paper he held. Liu Jihan appeared, holding a spoonful of soup, and called out to Cheng Dalei. While Cheng Dalei wrote, Liu Jihan fed him, and Aku informed him that the Zhang and Liang mansion had sent him a banquet invitation, to which Cheng Dalei replied that he would not go. Aku went on to say that after 10 days, the military examination would be held to select the #1 scholar, and stated that Cheng Dalei should also be there as the emperor could make him an official, and at that time all the civil servants and military generals would be there. Cheng Dalei blushed as he replied that there was no point in becoming an official because compared to the heights of the temple, he preferred the far side of the country. Cheng Dalei asked Aku if he could take a look and help him push it. Liu Jihan scooped another spoonful of soup. Aku continued to inform him that the imperial god of war would be present at that time, not only to reward the military's top scholars but also to reward Yang Longting. While Liu Jihan was minding her own business, Cheng Dalei asked Aku if Yang Longting would be there, and Liu Jihan, beside him, felt the food she had eaten. Cheng Dalei then had the thought in his head that Yang Longting would appear at the military examination venue 10 days later, and his current residence was heavily guarded every day, and it was impossible to enter. While Liu Jihan was trying to feed him, he declared that if it didn't work, there were no more chances once Yang Longting returned to Yuzhou. Cheng Dalei ate the food she gave him, and Liu Jihan smiled. Moments later, Bai Feiyuan arrived anxiously asking if Cheng Dalei was present. He informed Cheng Dalei that his two brothers left. Cheng Dalei's eyes widened as he questioned himself if Lai Chong and Lin Xiaoyu had left and asked Bai Feiyuan if they were captured by the government. Bai Feiyuan said no and stated that he went there alone to deliver food to prevent information leakage, and that no one could find their hiding place. He went on to say that when he went today, he found that they left, that there was no sign of fighting in the temple, and that before they left, they wrote 4 words on the wall that said, "See you again." Cheng Dalei didn't say anything, and he had the impression that they didn't leave, but they were looking for an opportunity to assassinate Emperor Ming again, and in the current situation, assassinating him was similar to courting death. He then instructed Bai Feiyuan to spread their brothers around the city and look for news about them. Once found, he told him to stop them immediately, and not let them do anything stupid, which Bai Feiyuan obliged. Cheng Dalei sighed and mumbled, hoping they left. Concerned, Liu Jihan noticed Cheng Dalei was not happy and asked if he wanted her to sing a little song. Cheng Dalei looked down and thought about it. He got an idea moments later. Cheng Dalei told Aku that he remembered the troupe that wanted to see him and asked her to allow them to come, as well as Yi Jitao to come as he recalled she could play opera. Instead, Aku asked him if he wanted her to play opera to relieve his boredom. Liu Jihan scowled as Aku asked Cheng Dalei what opera he wanted her to teach them and to arrange a play. Cheng Dalei put his hand on Liu Jihan's head and remembered that she also learned to play opera. He told her he had an idea for a play and asked if she was interested in singing it together. After a while, Liu Jihan got ready while Cheng Dalei took care of her hair and Yi Jitao took care of her lipstick. Liu Jihan finished her preparations as her hair turned black, and a luxurious tiara was placed on her head, while Yi Jitao was also done and looked as if she exactly resembled Liu Jihan. As the bright sun shone above the sky, a humming came out of the house. A man from the Ring tribe stood up and told them to execute the details of the peace talks. He warned them not to even think about talking to them. Just last year, they already signed an alliance with the Empire. Someone pointed to a map, indicating that this was the surrendered territory, and the city, as well as Yuzhou, would be theirs. Another man said no, arguing that they won the Battle of Yuzhou but was cut off. Jin Wendao wanted compensation of 30,000 taels in their paper, tea, and ironware, while Hulani, a Ring tribe prince, stated that the chosen princess by the Empire was clearly a commoner, as they could not fool them with a commoner because they were children of eternal nature. The great Prince Lin Leshan chuckled as he expressed that it was enough for that day, and that they could talk about it on another day. Hulani pointed to Lin Leshan and said that they wanted a true princess, not a palace maid crowned as a princess just to marry their step-king. Meanwhile, Lin Leshan just chuckled as soldiers gathered behind him. He then got the idea that they had people on their side who could beat them too. He cautioned them not to be too bold as it was pointless. He informed them that Yang Longting was in the capital and asked if they would like to meet him. Hulani asked his men if anyone had heard of Yang Longting, as he had no idea who that was. In addition, a man also asked who that rotten bastard was, while Jin Wendao was also puzzled. Lin Leshan mentioned Yang Longting's name but cut himself off mid-sentence. Hulani informed him that they didn't know him and hadn't seen him around. Lin Leshan whispered that the Ring tribe lacked manners and didn't even have the courage to meet the people who had defeated them. A soldier standing next to him murmured that his words might have hit them on the spot. Jin Wendao chimed in, telling them that if there was someone in Chang'an, he would like to meet him. Lin Wenchen stated he didn't know who Jin Wendao wanted to see, but if he was close, he should be able to see him. Unamused, Jin Wendao wondered who he meant by him. He informed them that he called himself the Toad King and that, while thinking of him, his name should be Cheng Dale. Lin Leshan asked his men if they had heard of Cheng Dale. No one responded since they had no idea, and they had never heard of that name before. Jin Wendao stated that Cheng Dale defeated them and massacred their tribe's warriors, and as a prince of the Northern Ring tribe, he was supposed to hate him. But as a soldier, he respected him. Lin Leshan didn't mutter a word. He went on to say that the Empire would definitely reward Cheng Dale for such a great achievement, and that he should be in Chang'an right now. Lin Leshan scratched his head, said yes, and mentioned that he would have Cheng Dale come to him as soon as possible, while wondering who Jin Wendao was talking about. Time passed, and the group descended the stairwell. Lin Leshan noticed a girl who was running. They bumped into each other. Princess Minju held her head in pain, which made Lin Leshan spooked. Lin Leshan, anxious, thought in his head that it was okay for her to fool around in the past, but how dare she come out and wander around today, as he stared at the stunned Princess Minju. Princess Minju came into her senses and noticed the big shots gathered. Lin Leshan ordered her to get out, and she obeyed by saying yes. Hulani didn't finish his question before Lin Leshan said that the girl was just a senseless little eunuch and apologized for bothering him. However, Hulani's eyes turned to his side. Looking at Princess Minju, who was running away, she then suddenly tripped and yelled before falling face flat on the ground. She pushed herself up, face full of embarrassment, while Hulani watched the event happen. Princess Minju blushed, claiming that it was too embarrassing. A concerned attendant rushed, calling her name. The attendant helped Princess Minju stand as the people behind them watched. Lin Leshan awkwardly told them that his men had no rules and would punish them severely later, and Hulani just chuckled and told him nothing. Princess Minju was still blushing as her attendant was just behind her. Inside the Wyong Palace, Lin Leshan reported that they were sent back and that the only thing that hadn't yet been confirmed was the marriage. However, there would be a result soon, and Emperor Ming asked him if he was done talking. Emperor Ming told him he had wronged him and told him to get up and talk. Lin Leshan responded that it was his duty to share his father's worries and that it was what he should do. If the Ring tribe became aggressive again, Emperor Ming suggested that he let Yang Longting do the negotiating and let them understand something. But Lin Leshan thought it was probably useless. He realized that the Ring tribe seemed to not want to see Yang Longting and instead mentioned a person named Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming inquired, and Lin Leshan responded that he was not sure what the Ring tribe meant, but that the Ring tribe seemed to be very respectful to Cheng Dale. Emperor Ming brushed his beard and mumbled that he heard of Cheng Dale somewhere. A man joined in, saying that the man appeared to have made a great contribution to annihilating the enemy in Yuzhou, and that he should be one of the lords of Yuzhou's warriors. He went on to say that he didn't know why Cheng Dale's name was not on the reward list this time, but the emperor didn't say anything. Lin Leshan bowed and said yes when Emperor Ming ordered him to check it out. Guan Yu asked Zhao Zhilong if Tong Fei were really his senior sister and how long they were under her house arrest. On the way here, Zhang Fei noticed Zhao Zilong was shy and eager to see her, and he thought he was close to Tong Fei. But Zhao Zilong responded that she wasn't like this before. He recalled Tong Fei as a tigress at the time, and she was still easy to get along with. Liu Bei inquired if Zhao Zilong knew any details regarding his senior sister's current organization, and that based on the current situation, Liu Bei believed that Tong Fei was a person of great importance. Zhao Zilong shook his head and stated that when he left, Tong Fei was still on Master's side. Liu Bei had the thought in his head that he was only concerned with pretending to be Cheng Dale at the time and didn't ask any details as it was too late to regret now. He inquired of his two brothers' injuries and assured them that once they were healed, there was no way this place could trap them. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu simultaneously said that they were healed long ago and were just waiting for his instruction. Liu Bei then informed them that they were going to plan their escape route. A voice from outside joined in, saying that things would be fine now that their injuries had healed. Tong Fei pushed the door that made a loud noise. The door fell down from the impact. The four brothers' jaws dropped and they appeared terrified. Tong Fei informed them that she had inquired about Cheng Dale and asked if they wanted to know. Liu Bei asked if she was planning on asking them to do something in exchange. Tong Fei responded that he had thought too much and that the news was free this time. She smiled as he mentioned Cheng Dale's name and told them that he was already dead. Zhang Fei jumped from his seat, cursing Tong Fei and claiming that Cheng Dale couldn't be dead. Tong Fei warned them not to underestimate her intelligence and asked if they knew Yang Longting, who personally stated that Cheng Dale died from a serious injury sustained while jumping off the cliff. Tong Fei placed her hand on Zhao Zilong's shoulder and asked if he was still angry, then giggled at him for being cute. When Zhang Fei asked if they had found Cheng Dale's body, Tong Fei replied that it couldn't be found and questioned who could survive such a high cliff, and she heard that Yang Longting saw it with his own eyes and told them they could just ask him. Yang Longting's words, Liu Bei added, could not be trusted, and besides, with Cheng Dale's ability, he could never die that easily. Tong Fei, on the other hand, did not believe that with that kind of cliff, even if Cheng Dale did not die, he would be a disabled person. And it's possible that Cheng Dale was hiding somewhere without arms and legs, waiting to die. Meanwhile, while Cheng Dale sat at the examiner's residence, a song was sung, while Yi Jidao and Liu Zhihan danced to the music. Cheng Dale wished them well and informed them that that was the end for the day. Yi Jidao and Liu Zhihan smiled as the group said yes. Cheng Dale informed them that they were going back to rest before performing on stage the next day. Yi Jidao asked Cheng Dale how she sang, but Liu Zhihan claimed she could sing better than her. They confronted each other, with Yi Jidao saying she couldn't pretend she didn't hear her say that, and Liu Zhihan saying Cheng Dale thought she could sing better. Yi Jidao argued that she was better, but Liu Zhihan denied because she believes she is the better singer. And in the center, Cheng Dale was baffled by what was going on and how sudden it was. Both girls asked Cheng Dale that he must decide, which made him sweat. Cheng Dale called upon Liu Zhihan, which baffled her in her small theater. Without asking, Liu Zhihan came forward. Liu Zhihan smiled as Cheng Dale's arms welcomed her. He then massaged her face, which made Liu Zhihan blush. As Cheng Dale was examining her face, Liu Zhihan was still confused. Liu Zhihan's personal information was disclosed as a young maid who was not well known. Her former nickname was Famil Rose. She was 18 years old. At the God of War residence, a squad of soldiers lined up. 2 guards were at the entrance of the residence. Yang Longting sat inside, irritated. While still irritated, he rested his face on his hand and wrote. And as his irritation grew, his ink splashed and ruined his work. He then thought in his head that he obviously placed heavy troops in the vicinity. He looked up, however, he still felt that the atmosphere in Chang'an was suffocating, as if some kind of monster lurked. But in Yuzhu, he could cover the sky with his own hand by summoning people to the Wind and Rain Pavilion. However, in Chang'an, there were many people of higher status who could be found everywhere, so he had to tuck his tail between his legs. Yang Longting closed his eyes, wondering when he could return to Yuzhu. Lai Shanyan appeared and informed Yang Longting that the palace had just sent someone to inquire about a person and asked if they knew anything about him. Yang Longting asked who they were inquiring about, and Lai Shanyan stated that it was Cheng Dale's. Yang Longting understood where his sense of unease came from, causing his face to distort. He bounced up, asking Lai Shanyan who was inquiring about him. Lai Shanyan said that he heard it was the Ring tribe who wanted to see Cheng Dale, and Emperor Ming already knew about it. Lai Shanyan asked how they should respond to them. Yang Longting asked Lai Shanyan if he thought Cheng Dale was still alive, to which Lai Shanyan replied that he jumped off the cliff and shouldn't be alive, and they just hadn't found his body. Yang Longting paused and directed Lai Shanyan to return first, as he had an idea how to respond to them. Meanwhile, music was being played somewhere. Princess Minju arrived, announcing her arrival to Cheng Dale. However, her eyes were in shock. She noticed He Jidao and Liu Zhihan dancing. She approached Cheng Dale and told him she didn't expect him to start raising opera singers and asked why he had called her here tonight in a hurry. Princess Minju leaned in closer, telling Cheng Dale how scared he was and asked what he was doing, coaching opera singers. Cheng Dale then told her that they were just going to talk and there was no need to be so close. She then asked if he knew how to write a play, to which Cheng Dale replied that he was just teaching them how to rehearse a play for Emperor Ming's surprise tomorrow. Cheng Dale chuckled and asked He Jidao and Liu Zhihan to join him. Princess Minju recognized He Jidao, the Queen of Flowers, and wondered who the other sister was because she couldn't believe she was comparable to He Jidao. Cheng Dale smirked and said that if she wasn't ashamed he thought that they should teach her how to be a woman. He Jidao and Liu Zhihan approached them, greeting Princess Minju. Princess Minju called Cheng Dale a degenerate, and even though he raised an actor, he lived in a plush house with a young concubine. But Cheng Dale responded that she misunderstood, as people made a living as performers, not by selling their bodies. Cheng Dale asked Princess Minju if she could do him a favor for the martial arts examination tomorrow. Princess Minju asked him what the hurry was as she told him his good day was coming and that Emperor Ming would make him a senior official in front of all scholars and the entire world tomorrow. She then informed him that she had heard that you had to be at least a 4th grade official in order to be awarded alongside God of War Yang Longting and asked him if he was excited. Cheng Dale smiled and told her that he was now very excited. He then requested that Princess Minju do him a favor. Cheng Dale stated that there must be singing and dancing on such an important day, and he asked if she could arrange Yi Jidao and the others. Princess Minju questioned why she should help him after he had gone through so much trouble to promote Yi Jidao. He then asked her if she wanted to know where her sixth brother was. He informed her that he had received news that someone had seen him in Kinju and that he was still alive. Meanwhile, on a vast field of rice in Kinju's Zimu town, two people ran, and a group of people behind them yelled at them to chase them down and catch the two chicken thieves. The people raised their weapons. They yelled at them to catch them and not let them get away. One of the two thieves expressed that stealing a chicken was not as bad as stealing a cow, whereas his companion claimed that it seemed they didn't just steal a chicken, but all the chickens in their village. One of them yelled to run because the group behind them was catching up. The villagers communicated with one another to search for, catch, and kill them, not to let them get away. One of the villagers mumbled that the two bastards stole his hens that were laying eggs. The two thieves murmured as the owl coos that the people of this village took chickens seriously. As they sat around a campfire, the man with black hair stated that stealing chicken and rice was impossible, and it was time to steal someone's clothes, as wearing ragged clothes made them look like Ring Tribe invaders, while his companion's stomach growled. The man laughed and asked Afu if he was still hungry and if he wanted something to eat, to which Afu replied that he was saying it as if he wasn't hungry because he didn't even have anything to eat. The man searched his clothes for something and told Afu, who said he didn't have any. He then took out a piece of meat, teasing Afu if he wanted to eat. Afu drooled and asked the man why he still had it after seeing him eat it all, to which the man replied that he could tell him everything. He then took the man's meat from his hand. As Afu ate the meat, the man reminded him to eat slowly and to save the grease paper for him, as he needed to wipe his ass. Under the campfire, the man called Afu. The man rested his arms on Afu's shoulder. The man told him that he could hang out with him and follow him in the future, and that he'd have tasty food and strong drinks. A red orb appeared as the system reset progressed to 99.5%. Staring at the necklace in his hand, Cheng Dale had a thought that only a little was left. He stared and recalled the image of the heart sleeping under the moonlit sky. When Liu Jihan mentioned that she would be on stage tomorrow and that she was nervous, Yi Jidao told her not to move, and she, too, was afraid that there was something else in the piece Cheng Dale wanted them to sing. Yi Jidao noticed Liu Jihan kept referring to Cheng Dale as the village master and asked if she could tell her anything about his past, to which Liu Jihan replied that it was a very long time. Liu Jihan struggled to speak as she submerged half of her face. Yi Jidao realized that Liu Jihan and Cheng Dale had been through so much together. As she massaged Liu Jihan's back, she told her that her suffering was similar to hers, prompting Liu Jihan to ask if she wasn't another one of Cheng Dale's outside love debts. Yi Jidao stated that it was a blessing if she could be loved by Cheng Dale, and it was a shame that he only treated her in a mentor-apprentice relationship. Liu Jihan stated master and apprentice, to which Yi Jidao replied, yes. She then informed her that she was just an unknown herald with a good body but not much talent, and it was only a matter of time before she became a red herald. Yi Jidao defined a herald as a woman who sold only her art, and not her body, and a red herald is a woman who sold both her art and her body. She stated that she was just waiting for the brothel's old women to negotiate a good price for her innocent body as she reflected on her past. Then, as Yi Jidao stated, a big personality wanted her body but at an extremely low price. The old woman begged everywhere for help and finally found Cheng Dale, who taught her how to do makeup and fool others, as well as all kinds of gestures and postures. She went on to say that she didn't know how Cheng Dale could do so many strange things, like his aesthetic vision seemed to be several epochs ahead of them and other vulgar people. Yi Jidao stated that, in any case, she worked her way out among the many heralds who were under Cheng Dale's care. She went on to say that after a few months, she became the capital's famous flower girl. She then stated that many nobles wanted to spend a lot of money to meet her, and that many noblemen dreamed about her. Yi Jidao, on the other hand, was well aware that thousands of people in Chang'an desired her, thanks to Cheng Dale, and even if he were to overthrow the government tomorrow, she would still follow him. As Liu Jihan listened, she mumbled something about disobeying the government. She then had a thought in her head, with Cheng Dale's character. He would surely demand justice from Yang Longting tomorrow for the people in the Toad Village. And if it is true, Liu Jihan wondered if the days of living peacefully with Cheng Dale were over. She then imagined that when the time came, they would be separated again, and it would remain uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Concerned, Yi Jidao asked Liu Jihan what was wrong. As Liu Jihan emerged from the bath, she informed Yi Jidao that tonight was the last day. She then came out from the bath and covered herself, claiming that she couldn't do anything like she had done last year. Yi Jidao was confused as Liu Jihan exited the bath. She then wondered what kind of determination Liu Jihan had made. Cheng Dale turned when Liu Jihan slammed the door open. He then mentioned her name. Liu Jihan clenched her fist and covered her body, blushing. Cheng Dale blushed when he mentioned Liu Jihan's name, and his composure vanished. Liu Jihan stammered as she mentioned his name, puzzled as to why she took such initiative after the fact. She approached Cheng Dale slowly. As the blanket that covered her body fell down, she thought that perhaps it might have been a surge of emotion that built up for over a year, a watering down, something that should have happened a long time ago. She climbed onto Cheng Dale's bed and crawled on top of him, making him blush. Both stared at each other. She then made the first move and kissed him. She closed her eyes as Cheng Dale stared at her, and she thought in her head that as long as there was a willing person who took a little initiative and poked through the thin window paper once, it would burst like a soap bubble. Liu Jihan's gaze remained fixed on Cheng Dale, even though she was on top of him, and her feet stiffened. Then both sides came to their senses, and everything went smoothly. The two made love under the moon. Meanwhile, a system notification indicated that the system reset was completed. It welcomed the use of the Mountain Bandit System 2.0 and questioned whether the system sprite should be refused. The system stated that the system sprite Zin, who was in fusion, was expected to wake up in a couple of hours. Another notification appeared, stating that a mission reset was in progress, and that missions were being issued. As the notification stated, a new mission was received, and it was to kidnap the oppressor's wife. Liu Jihan giggled, mumbling that she could finally catch up with Su Ying this time. A new notification appeared, stating that the mission had been completed and that he had been rewarded with the flying sword technique, which had explosive fireworks. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers marched down the street, while the four brothers watched from atop a roof. Guan Yu informed them that Cheng Dale's character would not allow him to be so restrained, and that he heard nothing about him in the entire capital state. Liu Bei went on to say that the martial arts competition was tomorrow, and if Cheng Dale was really in town, he would be there. Guan Yu assumed Tong Fei would be there as well since she should be working for the government. Zhao Zilong stated that perhaps their paths would cross again, but he wasn't sure if Tong Fei would be as gracious then. They then jumped at the same time when they were told to go. The four jumped from one roof to the next. A massive pile of paper was placed on the table. Tong Fei was resting beside it. As she read, she pondered that in Yuzhu, there were rumors that the Toad village had wiped out the 100 Ringers, and she wondered if Yang Longting was not involved in any way. And, as she read, the Toad King was a divine axe general with divine abilities, as well as spells that summon the wind and rain. She then placed the report as she could not believe everything and thought that it was all just market rumors. Tong Fei sat, thinking that the only thing she could be sure of was that the Toad village and Yang Longting probably harbored grudges, as confirmed by the way all four brothers treated Yang Longting. She closed her eyes and contemplated. Tong Fei pondered that if Cheng Dale did not die, he should appear at the martial arts competition tomorrow. A soldier appeared, greeting Tong Fei and informing her that they got away. The man asked if they should send someone to catch them. Tong Fei responded that they couldn't escape her as long as they were in the city, and there was no need because they wouldn't leave until they found Cheng Dale. And she added that she could probably guess where they would go. The next day at the War God Mansion, Yang Longting's young servants assisted him in putting on his armor, starting from his boots and ascending to his arm plates. Once fully encased in his armor, Yang Longting wore a somber expression as he pondered the stifling heat. Concerned, Shanyan addressed Yang Longting respectfully, reminding him of the impending martial arts examination, and the people waiting for the ceremony to begin. Shanyan couldn't hide his unease as he hesitated to ask Yang Longting if he needed the appearance. Yang Longting responded firmly, insisting on the necessity of his appearance, emphasizing the importance of caution. A single mistake could be critical, and commenting about others found it annoying. However, Shanyan persisted, mentioning the inconvenience of the heavy armor, that it wasn't convenient to move around in the hot weather. Yang Longting, feeling somewhat withdrawn, questioned whether he truly appeared strange in his armor. Finding the situation awkward, Shanyan awkwardly suggested that Yang Longting could consider changing into casual clothes. Following their conversation, a soldier addressed Yang Longting, urging him to mount his horse and walk through Chang'an's streets, allowing the city's residents to catch a glimpse of Yang Longting. However, Yang Longting declined the suggestion, expressing his discomfort with being in the spotlight, and insisting on taking a carriage instead. As they proceeded through the streets of Chang'an, a person addressed him and implored him to take care of himself. Another person expressed their desire to see Yang Longting in all his glory. Someone reminded Yang Longting to stay hydrated and avoid staying up too late. Yet another enthusiastic supporter was overjoyed about Yang Longting's presence. Inside the carriage, Yang Longting pondered the fact that even when he wore casual clothes, he still had to wear gold light armor with it. He also questioned the idea of riding an unprotected horse. With a vigilant eye, he watched the surroundings outside the carriage, concerned about potential threats to his safety, such as someone making an attempt at his life or an arrow being shot from a high place. After he contemplated, they finally arrived at the barracks. A messenger called Yang Longting, informing him that Emperor Ming had invited him. In a respectful manner, Yang Longting announced his name, stating that he was there to meet the Emperor. Emperor Ming, acknowledging Yang Longting's status, dispelled the need for excessive politeness and invited him to come up and sit with him. Yang Longting bowed in response to Emperor Ming as he agreed. He reflected that only those who have power over the dynasty have the privilege to sit with the Emperor on this stage. Yang Longting pondered the powerful figures within the empire, such as Qi Xiang, the general of the heavenly policy, and the key ministries, as they were the centers of power of the empire. He also noted the interest of the emissaries of the rings in the martial arts examinations. With a sense of ambition, Yang Longting believed that from that day, he, too, could rise and sit beside Emperor Ming. He envisioned a future where he would have a place of significance within the great empire. Amidst his thoughts, Liu Aji reminded Emperor Ming that it was time to begin, prompting Emperor Ming to signal the start. Suddenly, the atmosphere was filled with the resonating sound of drums as the martial arts examination got underway at the barracks. Cheng Dalei then made an announcement following the drumming, emphasizing that that day marked the final day of the martial arts exams to determine the martial arts scholar. He explained that the competition consisted of 3 phases: archery, horse fighting, and strategic questions. Cheng Dalei instructed the candidates to enter, and the first competition of archery was about to begin. The first competitor demonstrated exceptional archery skills. He hit the dummy target with each shot accurately. The host then provided a breakdown of the results, indicating that Liu Wu hit 10 arrows on the target, 1 in the throat, 3 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. After the first competitor finished, Cheng Dalei called for the next person to step forward. The second competitor also showcased impressive archery skills with accurate shots. The host again detailed the results for Quen, hitting the target in the head, 1 in the throat, 2 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest, and 4 in the lower body. Finally, the host announced that the winner of the first archery match was Quen. Cheng Dalei, though, expressed doubts about the strength of the 2 competitors, considering them to be average. He questioned how they could have reached the final stage of the martial arts exam and decided to view their information. Upon further investigation, Cheng Dalei was in disbelief as he discovered that the competitors were actually Jiu Zhang and Liu Qingming, and they were graded as excellent. He noted that both competitors simply changed their names and got back into the competition. Cheng Dalei continued to ponder the 2 individuals who were pushed into participating in the martial arts examination and believed that they must have possessed some skill, but in his opinion, they seemed more like attractive yet useless nobles. He reflected on something Wanner said was right in her judgment about them. While looking towards the platform, Cheng Dalei noted the idea that the faction wanted their own people to win and thought that these competitors depended on their family background to win the competition. Cheng Dalei also criticized the competition itself, describing it as rigged and expressing his belief that it was influenced by certain people behind him. While his gaze was fixed on Yang Longting and mentioned Yang Longting's name in his thoughts, Yang Longting's awkward smiles were suddenly shifted to the vague sense of unease in Yang Longting's heart, which was boosted to the extreme. He had a terrified expression on his face and was speechless with sudden emotion, while Qi Zhang inquired about Yang Longting's condition, calling him son-in-law. Terrified, Yang Longting contemplated whether his strange feeling of unease could be from the hot weather or the possibility of heat stroke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectators, there was another person, besides Yang Longting, experiencing a similar feeling. Jin Wendao's face showed alarm as well, even though he remained silent. As the competition continued, Cheng Dalei raised his hands and announced Game 2, the horse fight, instructing both teams to prepare. He then declared to start. The competitors engaged in battling and horseback riding, and one of them exclaimed with a forceful shout as he managed to block the attacks. Cheng Dalei provided commentary on the duel, noting that the horse fight between the 2 competitors wasn't particularly marvelous. While in the crowd, the military faction commented that, unlike previous occasions when wooden swords or spears were used, this time, the competitors were armed with real swords and spears. Another military member discussed the importance of the horse's understanding of human nature, and its ability to make decisions on when to charge or collide. A civilian faction expressed excitement. While Wanner and Emperor Ming were focused on watching the fight, they could hear comments from their surroundings. One person commented on the competitors dismounting, with one wearing black and the other in white, and appreciated the way they fought in circles, forming a rotating yin-yang diagram. Another person commented on the intensity of the clash, noting that as the spear moved faster, the sword became sharper, emphasizing the risk of serious injury or even death if there was any carelessness during such a clash. Emperor Ming asked Wanner for her thoughts on the competitors, suggesting that if she didn't like Niu Sanjin, she could choose one of the 2 contestants. In response, Wanner declared that she wouldn't choose and threatened to go on a hunger strike if forced to do so, to which Emperor Ming responded with silence. Chuckles. Emperor Ming then turned to Yanli, inquiring if the Ring tribe had children. Yanli responded that their tribe didn't have such children because they had already defeated them in the past. Emperor Ming couldn't find words to respond. As the horseback battle intensified, the sound of hooves clattering filled the air. Liu Wu successfully hit Gwen during his attack, causing him to fall off his horse. Cheng Dalei then announced Liu Wu as the winner of the second horse battle. Liu Aji commented on the match outcome, not expecting a win and a loss, and believed that the winner would likely be determined in the third match. Emperor Ming acknowledged this assessment with a simple nod. The final part to determine the winner was questions about strategy, which was decided by Emperor Ming. The civil and military officials naturally took advantage of this and tried to get a good impression for their favorite participants. The civilian faction acknowledged Gwen's excellent sword skills, while the military faction noted that Liu Wu won and praised his exceptional skills, considering his age. Another person chimed in, expressing admiration and referring to the competitors as fine scholars and soldiers. Others commented that they believed Gwen and Liu Wu's skills were not much different, anticipating that Gwen might win the next game. Some believed that even in defeat, one could claim an honorable defeat, while the Ring tribe in front of them remained silent. As the argument continued, one side believed Liu was better, while the other responded that Gwen was stronger. Amidst the crowd's argument, Yanli, who was silent, was visibly irritated by the arguments behind him. He then spoke up, saying that with so many people in the Empire, he questioned whether the Empire's martial arts champion would be selected from just these two. Amused, Yanli commented that it was just like that, leaving the civilian and military factions taken aback by his audacious statement. Yanli showed a respectful gesture to Emperor Ming and proposed that their warriors compete with the Empire's top martial artists. In response to Yanli's suggestion, Emperor Ming sought an excuse, stating that the two competitors were too exhausted to continue fighting right now. Yanli assured Emperor Ming that their warriors would not take unfair advantage of others while they recovered their strength, hoping that the emperor would not refuse. Emperor Ming contemplated Yanli's proposal for a moment before agreeing to let them compete, to which Liu Aji expressed concern and tried to stop. But Yanli then complimented Emperor Ming as wise. Then Yanli called for Xu Lei's name in the crowd. He instructed him to go and compete with them. Cheng Dalei caught the attention of Xu Lei. He contemplated with curiosity as he glanced at Xu Lei and thought that this was going to be fun. In preparation for the battle, Xu Lei stretched his body. Yanli called Gwen and Liu Wu and encouraged them not to decline the challenge from their fellow tribesmen. Xu Lei challenged them not to hesitate to fight together, and then both of them rushed to attack him. Gwen warned Liu to be careful, as the two competitors launched their assault on Xu Lei. On the other hand, Yanli glanced back at Emperor Ming and reassured him by mentioning that Xu Lei was no ordinary talent on the step. But Emperor Ming did not respond and looked serious at the battle. As the battles continued, Liu Wu and Gwen swung their weapons at Xu Lei, but Xu Lei skillfully managed to dodge their attacks. Amidst the intense battle, the civilian faction remarked that with 1 versus 2, they should have an advantage. A military faction chimed in, urging them to put some strength. Another military faction commented to go after Xu Lei, with a call to defeat and even kill him. With just a few moves, Gwen was swept off the horse, emitting a pained groan after Xu Lei launched his attack. Xu Lei, reveling in his triumph, mocked Gwen, saying he couldn't withstand a single blow. He continued to mock the Empire's martial scholars for their capabilities after he swung his weapon forcefully at Liu, who struggled to block it. While struggling to fend off Xu Lei's attacks, Liu Wu clarified that Gwen was not the Empire's martial scholar, and that he himself was the one being sought as the martial scholar. Xu Lei responded by saying he was next and then prepared for a strong attack on Liu, who was ready to block it. However, Xu Lei managed to dismount Liu's weapon after he swung his weapon, causing Liu to lose his balance. Xu Lei laughed as Liu Wu fell from his horse. Both civilian and military factions fell into stunned silence, their expressions darkened with disbelief. Then Xu Lei proudly raised his weapon high as he mentioned the martial scholar. He looked up and proclaimed his victory over the Empire's martial scholar, then burst out laughing. With a proud smile, Yanli looked at Emperor Ming and said that his men may not know the rules and do not understand what is important. He hoped for Emperor Ming's forgiveness while wearing a smile on his face. Emperor Ming remained in a serious expression, while the civilian and military factions remained silent as they wore expressions of embarrassment. Within the barracks, an imperial guard addressed Tong Fei, asking her if they were going to make a move. Tong Fei responded that it was inappropriate to discuss their status without the emperor's order. She cautioned his men not to go too far. However, the imperial guard expressed his concern and disbelief at the idea of allowing the Ring tribe barbarians to act wildly like that. Xiao Yu appeared out of nowhere, stood atop the wall, and wore a soft fabric mask. He called out to Ring's ruffians, telling them that they shouldn't go crazy because Chang'an was not a place for them to run wild. Curious about the voice, Xu Lei looked towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu then swiftly jumped below and landed flawlessly in front of Xu Lei. Surprised, Cheng Dalei thought to himself that Xiao Yu had not left yet. At the same time, Jin Wendao was also surprised and recognized Xiao Yu. Cheng Dalei pondered if Xiao Yu still intended to seek justice from Emperor Ming by dressing in this manner. He remarked Xiao Yu as an empire's noble and couldn't tolerate the Ring's arrogance as he came forward. Xu Lei quickly moved to attack Xiao Yu, insulted him as a hairy boy, and questioned where he came from. Without hesitation, Xu Lei declared to take a strike from his spear. Xiao Yu, prepared action from the attack, told Xu Lei to come. Both Xu Lei and Xiao Yu launched their attacks simultaneously, resulting in a clash where they blocked each other's moves. Xu Lei, acknowledging Xiao Yu's skills, complimented him, to which Xiao Yu responded that he was not bad either. Xiao Yu unleashed his wave breaker Vort's technique and made it clear that he didn't have time to play with him. He managed to land a blow on Xu Lei's arms, leaving Xu Lei surprised. Cheng Dalei observed the battle. He thought that Xiao Yu could win in this situation. But Cheng Dalei also realized the consequences of Xiao Yu showing the skills of the wave-breaking spear. He was concerned that if Xiao Yu's skills drew too much attention, it might lead someone to associate him with a previous assassination. He felt the need to find a way to save Xiao Yu. As the battle continued, Xu Lei taunted Xiao Yu and laughed hard as he told Xiao Yu that he could run away if he didn't want to fight. Xiao Yu found Xu Lei annoying and unleashed a formidable swing at him. After he swung his spear, he was able to dismount Xu Lei, causing Xu Lei's horse to get hurt. Xiao Yu skillfully sidestepped as the horse lost its balance, leading to Xu Lei falling from his horse as it ran away. Xiao Yu attempted to finish Xu Lei while he was still lying on the ground, screaming as he had the advantage. With a grim expression, Xu Lei braced for the impending strike, but to his surprise, Xiao Yu spared his life as he redirected his attack to the ground. As the battle concluded, the civilian faction rejoiced and stammered while exclaiming that Xiao Yu won. Jin Wendao was fascinated and found himself wondering when Xiao Yu became so strong. At the same time, Liu Aji acknowledged Xiao Yu as a teenage warrior of the empire. Even Emperor Ming couldn't help but react with a low chuckle. Xu Lei, still lying down, appeared to breathe heavily. With a serious expression, Xiao Yu exhaled deeply as he made the decision to spare Xu Lei's life. As Xu Lei rose to his feet after being defeated, Xiao Yu turned away from him, unaware of Xu Lei's intentions. Unseen by Xiao Yu, Xu Lei appeared to plot something behind him. Concerned for Xu Lei's well-being, Yanli advised him to retreat, emphasizing that he was no match for Xiao Yu. However, Xu Lei called out Xiao Yu in a respectful tone, expressing his admiration of Xiao Yu, stating that Xiao Yu was more powerful than the two martial artists, admitting that he could not beat him. He also expressed a desire to learn from Xiao Yu, saying that when he had the opportunity, he would ask for Xiao's advice. In response, Xiao Yu glanced at him and affirmed his words. It turned out that the dignity and demeanor of the Ring tribe were only given to the people they respected. In acknowledgement of this, Xu Lei humbly bowed to Xiao Yu, who had just turned away from him. It was concluded that he was the winner. Meanwhile, the female audience couldn't help but be captivated by Xiao Yu's charisma, their eyes gleaming with hearts fluttering. One of the ladies inquired about Xiao Yu's identity, while the other declared her desire for her father to propose a marriage to Xiao Yu's family. Another lady couldn't contain her enthusiasm as she competed for his attention, while the other exclaimed over his handsomeness. At that very moment and in the same place, Zhang Fei told his group that it was Xiao Yu. It then occurred to Zai Long that if Xiao Yu was there, Cheng Dalei must also be present in the same place. Liu Bei concluded that their trip was indeed not in vain, and they just needed to wait and see. While deep in thought, Wanner found Xiao Yu's face familiar and wondered if he had any connection to Cheng Dalei. She speculated that Emperor Ming's intention was to reward Xiao Yu greatly, believing that he had the potential to reach the top in the future. He is here and standing in front of this high platform. It seems that the opportunity to rise to the top is just around the corner. In her thoughts, Wanner wondered why Xiao Yu was dressed in white, as he appeared to be wearing mourning attire. With a low chuckle, Emperor Ming addressed Xiao Yu and asked about his name and where he learned his skills from. In response, Xiao Yu introduced himself as a common person, Lin Xiao Yu. He firmly planted his weapon into the ground before continuing to speak. With a deep sign of respect, he kneeled and explained that he came seeking justice on behalf of his father. After Xiao Yu introduced himself, the crowd fell into a sudden silence, with all eyes wandering as he remained kneeling. The general exchanged curious glances, while Qi Zhang pretended to nap. The military and civilian factions turned a blind eye. On the other hand, Jin Wendao, recognizing Xiao Yu, commented that they hadn't met in a long time and asked why he appeared so down. But Xiao Yu remained kneeling, wearing a serious expression. Curious, Tong Fei glanced at the Imperial Guard and asked about Xiao Yu, who definitely did not see his name in the posts. She asked how Xiao Yu got in, to which the Imperial Guard was speechless. In her mind, she quickly dismissed her curiosity, realizing her position didn't allow her to blame them either as her attention shifted to Zai Long groups. Just then, with an annoyed expression, Liu Aji instructed the Imperial Guards to escort those causing disruptions in the martial arts competition out. Xiao Yu vehemently protested against the Imperial Guards who were forcibly dragging him away, screaming at them that he didn't mean to disrupt the competition. He continued to express his agony, claims about his father, Lin Wenchen, who devoted himself to being loyal, and said that the heavens and the earth saw it. Outrage was visibly on his face as he asked Emperor Ming why he beheaded his father and left a name that would stink for eternity, and desperately cried out for his father's return before the Imperial Guards were forced to cover his mouth. He wanted to seek justice, but sometimes, even the word justice cannot be said. While Xiao Yu was being dragged away, Cheng Dalei appeared in the area and just observed the situation. But worry was evident on his face as he mentioned Xiao Yu's name in his thoughts. During that time, young Longting's thoughts reflected on the situation. He appeared to be somewhat amused by the martial arts competition being ruined by the Ring tribe and Xiao Yu, who shouted for justice. He believed that Xiao Yu would surely be thrown in prison. After the earlier events were resolved, Liu Aji inquired of Emperor Ming about the next steps, mentioning the reward ceremony. But before he could complete his sentence, Emperor Ming then instructed him to continue. Liu Aji then announced to sound the drums, fire the cannons, play music, and performed a dance. He also instructed the imperial guards to salute and mentioned that the next part of the ceremony involved a sword and spear dance. Wanner seized the moment to inform Emperor Ming that she hired an opera singer to arrange a play to replace the original sword and spear dance. Emperor Ming approved of Wanner's idea and expressed his willingness to see it. The audience at the event commented on how thoroughly prepared Wanner was, while others giggled, complimenting her for being so thoughtful. The beautiful melodies of the gazheng filled the air. The audience's anticipation grew. A person in the crowd pointed excitedly while another shielded their eyes to see the stage more clearly. The performers, dressed in their striking outfits, gathered on the stage. As they began to perform their song, the Demon King of the North awoke. The sky was cold, the ground was frozen, and snow stretched endlessly into the horizon. Liu Zhai and Zhai Tao, with their captivating voices, sang their part together. Zhai Tao's voice was filled with foreboding as she emphasized, a calamity was approaching. Then, Liu Zhai followed, her voice carrying the weight of the song. Yet the mortals were still immersed in their own little dreams and suddenly came. The demons donned black and sprouted fangs, accompanied their dramatic entrance, complete with eerie demon masks. The performance unfolded further as Zhai Tao's expression turned serious and continued. The city walls were broken. The common people died, and the nobles ran. While she sang, she began to dance gracefully, illustrating the song. A bloody battle ensued, bones piled into mountains and blood ran like a river, and the soldiers scattered, running for their lives, with Zhai Tao's dramatic performance bringing the scene to life. The peasants fell without a chance to run. Zhai Tao illustrated her dramatic acting as she looked up to the sky. The freshly sown farms were trampled on. The audience couldn't help but be drawn into the story as they stood on their seats, gasping from the music and acting. As the narrative of the song continued, Zhai Tao's acting intensified as she portrayed the destruction and sang, houses set on fire, bodies of children hanging from wooden posts. Her emotions conveyed the sadness of the tragedy. And I too was defiled. She even reached out her hands as if trying to grasp the heavens themselves. The tempo of the song shifted, and another actor entered the stage. The song continued questioning, where are those who promised to protect us? They ran so fast that even the wind had to concede. Liu Zhai emphasized the question, capturing the audience's attention. Why did such a calamity happen? Does heaven want to punish those on earth? Or do the gods not sympathize with mortal men? As the drumming grew more intense, the drama continued to unfold. Suddenly, a mountain warrior descended. Liu Zhai engaged in a dynamic act battle with the demon. His gaze was cold and unforgiving, his blade a weapon of mass slaughter. Although he was alone, he stood his ground against an army of tens of thousands. On the first day, the soldiers feasted. On the second day, armors were donned. The drumming became more intense, conveying the narrative of the performance. The dong from the drum resonated in the air. On the third day, swords were unsheathed. On the fourth day, the soldiers fought. They acted as if the demon won the battle between the soldiers. Fought, bled, killed. To the front, the war raged. To the back, our people schemed. It turned out I was always alone in this war. The audience was left speechless by the performance as they felt a deep connection to the song. While Qi Xiang's somber expression mirrored the gravity of the song's narrative, the old general had no food to feed the soldiers and was defeated. He returned to the capital and was decapitated. Finally, as the demon tribe was forced out of their lands, the demon conveyed their defeat. The noble who ran returned and was hailed as a commander, portrayed humorously by the clown actor. He did nothing, yet was praised to the heavens. How unjust is the world! Do you not have battle armors? Come, let us share mine. Zhai Tao's face showed emotion of unfairness as she sang, do you not have battle armors? Come, we shall fight together. Do you not have battle armors? Come, brother, I met you on the other side. By the time the three lines were sung, the audience was left in stunned silence. Uncertain emotions filled the air. All eyes turned to Emperor Ming's face, attempting to gauge his reaction. They pondered if Emperor Ming could continue watching it. Emperor Ming's expression, once passive, was now serious and intrigued as he commented that the performance was interesting. Jin Wendao suddenly stood up during the performance, his jaw clenched as he knew that Cheng Dale was there. He appeared to be terrified, believing that Cheng Dale was there right now. He thought that Cheng Dale was dead, but now sure that he was alive and present there. His face shifted from terror to concern as he looked at his surroundings. Right now, young Longting's inner thoughts were in a mess, and his heart was racing, as he thought that Cheng Dale wasn't dead. He cursed in his mind, realizing he should have known when they couldn't find Cheng Dale's corpse. Fear was evident in his eyes as he imagined Cheng Dale had already found his way there. He anxiously wondered where Cheng Dale was and who he might be disguised as. Meanwhile, at the performance, the drums died down, but the performers continued their act, with Zhai Tao still singing. The wicked demon king had been banished. Yet, the hero who killed him was persecuted by the people. Liu Zhai acted as though, as she presented the narration, that she had been captured, while the noble who ran away was glorified by the people. The audience was open-mouthed because the impact of the song and performance was so real. Amidst the performance, Jai Tao walked to the center as she continued to sing. The black dog chased flies in the sky. As she sang with passion, the koi chased the horses on land. The hot-blooded heroes turned cold. Jai Tao poured her emotions, expressing herself with fervor, and the runaway noble became the empire's war god, and narrated how the world's perception can be deceptive. Who said those who work in the shadows cannot be heroes? Who said those who stand in the light are all heroes? She spread her arms as her voice carried the weight of their song. With her voice reaching its peak, she delivered. It turned out, this entire world was filled with false heroes, and the story of the false hero happened in another world. Jai Tao, standing boldly before the audience, delivered the song with unwavering conviction. She implored everyone in the audience to not think too much. Despite the performance ending, the audience from the imperial court remained in stunned silence, deeply impacted by the emotional and thought-provoking act. While Tong Fei could not help but assume that Wanner did not intend such a play, she believed that someone else was behind this. At the same time, Zai Long remarked that the play was something like that, believing they made the right choice going there. Zhang Fei was curious about Zai Long's comment, asking what he meant, prompting Liu Bei to explain that the only one who could write such a play was Cheng Dale, and decided to wait and see. On the opposite side of the audience, the crowd of ringers erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Ringer giving compliments to them. Another ringer commented that the story was so detailed, asking if it was real. Liu Aji called out Emperor Ming, who was initially unresponsive. Eventually, Emperor Ming acknowledged with a simple compliment, while clapping without much reaction. In a serious face, he then instructed the actors to take a rest, which they confirmed. After instructing the actors, Liu Aji proceeded to make an important announcement, declaring to hear the imperial decree. He announced the name of Yang Longting and Cheng Dale to come forth. Yang Longting smiled as he slowly walked above. Upon his arrival, he knelt in front, while Liu Aji announced the rewards, stating in Yang Longting's name that he would be granted the title of Warlord, Weapons, and Land. Liu Aji continued, acknowledging Cheng Dale's role, stating that he had made great contributions as a general, and he would be granted the title of the Great General of the Northwest. Cheng Dale, in his thoughts, reflected on the irony of the situation, thinking that the play just now mocked Yang Longting, and now they were rewarding him. As he walked to the top, Cheng Dale insulted Emperor Ming as an old fogy, suspecting that Emperor Ming intentionally must have done it. Liu Aji then told them to heed Emperor Ming's order, prompting Yang Longting to bow and humbly respond that he dared not receive such a generous reward. Emperor Ming, displaying his wisdom, acknowledged Yang Longting's modesty, saying that Yang Longting had made great contributions to the empire, and that he did not need to be humble since that is what he deserved. However, Yang Longting was filled with determination as he declined the offer, expressing that he was not being humble, as he really felt that he did not deserve it. He continued, saying that he had something that he must say, and hoping for Emperor Ming's forgiveness of his rudeness, to which Emperor Ming let him speak after he stood up, reminding him that there was no need to keep kneeling. Yang Longting began by telling Emperor Ming that he had something that had been on his mind for such a long time, but could not gather the courage to say it. Emperor Ming told him that he should say what he wanted to say, as Yang Longting was also supposed to give a speech that day. Yang Longting then gathered the courage to speak his mind. He began by addressing the reward plentiful, and expressing concern about the condition in Yuzhou which lacked food and people. He remarked that Emperor Ming was not rewarding that, then he requested Emperor Ming for it, and mentioned that he was not asking for it himself but rather asking it for the common people of Yuzhou, remarking their current lives were miserable. With humbleness, Yang Longting declined the rewards, including the title of the warlord, and suggested that someone else deserved it. A concerned person voiced from the crowd, asking about to whom the title should be given. In response to the person, Yang Longting decisively said that it belonged to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale was taken aback by Yang Longting's decisiveness, cursing him in his thoughts. He believed that Yang Longting was trying to disgust him to the point of death and remarked with a threat that Yang Longting would be dead now. Emperor Ming was intrigued by Cheng Dale's name and mentioned that he had heard of the name before. Yang Longting told the story of a time when Emperor Ming ordered someone to inquire if he knew Cheng Dale, during which he revealed Cheng Dale's identity as a mountain bandit, but mentioned that Cheng Dale swore an oath of life and death with him. He mentioned the battle against the rings. Yang Longting lied, claiming that he only gave commands from the back, while Cheng Dale was the one facing the front lines. He continued to deceive, stating that Cheng Dale had suffered a grievous injury in the battle, and he was unable to save him. And since Cheng Dale passed away, Yang Longting believed that his great name should forever remain in the world, while Cheng Dale stood at his back. He remarked emotionally that sometimes he wanted to ask for more rewards, but being able to meet someone like Cheng Dale in his life was more than enough. As the heartfelt words resonated with the audience, the person chimed in again, stating that Yang Longting valued friendship so much. Furrowing his brow in anger, Cheng Dale thought that Yang Longting was trying to write an apology, so he threatened Yang Longting in his thoughts again as he waited. Liu Aji intervened, telling Emperor Ming that he sent someone to investigate last year, and Yang Longting said that Cheng Dale died of serious injury. Emperor Ming expressed regret, saying that it was a shame. Yang Longting continued to honor Cheng Dale's memory, proclaiming that Cheng Dale sacrificed his body to defend the empire. Dying in the line of duty, his loyalty was paramount, and may his name ring forever. With deep emotion, Yang Longting declared he was alone on earth while Cheng Dale was alone in heaven. He remarked his regret that in a lifetime, he might never be able to meet him again as he raised his hands above making this heartfelt statement. His voice choked with emotion as he pretended to cry while gazing up at the sky. He continued, saying that Cheng Dale succeeded, remarking that he only left behind the spirit of a valiant hero. The words carried deep meaning as he implored Cheng Dale, if he looked down from heaven, asking for guidance to look at the empire that he protected. Emperor Ming urged Yang Longting to stop dwelling on the dead person who could not live again and asked him to stop it now. However, Yang Longting kept his act, kneeling, and making a heartfelt request to Emperor Ming to reward Cheng Dale so that his spirit might find rest in heaven. Emperor Ming agreed to reward Cheng Dale as a hero such as this was a crime against all heroes under heaven. He also requested that Yang Longting should not decline the reward as the empire still needed great generals like himself. Emperor Ming highlighted the importance of nurturing future generations of heroes like Cheng Dale, remarking that they needed more heroes like Cheng Dale, recognizing that the empire would never see defeat again. Yang Longting expressed his gratitude to Emperor Ming for his great benevolence. In the next set, Liu Aji instructed Yang Longting that he would personally give Cheng Dale his seal of military command, prompting Yang Longting to affirm it. Emperor Ming handed the tray of rewards to Liu Aji, signifying the formal granting of honors. As Yang Longting walked over to Cheng Dale, accompanied by 2 eunuchs carrying the rewards, he narrowed his eyes as thoughts briefly wandered, noting the brightness of the sun that day. He spoke to Cheng Dale, remarking that the empire needed a young hero like him. The crowd commented on the reward, starting with the civilian faction hearing rumors that Emperor Ming thought very highly of Cheng Dale, and remarked that he would become a famous general in the future, while the military faction planned to build a close relationship with him, considering that Cheng Dale was still young and the future was believed to be limitless. In her thoughts, Wen'er appeared to be happy as she took pride in having nurtured Cheng Dale personally. Yang Longting reassured Cheng Dale that the rest of the empire, and he would also remember his deeds in their hearts. But Cheng Dale did not respond to him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale set a different tone as he asserted that there was something he hoped Yang Longting could return to him. Yang Longting looked nervous, asking him what. Cheng Dale's eyes were filled with anger. He demanded justice, leaving Yang Longting visibly agitated. Fear could be seen in Yang Longting's eyes. As everyone in the world looked for justice, Yang Longting stumbled over his words as he recognized Cheng Dale and exclaimed that it was him. But the existence of justice in this world remained a question. Cheng Dale abruptly drew his sword with one hand, grasped it, and struck Yang Longting forcefully, in defense of those who were unjust, using his straightforward sword technique. Everyone's faces were in shock as they witnessed the sudden attack. Only a small trickle of blood emerged from Yang Longting's chest. Realizing that Yang Longting was wearing inner armor, Cheng Dale quickly closed the distance between them, determination burning in his eyes. Yang Longting, still recovering from the initial attack, saw Cheng Dale approaching but couldn't react in time. Fear was evident on Yang Longting's face as he was one step away from success. As the silhouette of Yang Longting was forcibly pushed across the platform, he pondered why the future war god of the empire had to be brought down by the current war god of the empire. Cheng Dale struck Yang Longting in the body once more, causing both of them to tumble out onto the platform. His face twisted with anger as he insulted Yang Longting, calling him a coward and demanding his death. With unrelenting vigor, Cheng Dale continued to strike at Yang Longting's armor. He slashed intensely, causing Yang Longting's armor to break, and relentlessly attacked him and managed to slash with his sword, seeing blood in the process, causing blood to splatter on his face while blood seeped from Yang Longting's mouth. As his voice filled with anger, Cheng Dale used his skillful speedy sword explosive fireworks, the final blow of his attack, piercing deep into Yang Longting's chest. Panic spread among the Imperial Guards and spectators, with cries for help over to Yang Longting and calls for the Imperial Guards to intervene. They marched towards Cheng Dale with weapons on them, as Cheng Dale's sword became wet from the blood that pierced Yang Longting's chest. Yang Longting groaned in pain, clutching his injuries. He slowly uttered Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale expressed his anger, claiming that it was only fair to take Yang Longting's life after Yang Longting had brought down his village. Yang Longting's eyes narrowed as he pondered who once asked him for fairness in a similar manner. Memories resurfaced, and he mumbled in confirmation that there was someone who asked him for justice like before. He muttered again, asking who that man was. He asked himself redundantly who it was as he struggled to envision his face. He then pictured a man with his back turned, standing in front of him. When the man he envisioned glanced at him, he realized it was his friend Han Huju. Yang Longting sighed, dismissing the memory. A man who has cheated the world all his life will be approached by someone sooner or later. Justice is in the heart. The vision of Han Huju faded away. Yang Longting died as he returned to reality, leaving Cheng Dale holding the sword firmly while staring at his lifeless body. The Imperial Guard approached, and the crowd continued to call out Yang Longting's name, with some demanding Cheng Dale be captured alive. On the platform, the civilian and military factions were left in shock. They were unsure of what to say about the event in the Imperial City. Amid the confusion, some still questioned whether Yang Longting was truly dead, while others insisted on his demise, claiming that the Empire had disgraced itself. Jin Wendao recognized Cheng Dale. Meanwhile, Kui Xiang wondered who Cheng Dale was. The weight Cheng Dale carried on his shoulders for a year seemed to dissipate on that day as he stood there, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. In the midst of the chaotic event, Wanner wondered about the grudge that Cheng Dale held against Yang Longting. With concern in her eyes, she once hoped that Cheng Dale would have a bright future and rise to the top. However, it now seemed that he dragged himself down into the abyss, while she watched Cheng Dale being surrounded by the soldiers. Fueled by aggression, the soldiers were relieved that Cheng Dale was still alive. Undeterred by them, Cheng Dale questioned whether they still had the guts to draw their swords, considering that the Ring tribe scared them all out of their wits a year ago. Within the crowd, factions from the military murmured, with one person questioning if he was Cheng Dale, and another person was confused, as it was said that he was dead, wondering why Cheng Dale wanted to kill Yang Longting if they had a good relationship, while others questioned the secrets behind it. Amidst the confusion, Liu Aji sought Emperor Ming's attention, inquiring about the sword in Cheng Dale's hand. Emperor Ming, who observed with a serious demeanor, identified the sword as the 6th artifact common sword. With measured authority, Emperor Ming ordered Cheng Dale to be captured, and if they couldn't capture him, they were to kill him. Slowly, Emperor Ming rose from his seat and told Liu Aji that they were heading back to the palace, with Liu Aji assisting him. As the soldiers surrounded Cheng Dale, one of them urged his fellow soldiers to follow him in avenging Yang Longting, and their comrade who died a year ago. The soldiers' faces showed anger and determination to kill Cheng Dale as they rushed to attack him. Cheng Dale, facing overwhelming odds, engaged to confront the soldiers with remarkable speed and skill. He showcased his martial technique, known as the Teenage Quick Sword, bursting fireworks, causing the guards to be sent sprawling in all directions. Liu Bei saw Cheng Dale and urged the others to go. Liu Bei, Zai Long, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei leaped into action from atop the wall, determined to help Cheng Dale to break through. Unaware of his group's presence, Cheng Dale remained locked in a fierce battle against the soldiers, inflicting wounds that caused the soldiers to creak. Without fear, the soldiers continued to attack, determined to kill, and attempted to surround Cheng Dale, while he responded with his bursting firework technique to block their every move. The soldiers were determined not to let him get away. Yet Cheng Dale, undaunted, skillfully fended them off. With determination in their eyes, the soldiers were relentless in killing Cheng Dale, as they couldn't believe that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Suddenly, on the flip side, Cheng Dale's group initiated a surprise attack on the soldiers from behind. Catching them off guard, some questioned the unexpected intrusion. The sudden attack surprised Cheng Dale, prompting him to turn in that direction. Liu Bei with a smirk led the group and announced to Cheng Dale that they had arrived. While observing the situation below, Tong Fei identified the broken formation. She cursed at Cheng Dale's group who joined in, and that prompted her to take action. With a swift leap, she descended from above, aiming to intercept the group of Cheng Dale. Tong Fei sternly warned them, determined to stop their advance. Guan Yu warned them to be careful of Tong Fei's approach, but Zai Long declared that he would take care of Tong Fei on his own. He immediately jumped towards Tong Fei and used his martial technique, the 100 Dazzling Flowers Jade Phoenix. Their clash resulted in a powerful impact, sending a gust of wind rippling through the area. After the clash, Tong Fei questioned Zai Long's loyalty, believing that Cheng Dale bewitched him for disregarding their discipleship. Zai Long was determined to seek justice for their fallen comrade and believed he might be able to offend Tong Fei about it. He then looked at his group, reassured them that he would take care of Tong Fei, and urged them to help Cheng Dale. Liu Bei expressed doubts about whether Zai Long could really beat her, while Zai Long expressed uncertainty, confident that he should be able to. Guan Yu, on the other hand, told Zhang Fei to go there with Liu Bei while he himself would help Zai Long. As Guan Yu and Zai Long charged into action, Tong Fei told them to come, readying herself for the clash. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Liu Bei rushed toward Cheng Dale. While Cheng Dale continued to fend off the soldiers, one of them exclaimed that he stopped being crazy, while the others continued their relentless assault. In their desperation, one of the soldiers declared that Cheng Dale could not kill the lightning spear Wen Tailai in his life. Suddenly, a new figure entered, introducing himself as Zhu Xingsheng, the mute scholar of the minister's mansion. With confidence, he challenged Cheng Dale to taste his move. A soldier remarked that the two masters of the general and the minister's mansion had attacked at the same time, believing that Cheng Dale couldn't escape, while other soldier commented that this was something that never happened before. However, in an unexpected twist, Cheng Dale used his bursting fireworks technique to easily dispatch Zhu Xingsheng. The soldier who was looking forward to the fight was shocked, his comical reactions mirroring his face. He remarked that Cheng Dale must be a monster since the masters of the generals and ministers' mansions were no match for him. Cheng Dale's thoughts revealed his exhaustion as he employed his martial arts skills repeatedly, yet he was aware there was no hope for a breakthrough. Just as hope appeared to dwindle, Zhang Fei appeared, slicing his way through the soldiers using the technique of catch pigs, sending the soldiers away. Zhang Fei, with determination etched on his face, informed Cheng Dale that they were there to save him. He informed Cheng Dale that the breakthrough was on their side, to which he agreed. With their support, Cheng Dale succeeded in breaking through. As the barracks hunt persisted, determined soldiers urged to hold them, while the other soldiers urged to close the gates, not letting Cheng Dale and his group break out. Others yelled that there were just 3 of them. Their voices echoed throughout the area. Zhang Fei fought his way through the soldiers, all while asking Cheng Dale where they were heading. In response to Zhang Fei's question, Cheng Dale stated that they were heading northwest of the city walls, while he was busy slashing out the soldiers. The soldier desperately alerted everyone that Cheng Dale and his group were going to the left. Yet Cheng Dale displayed remarkable skill, breaking through the formation. The soldiers laughed while urging each other to surround and fight him. The soldiers, driven by anger, approached Cheng Dale and his allies and cornered them, even the actors and actresses who hadn't escaped in time. They called out Cheng Dale's name, demanding to be paid with his head that day. Suspicion hung heavy in the air as they questioned whether this was a trap or a deliberate gathering of prey. Fear showed on the faces of the allies of Cheng Dale, while Zhang Fei and Liu Bei seemed anxious, and Cheng Dale maintained a calculated demeanor. Frightened, Jai Tao called out to Cheng Dale, while Liu Zhai held onto her tightly as well as the actors behind them. Cheng Dale's voice filled with confidence, noted the sunny day, that it was not raining or windy, and hinted at something ominous if they heard about the thunder coming from the ground. Suddenly, an explosion came from the ground, propelling soldiers through the air. Their screams pierced the chaotic atmosphere. Some vanished after the explosion, while others were thrown away. Chang'an's sewers are well connected, and grave robbers dug through the sewers to the place, and making gunpowder was not difficult. Already a few days ago, the grave robbers required by the fireworks order were everywhere preparing everything. Yanli and Jin Wendao displayed surprise, but Jin Wendao quickly shifted to a wide smile, expressing satisfaction. The soldiers, rattled by the explosion, were left in shock, some moaned in pain. It is uncertain how many Imperial soldiers were injured and suffered broken bones after the entire earthquake. Emerging from the ground after the explosion, Fei Yuan and Qin Man called out to Cheng Dale, stating that they were there to save him. The soldiers, determined to kill them, rushed forward, trying to see if there was any chance of escape. They charged into them resolutely, prompting Qin Man to order Fei Yuan to use a thunderbolt to secure their retreat. Fei Yuan confirmed and activated the bombs. He aggressively taunted the soldiers as if they should eat his stink bombs. After Fei Yuan threw the bombs, the soldiers were rattled, frantically trying to evade them, their fear evident on their faces. As the bombs exploded, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, causing the soldiers to panic. Amidst the chaos, some soldiers were hit and called for help, while the others realized that the smoke was filled with toxins. Inhaling the toxins, they coughed in pain, and others succumbed to the deadly effects. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale provided an antidote to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, and then told the rest of the group to take their antidote, urging them to retreat into the blasted sewers. He also called out to Zai Long and Guan Yu, urging them to stop fighting and that it was time to go. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, Cheng Dale urged everyone to evacuate before the smoke cleared. The soldiers, realizing the danger, ordered their retreat and prepared their strongbow unit to get into position. The soldier commands strained before ordering to shoot. Meanwhile, some members of Cheng Dale's group were in a hurry, saying they should get into the underground, while others urged them to move quickly and get down. However, one member pointed out that the passage was too narrow. Liu Zhai dashed towards the narrow passage, unaware of the incoming arrow. Jai Tao, though slightly late in her warning, managed to save Liu Zhai just in time. However, in her heroic act, Jai Tao herself was struck by the arrow, and her face twisted in agony as she endured the pain. Despite her injury, Jai Tao managed to smile through the pain, while Liu Jai looked at her with concern. Cheng Dalei focused on stopping the incoming arrows, shielding them from harm. Frustration welled up within Cheng Dalei as he realized the narrow passage could lead to many people dying if nothing is done. Meanwhile, the soldiers prepared for a second wave, ordering the second unit to shoot. As the arrows filled the sky, Cheng Dalei told the others to hurry up and go, stating that he would stay behind to stop them. Cheng Dalei faced the onslaught of arrows, his determination unwavering as he prepared to deflect them all. In this critical moment, two hearts beat as one. The technique he was about to employ was originally Lu Xiaofeng's one finger. It was a martial art that didn't seek to kill but was mainly for defense, and it was the best technique in the world. With a single stroke, Cheng Dalei deflected all the incoming arrows. Through the integration of the system, it became the ultimate blocking technique. Cheng Dalei blocked all the arrows while his group hurried to escape. Among them, Fei Yuan called out to Cheng Dalei, but Cheng Dalei responded, urging him to go quickly, with a stab arrow from his shoulder. He continued to stand firm and block the arrows, until suddenly, he stopped blocking them, to which the strongbow unit fell silent in shock, their faces confused. Meanwhile, Jin Wendao pondered Cheng Dalei's strength, that he became so strong after a year of absence. Wanner contemplated that Cheng Dalei was no longer the mountain bandit who managed to survive by all means when she first saw him. As Wanner viewed Cheng Dalei from the platform, all arrows surrounded him. She marveled at how he had overcome so many difficult challenges with his strength that day. After Cheng Dalei abruptly stopped, he exhaled heavily as he removed the pierced arrow from his shoulder. Suddenly, a soldier threw a chain and captured Cheng Dalei's hand, declaring triumphantly that he had caught him, to which Cheng Dalei resisted. But the soldier gleefully announced that he had successfully restrained Cheng Dalei, naming him as an evil bandit. The soldier told Cheng Dalei that he couldn't escape as there was already an arrow at the end of his flight. He then encouraged the others to cut Cheng Dalei into pieces. Determination filled the air as the soldiers roared to kill him, to avenge Yang Longting. While Cheng Dalei was still trapped by the chain, Cheng Dalei felt helpless as he clenched his teeth and cursed in his thoughts. Suddenly, the system emitted a sudden beep, and there were two orbs present. Another beep followed, but the system remained inactive as she still closed her eyes. Following the continuous beeping, the system's self-test was completed. The next beep showed the system's face, and notified that the damage repair had been completed as well. Another beep was notified that the system's administrator consciously awakened as her eyes slowly opened. And another repeated beep notified the reconstructing shape, and a sudden bright light appeared on her body, as if the system was about to transform. The system, still weakened, called Cheng Dalei's name. The next beep was followed by a bright flash that exploded inside the system, causing the orbs she rested to shatter due to the impact of the reconstruction. Cheng Dalei reacted to it, and he groaned out the pain. The impact of the exploded aura from the system pushed the soldiers away from Cheng Dalei's body. Suddenly, a supreme consciousness awakened and swept across the whole audience with an unparalleled aura. The soldiers were suddenly knocked down, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. Tong Fei's eyes were filled with disbelief as she pondered what just happened. All of a sudden, the monk appeared beside Tong Fei, greeting her with Amitabha Buddha. He then inquired Tong Fei about the meaning behind Cheng Dalei's action of bringing down the soldiers. He continued, expressing his disbelief and wondering if what he witnessed was a form of lost martial art. Puzzled, Tong Fei questioned the monk why he was there and if it had something to do with an imperial decree from Emperor Ming. The monk replied that Emperor Ming had tasked him with collecting Cheng Dalei's corpse, but it appeared that Cheng Dalei was not dead yet. Consequently, he decided to arrest Cheng Dalei and put him in prison, awaiting Emperor Ming to deal with him. Throwing back a little, just when Cheng Dalei was beating the royal guards and the prison guards were almost empty, someone expressed that they didn't know how many people were locked up in the Ministry of Heavenly Justice, and also what the kid had done to be locked up in this place. His companion informed him that the kid wanted to seek justice for his father in the Imperial Arts examination, which ruined Emperor Ming and Yang Longting's mood. And the man wondered what kind of injustice had been done to his father that he was pleading for justice. The other answered that the kid's father was the coward of war, Lin Wenchen. The man laughed as he realized who he meant by the coward and stated that he deserved it, while the kid inside the cell was Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. The guards were taken aback and told to alert the others that someone had broken into the prison, as well as who they were and how dare they break into the heavenly prison. Lin Xiaoyu stood there watching as they yelled and called for somebody. A flag outside his cell with the words "Seeing through the world" as the bearer stated that all creations were born to nourish, and people still complained to God for not being benevolent. The man went on to say that he had not known locusts were all over the world, and that everyone was suffering as a result from the king's servant. According to the old Taoist, humans were born as noble or commoner, with the noble always being favored by heaven. His young disciple added that wealthy life is always up to heaven, and commoner's poverty was punished by heaven. The old Taoist then stated that suddenly a madman sharpened his sword at night, and the Star Emperor swayed in the wind, and bewildered above. One of the guards at the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison stated that he had no idea how many people their Ministry of Justice had imprisoned in this prison. His companion stated that everyone must listen to the jailer and that if he wanted them to live, they would. And if he didn't want them to live, they wouldn't, whereas his friend stated that what the jailer says is right. As his entrance made a rumbling noise, a man chimed in, stating that this was the rule of the Ministry of Justice heavenly prison. The guards were perplexed at what they saw. As three figures approached them, the guard greeted their lord. One of the guards was puzzled. He had the thought that the prisoner needed 3 Merlian guards as escorts at this time, and they were Tong Fei, Monk, and Liu Aji. Liu Aji told the guards not to torture the person behind him, and not to treat him badly with only 3 meals a day, and to let him eat whatever he wanted as long as he didn't go out, as well as to try to meet his other needs. The guard cursed Liu Aji in his head, telling him that instead of this prison, he should take the prisoner to his house, and bowed, inquiring Liu Aji about the prisoner. Cheng Dalei's body was cuffed inside a box while Liu Aji ordered the guard to put him in a separate cell with the heaviest shackles on him. The guard asked Liu Aji what Cheng Dalei had done, and he replied that he had killed a person. The guard wondered how many people Cheng Dalei killed, while the other assumed it was only a few. After a while, Cheng Dalei sat cuffed inside a cell. His hands and head were both encased in a wooden cuff. Cheng Dalei closed his eyes. Later on, his brow furrowed as he remembered a fire. His eyes opened wide. While standing on one of the orbs, he noticed a destroyed orb and a perfect orb and wondered if it was the system space. Cheng Dalei observed without saying a word. The repair had been completed, according to a system notification, and the administrator was back. It then informed him about the body reshaping and the shell breaking. A hand emerged from the shell, and Heart came out afterwards. The shells gathered in her back. As Heart fell, the shells formed into wings. Cheng Dalei observed throughout the whole thing. Heart continued to fall as her wings spread. She landed on top of Cheng Dalei and told him he was cute. Heart leaned and called Cheng Dalei boy. She smiled and informed him that she's back. Heart informed him that she had not seen him in a long time. Changing to default dress, according to a notification. Heart was then dressed in a white gown. Cheng Dalei expressed relief that the system had been restored. Heart responded that, after all, he had been running around for a year working on the matter. She informed him that although she had been sleeping for the entire year, she could feel what he was doing. She continued, saying that the first time she woke up, she met him in this empty system space. Heart stated that she had followed his day her whole life and that all of her memories came from him. Cheng Dalei asked Heart if she was really only 2 years old, and Heart confirmed it. Heart informed him that even if she disappeared, a new sprite would be born, and that perhaps the meaning of her existence was muddled along with birth and dissipation, because she was born in this space, and the meaning of her existence was just a vassal of the system. She went on to say that when she chose to give up, he chose to connect in her life, which is why when he jumped off the cliff that day, she asked him not to hesitate. Heart expressed gratitude to Cheng Dalei. For the first time, she stated, she felt like she was in existence who could be cared about. She went on to say that she may be able to find a higher meaning to her existence that is more valuable than her job as an existence administrator. Cheng Dalei turned as Heart called him. She then asked him if he was willing to continue depending on her, to live and die with her, and to walk in this chaotic world with her. A system notification pooped, inquiring if he wanted to sign into a contract with the system sprite. Cheng Dalei remained silent as he stared at the notification. Cheng Dalei expressed surprise and stated that he did not expect her to say something like that out of the blue, as he did not recall her being so proactive, to which she inquired about what he remembered and his impression of her. Cheng Dalei explained that she was more two-faced, like the kind of people who knock a person with a hammer as soon as they came out. But that was no longer the case. Doubting, he asked if she couldn't be a fake or if he was saving the wrong person, which rendered Heart speechless. Heart blushed as she muttered the word dummy. However, the system indicated that the contract had been signed. The system informed him that the officer's summoning function, as well as the lottery function, and the system store were now open, which Heart said now that the system had been completely restored and many functions had become stronger. She told Cheng Dalei that he had grown up a lot. Cheng Dalei, however, inquired if Heart was sleeping where the broken photosphere, to which she replied yes. He inquired about the one intact beside it, and Heart informed him that it was the new system sprite, which had not yet been born. Cheng Dalei speculated that there would be 2 system sprites. Heart informed him that he was right, and because of her, she would be able to hand over the system's maintenance to her, and she would be able to separate herself from the system and follow him to do more things, as well as use her powers without being bound by the system itself. She continued to tell him about her abilities and asked if he was listening. Heart frowned and became enraged. She swung her hand towards Cheng Dalei's head. She slapped his head and told him to listen to what she was saying. Her eyes widened in rage as she told him that what she was saying was important, and that she wondered if he realized what he was up against in the real world. Heart called Cheng Dale an idiot. She went on to say that it looked like that the sprite would have to work as soon as it awakened and that it was now time for him to leave the place. Heart explained that he had been worried about her for a long time and that she should do something for him, and that there was a chance that he could use his newly acquired sprite power. A system notification appears, stating that Cheng Dale received a new mission, which stated that the young person who was in prison could only start a new life if they escaped. Cheng Dale noticed the difficulty and inquired about the reward, but Heart chuckled and said she would keep it a secret for the time being. Cheng Dale sat in his cell that night. He determined that the shackles must have weighed at least 100 pounds and wondered if they were afraid of him escaping from prison. A coup was heard outside Cheng Dale's cell. Cheng Dale became aware and looked out the window. Bai Feiyuan appeared, addressing Cheng Dale. He inquired if he was okay. Cheng Dale assured him that he was fine and inquired about the situation outside. Bai Feiyuan informed him that only those who were wounded and couldn't get out were left in the city, and a group of brothers took care of them while the Empire searched for them. But with his orders, they had quietly evacuated the city and were now settled in Hulu Mountain, which Cheng Dale was relieved about and told him that if there were casualties, he should leave more silvers for their families as it was all they could do. Bai Feiyuan assured him that they had not suffered many casualties. Cheng Dale informed him that another brother, Lin Xiaoyue, had been caught and ordered him to find out where he was being held and save him. Bai Feiyuan assured him that he had heard that he had been rescued by a strong warrior, a teacher, and his disciple. Cheng Dale, concerned, inquired about Yi Zhidao and Liu Zhihan, wondering if they were okay, to which Bai Feiyuan replied that Liu Zhihan was fine, but Su Ying was very worried about him. He went on to say that Yi Zhidao was seriously injured and assured him not to worry because a brother named Liu Bei was treating her. Bai Feiyuan noticed something. He turned around and listened. He informed Cheng Dale that someone was approaching and assured him that the brothers would certainly save him. Bai Feiyuan then leaped above the prison gate. A clunking noise was heard. The monk walked towards Cheng Dale's cell. He then turned to face Cheng Dale and muttered the phrase Amitabha Buddha. Cheng Dale greeted him and asked what he was doing here. The monk explained that he had naturally come to look after him. Cheng Dale inquired whether it was necessary, to which the monk replied that it was only because he was too good. Cheng Dale smiled and told him just because he's too good that he had to look after him as a Buddhist monk, and he wondered if he was praising him or himself. He went on to ask what was his origin, and if he was from the Shaolin Temple. He told him that the night had been long and difficult for him to sleep, and because they couldn't sleep, he asked why they didn't just talk, and he informed him that they were peers, and he might not know his name. He told him his name was Cheng Dale, and his master was the South Pole Immortal, and Golden Star Tabai was his sworn brother, and Marshal Tianpeng was his senior brother, and he knew the law of 5 thunder, and he had 1,000 miles of eyes and ears, and could summon the wind and rain. However, Cheng Dale suggested that he would tell him a joke and ask if he knew what men had that women didn't, and told the monk to speak up and not pretend to be cold. Cheng Dale paused and said nothing. He gritted his teeth as he viewed information. He yelled, telling the monk to come on. Cheng Dale addressed the man as Meng Jilao and asked if he would still show respect if he saw a real Buddha. A system information appeared, stating Meng Jilao's information, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, who was 52 years old. Cheng Dale had a thought in his head that he really looked down on him. He then informed Meng Jilao about himself, 52 years old, and his Dharma's name was Qin Yi, and he was an infinitely compassionate and merciful palm with Vajra indestructible body skill. Meng Jilao stared at Cheng Dale. He asked him how he knew that, as he had lived in seclusion for many years, and few people around the county knew his name, to which Cheng Dale responded that he had his connections. Cheng Dale stated that he told him that his master was the South Pole Immortal, and what things could he not know, and asked him to have a casual chat, and if he didn't speak again, he would tell him how he peeked at a woman taking a bath when he was a child, and how it would affect his public image more. Meng Jilao asked what he was talking about, but Cheng Dale said they could talk about anything, such as his first love. Meng Jilao blushed and stated that he had something unclear and wanted to ask for his advice. Cheng Dale told him to go ahead, believing that it was to ask him why he wanted to kill Yang Longting, and then talk about what injustice and the sea of suffering later, and so on the truth, and he also thought that he just liked to talk about some life philosophy. Meng Jilao asked again what it was that men had that women didn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, it was just that he had been thinking about the question and asked him not to blame him for being a little rude. Cheng Dale instructed him to look at his beard, and the answer was beard. Cheng Dale had the impression that Meng Jilao was a retarded pervert and asked him what he was thinking or what he believed it was. Meng Jilao stated that he believed it to be Adam's apple, but now he believes he was mistaken, which stunned Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale asked Meng Jilao if he changed his clothes before imprisoning him and said he was very thoughtful because he remembered not wearing this suit before. Meng Jilao chuckled and said he was covered in blood and had a cleanliness fetish, so he naturally needed to help him wash up a bit. He then asked Meng Zhilao if he could remove the wooden shackles around his neck, and if he refused, he had to help him relieve himself. Moments later, he stated that it was finally a little easier. According to Meng Zhilao, Buddha stated that all beings were suffering, that is, all thoughts were born from the beginning of his obsession, and in one single mind. He went on to say that sometimes you could hold on to it and get nothing, and sometimes you could let go and get more. He then suggested to Cheng Dale that he give it a try. Cheng Dale told him to fuck off, saying that the last time he cheated him out of a steam bun, and he would never give him today's baked cake. Cheng Dale realized that Meng Zhilao had been here for 12 hours. He cursed him, saying he robbed him of his food. He realized he wouldn't be able to escape from prison if he didn't get rid of Meng Zhilao. He asked Meng Zhilao why bad people become Buddhas simply by putting down the butcher's knife, whereas good people had to get through 9,981 difficulties to become Buddha. Meng Zhilao responded stating that Buddha did not say so. However, Cheng Dale let out a scoff. He told him that he had heard about a virgin woman who was very devoted to women's virtue, and that the imperial court had even issued her chastity arch for women. He claims that after her death, everyone found something under her pillow. Cheng Dale smirked and challenged Meng Zhilao to guess what was under her pillow, to which Meng Zhilao struggled to respond. Meng Zhilao chanted Amitabha Buddha's name and said that color was empty, and empty was color, and asked Cheng Dale to behave himself. Cheng Dale told him that he saw a monk on the road begging for alms, and he knew exactly what he wanted before he opened his mouth, and he wondered if it was called element perception. Meng Zhilao responded that his words had profound meaning. Cheng Dale asked him if he thought the Tathagata Buddha or the Jade Emperor fought badly. However, Meng Zhilao just told him not to say such things. Cheng Dale wondered if he knew or had heard of such a Buddha since he knew Buddha so well, and Meng Zhilao asked him to tell him. He wondered if Meng Zhilao had heard of a Buddha named Namo Gatling Bodhisattva in the far west who had 3,600 bullets per breath, and was the Buddha of great compassion and mercy, to which Meng Zhilao replied that he had not. Cheng Dale went on to say that there was also a Buddha named Ultraman, who stood 40 meters tall, weighed 35,000 kilograms, and was 20,000 years old. He also told him about Namo Infinite Heat Buddha, Namo Infinite Power Buddha, and Namo Infinite Entropy Buddha, as well as Namo Heat Silence Great Bodhisattva, Namo Nuclear Fission Buddha, and Namo Nuclear Fusion Buddha, and asked Meng Zhilao if he had heard of any of them. Meng Zhilao stated that Cheng Dale was a great person with great wisdom, and that his Buddhist attainment was so low that he didn't know so many Buddha names. But Cheng Dale simply laughed at him. With doubts of life, Meng Zhilao requested Cheng Dale to enlighten him, and that as a Buddhist, he was not as good as he was in Buddhist ways. Cheng Dale requested an answer first, asking what Emperor Ming's plan was now, and why he allowed Meng Zhilao to guard him every day. Meng Zhilao stated that on the 14th of July was the Ulambana, the opening of the Ghost Gate. He went on to say that it was suitable for releasing river lanterns, and mourning the deceased, and also remembering old lovers. Meng Zhilao also stated that the most evil villains, such as a devil like him, should be executed in front of the entire world. He told Cheng Dale that his execution would be by lynching by 360 swords. Meanwhile, at Wyong Palace in the Imperial City, Emperor Ming had thought that Jiangnan had only received half of the imperial grain this year because it had been flooded due to continuous heavy rain. And, according to information he received from the Merlion Guard, the Yangtze River had favorable weather that year, with no disasters. He also claimed that the Northwest Army needed food, that horse bandits were rampant, and that they needed a lot of food to fight bandits. As Emperor Ming Reid reports, Princess Minju kneeled in front of him. Without saying a single word, Princess Minju looked down. Emperor Ming ordered her to go back. However, Princess Minju begged him. Emperor Ming was aware of her being there and asked her not to say anything. He stated that she was not only his daughter but also the princess of the empire, and she must not say anything in court. Princess Minju advised Emperor Ming that Cheng Dale did not deserve to die. She bowed to Emperor Ming, stating that he also mentioned that Cheng Dale was an outstanding talent of the empire, and that his life was far more valuable than his death. She went on to say that Cheng Dale made great contributions to the empire but killed the hero, and that treacherous court officials were running amok at that time. She was afraid that it would make people in the world cold, and that if things continued, the Lai family would lose its value. Emperor Ming inquired why she wanted to save him, and if he was the man she wanted to marry. Princess Minju frowned and told Emperor Ming that Cheng Dale was just a friend to her. Emperor Ming, on the other hand, stated that the imperial family does not have friends. In Chang'an City, even fowls and dogs were not left in peace those days, but it can also be said everything was quiet. The angry Yuzhu soldiers raided, and the city's peddlers and carriers were arrested, at a time when the wind was cranky, and the prison was overcrowded. But most of Cheng Dale's people had already withdrawn, and those who failed to withdraw were hidden and were the last to suffer. Only those powerless ordinary people were caught at some point at the brothel, the Full Fragrance House. Soldiers pointed spears at the girls, told them not to move and to be honest. One of them stated that he suspected they were harboring a traitor, Yi Jidao. An elderly woman informed them that they were running an honest business, that Yi Jidao was no longer present, and that they severed ties with her. However, the official ordered his men to search. He went on to say not to miss a single place because Yi Jidao must have left a clue. A vase was thrown next to the girls, scaring them. A soldier informed his officer that the search was over and no trace of Yi Jidao had been found. The officer gave the order to arrest all of the women as he would interrogate them that night, believing they must have some information. The soldiers surrounded the women, advising them to tell them where they had hidden Yi Jidao, and that if they didn't, they would have to take them back for proper interrogation. And one chuckled, telling them to behave themselves and come with them. A voice ordered the soldiers to let go of the women. The officer scoffed, asking who was so daring as to stop their Yuju army from arresting the murderer who assassinated Yang Longting. Tong Fei sat and closed her eyes. The officer recognized Tong Fei and informed her that it was the responsibility of their Yuju army, and that the Merlion guards could not interfere. Tong Fei asked what an investigation had to do with the girls and informed them that, as far as she knew, Yi Jidao was seriously injured and that the rebels had hidden her somewhere for treatment. She went on to say that instead of investigating the medicine shop and searching the dangerous underground city, they were making things difficult for these helpless women. The officer inquired what it had to do with her, stating that they had to be involved with Yi Jidao, and that the Merlion guards couldn't control them. Tong Fei stated that 3 days after Yang Longting's assassination, they searched for 3 days, turned the casinos, brothels, and tea houses upside down, and many people were arrested, and a lot of profit was scrapped. Tong Fei claimed that the Yuju army committed crimes in Chang'an in the name of avenging Yang Longting. She went on to say that Emperor Ming turned a blind eye to it in order to allow them to vent their anger, and now they wanted to take innocent women and spoil them. She asked if they truly believed the Merlion guards were blind. The officer chuckled and told his subordinates they were leaving because Yi Jidao was not in the place. Tong Fei responded that she was just doing her job when the elderly woman thanked her for saving their lives. She warned the women that because Chang'an was in chaos, they should take care of themselves, for which the girls thanked her. Tong Fei frowned. She thought in her head that a few true villains were caught, but innocent people suffered, and she didn't know how many people filled their pockets and eradicated dissidents during the search progress. There were 150,000 city guards in Chang'an, and 30,000 imperial guards in the imperial city. She wondered if they were letting them run amok in Chang'an just to appease the anger of those soldiers and generals. She wondered what Emperor Ming was thinking of putting the people at risk for the sake of the so-called balance. Xiao Yi walked down the street somewhere. A group of soldiers passed by and talked about what the point of investigating a pharmacy was when there was little profit from it, while the officer responded by asking if they were really going to listen to that woman and investigate the medicine shop. Xiao Yi overheard their conversation. She ran while one of the soldiers suggested they go to the casino and play a few games. Xiao Yi continued to walk. She looked around before entering a small house deep in the alley. She knocked on the door. As she entered, she informed Su Ying about the medicine. Su Ying thanked her before cautioning her not to get the medicine from the same medicine shop because they needed a lot of herbs. Xiao Yi told her not to worry because she had been buying medicine from a different medicine shop, to which Su Ying replied that she had done well. She asked Liu Bei how Yi Jidao was doing, and Liu Bei replied that her pulse had stabilized, but she still needed to recuperate for a few days before getting out of bed. Su Ying stated that she would leave it to him to change the medicine because she was leaving and needed to discuss with the brothers how to save Cheng Dale, and he needed to take care of Yi Jidao. Remember this from now on, someone said. The elderly woman informed the girls that they were no longer associated with Yi Jidao, and she stated that there was no longer a person named Yi Jidao here. One of the girls questioned whether it wasn't too ruthless to treat Yi Jidao like that. The woman responded that Yi Jidao had colluded with criminals to cause chaos and that if they didn't draw a line between them, they would all die. And she knew the girls had deep affection for her, but if they acted up again, she asked them not to blame her for being ruthless. When the woman walked away, the girls asked where she was going. She told them not to be nosy and to go do whatever they should be doing when she realized Yi Jidao had caused a lot of trouble this time. She reasoned that she did not receive even a cent of redemption money and suffered a big loss this time. After all, the woman thought Yi Jidao was top-grade good, and she didn't believe she didn't have anything valuable hidden away. She muttered that she found it after throwing some of Yi Jidao's belongings. The woman, who was holding a lot of jewelry, stated that Yi Jidao was worthy of being their top artisan, and she actually had so many valuables hidden away. Her eyes sparkled, and her mouth drooled, muttering that it was all hers now. Upset, the woman wondered where the music notes were hidden, and how many Yi Jidaos she could nurture as long as she had those notes. Meanwhile, an eye peered through the hole in the wall where the woman was. One of the girls noticed what was going on inside. Disappointed, the girl sat down. The girl sobbed, wondering if Yi Jidao would really not come back. Back from 10 days ago, the girl asked Yi Jidao if she was leaving. Yi Jidao asked her what kind of expression she had, and she was just going out to act in a play. However, the girl doubted. The girl responded that this time felt different than before, and she had a feeling that once Yi Jidao left this time, she wouldn't come back. Yijirao assured her that she would be back soon, and the girl insisted that she should let her come with her. She asked Yijirao if she was going to leave her. Yijirao handed her a paper and asked her to take it, because it was written there how to contact the people on that side, as well as the secret code, address, and contact person, and she asked her to hide it, and she couldn't let her mother see it. And as long as she brought her seal with her, the people there would help her. She went on to say that if she couldn't come back, the paper would help her find her. The girl held the paper Yijirao had given her. Meanwhile, Su Ying stated that they would leave once Cheng Dale was rescued. Someone inquired if she was sure they could rescue him. Su Ying responded that it must be done regardless of the certainty, and that none of their plans had a 100% chance of succeeding. And it was no different this time. She asked Yijirao if she had thought about what she wanted to do in the future. Yijirao responded that she no longer had a place in Chang'an. She was unsure where she should go next. Su Ying offered her the opportunity to leave together with them. She asked Yijirao if she wanted to join their toad village. Yijirao inquired if it was okay. She went on to say that she had once heard Liu Jihan talking about what happened to Toad Village, and that they even destroyed the 100,000 Ring clan army, claiming that they were all heroes of the empire, while she was just a brothel girl. Su Ying reassured her, saying they were actually a group of bandits. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Su Ying advised Yijirao to lie down first because someone was coming, and she would open the door. She asked who it was. Bai Feiyuan greeted Su Ying, who inquired as to who he had come with. Bai Feiyuan informed her that the girl had contacted them through the informant they had left behind for emergencies, and that she was an acquaintance of Yijirao. The girl inquired as to whether Yijirao was present. Su Ying asked Bai Feiyuan if anyone had followed him, to which he replied that he took a huge detour before bringing the girl over, and he even blindfolded her eyes, to which Su Ying told them to get in quickly. Yijirao inquired of the girl how she found this place, and the girl asked why she was hurt and what happened to her. The girl informed her that she found this place by following the directions she left on the paper. She went on to say that there were a lot of soldiers looking for her outside. Bai Feiyuan warned them that they didn't have much time and that if they needed to say something to each other, they should do so quickly. The girl mentioned Yijirao, crying. She stated that she wanted to leave with her. Yijirao asked her what she was saying. She informed her that she was currently a fugitive and that if she went with her, her life would be in danger as well. The girl, on the other hand, argued that she didn't care because she wanted to stay with her. She went on to say that their mother had taken all of her valuables and had even hired people to look for her. Yijirao responded that it seemed like something she would do. Because she didn't want to stay there, the girl insisted on taking her with her. However, Yijirao shook her hand and declined and said that her life was at least guaranteed as long as she stayed there. She hugged the girl and told her that as her sister, she no longer had a place in Chang'an, to which the girl asked why she had to go to the play. She stated that if she hadn't gone, she wouldn't be this way right now. Yijirao told her that she was born as a courtesan and entertained people as a way of living, and that her own feelings were never taken into consideration, and that she was merely a plaything for those with power and money. Because what she had was so little, she stated that she must give back even the smallest favors that she owed, and even if it cost her life. She took a book and told the girl that it was the musical score given to her by her benefactor. She stated that she was definitely able to stand above the rest, and that when the time came, she would be able to redeem herself and live as a free person, to which the girl inquired if it was her most valuable possession. Yijirao told her it was alright because she wouldn't have to use it in the future, told her to take it and leave quickly, and asked her not to find her anymore in the future. The girl cried and still insisted. Yijirao advised her that she should leave now. She stated that if the place were exposed, they would all die. The girl wiped her tears. Yijirao looked at the girl as she left. She sobbed, thinking that there were no longer people named Yijirao in Chang'an. Su Ying ordered Bai Feiyuan to send the girl back, to which he said yes. The girl asked Su Ying to look after Yijirao, and Su Ying asked if that was her gift to her. She advised her not to play it in the near future because it would expose their relationship with Yijirao. The girl bowed and thanked Su Ying, saying that she would take her reminder to heart. The girl was escorted by Bai Feiyuan. Su Ying frowned but said nothing. Yijirao approached her and apologized. She went on to say that it was her mistake that she gave the emergency contact to someone else. Su Ying told her not to dwell on that, but they couldn't leave their safety to whether the girl could keep the secret or not. She inquired as to whether she made a decision. Yijirao paused for a moment. She blushed as an image of Cheng Dale flashed through her mind and replied yes. Su Ying informed her that they were going to pack up and leave because they needed to regroup with the rest of the group, so Yijirao agreed. The next morning, the officer ordered his men to surround the place and not let the criminals escape. The soldiers stormed through the gate. The officer's eyes darkened, and the courtesan mother stood beside him. Hulani began by stating that the contract terms were negotiated, and they were in Chang'an City for a long time, so it was time for them to return. He also asked them to prepare the compensation, goods, and so on for them, and they would leave in a few days. Lin Leshan wished them all a good trip and expressed his desire to share a glass of wine with them in the future. Hulani responded that he thanked him for his kindness and that, as an eternal heaven descendant, he would always remember their friendship. Lin Leshan got the impression that the rings were in Chang'an for so long that they picked up on imperial hypocrisy as well. Suddenly, Hulani mentioned Lin Leshan. He wondered if the empire would send them a princess, hoping she would marry into the grassland and become a symbol of friendship between their two clans. Lin Leshan was taken aback. He simply laughed it off and asked Hulani if he was joking. He informed Hulani that the princess grew up with mutual respect, wild and spirited, and he feared that marrying one of them off to the grasslands would not only harm, but also destroy their friendship. Hulani retorted that women like Princess Minji were better suited to life in the grasslands, and that true warriors preferred reckless steeds over well-behaved sheep. Lin Leshan, on the other hand, argued that he was afraid that the prince was unaware that the princess already had a marriage contract, and that allowing the king of the grasslands to marry a woman with a marriage contract would be disrespectful to the king. Hulani chuckled and told him that the steppe dwellers didn't care, and questioned who didn't love beautiful women, and that only the strongest men deserved to have them. Lin Leshan explained that Princess Minji was Emperor Ming's favorite daughter, and if he married her off in the meadow, his father would find it difficult to bear the longing. Hulani argued that marrying off Princess Minju to the grassland would prove the friendship between the two sides and wondered if the empire was about to marry off an insignificant woman to the grasslands. The two looked into each other's eyes and read the murderous intent of each other in their smiles. Hulani thought that if he didn't give Princess Minju to him, he would beat him up, even though he wove himself a dazzling garment of false friendship, humble wisdom, and camouflaged victory. But when he opened his robe, under the robe was still a thin, bony, frail, and crippled body. The building would collapse, and the landscapes would crumble. The thin hands trembled. Someone stated that there was no diplomacy in a weak country. Then a voice yelled, saying they wanted their Princess Minju. Emperor Ming, enraged, threw something and wondered how he negotiated with them. He described Lin Leshan as a loser who couldn't get anything done. He went on to say that he told them not to even think about it, and that only fools dreamed about it, to which Lin Leshan responded that he was incompetent and did not do his job properly. Lin Leshan proceeded to inform him, and Emperor Ming inquired as to what the barbarians said. Lin Leshan informed him that they expressed their willingness to give up the 3 cities they occupied as a gift from the grasslands in order to welcome Princess Minju, and he paused before saying if they did not agree. He went on to say that they would grab her themselves. Emperor Ming challenged to let them come because he was a king of a country, and he couldn't even protect his own daughter. Lin Leshan stared at his father as blood poured from his head. He wondered how long anger lasted, whether for 15 minutes or for a flame of incense. He clenched his fists and addressed Emperor Ming. The candle illuminated the room. Lin Leshan informed Emperor Ming that the empire could not afford to fight this battle. Civilian officials and military generals at the Chang'an court fought to the death and regarded Emperor Ming as a clay statue, while the southern nobility enjoyed their lives in luxury, and the northern people raised troops and bought horses. Indeed, that today's empire could not afford to fight this battle, as Emperor Ming appeared depressed. The emperor, like the civilians under the iron heel of the rings, could only stand by and watched as his wives and daughters were humiliated. An image of Cheng Dalai's side appeared through the defeated emperor, who gave up hope. Meanwhile, at the penitentiary department Heavenly Prison, Cheng Dalai sat on a pile of hay, while Meng Jilao sat on the other side of his cell. He closed his eyes and rested his hand on the back of his head. He saw 2 orbs, one of which was destroyed. Hart wondered if it was the right time to do it because he was about to be lynched and still thinking about playing. Cheng Dalai replied, wondering as to what he was supposed to do against Meng Jilao, who guarded the door every day, and he couldn't even defeat him, and if he didn't go, he wouldn't stand a chance. He placed a pair straight K. The lottery machine appeared distressed but said nothing. He said rocket, to which Hart and Cheng Dalai both replied that they couldn't afford it. Cheng Dalai kept a diary of what happened during his time in prison. 2 prison guards sat facing each other. When a group of people arrived, both guards stood there greeting them, and the Lord told them to pass the order down. Liu Aji ordered them to clean up the place and transfer all the prisoners to other jails, and also got rid of all the dirt, muck, grime, and bad smells, and he wanted the place to be spotless. The soldiers cleaned up the prison quickly. Cheng Dalai observed what was going on and wondered what they were doing. Then suddenly his cell opened. Tong Fei was the one who welcomed him and towered over him. Cheng Dalai inspected the information, perplexed. Tong Fei told him to stand up and be good, and not to make any unnecessary movements. Tong Fei's information stated that she was 25 years old and had monstrous strength, which Cheng Dalai was surprised by because of another peerless level martial artist. Cheng Dalai made an abrupt soft noise. He didn't say anything while observing. Then a bowl of food was served. Foods with a wafting fragrance were placed outside of his cell, as he wondered if the execution date had been brought forward and it was his last meal. He thought that maybe Emperor Ming thought that dragging out the execution date was too cruel, and wanted to give him a few days of enjoyment before he was executed. Cheng Dalai sighed and stated that as the moon turned from crescent, and the skies of blossoms, he couldn't help but reminisce. But it turned out that he was a person that no one loved or missed. In his cell, he extended his hand to grab a cup. Struggling, he thought he couldn't reach it. His face darkened. Then, as Cheng Dalei looked on, Emperor Ming filled his cup, and he proceeded to fill Cheng Dalei's cup. Emperor Ming just stared and said nothing. The current emperor rose to the throne at a young age and soon learned one thing: to never let other people know what you were thinking about. He had always looked at the people around him with a cold and calculative gaze, and looking at them put on their little facade, looking at them flailing about, and looking at them playing their dirty little tricks. No one could ever guess what he was thinking or perhaps not thinking. Cheng Dalei observed Emperor Ming. He wondered why his entire family was so into cosplay and if their ancestors had gotten mixed up with some weirdos. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, a hand grabbed a piece of clothing and yelled no. Princess Minju threw a pillow at Lin Leshan, claiming she didn't want to. Lin Leshan told her not to be agitated and informed her that the Grassland King was a hero of the Ring tribe, whom she had always adored. Princess Minju retorted that if he thought the king was so good, he should have married him. Lin Leshan laughed and told her to stop joking, informing her that they already rejected Wan Huan and Eula in favor of her, and they were even willing to use 3 cities as a dowry. He said that their Princess Minju was kind, beautiful, smart, and knowledgeable, and that everyone claimed her beauty was worth a city, but what's 1 city compared to 3? To which Princess Minju told him to scram. Princess Minju informed him that she told him she didn't want to marry, and if he kept trying to force her, she would hang herself. To which Lin Leshan replied that if she hanged herself, her tongue and eyeballs would fall out, and she would turn into an ugly ghost. She threatened to cut her wrist, and he explained how painful it was and how she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain. She said she'd jump into a river, to which he replied that the water would turn her into a bloated corpse. But Princess Minju insisted on starving herself. Lin Leshan surrendered and sighed. He told her that she had already grown up. Princess Minju frowned as she addressed Lin Leshan, but Lin Leshan cut her off and said that sometimes adults had to do things they didn't want to do. Lin Leshan walked away. She yelled at him that she was not going to get married. Lin Leshan stopped and told her that she must. Princess Minju was left alone after Lin Leshan left. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Princess Minju realized that it wasn't a fight between siblings, and it wasn't like when she was younger and screamed that she didn't want to learn the dulcimer. Back when Princess Minju, when she was younger, made silly faces, and even if she were to slice the board apart with a sword, her brother would only tell her. Lin Leshan stated it was alright and that they weren't going to learn that day, but she couldn't slack off tomorrow. Now that Princess Minju had grown up, she realized that there were things that couldn't be solved by cutting it with a sword. And as the princess of the empire, she had responsibilities that she had to fulfill, even if she didn't want to. The torches illuminated the dim dungeon. Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dalei why he wasn't drinking and if he thought it were poisoned. Cheng Dalei responded. He stated that a glass of wine for the driver resulted in 2 rivers of tears for their loved ones, leaving Emperor Ming speechless. Emperor Ming stated that it was his first time finding out that Chang'an had a big brother protecting it, and that it turned out he was the one shielding him from rain and wind. And Princess Minju had already told him something about him, as well as the reason why he had the 6th prince's sword. Cheng Dalei advised him that sometimes you needed to make a persona for yourself when moving about. Emperor Ming laughed and said that he was just like how Princess Minju described, always saying things that others couldn't understand. He informed Cheng Dalei that he would be executed on July 17th and asked him if he wanted to say anything to him before he died. To which Cheng Dalei asked if he was looking to chat with him because the nights were too long and he couldn't sleep. Emperor Ming pondered and said yes. He stated that ever since he sat on that throne, he never once heard anyone tell him the truth. He went on to say that he controlled all under heaven, and the lives of all those who lived under it belonged to him. He told Cheng Dalei he shouldn't worry about his life, since he was about to die, and that maybe only he was willing to speak a few true words to him. He inquired of Cheng Dalei whether he was really not drinking. Emperor Ming inquired whether Cheng Dalei was unwilling to speak with him, but he received no response. Cheng Dalei requested that if he could push the cup a little closer so he could actually touch it, maybe he would drink a few cups. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Emperor Ming informed him that he spent his life reading people's intentions. However, he held him in disdain. Enraged, Emperor Ming asked Cheng Dalei if he thought of him as a puppet ruler. Cheng Dalei had a thought in his head telling Emperor Ming not to get angry because he was not especially talented either, and he simply happened to transmigrate. Emperor Ming retorted that Cheng Dalei thought of him as an idiot as well. He informed him that ever since he was born, he was already scheming against heaven. He was born a royal and rose to the crown on an unstable throne, and ever since he was little, he had to scheme against his parents, his ministers, various nobles, and he even had to scheme against his daughter. He stated that if they all thought he was an idiot and lofty sitting in his position, blind and deaf to everything that was going on, they all thought he couldn't tell the truth from lies, a puppet emperor that anyone could make a fool of. Cheng Dalei said nothing. Emperor Ming added that Lin Wentian fought to the last breath, and yet he was executed like a dog on the streets, and Yang Longting ran from battle, yet was hailed as the god of war. He questioned him if he truly believed he didn't know all of those things and stated that he knew them all for a year. Cheng Dalei asked why he didn't do anything about it if he was already aware of it. Emperor Ming informed him that the empire suffered a crushing defeat, an absolute loss. As he stated, the empire needed someone to bear the name of a sinner, so Lin Wentian had to fill the role. Yang Longting became the war god because the empire needed someone to give them hope. He went on to say that he knew Lin Wentian since he was a kid, and that they used to ride horses in the fields and spar in the sand pit. And the night before he was beheaded, he sat down with him and had a meal like this, and that night, he sat where he was now, and they both got drunk, and before he left, he told him not to be sad, Emperor Ming said. Emperor Ming explained that everyone had their own roles, that he had his job as the emperor and Princess Minju had a role as the princess, and that they couldn't escape destiny. He told Cheng Dalei that he did nothing wrong and even made great contributions to the empire. Emperor Ming stated that, however, he should not have killed Yang Longting, and the empire needed someone to take the blame now that the person who everyone looked up to for hope had died. He told him that was why he had to die for the sake of the nation and its people. Cheng Dalei paused and said nothing. He sighed. He gave Emperor Ming the middle finger and told him to go fuck himself. Outside of Chang'an, significant items like cosmetics, silk, spices, and weapons were traded. The rings brought carts of valuable items back to the grasslands as if they were explorers returning with treasures from ancient ruins. With a warm display of hospitality, Lai Leshan conveyed to the Ring tribe that he could only accompany them until there. In a gesture of respect, Lai Leshan hoped for a short and smooth journey for the Ring tribe. He extended his wishes for their friendship between their two nations. Yanli and Jin Wendao showed equal respect to Lai Leshan, and, in response, they vowed their descendants would remember their friendship with the empire. They would treasure it like warriors treasured their blades. A smile formed on Yanli's face as he continued, affirming that they would wait for Wanner, emphasizing her role as the symbol of peace between their two nations. Lai Leshan affirmed the sentiment with a contemplative look. He acknowledged the undeniable truth since without Wanner, there would be no peace. As they were about to part ways, Jin Wendao sought information from Lai Leshan regarding the empire's plans to deal with Cheng Dalei. Lai Leshan explained that Cheng Dalei was a citizen of their empire and naturally would face punishment under the empire's laws for his crimes. Jin Wendao acknowledged it. Jin Wendao inquired further and asked for a favor concerning the proper burial of Cheng Dalei after his execution. In exchange for this request, the Ring tribe offered to owe him a favor. But Lai Leshan responded with a question as he sought clarification that he thought the Rings would hate Cheng Dalei. This prompted Jin Wendao to reply that, as enemies, they couldn't wait to kill him, but as soldiers, they couldn't help but respect him. Jin Wendao made another request for a message to be passed to Cheng Dalei, emphasizing that every single warrior of the Northern Ring tribe had spared no effort to try and kill him. But at the same time, he has their tribe's utmost respect. Lai Leshan assured them that they need not worry since they had accepted their friendship and ensured that Cheng Dalei got a proper burial. Then the Ring tribe departed from Chang'an. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a cup of rice shattered as it was flung with force. Inside, Wanner's frustration was evident as she aggressively ordered the maids to leave, making it clear that she was not eating. The maids lowered their heads, obediently carrying a tray into the room. Wanner's discontent was palpable as she pouted and expressed her dismay, crossing her arms. Suddenly, Lai Leshan appeared in Wanner's room and ordered the two maids to leave first, to which the maids confirmed. Concerned, Lai Leshan inquired why she refused to eat, having heard that she starved herself. In response, an angry Wanner told him to get out, saying that he wasn't welcome. But Lai Leshan detected a familiar scent in the room, which he promptly identified as the aroma of the osmanthus cake from the royal kitchen. He reminded Wanner that eating too many sweets would make her fat. However, Wanner simply turned her head and pouted, feeling embarrassed because she was caught, and said that she didn't want to go to the grasslands, regardless of what Lai Leshan said. Lai Leshan sat down at her side and asked for her attention, asking if she believed he would ever do anything to hurt her. He gave her assurance, saying that once she went there, she would be above tens of thousands of people, and even he himself would bow if he ever saw her in the future. However, when Wanner contemplated his words, she asked if he would still be able to see her in the future. Lai Leshan smiled and replied with conveying a heartfelt message that the sky was high, and the oceans were wide. But no matter where she went, she would always be his sister. In a serious tone, Wanner asked Lai Leshan if Xingzai would also marry her off to the grasslands if he were present. Lai Leshan, whispering calls Xingzai's name, began to respond, but Wanner cut him off, stating that Xingzai would never do that. Wanner stood up from her seat and declared that Xingzai would wield his sword and fight for the ring, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. She firmly believed that Xingzai would never marry her off to the rings. She told Lai Leshan that, despite being elegant, well-mannered, and skilled in both the pen and sword, she wasn't their father's favorite child. Even though Xingzai was mischievous and faced scolding, deep down, he was everyone's favorite. Comparing Lai Leshan to Xing Zai, Wanner pointed out that the two of them were different. Lai Leshan responded that Xing Zai was gone, and even if he were present, he couldn't change the decision. While looking sad and lost in thought, he realized that Xing Zai couldn't change it either. Emperor Ming suddenly entered Wanner's room, and he looked at the two of them. Lai Leshan quickly stood up and respectfully greeted Emperor Ming, while Wanner pointed at Lai Leshan and complained that he had been bullying her. Emperor Ming cleared his throat before he spoke and told Wanner that Lai Leshan wasn't bullying her, and he actually ordered him to come. With teary eyes, Wanner asked why Emperor Ming could bear to send her to the grasslands and said that she didn't want to leave his side. Without saying a word, Emperor Ming, with a heartbroken expression, reached out his hand toward Wanner's face but withdrew it. He told Wanner that the matter had already been set in stone, and in 3 days, under the protection of the Merlian guards, she would be escorted to the grasslands to be wed to the grassland king, which left Wanner's face filled with disbelief. Miserable, Wanner cried bitterly, and she told Emperor Ming that it felt like she was being sent to her death. With pain in his eyes, Emperor Ming explained to her that being born into the royal family meant that many things were not within her control to decide. He reached out to wipe the tears from Wanner's eyes and told her that she was not only his daughter, but also the princess of the empire. But Wanner avoided him. Emperor Ming explained that the empire didn't have the strength to engage in a conflict with the rings, and they needed time for the people to recover. He told Wanner that she alone, they could live in peace for 5 years, and hundreds of thousands of lives would be saved because of her. And within these 5 years, the Ang Empire could regain its strength, and they would no longer have to suffer defeats from the Ring tribe's attacks. As Wanner looked at Emperor Ming while she was crying, she realized that his entire head had turned gray. She wiped her tears using the cloth of her dress, and with a sudden seriousness, she told Emperor Ming that she could go, but she requested that he promise her one thing. She wanted Cheng Dale to be released, and Emperor Ming quickly asked her what if he wouldn't agree. Wanner responded by saying she would rather die. But Emperor Ming also asked her if Cheng Dale was important to her because if he didn't die, the people's hearts could not be put to rest. However, Wanner simply responded that it was his problem and had nothing to do with her. This was not her acting play and childish hobby, asking for something from her father. This was a formal exchange, using one item to exchange for another. While you don't want to lose either, you can only have one. Emperor Ming looked at Wanner seriously and realized that she had grown up. Those born into the royal family have no choice but to accept their fate. Amidst the dimly lit ambience of Fu Man Lu restaurant, which specialized in roast goose, Shenji thanked Zhu for what he did for them that time. In response, Zhu reassured them that there was no need to worry as Cheng Dale was once done a favor by him, and that Cheng Dale was facing trouble. He couldn't just ignore them. Curious, Shenji inquired about the current situation outside. Qin Man informed him that he heard from the people outside that the imperial court was going to execute Cheng Dale on July 14th on Juque Street. Worried, Su Ying voiced her concerns about the impending execution date and questioned what actions they should take. Shenji's determination was palpable in his response, contemplating their next steps to rescue Cheng Dale in the imperial court while biting his nails in anxiety. Meanwhile, Su Ying looked sad as she pondered that a few hundred people wanted to rebel against Chang'an City and emphasized that more than 100,000 troops. She also noted that she often heard Cheng Dale say that Shenji was wise and resourceful. It seemed that he did not work with him for the first time, as Cheng Dale said. Qin Man, feeling a sense of hopelessness, feared rescuing Cheng Dale from inside the imperial court. Su Ying, unable to contain her distress, asked Qin Man for his opinion. Qin Man was resolute in his determination that they must rescue Cheng Dale inside the prison, while Zhang Fei emphasized the importance of reaching out to their comrades as they rescued Cheng Dale and escaped from Chang'an. Their eagerness showed as they clenched their jaws and fists. As the group huddled, Zhang Fei remarked on the similarity of heroes thinking alike, while Shenji led the discussion on the rescue plan. He suggested the daring idea of infiltrating the palace and kidnapping Emperor Ming to use as a bargaining chip for Cheng Dale. Qin Man chimed in suggesting that they could go late at night and take Cheng Dale by surprise. Zhang Fei supported the plan, but Su Ying watched them with distress. Anxiety was visible on Su Ying's face as she struggled to find words. Suddenly, Fei Yuan burst into the room and told Su Ying that he had news from Wanner. He delivered the astonishing revelation that Cheng Dale was saved. On the following night, Cheng Dale pondered the atmosphere in the heavenly prison, feeling that something was wrong. As he gazed out from his jail cell, he pondered the reality of his impending execution, and he noticed that the guards were missing and even the monk was gone as well. A sly smirk crept across Cheng Dale's face as he realized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In that moment, he called upon the system, praising it as a wise guide, guardian, and representative. He also mentioned that the system was the source of all truths in the world, and she was the derivation of all things. He asked the system to listen to his call, and the system appeared, floating. With conviction, he asked the system to grant him great power and to merge with him. A sudden beep signaled the fulfillment of their contract. The system proclaimed that their minds and souls were connected, as eternal as time and space. Another beep notified that the system's sprite possession started, and it did not consume fear points for using it for the first time. And the next time he used sprite possession would consume 1 million fear points. The system kissed the forehead of Cheng Dale, a subsequent notification that the possession completed, and Cheng Dale's level increased, martial arts enhanced, and strength increased, with a duration of 3 incense sticks. The system communicated to Cheng Dale that this newfound strength was the use of their contract, and a surge of energy coursed through him. Cheng Dale decided to put this enhanced strength to the test. He shattered the wooden shackles that bound his neck and hands, releasing him from their confines. He flexed his shoulder, marveling at the power of the supreme rank. With a visible smirk on his face, he admitted that it was tough and he wasn't proficient in using it. But he mentioned that as long as the monk wasn't there, escaping from the heavenly prison was more than enough. However, the monk walked to his cell and greeted Cheng Dale with the phrase Amitabha Buddha, to which Cheng Dale simply looked at him, speechless. The monk praised Cheng Dale for his skills, which prompted Cheng Dale to become annoyed. In a minute, the monk unlocked Cheng Dale's cell, to which he just stared at the monk. As the monk was walking away, he told Cheng Dale to go with him. Cheng Dale had a questioning look, but the monk looked back at him and asked if he wasn't going to leave. The monk told Cheng Dale he had only 1 hour. While they were walking, the monk again told him that he had 1 hour, and that Chang'an was not on guard against him. As Cheng Dale laughed and joked with the monk, mentioning that he had to be on duty during the night, he also greeted the Imperial Guard and praised them for their good works. The Imperial Guard looked at them, and one recognized Cheng Dale and was about to react. But another Imperial Guard interrupted, saying not to worry as the higher-ups sent a message to ignore Cheng Dale. When they exited through the heavenly prison gate, Cheng Dale offered to the monk that if he ever visited the full garden fragrant to drink flower wine in the past, he could simply mention his name, assuring him that it worked. The monk responded in silence. As they reached the forest, the monk told Cheng Dale that he could only see him off up to that point. But Cheng Dale requested that he wanted to bring along some other members with him. In response, the monk told him that his group received the news and was waiting for him at the tea stall miles away from Chang'an. He handed over his official uniform, seal, and sword, and informed him about his new details as New Sankan, described as yellow-faced and bearded, 7 feet tall, and a 7th-ranked security officer guarding the Kinchuan Pass. Cheng Dale questioned whether by letting him go, he essentially offered him an official position, to which the monk confirmed. Cheng Dale looked at the monk blankly without saying a word. Suddenly, Cheng Dale flicked the monk's head. Pissed, the monk asked what Cheng Dale was doing. However, Cheng Dale, visibly happy, inquired if it hurt the monk because he thought he was dreaming and wanted to get out that much. The monk is annoyed as he tightly grips his kakara, causing his hand to noticeably shake. Just as he was about to say something, he continued muttering to himself. Angry, the monk prayed in his thoughts, affirming that the Buddha didn't tell lies or use profanity. He implored the Buddha to act swiftly as he wanted to remove Cheng Dale from his path. He said, Amitabha Buddha, and remarked that it appears that he also had a violent nature when he was young. Annoyed, the monk told him to listen and informed him that no one let him go at night. Instead, a bandit broke out of the heavenly prison of the Minister of Punishment. After an hour, someone found his escape, and he became a wanted man. The monk also told Cheng Dale that it was up to him whether to use New Sankan seal or not. But the monk suggested he should go there, prompting Cheng Dale to ask why. The monk replied that it was because the Northwest held the king's spirit. Cheng Dale mentioned the Northwest and wondered about Kinchuan being in the Northwest. He wasn't sure how strict the security check was that time. Meanwhile, the system mentioned that the trial opportunity was in vain, as she thought she was going to get killed outside. The machine also responded by asking if the system counted as escaping from prison. The system responded, seeming a bit hesitant, saying that at least Cheng Dale was out, so they could consider the task completed. But the machine mentioned that she seemed partial to him, to which the system responded with a giggle. Another beep from the system notified that the prison escape task was complete as he received Godspeed Armor Horse Zai. Cheng Dale recognized 2 people, calling them Old 4, and asked why they were there, inquiring about the whereabouts of the other person. Surprisingly, the person addressed Cheng Dale and was able to arouse the attention of others. They looked happy when they saw Cheng Dale and explained to him that their group had set up many spots like that along the official roads. He guessed his luck was the best, as they found him first. The Old 4 ordered others to send the signal that Cheng Dale was back, and a firework lit up the night sky. After they sent the signal, his comrades gathered at the place. When they finally saw Cheng Dale, they called out to him repeatedly, addressing him. Happy, Fei Yuan asked Cheng Dale if he was fine and whether the officials had done anything to him. Cheng Dale chuckled, emphasizing that he was fine, and questioned what the officials could possibly do to him. Liu Bei expressed his joy, mentioning how glad they were to see Cheng Dale again. Meanwhile, Qin Man inquired about the direction they would be heading next. Cheng Dale informed his companions from Toad Village that they were heading to Hulu Mountain to meet the others. Fei Yuan expressed his desire that he also wanted to go with him. In response, Cheng Dale told them that they were born in Chang'an, grew up in Chang'an, and some even raised families there, emphasizing that their destinies were different. He suggested that they could come find him after he resolved certain matters. Cheng Dale called Aku and told him that since he was in Chang'an for a year, he informed him that he knew the location of their money and instructed Aku to distribute it among the others. He requested one last favor from Aku. He asked him to spread news about the events in Chang'an to the outside world, no matter how small the details. Cheng Dale also wanted everyone to know that Chang'an was still under the care of the Wulei group, and asked everyone to establish tea stalls along the official roads to Chang'an and requested their help in keeping an eye out for the lost members. Aku and the other members swiftly confirmed his orders. Additionally, Cheng Dale instructed them that after spreading the news, they should make their way to Hulu Mountain. As he was about to say the secret signal, Qin Man interjected and informed Cheng Dale that Xiao Yu and Lin Kong had left with a Taoist priest. Xiao Yu requested them to convey to Cheng Dale that he was exhausted and needed some time to settle down and contemplate certain matters first. Cheng Dale contemplated Xiao Yu's decision that it would indeed be good for Xiao Yu to settle down in a nice place and rest properly. Liu Bei called Cheng Dale over and inquired about his plans for the future. Cheng Dale explained that he intended to journey to the northeast and start a new Toad village. But before they headed there, he proposed that they made an effort to locate their former members from the Toad village. Fei Yuan asked for information on how they could contact him when they went to the northeast in the future. Cheng Dale replied that if they ever passed by in the future and bore the name of Toad, they were most likely his men. Suddenly, a loud voice called him from behind, and he was taken by surprise. Liu Zhai smiled radiantly, and the other ladies behind her. She smiled as she ran toward Cheng Dale. While running, she nearly stumbled but was quickly caught by Su Ying, which startled her. She glanced back at Su Ying with an air of awkwardness, while Su Ying maintained a graceful smile. Su Ying's face shifted from a graceful smile to a terrifying expression as she confronted Liu Zhai, indicating that she believed Liu Zhai was attempting to conceal something from her. Her words became disjointed as she struggled to convey her sentence. She referred to Liu Zhai as a husband-thieving cat, causing Liu Zhai's face to sweat and feel embarrassed. Su Ying called Cheng Dale, who appeared apprehensive at being called. Meanwhile, Liu Zhai, who was standing behind her, also gazed at Cheng Dale. With a sly smile on her face, Su Ying asked Cheng Dale to accompany her for a private conversation, leaving him visibly anxious as he struggled to accept. Under the bright moonlight, Su Ying forcefully slammed her hand against a tree, cornering Cheng Dale. Su Ying effectively cornered Cheng Dale, who was visibly unsettled. Cheng Dale could only gaze at her with fear in his eyes as he called her name. Her face reddened as she leaned in close to Cheng Dale and whispered to him to remain silent. Cheng Dale was taken aback and simply stared with his mouth agape, not uttering a word. Su Ying clenched her teeth and slowly moved closer to Cheng Dale's shoulders. She vigorously bit Cheng Dale and pinched him, causing him to cry out in pain. With a swooning expression, Cheng Dale requested that Su Ying lighten up her grip. All of a sudden, Su Ying embraced Cheng Dale and began to share with him what she knew about Liu Zhai, even before Liu Zhai had entered his room, as if they had already become close. She explained to Cheng Dale that it was all a form of punishment. With a pout and a hint of shyness, Su Ying told Cheng Dale that he had quite the audacity. She had come all the way to Chang'an for him, and he had given her the cold shoulder. She reminded Cheng Dale of the past when he kidnapped her, and she expressed her disapproval of Liu Zhai's actions, despite already accepting her. She urged him not to forsake the old for the new. Regretfully, Cheng Dale began to apologize, but before he could explain, Su Ying interrupted him, asserting that he wasn't allowed to apologize, or else she would bite him once more. In response, he embraced Su Ying tightly with a warm hug. As they hugged, Cheng Dale called her name, and Su Ying was captivated. While they embraced each other, Cheng Dale told Su Ying that he caused her to worry and expressed his gratitude and apologized once more. He got interrupted when Su Ying playfully warned him and bit him, saying that she would leave a mark if he ever dared to fool around with other girls. Cheng Dale asked Su Ying to join him in the northwest of Qinchuan as they built another mountain village. Su Ying responded that there was no need to rush, as she wanted to return to Jiangnan first. Curious, Cheng Dale asked her why, to which she replied that the Su Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan still needed her to settle some matters, and she believed that since Cheng Dale had started with nothing, he would certainly benefit from having some capital. Cheng Dale acknowledged her concern and informed her that he wouldn't lack capital if the resources from King New Mountain were still there. Su Ying chuckled and emphasized that the more capital he had, the better it would be for sure. She informed Cheng Dale that she had decided to let Jai Tao join their village. Cheng Dale confirmed and expressed to Su Ying that if he leaves Jai Tao behind in Chang'an, he'll be doing her a disservice. She has done him a great favor, and he will not forget that kindness. Su Ying also informed Cheng Dale that Jai Tao's body had not yet fully recovered, and she wouldn't be able to follow them on his trips, and explained that she would take Jai Tao back to Jiangnan first, and after settling the Chamber of Commerce affairs, they would go to Qinchuan together to find him. Cheng Dalei told her that they would head back first, understanding that his comrades must be getting impatient. As they bid farewell, Cheng Dalei told his comrades in Chang'an that it was time for them to depart, as the world was vast, and he hoped to cross paths with them again. His comrades in Chang'an wished him good luck on their trip. Cheng Dalei called out the names of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Sai Long, and Zhang Fei. He asked them to accompany the Su Chamber of Commerce back to Jiangnan and meet him on Mount Hulu in the capital after settling affairs in Jiangnan as he waits for them. Smiling, Liu Bei reassured Cheng Dalei that the four of them would not disappoint him. Cheng Dalei instructed Qin Man and Shenji that they come with him to Mount Hulu, which both of them confirmed. He commanded everyone to set out. As they traveled, Cheng Dalei informed them that the mountain cleft ahead led to Mount Hulu, and he mentioned that Gao Fei and Gao Hu were there. Shenji was surprised, thinking that both Gao brothers were in Jiangnan. Cheng Dalei clarified that they had moved just a few months ago. When they stopped in the forest to rest, Cheng Dalei told Qin Man that he would guard the first half of the night, while he would take the second half of the night. While the pot of rice was cooking, Shenji asked Cheng Dalei about how many men he could bring with such a method. Cheng Dalei replied that it was unclear, but with just a few of them, it would be difficult to get a foothold in Qin Chuan. He emphasized that recruitment was necessary, and gathering scattered people in the world was their best option. Shenji approved that Cheng Dalei was right. After the Battle of King Niu, they were incognito, and Longting was held up as an imperial god of war. He believed that it was official news, but he also thought that in their business world, that news was not acknowledged. As the residents of Toad Village were scattered in all directions, they were unlikely to come to their senses and do good, so most of them were likely to remain mountain bandits. Cheng Dalei added that no matter which village they joined when asked about their origin, they always mentioned Toad Village and King Niu Mountain. As a result, rumors spread in all directions. In the world of bandits, everyone knew about Toad Village, a small mountain settlement that had withstood elite soldiers and defeated 100,000 enemies. He believed that once word got out about what they were doing in the capital with a little guidance, their people scattered everywhere would come together like sparkling. After a while, Qin Man decided to take a break and rested in a tree. Meanwhile, Shenji and Linger were sleeping peacefully near the bonfire, while Cheng Dalei slept soundly beside his sword. Suddenly, Qin Man silently got up and informed them that he needed to pee quickly. In the depths of the forest, an individual with a scar on his eye was observing them, hiding in the bushes. He suddenly took out his crossbow and aimed it at Cheng Dalei, who was sleeping. The man pulled the trigger, sending the arrow swiftly toward Cheng Dalei. The arrow was approaching Cheng Dalei, while the man with the scar grinned with an evil smile, believing he had succeeded. Unexpectedly, Cheng Dalei caught the arrow that was headed toward him. The man's face displayed a great look of shock. Cheng Dalei side-eyed him and slowly stood up. At that moment, Qin Man launched a surprise attack on the man from behind, catching him off guard. He delivered a punch, swiftly restrained the man, instructing him not to move and to behave. Cheng Dalei told the man that he had pursued them for 3 days and was finally ready to make his move. He questioned the man about who had sent him. In anger, the man uttered Cheng Dalei's name, and it was revealed in his information that his name was Wang Zhu. With a big grin on his face, Wang Zhu told Cheng Dalei that he wouldn't make it out of the capital alive. To their surprise, Qin Man informed that the man had bitten through the poison sac. However, within a few breaths, the man's life was cut off. Shenji commented that determination sent shivers down his spine. Cheng Dalei instructed Qin Man to search Wang Zhu's body, and reminded him to be cautious not to touch the poisoned blood in the man's mouth. After a couple of minutes, Cheng Dalei asked Qin Man if he found anything. Qin Man reported that the man didn't have any information on him that could identify his true identity. However, he noted that the man seemed to be a standard weapon of the Imperial Court's crossbow group. Qin Man highlighted that the man didn't have any distinctive marks that could indicate which specific unit he belonged to. He speculated that someone sent the man on behalf of the Imperial Court, but the limited information they had so far made it difficult to analyze anything. Perplexed, Cheng Dalei wondered who wanted to kill him, as he couldn't recall offending anyone. Shenji commented to Cheng Dalei that he might have some misconceptions about himself. When Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if he believed he hadn't offended anyone, Cheng Dalei, feeling unsure, realized that he indeed offended many people but didn't know who sent them. Cheng Dalei cautioned them to be careful the rest of their way, as he believed that someone else might come after them again. He gave a detailed explanation about Hulu Mountain, located hundreds of miles from Chang'an, which got its name due to its shape resembling a half-buried gourd in the ground. And because of its peculiar topography and the access to several major roads, it was home to more than a dozen mountain strongholds. These dozens of mountain villages had mutual grudge and resentment, but they were united against the enemy. The latest rising star was a group of bandits who moved from Jiangnan a few months ago. The mention of Flying Tiger Village brought to mind the faces of Gao Fei and Gao Hu. On the following day, both brothers went fishing. Gao Hu informed Gao Fei about the news that Longting had been killed, and it was Cheng Dalei who had done it. Gao Fei acknowledged the news and commented that he also wanted to see Longting die. Gao Hu expressed regret that they were missed the chance to do something significant with Cheng Dale, particularly when they were first encountered him. Gao Fei responded that they couldn't go to Chang'an since Cheng Dale had instructed them to wait in Hulu Mountain, so he must have his reasons for that decision. Gao Hu informed him that a few days ago, he heard that Cheng Dale had been captured but was later rescued. He informed Gao Fei that he sent a messenger pigeon that brought news that Cheng Dale would be coming to them. Considering the days since the letter arrived, it was almost time. He reassured Gao Hu not to worry, mentioning that he dispatched many people to the main road to pick them up and there was certainly no problem. He advised Gao Hu to focus on fishing and emphasized that they would soon be able to claim that they kept this fishing spot for a long time. In response, Gao Hu breathed heavily as they caught a fish. At that moment, a person reported bad news that Cheng Dale had been stopped by other bandits. Both of their faces registered shock and questioned who would dare to be so bold. Fear was visible in his eyes, and Gao Fei speculated whether the enemy retaliated against Cheng Dale. He expressed gratitude to Cheng Dale for his support in Chang'an, even though it offended many people along the process. Gao Fei ordered his people to bring out the weapons they prepared to assist Cheng Dale. Meanwhile, somewhere on Hulu Mountain Road, a group of people was waiting while Cheng Dale and the others were approaching them. One of them asked which one was Cheng Dale, pointing to an image on a reward list. Shenji and Cheng Dale instantly said that they didn't know him. While observing the image, the person described that he carried an ordinary sword and had a mediocre appearance, expressing confidence that he couldn't be wrong. Frustrated, Cheng Dale wondered where this description of ordinary came from. The man went on to describe Qin Man as the one with a square, broad face, dressed in black, identifying him as the large spear general. He also identified the one with an outstanding demeanor as the superb strategist and referred to Shenji as the fair-complexioned scholar. Cheng Dale expressed his unease to Qin Man and ordered them to prepare to break the formation, which Qin Man affirmed. However, the person introduced himself as Huang Feihu, the leader of the Flying Tiger village in Hulu Mountain, and mentioned that they were there to welcome Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale asked how Feihu dared to pretend to be a mountain bandit, demanding to know who he was. Feihu expressed his confusion, wondering what Cheng Dale meant by pretending. He insisted that they were indeed from the Flying Tiger village and genuinely awaited his arrival. As the bandits crowded the mountain road, one person praised Cheng Dale as supremely honorable and righteous, claiming that Gao Hu asked him to pick him up. Other bandits inquired about Cheng Dale's presence. Some were there to see him, and some called his attention, saying they were there to pick him up as well. The situation became more crowded as the bandits cheered and shouted his name, with one person urging him to go to the Flying Tiger village, where everything was prepared. And another bandit mentioned that Stone Village was also ready for his arrival, while some giggled and told Cheng Dale that Tree World Village had already killed the pig. Confusion was evident on the faces of Cheng Dale, Qin Man, and Shenji as they were not sure what was going on and did not know whether those people meant well or had malicious intent. Cheng Dale looked at Shenji, seeking an explanation that it should only be the Flying Tiger village that was supposed to receive this news. He made eye contact with Shenji, which meant that they should find an excuse as the best way to leave. Or should they go to the Flying Tiger village to be safe? He sent a telepathic message to Shenji, who was also dumbfounded by the situation. With a broad smile, Shenji responded with a thumbs up, signifying that he understood Cheng Dale's message. Following their telepathic communication, Shenji instructed everyone to be quiet. Shenji proudly introduced himself to them, proclaiming that he was the one known as the superb strategist. He also mentioned that since they were there, Cheng Dale would visit all the villages. The bandits' faces lit up, and one person commented to the other that he had no business as he was the first to hear Cheng Dale's news, while the others laughed and found it amusing. Some suggested that Cheng Dale should visit their stone village. Meanwhile, Shenji glanced at Cheng Dale and told him that he understood that he might be embarrassed to speak, so he expressed it for him, while Cheng Dale looked at him speechless. Amidst the noise of the crowd, Cheng Dale finally figured out the reason. It was because of Gao, who sent a pigeon from Chang'an to Hulu Mountain, where he settled. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude to everyone for their efforts in receiving them. The Hulu Mountain took good care of Cheng Dale, and the Chang'an underground forces wanted to do this favor. It was sort of the last implementing ceremony from the Gao brothers in Chang'an. Minutes later, Gao Fei called out Cheng Dale's name and said that they were there to pick him up. Another person asked Gao Fei if they were also there to pick up Cheng Dale and informed them that they were late as Cheng Dale was taken by the Wind and Cloud village first. Disbelieving, Gao Fei couldn't fathom that Cheng Dale was taken away. He promptly ordered his fellow bandits to head to the Wind and Cloud village and bring Cheng Dale back. In the late afternoon, the tree leaves swayed in the wind. On a hill in a distant place, a mysterious group of people gathered, and a man with an enigmatic look observed. Wearing a grim expression, he informed his followers that their lord gave an order. He declared that they would not allow Cheng Dale to leave the capital alive. His people responded with firm affirmation. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale, the butcher who wiped out 100,000 rings and killed Longting, was warmly welcomed at Hulu Mountain. Talks were held with various villages in Hulu Mountain in a friendly and lively atmosphere. At the dinner after the meeting, Cheng Dale expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality and praised the special snacks of Hulu Mountain. Accompanied by Huang Feihu, Cheng Dale visited the martial arts arena, kitchen, and blacksmith store and had valuable advice. The other villages hoped that Cheng Dale could visit their village and show passion for his advanced experience and the spirit of hard work. Amidst this, Gao Fei and Gao Hu observed Cheng Dale with silent concern. With a grim expression, Gao Hu beckoned Gao Fei, who responded by asking him what it was. Gao Hu smiled and glanced at Gao Fei. He recalled a moment from a year ago when Cheng Dale told him a strange story about why he was so skilled and admitted that he didn't understand at that time. But now he could see it in Gao Fei's expression. He continued, saying that he now understood what Cheng Dale had said. Gao Fei, visibly upset, pinched Gao Hu's mouth and cursed at him, but Cheng Dale noticed them. He happily waved to them, called out their names, and mentioned that it was a long time since they had seen each other. He invited them to come and have a drink, which made them stop quarreling. Both Gao Fei and Gao Hu's faces lit up and confirmed. As the evening approached, 2 or 3 days after they arrived at Hulu Mountain, 3 people were thrown out of Hulu Mountain. A child called out to his father. The bandit urged them to quickly go down the mountain and toss some coins at them, stating that it was their pay. New Sanji's wife requested that they stay there even if they had to beg because at least they could have food they could eat, which was better than Yun Shui Guan. New Sanji mentioned the south, clenching his fist as he told his wife that he was a military general of the empire, and was paid by the court to guard the territory. He suggested that they should return to Yun Shui Guan, but his wife cried and told him that he didn't even receive a salary for 3 years. She regretted marrying him in the first place, mentioning that she wouldn't have come to Chang'an if she hadn't married him, while their son called for their attention, asking them to wait for him. Meanwhile, the news of the incident in Chang'an spread rapidly across the world thanks to the storyteller's promotion. At Kingju White Horse Mountain, White Wolf overheard some rumors from a man who was seated nearby. He mentioned that the wicked Cheng Dale had used a heavenly thunderbolt to kill and wound the guards. Another person added that even Longting perished due to his thunder and ran away. They discussed this until White Wolf's attention was piqued. She heard that Cheng Dale had fled and that Chang'an's Hulu Mountain had become a gathering place for Cheng Dale. White Wolf cast a curious glance at them. Her companion inquired about what was bothering her. She responded that there was nothing wrong. Meanwhile, at the Niujia village blacksmith shop, a man asked Juyu if she was there to bid him farewell. Juyu confirmed it, and her master acknowledged her, stating that her skills had nearly mastered all of his skills. He emphasized that it was time for her to go to the outside world and show off her skills. In a separate setting, Liao Yi informed his older brother that it was time to go, and Liao Jia nodded in agreement. Thus, the demon king of the mountain village wandered around the world, just like a bamboo shoot sprang up after the rain. At the same time, the northwest of the empire, Kichuan Guan. As they read the poster, Xingzai called Fu Delay to check out the job offer, which included food, housing, and salary. Fu Delay agreed, and they decided to first have a full meal. However, the two were tricked by the black-hearted merchants and became miners, and almost died during work. Somewhere in Kichuan, there is this saying that the wind blows at the tip of the leaves, and the waves are formed between the small waves. After the incident in Chang'an, Cheng Dale became famous around the world, and his fame was enough to stop a child from crying at night. 35 mountains called his name. Who in the world does not know him? And the sound of birds chirped fills the air. As fear points surged in every direction, the system diligently collected them all. The system appeared delighted as it gathered all the fear points, which rapidly increased to 6,206,410 and beyond. Since Cheng Dale came to Hulu Mountain, all the families and villages were competing for the best feast. Shenji's face beamed with delight as he encouraged all the bandits to eat and drink as they celebrated. But every day, Cheng Dale was getting tired of it as he just munched his food in the corner looking at them with Kin Man beside him. He asked Kin Man to keep an eye on things and ensure he didn't get drunk. Kin Man nodded while enjoying his food. The bandits continued to celebrate and banter with Shenji, playfully teased him for getting drunk after only 2 bottles of wine. Another chanted for refills, and some said that they ran out of wine, informing Cheng Dale that there was no more wine. Shenji became drunk and informed Cheng Dale that they ran out of wine, so they were heading to another village to continue their drinking. Cheng Dale felt bored, gave a disinterested confirmation. Gao Fei's drunk face told them that they were going to the Flying Tiger village to continue their drinking. They all shouted in excitement. Perplexed, Cheng Dale thought about his previous statement and asked if he couldn't go with them. As they headed to another village, a person confronted his comrade, questioned if he was looking down on him. He asked whether he had merely pushed his food aside and didn't want to eat it, or if he didn't consider him a brother, while others hummed and enjoyed themselves. As they continued to travel, a person asked Cheng Dale when he had some free time, so he could visit their village to give them some advice. Cheng Dale sarcastically laughed and replied that he would go next time. Some individuals complimented Cheng Dale for being able to stop 100,000 ring tribesmen, suggested that with Cheng Dale's guidance, their village could be as solid as a diamond. As they passed down the hill, a small rock fell, while Cheng Dale responded with an awkward laugh. He suddenly became alert when he noticed a rock fall and warned everyone to watch out, and ordered everyone to disperse. Cheng Dale quickly jumped out from his horse and activated the possession. The system entered his body, and there was a sudden beep as the fear points decreased to 100W. With remarkable speed, he used a phase second-style exploding fireworks to slice the falling rocks, causing them to break apart. The bandits and their horses were scared and told the others to watch out, while some confirmed that he really was Cheng Dale. At the same time, Cheng Dale's inner thoughts recognized the group of people on the hill as the same group last time. The group aimed their crossbows at Cheng Dale, but Cheng Dale swiftly slashed all the arrows headed his way using his two hearts beat as one technique, creating a clattering sound as the arrows fell to the ground. The assassins emerged from the bushes, grouping together to attack Cheng Dale. Without wasting any time, Cheng Dale launched a fierce counterattack with his sword. The assassins cried out in pain as they were sent flying. But after 10 breaths, shouting and killing stopped. The expressions on the faces of everyone turned grim, leaving them momentarily speechless. They observed as Cheng Dale leaped while holding onto one of the assassins. As he landed, the ears on his head vanished. He informed Kin Man that he knocked out the assassin, and also broke his jaw, and mentioned that Kin Man was familiar with this kind of work and requested his assistance in removing the poison sac from the assassin's mouth, to which Kin Man agreed. Cheng Dale placed the unconscious body of the assassin on the ground, and instructed Kin Man to be cautious not to pinch the poison sac. With eager expressions, Gao Hu requested Cheng Dale to leave the assassin to them, suggesting that his mother would not be able to recognize him after they were done with him. Meanwhile, Kin Man successfully removed the poison sac from the assassin's mouth. After that, Cheng Dale sarcastically welcomed the assassin as he woke up from a faint. Displaying a dark aura, he threatened the assassin with his sword, demanding to know who sent him and who his master was. He offered to make the assassin's good time. The assassin smirked, despite his missing tooth. He told Cheng Dale that he was about to die, and his words were cut off when Cheng Dale swung his sword into his body. The assassin groaned, while Cheng Dale calmly informed him that he could cut him 100 times with his sword without taking his life. He continued stating that the assassin was a kamikaze soldier, and that they were related to some big shot. But he warned him not to test his patience. With his sword pointed at the assassin's face, Cheng Dale told the assassin that he might be able to endure it. He also understood that the people behind him probably promised to take care of his family. Cheng Dale revealed the assassin's name, Jan Kai, 35 years old, and was from Jan's village in Jingzhou, as he reviewed his information, and went on to explain that he had been a disciple of the Blood Sword sect but had turned into a suicide soldier. Shocked, the assassin questioned how Cheng Dale knew all this. Cheng Dale responded calmly that he knew but didn't care, as he naturally had a way to find out who was behind him and that he just needed to put a little more effort into it. He assured the assassin that he wouldn't harm him or cause trouble for his family if he told the truth, saving him the trouble of looking for the person behind him. Terrified, the assassin admitted that he would talk. He revealed that the minister had sent them and ordered that Cheng Dale should not leave the capital alive under any circumstances. Cheng Dale asked if it was Minister Kui and mentioned that the imperial court was willing to let him go, expressing his confusion about why Kui wanted him dead. The assassin explained that Wanner had given herself in exchange for his life, but he also mentioned that Cheng Dale had killed Longting. He questioned why Minister Kui would let him go freely after that. Cheng Dale questioned what Wanner had to do with this matter, which prompted a surprise curse from the assassin, who asked if Cheng Dale still didn't know. The assassin revealed to Cheng Dale that Wanner had not agreed to make peace by marrying into the Ring tribe, and that he wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly prison alive now. Cheng Dale stood in silence as he acknowledged the situation. Gao Fei mentioned that he had heard about peace talks between the Empire and the Ring tribe, stating that the Empire was required to pay tributes to the Ring tribe every year. Shenji chimed in, expressing his disdain for Emperor Ming and insulting him as a puppet of the Ring tribe. They all agreed that they would never bow down to the Ring tribe. The crowd of bandits joined in the conversation, criticized the Empire and labeled it as a disgrace. Some mentioned that the imperial court was hiding the news from the public, which only became public 2 days ago. They also mentioned that the princess left a month ago. They chanted that they should retrieve Wanner and prevent her from marrying into the Ring tribe. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale inquired about Wanner's destination. However, Gao Fei interjected and answered Cheng Dale's question that Wanner was heading to Zai Zhaoguan, and it had been a month since her departure and estimated that they would exit the Sunset Pass in a few days. Cheng Dale asked the bandits for directions to Zai Zhaoguan, and one answered that it was in the north. Gao Fei questioned Cheng Dalei if he robbed the bribe. He told Cheng Dalei that it was too late, as Sai Zhaoguan was 2,000 miles away. But Cheng Dalei determination ordered Qin Man to prepare the horses. Worried, Qin Man asked Cheng Dalei if he should go with him, prompting Cheng Dalei to say no, and told him to wait for him. In an instant, Cheng Dalei swiftly rode his horse, assured the bandits that he would be right back. He urged his horse onward, and it dashed away at a fast pace. The bandits watched as Cheng Dalei disappeared into the distance, wondering what he was planning to do. Qin Man replied that Cheng Dalei thought that they were going to hold him back. He called the situation a one-man bride kidnapping. One of them praised Cheng Dalei as worthy. As Cheng Dalei rode throughout the night, his galloping horse kicked up yellow dust like a snake. Along the way, he encountered assassins who confronted him, warning that it was to be his last day. However, Cheng Dalei paid no attention to the assassins' threats and continued moving forward. The assassins leaped from the trees as they were going to attack to kill. Cheng Dalei dismounted his horse with a swift move technique of the colorless double-winged phoenix. He dashed toward the assassins and launched an attack using his exploding fireworks technique, swiftly defeated them all. The assassins wore expressions of defeat as their lifeless bodies were thrown aside. Cheng Dalei returned to his horse and continued his journey. He whipped his horse, and as he rode, he released the possession, allowing the system to leave his body. Frustrated, Cheng Dalei clenched his jaw as he thought that he was still slow. To increase the horse's speed, the system used an item called Godspeed Armor Horse, which was consumable. The horse neighed as its speed drastically increased, becoming capable of maintaining this incredible speed for up to 3 days. Cheng Dalei's journey to the north became much faster. The system encouraged Cheng Dalei and cheered him to go all the way to the north. As the sun began to set, accompanied by a fitting saying that he headed north, away from the world with them. They lamented that they were tired and could no longer fall in love with anyone anymore. At Yellow Sand, there were ancient roads and tea stalls. He was a bounty hunter and a killer. It was said that he woke up at the clock at night every day. He opened the window and let the cool breeze into the house. Then he washed his face and mouth, and after that, he changed clothes. There was a contradiction in assassins' jobs. First, they couldn't be too famous, and second, they couldn't be without fame. If they had fame, they would be found wherever they went, and if they were not famous, no one would look to kill them. He was successful and ordinary looking. In the crowd, he was like a drop of water in the sea. But in the industry, he had a lot of fame. Many people knew the saying in the world of assassins, "Find that man, pay him up, and he would kill a person for you." No matter who the target was, he never missed. His swordsmanship was average. He just could endure and wait. His appearance made newcomers understand that killing did not require much effort. It was not about holding a sword and looking for a fight, shouting that next year this same day was going to be his death anniversary. Such behavior seemed very undignified, and this line made him seem more like a villain. He had to say, he changed the current situation of the industry with his own efforts. He made those rude and ill-tempered killers begin to learn intelligence gathering, target planning, and risk analysis. He invented many new methods. He was the leader of the industry reform. That day, there was a list, a big list of 5,000 tales, while putting woods in the fire. He was waiting. The person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. He was not in a hurry. He once spent 3 years trying to make a friend, and he killed him. He did not mind cooking a pot of tea eggs in 1 hour and waiting for someone for 1 day, until the person he was waiting for arrived and he respectfully served him tea. When the other person felt relaxed, he pulled out the thin sword hidden in the bamboo pole and pierced the heart of the other person. Then, he would guard the other person's body to finish a cup of tea and eggs and cut off the target's head and leave, receive the reward, squander, hide his tracks, and wait for the next big list. Cheng Dalei halted, his gaze fixed on the man. The man smiled and inquired about Cheng Dalei's food preferences, mentioning that his specialty was tea and eggs, which smelled good. Cheng Dalei threw his water bag to the man, instructing him to fill it with water and provide his horse with some high-quality fodder. He dismounted from his horse and informed the man that he wanted a cup of tea and eggs, packing an additional 30 for himself to take on the journey. The man promptly served Cheng Dalei's food on the table and asked if Cheng Dalei wanted a cup of tea and eggs. Cheng Dalei confirmed that he did. The man inquired again about the reason for Cheng Dalei's rush. Without hesitation, Cheng Dalei swiftly unsheathed his swords and slashed the man's throat. The food the man was carrying flew out, and the man's face contorted in shock as blood splattered. Cheng Dalei's expression remained serious. The man lay lifeless on the ground, while Cheng Dalei caught the food that was thrown. Cheng Dalei glanced at the man's body and commented that, because he was in a hurry, he didn't have time for unnecessary conversation. He offered an apology. Struggling to speak, the man inquired why Cheng Dalei was apologizing. Cheng Dalei responded by advising him not to use something to occupy his hand. The man continued to ask why Cheng Dalei knew and how he could know, but Cheng Dalei just watched him in silence. Cheng Dalei went on to clarify that he had seen through the man. In the near-death glance, the nameless killer seemed to see the shining figure around the target. It was like an immortal. Despite the surrounding yellow sand, ancient roads, and tea stalls, Cheng Dale appeared unfazed as he sat down. He used a pin to poke the eggs, examining them closely. Observing that the eggs showed no signs of poison, he proceeded to eat them. As he chewed, he commented that they smelled incredibly good after taking a bite. The Sunset Fort was the furthest fort in the northeast of the empire, and beyond this fort were the grasslands ruled by the Rings tribes. A soldier informed his lord that the Mingyu princess was about to leave the fort, asked how many people were they sending with her. His lord answered to just send a troop of 1,000 as it was just for formalities. They would return as soon as she arrived there, and he said with disgust that using a woman to exchange for peace was a huge disgrace to their empire. The soldier told his lord that he heard rumors of people plotting to kidnap the princess, questioned that there weren't 1,000 warriors, too few, and even the Merlion guards accompanying the princess only numbered 500. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that so what if it was 500? Those were 500 Merlion guards. His soldier inquired about the Merlion guard as he kept hearing about them. He asked what was so great about the Merlion guards. The Sunset Fort's leading general replied that this particular troop operated directly under the Ming Emperor, and they were the Emperor's sharpest sword and the toughest shield. The Merlion guards could be separated into the Carp and Dragon warriors, and there were 36 Dragon warriors, and they were further separated into True Dragon and Latent Dragon guardians. There were only 3 True Dragons. They were in charge of protecting the Emperor, which were Liu Aji from the Guardian of the Inner Court, King Yifu the Monk, and Tong Fei of the Blossom Spear. The other 33 Latent Dragons were swords the Ming Emperors secretly planted in the Jianghu. If placed into the army, they could easily become a great general, and when placed into the Jianghu, they could easily be the cream of the crop. As for the Carp warrior, they were all orphans who had undergone special training and were highly skilled martial masters. They were separated into many different platoons, with each bearing a name of a beast, such as a snake, tiger, eagle, and so on. In short, the Merlion guards were adept warriors that the Ming Emperor spared no effort to raise. This operation had 5 Dragon warriors and 500 Carp warriors. Tong Fei apologized for the inconvenience to Her Highness because of the urgency of the matter. They couldn't allow her to rest for a few more days in the Sunset Fort. The Mingyu princess replied that there was no need for that, as long as she could protect the empire from the Rings. This little hardship means nothing. Tong Fei thought in her mind that she heard the Mingyu princess was spoiled and mischievous. But she guessed the rumors were not true, and no wonder why the emperor favored her the most among all the princesses. It was such a shame that such a huge empire still had to sacrifice such a young girl just to earn a few short years of peace. Suddenly, a frantic soldier rode his horse to report. He screamed that there were corpses ahead, all dressed as merchants and seemed to have just been killed. Another soldier approached Tong Fei and informed her that they entered the territory of the horse bandits. He said that within the vicinity, there were 13 groups of horse bandits. Their leader was known as Gui Jian Chu, and he was a vicious murderer. Tong Fei questioned what was there to be scared about, as it was just some horse bandits. If they dared to appear, she would do Sunset Fort a favor and get rid of them. At dusk, thousands of soldiers who had been lined up and marching reached a road surrounded by a massive rock mountain. A soldier informed Tong Fei that people were following behind them, since their lights might be seen in the pitch black night. He added that this was one of their strategies. They would follow behind others and slowly wait for them to wear down before striking. Tong Fei called out for drunkards. She said she would have to ask him to take a short trip and get rid of everyone behind them. Drunkard chugged his bottle. Jiu Meng, the drunkard of the Latent Dragon Guardian, burped, complained about this little girl who really liked to order people around, kept asking him to act every time something came up, and asked why she couldn't let him rest for a bit. However, he rode his horse towards those who followed them and said fine. He would be right back, while others stayed behind. A concerned soldier told Tong Fei that the horse bandits were not weak and asked why not send someone to support him, to which Tong Fei confidently replied that there was no need. Tong Fei added that the drunkard could do it alone. 45 minutes later, the drunkard came back carrying someone in his hand. Drunkard reported that there were less than 20 of them. He killed some and the rest ran away. He said that he drank too much and couldn't control his strength while raising someone like a paper bag. He added that he wanted to catch a few live ones, but he guessed he had too much strength and he died on the way back. He dropped the body on the ground and burped. Tong Fei asked if it was Gui Jian Chu's men. A soldier answered yes. The bone mask he was wearing was a symbol of Gui Jian Chu's gang. His quiver was also full, and only Jian Chu's gang had that kind of money. Inside the carriage, the Mingyu princess asked Tong Fei if something was wrong out there. Tong Fei respectfully responded to the princess that they came across something and stopped there for a while. The Mingyu princess asked again if it would take long, to which Tong Fei answered that it wouldn't take long, and the princess replied to wait a little longer. After the long trip, she was just about to take a break, to which Tong Fei agreed. Tong Fei raised her hand and loudly instructed all to heed her command and quickly go to the abandoned building in front of them. She added that they should set up camp there and build defenses, as they would have some fun with these horse bandits, to which her troops affirmed. The mountain of the boulder was covered in stars during the night. A group of horse bandits gathered near where their fellow bandits were slaughtered. A man casually sitting on a boulder questioned if just one person did this. Someone answered yes, just one person. He was very powerful, and all of them could not stop him. It was Gui Gianchu, who sat and smoked with a sword in his hand and said that the carp dragon guards were truly worthy of their fame. He chuckled and asked when the rest of the villagers would arrive. Then, a bandit reporting to his village master stated that the others would be able to come together overnight, and tomorrow morning they could start. Gui Gianchu uttered that it was actually not bad to have a princess for a wife. The yellow sand was rising, and they were already at the imperial border. Someone sat and poured water on his Winnie house, and they had covered 2,000 miles in just 3 days. It was Cheng Dale, who said, "Good job." He told his horse to get some rest, and he would go the rest of the way himself. More and more people gathered around Cheng Dale. They stood near Cheng Dale while he petted his horse. He asked how far it was to Zijiaoguan. The top judicial officer replied that it was 200 miles to go. The top thief also replied that it took a day and night to walk there. A top actor added that the road was not good, and they would not be there until dusk tomorrow at the earliest. A top porter chimed in as well, saying that if his horse was fast enough, he could do it in a day. A system pop-out description for the restraints regarding the 4 of the lower 9 consisted of the yeoman, flutist, shaman, prostitute, witch, night watchman, hairstylist, drummer, and actor, the lower strata of society, especially for the entertainment and recreation of dignitaries. Cheng Dale stood up, thanked everyone, and time was running out. He had one last question. He fiercely told them that they were going to die soon, and Cheng Dale asked if they would like to leave some last words. Suddenly, the top actor, porter, thief, and judicial officer simultaneously advanced towards Cheng Dale and drew their weapons, aiming at him while he remained calm. Several slashes were made and given in this brawl. After slashing their throats, Cheng Dale sighed and said, "Never mind." He added that no one would remember it anyway, while flyers with Cheng Dale's face on them flew everywhere above their dead bodies. A massive army horde was in the distance in the early morning fog. A soldier complained that it was foggy and commanded everyone to tighten up security and be on alert. Tong Fei replied that their trip would take at least 15 more days and that sooner or later they would be in trouble if they allowed them to follow them in this way. She proposed finishing them off right there. The soldier replied that he sent men to Zijiaoguan to get reinforcements and tell them that they lured Gui Gianchu there. When the main army arrived, they could kill them all. Tong Fei was surrounded by fog and said that it smelled weird. She screamed and cursed when she realized that the fog was poisonous. She alerted everyone to cover their mouths and noses with cloth and not to inhale the smoke from the fog. Someone asked over the fire if the news was spread, and someone answered this news was spread throughout the bandit world. Everyone wanted to get the soon-to-be-married Princess Mingyu. It was from the horse bandit who purposely created the heavy fog. He chuckled and said it was known everywhere in the high mountains. That was, in addition to their 13 villages, at least tens of thousands of people came there. It was Gui Gianchu who said that this was a big event in the world of bandits. Whoever could win over the princess could laugh at the others and be proud of themselves. While smoking, he told his brothers that they were the first to arrive. The horse bandits went on to advance and screamed to kill them. Tong Fei fiercely alerted the arrow squad to stand by. The arrow squad released the arrows on her command. In the fog, bows and arrows were generally more effective. Tong Fei called Ju Tu to take his men and guard the princess there. She fiercely headed on to the battle with the fish dragon guards. They were slashing horse bandits with their swords. Several horse bandits were killed. Like two tides colliding, Tong Fei drove away 5,000 horse bandits with 300 fish dragon guards. They kept attacking, and blood shed on both tides. Tong Fei commanded to drive them back. They just had to hold out until the reinforcements from Zijiaoguan arrived, and Ju Tu agreed. Someone told the princess to go inside the castle building, as it was too dangerous outside. The lady was concerned as she called the princess. The princess said if it was before, she would have been scared and screamed, but not anymore. She questioned her father if this was what he had been dealing with. The princess saw the dead soldiers covered in blood and lying on the ground. Just do the right thing, no matter what the situation was. The princess remained calm amidst it all. Sacrifice what should be sacrificed, give up what should be given up, and do not let their emotions distract them. She closed her eyes, but at the bottom of her closed heart, the princess still harbored a trace of inexplicable hope. Fast forward, the battle lasted from morning until sunset. Both sides engaged in one cavalry duel after another. The horse bandits outnumbered the fish dragon guards and fought round after round to consume their physical strength. Tong Fei commanded to defend the castle repeatedly, and not let the bandits hurt the princess. She thought in her head why the backup was not there yet, and the opponents became more in numbers with every push. Another horde of bandits went to attack, pushed forward and grabbed the princess. Tong Fei was shocked as she saw what was coming. Her pupil became large when she realized that they were not horse bandits and they were from other factions. Kai Fagui, the first of the 18 water bandits in the Liao Mountain, was laughing as he called his brother to attack, grabbed the princess, and played with her together. Gui Jianchu was not impressed seeing the old red-headed bandit was there too. He ordered his men to seal the back gate because they wanted to run away from the back gate. Tong Fei alerted his troops that there were too many enemies and the defense line had been broken. Lu Ju was ordered to take men with him to escort Princess Mingyu out there, and he agreed while others would cover for them. The bandits were laughing as they surrounded them, blocked their retreat, and alerted others that they ran south. A wooden royal carriage was wheeled out frantically as they were escorting away the princess. They cleared a path for them as they hurried to get away, and they protected the princess and didn't let any bandits get close to them. However, the enemy blocked the front and they called for Luo Jiu and were told to run them over. Lu Jiu commanded them to attack and push with him as they planned to break through their encirclement. The curtain of the carriage was splashed with blood while they rushed through in one breath and kept attacking in hopes of breaking their formation. Princess Mingyu couldn't help but peek outside her window as she heard screaming guards that were bleeding out. At the confrontation with killing and death, inside the royal carriage, the princess was trembling. A lot of killing and struggling were heard while the princess remained inside the royal carriage. She was silent and curled up while tears built up in her eyes. The carriage was already surrounded, unable to move, and the bandits were laughing and screaming to kill them all. These bandits were aggressive in surrounding and stopping them in order to grab the princess, while the guards struggled to break the siege. Suddenly, the bandits were caught by surprise as there were enemies behind and slashed through them as a result. Some flew right away. Lu Ju wondered if it could be that support from Zai Zhao Guan had arrived. A loud thud of an animal was heard. It was Cheng Dale, summoning the heart to possess him, and she flew right through him, while it cost him 100 W fear points. Heart, the system spirit, told Cheng Dale that it was okay to go all out. The masked bandits were pissed and questioned who that guy was, went to kill him. Suddenly, Cheng Dale flew right in front of them, which caught the masked bandits by surprise. At that moment, the crow saw a flying toad in the sky and was amazed by a soldier that he had an awesome flying skill. Lu Ju inquired where he was from and why he hadn't seen him before, but before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Dale interrupted him by forcefully stomping on his face. His foot fit perfectly and landed on Lu Aji's face. As Cheng Dale lifted his feet, Lu Aji spewed blood from his mouth, which concerned and terrified his soldiers. Cheng Dale jumped and landed in the wooden royal carriage while holding his sword. He used Alfie swordsmanship. Cheng Dale swiftly stroked his sword side to side, slashing at the wooden royal carriage. As the carriage broke apart, Cheng Dale called the princess Lai Wanner. He asked her why she didn't notify him she was going to get married. The princess sat, looked up, and uttered Cheng Dale's name. He grabbed her hands and questioned what she was waiting for. Cheng Dale frantically said that there was no time to get on, while the princess was still surprised. This was the moment when the Princess Minju became Lai Wanner again. Both the soldiers and bandits were wondering who he was and how dared this bastard intercept them. Someone called his troops to kill Cheng Dale, while he stroked his sword and rode the black horse with Lai Wanner. His sword cut a rope connecting the horse to the carriage. Tong Fei was breaking the back of the crowd and couldn't be stopped as she frantically yelled not to let him take the princess because he was the mountain bandit, Cheng Dale. The soldiers cursed and screamed in panic, not letting him take the princess. It went after Cheng Dale, however. He managed to execute the exploding fireworks through his sword and told them to go away. The crowd of masked bandits went after Cheng Dale, where they shouted to kill him because he was the princess, and they wanted to grab her. Cheng Dale told her that he would break the net that surrounded them in one breath, and warned Lai Dong to hold on tight, as he raised his speedy sword for an attack. Cheng Dale slashed through them like explosive fireworks. They could only scream their pain away as they met the powerful sword attack by Cheng Dale, and he ran away with it. Others tried to pursue him because he was getting away with the princess, while Cheng Dale calmly told her that they had finally broken through and to run for their lives. Their horsehair brushed against the breeze as they rode away with as much speed as they could. Suddenly, someone appeared on their way along with the troops behind them, but he already drew his sword. With a sinister smile on his face, it was Gui Jianchu on horseback. This made Cheng Dale visibly pissed. While Gui Jianchu uttered to thank him for giving the princess, a description of him emerged that at age 23, an orphan but he was famous supreme rank horse bandit, the first of the 13 horse bandits, known as the fastest swordsman in the grassland, and he could cut the falling rocks from the cliffs. Cheng Dale swiftly drew his sword ready. They both raised their swords and positioned themselves for a battle as they were near to one another. However, it was Cheng Dale fast enough to slash through his sword at Gui Jianchu that resulted in blood splatter. Blood gushed out of Gui Jianchu, left him stunned and speechless. He had wide open eyes, and blood was streaming down his face. He slowly fell down from his horse. Suddenly, a notification emerged congratulating Cheng Dale's completion of Rivers and Lakes of the World as he defeated the horse bandit Gui Jianchu in a quick head-to-head sword duel and was awarded with one lottery draw. Lai Wanner questioned if Cheng Dale killed him and said that the man just now did not look like a horse bandit. Cheng Dale replied that he just saw him raise his sword at him, or maybe his eyes were getting blurry. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner went on their way, while the horse bandits were surprised that their village master was struck down. For a long time, Gui Jianchu, the head of the 13 horse bandits in the border city where he relied on a swift sword and a ruthless character in the grasslands, laughed that he could not see anything clearly at all, while his troops were concerned about him and asked if he was alright. For the first time, he felt a really fast sword and praised him for it. Blood continued to drip as he laughed. He said that he would get to him, he wanted his sword, forced him to reveal his sword technique, and he would get the princess. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale was still pursued by soldiers, and someone was screaming at him that he could not escape them. Tong Fei fiercely rode her horse, wanting to get the princess back. Cheng Dale was upset at them for being a pain in the ass. He couldn't shake them. There were no obstacles in the prairie, and he could only try to move away from them. The system spirit's possession lifted as she appeared to warn Cheng Dale that the time limit for possession had expired. It would take 12 hours before he could be possessed again. If she caught up with him, he would find himself in serious trouble, and this made Cheng Dale curse. The system spirit told Cheng Dale that he still had one chance to win the lottery, and asked if he wanted to try his luck, to which he replied to do it and see if they could draw something useful. The system spirit called the raffle machine, so it was up to him who appeared next to her and said good. He went on to say that the raffle had begun. Balls in golden hues emerged immediately. Then, a golden ball opened, and he obtained background music. A description appeared that the host had acquired background music, starting the battle song function. Different background music could give the host different attributes when activated, consuming anywhere from 100,000 to millions of fear points depending on its duration. The stronger effect of the battle song, the more it consumed, which made the system spirit surprised because the new feature she had developed earlier was finally online. Cheng Dale thought in his head and wondered about battle background music. He asked if he had to sing and fight people at the same time. Cheng Dale was speechless as he imagined himself singing about the great river flows north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. However, he was still being aggressively chased by Kai Fagui, demanding that he did not run away. Tong Fei called to give her back the princess, and Gui Jianchu wanted his sword book and the princess, while Cheng Dale panicked as there were more and more pursuers and he was being caught up. Cheng Dale thought to try it first and cleared his throat. Suddenly, he started singing about the great river flowing north, and the stars in the sky referred to the Big Dipper. Lai Wanner called his name and looked back wondering, while Cheng Dale continued singing. Cheng Dale wondered that there was no reaction and thought that he would try a little louder, which made those behind him confused, including Kai Fagui, Tong Fei, and Gui Jianchu. They thought in their heads that he was gone because he was being persecuted and questioned why he was still in the mood to sing a song. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale was panicking that it had no response, decided to try another song. Afterwards, he started singing with lyrics of the pride faces 10,000 waves and the passionate blood like the red sunlight. On the other hand, this made Lai Wanner pissed off as he called him out that he was still in the mood to sing in a situation like that. Desperate, Cheng Dale called the system spirit and questioned why she had to be like that and begged to tell him how to use it, while the system spirit giggled. She called him dummy, snapped her finger and said go music, got herself and around her ready. She was accompanied as well by the giddy raffle machine. The system spirit began strumming on her bass guitar passionately inside this circle with circuit print on it. She confidently sang the lyrics about seeing someone's body in the moonlight. The system spirit continued singing passionately. Meanwhile, these gave Cheng Dale a boost. She went on rocking the song, of which was titled Deja Vu from the Italian composer Dave Rogers, and also Cheng Dale went on significantly faster on his horse. These shocked Kai Fagui and Tong Fei, while Gui Jianchu realized he wanted Cheng Dale's horse too. Cheng Dale's background music gave him an additional 50% on his race speed, and Lai Wanner was struggling to cope up with the speed. Then, when he was actually quite far away, he bid them goodbye. After the disappearance of the common goal, only the three groups of people who were resentful towards each other remained. It was another battle of confusion. At night, Luo Ju asked Tong Fei if she got the princess back, to which she answered, no. She added that the bastard suddenly went berserk, killed his way out, and soon disappeared. A soldier questioned why he would take the princess away if she had done him a favor. Also, Luo Ju questioned how a mountain bandit had humanity because they were a bunch of ungrateful beasts. Tong Fei replied that Cheng Dale had kidnapped the princess and was definitely on his way to the border. She commanded Luo Ju to take a few men back to Zizhao Pass, gave the order to close the roads at all gates, and not allow any entry, to which he agreed. She also added that with the power he displayed that day, ordinary carp guards could no longer stop him. To get the princess back, they needed the dragon guards. Tong Fei asked them to return to the capital to ask His Majesty Emperor Ming to issue the fish dragon order, and move 33 submerged dragon guards out of the border area. Moments later, at the horse bandits' lair, Giguan village, a bandit told Guo Jianchu, his village master, that the information had been confirmed. He went on to say that the person who took the princess was called Cheng Dale. Guo Jianchu had a bandage on his face and was still bleeding when he uttered Cheng Dalei's name. He giggled as he remembered the fast sword he possessed, a sword he couldn't see clearly. A bandit asked Guo Jianchu what they should do. He replied that Cheng Dalei must still be in the grassland. He ordered them to find and capture him because Guo Jianchu desperately wanted the princess, his sword technique, his sword, and his horse. He wanted it all. So, the overwhelming number of horse bandits dispersed and began searching for Cheng Dalei in the grasslands. Meanwhile, there were the water bandits and Qiuxiang's gatekeeper assassins, the mountain bandits, robbers, criminals, and other heroes of this field within the border. All of a sudden, the open wilderness was crowded, including the Empire's fish dragon guards, horse bandits, water bandits, assassins, swordsmen, mountain bandits, bounty hunters, and even warriors there to kill him and eliminate him for certain people. Everyone's goal was clear: get the princess or kill Cheng Dalei. Somewhere in another place at night, someone said that he was so exhausted. It was Cheng Dalei, laid back on the ground, saying to Lai Wanner that she didn't expect him to show up because how could he let her marry into the rings? Lai Wanner sat near him and told him that if he could take her. Cheng Dalei interrupted her and replied, just give him a break, and he would take her back. Lai Wanner clarified that she didn't mean to take her back. He should take her to the royal city of the Ring tribe so that he could marry Hu Yanba, king of the Ring tribe, which made Cheng Dalei's eyes widen in shock. He questioned if she were mad with fright, because he heard that this Hu Yanba was basically a human-like beast. He had made countless girls and children suffer to death, and she was willing to marry him. Cheng Dalei asked her if she agreed to the marriage to save him or if she wanted to marry there voluntarily. Lai Wanner answered, yes, she had the responsibility to get married, and if she had to get married, why shouldn't she save him through that too? She grew up with a lot of respect and got things that a lot of people don't get in their lives. Perhaps she was waiting for this day to marry herself to the rings and become an emissary of peace between the two groups. She continued to say that every person had a purpose in life on Earth. Her sacrifice alone was enough so that there would be peace between the two tribes for at least 5 years, so that the empire could recover, people would not have to be driven out, and the soldiers would not have to die in battle. She added that the sacrifice was worth it. At that time, Cheng Dalei did not know whether he was standing in front of the imperial princess Minju or the mischievous and fickle little Lai Wanner. The two identities were one and the same, and yet they were so different. She had grown up. Growing up doesn't happen slowly, it happens instantly. At a certain moment, it suddenly became clear. She folded her wings, put on her helmet, and ran towards the battlefield. Lai Wanner, with visibly sad eyes, stared at Cheng Dalei. She sighed as she thought in her head that the body did not belong to itself in this society. In her case, she feared, she also understood the hopelessness of life. Cheng Dalei replied that her theory of predestination, responsibility, and sacrifice sounded very much like one person. He questioned if her father made that up, to which Lai Wanner was speechless. Lai Wanner, in her royal red robe and her long, gorgeous, laid-back hair, answered that he was a mountain bandit. He couldn't understand what she meant anyway. While Cheng Dalei was speechless, Cheng Dalei thought in his head that it was really, as the saying goes, if there was a stupid mother, there was a whole nest of stupid fathers. When she had such a stupid father like that, it was easy to understand even if she was not enlightened. Lai Wanner told him that if he did not want to take her to the royal city of the rings, it was okay. If he helped her find the fish dragon guards, Cheng Dalei replied that these guards of hers couldn't do anything. At the moment, she didn't know how many criminals wanted her for themselves. There were also many people with strong connections who wanted her for themselves. Lai Wanner asked if he meant to say that he was more capable than her guards. Before Cheng Dalei could answer, she demanded he take her there. He got enraged with her nonsense and said he was there to take her away, not to accompany her. Lai Wanner replied no, since he could take her away from others, he had to take her there, to which Cheng Dalei asked what if he don't let her go. He was a mountain bandit, so he wondered if she was not afraid he would take her back to his village to make her his wife. Lai Wanner replied that she would die to show him her resolve. Their faces were blushing, they got extremely close and were both speechless. Cheng Dalei said that two people who were this close usually kissed each other. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that it was too close and wondered why she didn't go back. Lai Wanner sighed, she got up. She pushed herself towards Cheng Dalei, which caught him off guard. She breathed near his ear, and his face got red. Cheng Dalei was defeated. Suddenly, a notification was received, which triggered a two-choice task. The system spirit appeared and teased the hot-blooded young man as he once again faced a dilemma to choose. Would he bravely venture into the lion's den or claim the beauty for himself? It was now up to his decision. Cheng Dalei had triggered an escort mission, which was an epic mission that would influence the direction of the world pattern. The mission content was escorting Princess Minju to the royal city of the rings. In return, there would be 5 years of peace for the empire. This task was extremely difficult and could be rejected. Another mission was triggered for the abduction of the woman. The target was Princess Minju. The special status of the target increased the difficulty of the task. This could be rejected, and the reward was a wife. Cheng Dale backed up, telling Lai Wanner to stop and restrain herself. Lai Wanner, in her shaky voice, asked him what he was afraid of. Cheng Dale conceded that he was afraid of her. Lai Wanner replied that he was afraid to take her to the royal city of the rings. So he told her he would think about it, which made Lai Wanner irritated. Cheng Dale thought in his head, how could this woman be so perverted? He almost couldn't keep his V card. They both sat on the grass while Cheng Dale checked his screen. He thought in his head, how come this was another one of those elective missions? Finish one of them, and the second one disappears automatically. First of all, the first task certainly seemed to affect the power of the world, but the conditions to achieve this were a 5-year peace treaty for the empire. There was also his wife. It seemed simple, but once little Lai Wanner was forcibly taken away, he feared that the consequences would be no less dire than the other task. Furthermore, he had a wife. Then he was sweating heavily, thinking, how could he bring another one? It seemed like the answer was just crying out to be answered. He placed his hand on Lai Wanner's head and said, all right. Cheng Dale said that since she wanted to see it, he agreed to take her to the royal city of the rings. Lai Wanner smiled when he finally agreed. He questioned why she had a happy look, as if they were going shopping. They were obviously going deep into the enemy camp where she had 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. He went on to say that since she had decided to go, she must think about how to go on because he was afraid the journey would not be peaceful. So she needed to listen to him, to which Lai Wanner agreed. He asked her to take off her clothes first. This shocked Lai Wanner and she asked what he wanted to do, which made him pissed and speechless. Cheng Dale explained that now he did not know how many people were looking for them. The way she was dressed was too noticeable, although his DPS was very strong. She did not have to pull weight on him. Lai Wanner replied that she did not have a change of clothes either, and Cheng Dale answered to take off the gold and silver jewelry from the dress. If they were too heavy, they would affect the movement, and these things could be used as money on the trip. In the morning, on a certain service road in the grassland, a man told the miss of the blue merchant house that it was almost dark. Then he suggested that they find a place to rest, to which she replied to push forward through the night. It was Gui Jianchu's territory, and they should not stay a moment. The faster they passed, the better, and the man agreed. Another man's eyes widened as he informed the miss that 2 people were coming over. He said that they looked like they were not horse bandits. The man called their attention and asked where they were headed. It was fate that they met and invited them to go together. Cheng Dale denied that it was not convenient. The miss of the blue merchant house asked if they were afraid of encountering horse bandits. There were horse bandits on this road, and if they went together, there was a good chance they could make it out together. Another man added he had been practicing his sword for 5 years, but he hadn't taken the usual horse bandits seriously. To which Cheng Dale laughed and said, pretty good. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner left and told them to take care, while the man sighed because it seemed that they did not want to make friends. The miss of the blue merchant house looked back at them and said that they were an odd couple. The caravan continued to move after an hour had passed and noticed there were people in the front. There was a horde of troops on horseback, which made them terrified. It alerted his troop that someone was coming up ahead. The terrified men told the miss of the blue merchant house that they were the horse bandits. She commanded to move as she confirmed that it was them. Gui Jianchu of the border city, where they wore skull masks. The horse bandits Gui Jianchu led were holed up in the grasslands and robbed passing merchants. The men were killed on the spot, the women were brought back, abused, and bodies dumped in the forests. However, today the horse bandits seemed to have no time for the prey that was within their reach. They were shocked and questioned if they were gone, if they didn't see them, and if they saw them, why would they let them go? Even the miss of the blue merchant house wondered that they were not really after them. They continued to wonder who they were really after, but someone brushed it off and said to move as they needed to get out of there. The sun was setting, and someone informed the miss of the blue merchant house that it was getting dark. She replied that on this path, they risked their lives for money and would be at a loss when they encountered the horse bandits again. She insisted on continuing. She detected the scent of blood and alerted them to be cautious as something might have happened up ahead. A man drew the attention of the miss of the blue merchant house and added that he recognized them as the bandits they had recently seen. Cheng Dale and Lai Wanner stood amidst the lifeless bodies while the man questioned whether the horse bandits from earlier were all dead. Lai Wanner informed Cheng Dale that someone was approaching. They turned around, and Cheng Dale recognized them from earlier. A man, holding his sword, was trembling in fear and told Cheng Dale not to come any closer. He frantically explained that he had a sword and had been practicing sword fighting for 5 years, claiming to be quite skilled. He had recently encountered a horse thief and was in a state of shock but managed to request not to approach. Cheng Dale wondered if this man had gone mad with fear or if he was genuinely terrifying. He inquired about who was in charge. The miss of the blue merchant house replied that she was in charge and pleaded for her life, offering to hand over all the goods. Cheng Dale agreed, mentioning something about a robbery, IC, IP, IQ card, and providing passwords, which confused the miss of the blue merchant house. Cheng Dale also instructed her to remove her clothes. The miss of the blue merchant house's eyes widened in shock. She only comprehended the last sentence and asked him what he intended to do. Lai Wanner called out to Cheng Dale and abruptly punched him on the head, remarking that he was talking nonsense. Lai Wanner softly laughed as she inquired if there were any men's or women's clothes because they couldn't wear their current attire due to the blood stains. Cheng Dale remained silent. The miss of the Blue Merchant House confirmed that there were such clothes available. Lai Wanner requested a carriage and some food, politely instructing them to prepare for it. The miss of the Blue Merchant House ordered the man on horseback to unload their belongings, free up a carriage, and prepare food and clothes, to which the man agreed. A few moments later, Lai Wanner mentioned that there was a nice robe, a sturdy warrior suit, a woman's dress, and a hat in there. The miss of the Blue Merchant House replied that she could take anything she wanted and just take it. Lai Wanner fumbled and searched, said the stuff was pretty neat and loaded all of those onto the carriage. Suddenly, she held a pink bib that made her wonder. Lai Wanner thought in her head that the bib was a little too big. Cheng Dale got her attention and asked if she was done because they should go. The miss of the Blue Merchant House proudly said that it was hers, and Lai Wanner could take it if she wanted. However, she hesitated because the size was a little too big. She noticed something. Her hand reached for something and demanded to have that one. She took the scarf from the head of the miss of the Blue Merchant House. Lai Wanner was amazed and praised her for being so pretty. The miss of the Blue Merchant House became visibly sad and asked what she was doing because it was her scarf, as she explained that on the grassland, it was too dangerous for a good-looking female. Lai Wanner giggled, saying that this was exactly what she needed and thanked her. Cheng Dale warned Lai Wanner that if she did not come right there, he would leave her behind and threatened to leave now, to which she panicked. Lai Wanner told her that she was leaving now. This was for her, checked if it was enough for her. The road ahead was not peaceful, and a beautiful woman like her should be more careful. She ran towards the carriage, called Cheng Dale an asshole, and told him to wait for her. The miss of the Blue Merchant House thought in her head that a night pearl was worth a lot of money. She held the night pearl on her fingertips and wondered if it was worth it just for a carriage and some sundries. A man with a strong bandit aura and a girl from a wealthy family in a wedding dress. She wondered if they were running away from marriage. At night, they stopped the carriage to dip in a massive lake. Cheng Dale washed himself up in the lake. He put on his clothes and walked near the carriage where Lai Wanner was sitting. She asked him if he was done washing up. Cheng Dale replied that he was and she could come out now. Lai Wanner looked at him seriously and silently. Then she questioned if he was not going to peek. Cheng Dale asked what she meant and explained that he was not that kind of person, and he didn't even go to a brothel in Chang'an. Lai Wanner ordered him to get into the carriage. He would wait there so she could see his head. Cheng Dale questioned if that was necessary and said that they lacked the necessary trust between them. Suddenly, the bushes near the lake made a rustling sound. She dipped into the lake. Lai Wanner called Cheng Dale's name, and he asked what was wrong and if she wanted him to hand her a towel. Lai Wanner replied no, it was nothing. She explained that it was too quiet there, and if no one was speaking, she felt as if she was the only one there. Cheng Dale asked her what she wanted to talk about. She replied that there was nothing to talk about and asked what he meant by what he usually said because no one understands it. Cheng Dale answered that it was a saying in his hometown, and even if he explained it to her, she wouldn't understand it. Once she moved out of her hometown, the people back home would always say different things about her, no matter what. Lai Wanner innocently replied that his hometown was Kin New Mountain. Suddenly, someone stepped out. She immediately panicked and asked who it was. When she realized who it was, she berated Cheng Dale and called him a bastard. Cheng Dale threw her a towel and said to hide because someone was coming, to which she received it silently. Someone said to Cheng Dale that his hearing ability was really admirable. He introduced himself as Scholar Killer Ren Dedi. Scholar Killer greeted Cheng Dale, and a description of him emerged that he was a famous top killer at age 38 with lethal scholar's sword skills. Cheng Dale asked if there were no others under Minister QE besides the Mute Scholar and the Scholar Killer because the Mute Scholar couldn't withstand a single move from him. Scholar Killer replied that Cheng Dale could give it a try because he was not the same as him. He replied that there was no need to hurry and wait for everyone. Scholar Killer asked what he meant by waiting for everyone and questioned if there were others. Red-haired ghost Yuan Zhu chuckled, amazed by Cheng Dale's skill, confirming that old Yuan had not misjudged him. A description revealed that Yuan Zhu was a renowned top pirate at the age of 42, known for his wild wave sword technique, and an experienced leader of the pirates of Liao Mountain. He was also arrogant, conceited, and mostly worked alone. Cheng Dale stated that everyone was present, and there was no need to hide, they should reveal themselves. Another man emerged and mentioned that a monk had told him about Cheng Dale's exceptional abilities. This man was named Zhu Shuang, known for his top martial artist skills at the age of 45, specializing in umbrella fighting, needle, and poison skills. Zhu Shuang was described as sinister, cunning, greedy for money and lust. He originated from the jungle and was recruited to be one of the 33 hidden dragon guards. Lai Wanner recognized Zhu Shuang and thought to herself that he belonged to the Merlion Guard. Cheng Dalei considered that the three of them were first class, which posed a problem since the body he occupied had been used a few hours ago. However, he replied that the winner would have the final say and suggested they play a round of mahjong. The scholar killer responded, saying that a murderer like him, who had killed countless people on his way, would not let Cheng Dalei stay in the world. Yuan Zhu remarked that he wasn't like them and wouldn't kill Cheng Dalei. He just wanted to take the princess away to become his wife. Zhu Shuang told Cheng Dalei that he was a bit confused because he didn't expect to leave there alive since people wanted to kill him. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that it appeared that, aside from him, they were unaware of each other's strengths, so they were wary of each other. He suggested not playing mahjong and instead proposed a game of Fight the Landlord. Cheng Dalei was troubled by a headache as he made decisions. The scholar killer desired to kill him. The red-haired ghost aimed to take the princess. Skywalker sought to whisk away the princess and eliminate Cheng Dalei in the process, and Cheng Dalei wished to escort the princess to safety. He extended his finger toward the red-haired ghost, signifying that he should be the first to be dealt with, which left him puzzled. Cheng Dalei clarified that they all coveted the princess, and this pirate wished to make her his daughter-in-law. He additionally mentioned that the Merlion Guard would not permit the pirates to gain control of the princess, and he speculated that Minister Kui hadn't anticipated this situation. Zhu Shuang chuckled and suggested that they resolve the matter among themselves. The red-haired ghost referred to Cheng Dalei as a brat. He explained that they were mountain bandits and pirates, which could also be considered as peers. The two charged at each other with raised swords, and Cheng Dalei responded that peers were, in fact, adversaries. Cheng Dalei charged his way at the red-haired ghost, but the sword instantly turned and attacked the scholar killer. Cheng Dalei tried to strike him with his sword. Suddenly, he got blocked, and the scholar killer was amazed by his fast sword. He asked if he wanted to deal with him using lightning speed and laughed at Cheng Dalei that it was a pity that his wishful thinking was wrong. Scholar Killer and Cheng Dalei exchanged an intense sword fight with each other. Scholar Killer called out to Zhu Shuang, asking what he was looking at, and they were all from the Imperial Court, to which he implied killing Cheng Dalei first. Zhu Shuang got his umbrella in position as he smiled sinisterly and said good. He launched his attack at Cheng Dalei while he screamed for him to die and called him a bastard. Zhu Shuang activated his umbrella thrust spear, which was easily blocked by Cheng Dalei. However, the red-haired ghost felt left out as he stood on the side and watched them fight. He questioned that no one was fighting him. Who should he fight? Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang went on fighting desperately, wanting to kill Cheng Dalei. Dangers squeezed potential. Cheng Dalei's experience against the enemy response was growing like crazy, and he thought in his head they were determined to join forces to kill him first. Cheng Dalei activated his exploding fireworks, which Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang struggled with but could still fight him. He thought in his head that he was not sure if he could handle two of them, but if it was three, they would certainly win. Meanwhile, the red-haired ghost joined the fight while laughing at Cheng Dalei for wanting the princess, and not blaming him for not holding up marital virtue. Cheng Dalei kept thinking the longer the fight, the greater physical exertion would be while blocking red-haired ghost's attacks. He realized that these three were by no means monolithic, but now they shared a common goal. It was to kill Cheng Dalei as Scholar Killer and Zhu Shuang aggressively prepared to launch their attacks. Cheng Dalei was able to block Scholar Killer's sword but not Zhu Shuang's umbrella, and blood began to spill. He kept thinking he needed to get back as blood continued to splatter. Cheng Dalei was pushed towards the lake by Zhu Shuang using his umbrella. Water splashed, and Lai Wanner was worried as she called Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei began sinking into the lake along with his sword in his hand. Lai Wanner looked back at Cheng Dalei and wondered if he knew how to swim. Cheng Dalei completely sank into the lake. Scholar Killer asked if they had successfully dealt with him, to which Zhu Shuang answered that he was poisoned by his umbrella. Even if he knew how to swim, he wouldn't live long. Seeing that these two were weaker than himself, the red-haired ghost took his chance to attack. Zhu Shuang told the Scholar Killer to join forces and kill the pirate, which he agreed to. The red-haired ghost launched his sword, said that it was now their turn to die, and that the princess was his. He activated his Wild Wave sword, which was blocked by Zhu Shuang and Scholar Killer. Underwater, Cheng Dalei called the system and opened the store in exchange for antidote pills. He exchanged one antidote pill that could cure all types of poison in the world, which cost him 30 million fear points. The system spirit winked before asking what he was doing. Cheng Dalei held his breath as he replied telepathically not to interrupt him because he was playing dead, and asked her to take a look if the fight above was done. The system spirit replied that Scholar Killer and Skywalker were confronting the red-haired ghost, and it was going to take a while, and told him that he would never have expected that someone would come down. Lai Wanner swam down the lake while Cheng Dalei was confused. He kept thinking who it was who was grabbing his hand. Cheng Dalei wondered if it could be Lai Wanner. He kept thinking that she was trying to save him. Cheng Dalei knew they were still fighting to the death above, and if he went up now, they would immediately turn their attention to him and attack him. He decided that he was not going up. Lai Wanner was struggling and wondered if he was so heavy she couldn't pull him up. Cheng Dalei thought in his head that he did not need to save him, and he wanted her to let go and go up there. However, Lai Wanner was determined and held Cheng Dale's face. This made him wonder if she was trying to give him oxygen. The red-haired ghost, Scholar Killer, and Zhu Shuang exchanged blows. Struggling, the red-haired ghost claimed that while fighting Cheng Dale, the two of them were hiding their clumsiness while he cursed at them under his breath. He had the impression that the Scholar Killer's sword skill was extremely sharp, like a violent storm, whereas Zhu Shuang's iron umbrella was made of an unknown material, and after cutting it, it didn't even leave a trace on it. As the Scholar Killer unleashed the Scholar's lethal sword, the red-haired ghost thought that their cooperation was so difficult for him to deal with. The red-haired ghost blocked every attack of the Scholar Killer, while Zhu Shuang splashed dark ink towards the red-haired ghost. The dark ink blinded the red-haired ghost, causing him to curse in his mind. The lethal sword lightning of Scholar Killer Scholar quickly stabbed the red-haired ghost on the throat. The red-haired ghost cursed at him on his last breath as he vomited blood. The arrogant red-haired ghost finally paid the price for his arrogance, as the Scholar Killer told him that he had done well, while beside him was Zhu Shuang standing. The Scholar Killer informed Zhu Shuang that he had come to kill Cheng Dale by the order of the minister, and now that the bandit was dead, he could escort Princess Mingyu away. He told him that he would see him later, to which Zhu Shuang answered, "Please." The Scholar Killer walked away, passing Zhu Shuang. Then, out of nowhere, they both attacked each other. Scholar Killer swung his sword, but Zhu Shuang easily deflected it. Zhu Shuang retaliated by thrusting his umbrella at the Scholar Killer, who easily avoided it. They both continued as the grass beneath them moved. Zhu Shuang asked the Scholar Killer if Minister Qi had ordered him to kill Princess Minju, to which the Scholar Killer replied with a chuckle that Minister Qi did not want Princess Minju's life. He went on to say that at this time, saving Princess Minju and killing Cheng Dale would be great accomplishments, and that because he recognized him as a Merlion guard, he would certainly take all the credit in front of Emperor Ming alone, and by killing him, he would take all the credit. Zhu Shuang replied that it would depend on whether or not he survived. The Scholar Killer asked him if he really thought he couldn't kill him. He unleashed Scholar's lethal sword Waterfall, but Zhu Shuang blocked it with his umbrella. He opened his umbrella no matter how heavy the rain was, it couldn't cover all of his body. The Scholar Killer thought that only a fast sword could break the umbrella defense. Zhu Shuang clicked something. He released the steel needle rain. The Scholar Killer was repeatedly stabbed with highly poisonous needles. He lost consciousness and vomited blood as he fell down. Zhu Shuang mumbled that he was more like a clown than a killer scholar. Princess Minju, meanwhile, swam towards Cheng Dale's unconscious body in the water. She swam closer to him, thinking she could still feel him reacting. She swam to the surface, believing she could save Cheng Dale. As she already saved him once, she was certain that she could save him twice, Princess Minju stated. Princess Minju arrived at the surface and took a breath. However, Zhu Shuang stood nearby and asked her what she was doing down there. Zhu Shuang readied his umbrella and assured Princess Minju not to be afraid as he would take her back. On the other hand, a few steel needles were ready. Princess Minju ordered him to go away, as she needed to put on her clothes first. Zhu Shuang squatted down and told her that the area was dangerous, and he did not feel comfortable leaving Princess Minju alone. Princess Minju yelled at him, telling him to go away. He grabbed Princess Minju's clothes and told her that she didn't need to curse, and that he wasn't as good as a mountain bandit. He blushed as he smelled her clothes, saying they smelled good, worthy of the royal highness of the three cities, and the lovely and virtuous beauty whom everyone admires, and such a stunning beauty that even he would like. Princess Minju cursed him and asked if he was afraid of death if he was willing to betray Emperor Ming. Zhu Shuang informed her that he was from the country, and he would not be afraid to enter the country again. And as for Emperor Ming, he told her that he was just a mere clay statue. He told her why she shouldn't let him take her body right then. Then, all of a sudden, a man stated that he was choking to death. Cheng Dale walked to the ground and commented on how deep the lake was. Zhu Shuang, surprised, asked if he had not been poisoned to death. Cheng Dale pointed at him and said that he was about to die when an immortal gave him an immortal breath, and he came back to life, and he wanted Princess Minju to say it. Princess Minju blushed as she asked Cheng Dale if he could swim. Cheng Dale informed her that he was the second runner-up in the 400 trial on campus and asked her what was wrong because her expression was not quite good. Zhu Shuang informed him that he had already killed 2, and he didn't mind killing another one, to which Cheng Dale questioned him. Cheng Dale took a stance and asked if he had heard of a move known as the straightforward sword technique. Cheng Dale asked Zhu Shuang if he knew how talented he was and how hard he worked in his spare time. Zhu Shuang believed that the Merlion guards had gathered information on everyone in the world and had a special investigation intel on Cheng Dale, and that since his birth, he had done many things that people couldn't do in their lifetime, and that he was possibly a genius who was good at fighting. Cheng Dale informed him that he didn't put in much effort because he only had a cheat, which puzzled Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang was stunned in a moment as Cheng Dale's body moved radially, as still as a rock, unleashing the colorless double-winged phoenix. Cheng Dale moved like lightning as he charged towards Zhu Shuang. Zhu Shuang gritted his teeth as he realized that Cheng Dale was so fast. He was convinced that there was no time to open his umbrella and that he must be pushed back with a poison needle. Zhu Shuang realized that as long as he could open his umbrella, he couldn't get close. Cheng Dale released the two hearts beat as one skill, and he blocked all Zhu Shuang needles. Zhu Shuang was taken aback because Cheng Dale's speed had not been reduced at all. Cheng Dale unleashed Olfei's sword and thrust through Zhu Shuang using the straightforward sword. Zhu Shuang's neck bled, and moments later blood spurted out as he fell down. Cheng Dale was gasping for air. He reasoned that using the fast sword while his right shoulder was injured was too harmful to his body. He held Zhu Shuang's umbrella and thought that it was nice stuff. A system information appeared, stating that it was a top-concealed weapon, called 1,000 Machine Iron Umbrella. Cheng Dale walked towards Princess Minju and mentioned her name. He told her that he would get the carriage, that she should get dressed up, because others could soon find their way here. Princess Minju leaped out of the water and embraced Cheng Dale. She told him not to go. Cheng Dale reassured her that everything was okay and that they were all dead, so she didn't need to be afraid. He asked if she could still walk, and Princess Minju replied that he should carry her because the lake was too cold for her and her feet were numb. Cheng Dale said that Emperor Ming was a piece of shit for bringing the Merlion guards, but Princess Minju told him that she had harmed him and couldn't help him. He said it was okay, and she was just a mascot in this game of life and death, and his mission was to escort her away, and everyone wanted to fight for her, and no one could be trusted. He said that she could trust him. When Princess Minju asked what a mascot was, Cheng Dale replied that it was something cute and pretty but not very useful. She said that she didn't know what he meant by mascot, but she definitely wasn't one, to which Cheng Dale laughed. A group of horseback soldiers arrived the next day. The man in front halted his horse in front of the corpse. He said that it was incredible. As he mentioned the red-haired ghost, scholar killer, and Merlion guard Skywalker Zhu Shuang, he realized that all of them were first-class fighters in the country, and were now dead. He informed his men that many experts died in his hands along the way, but this time was different, and his men inquired as to what the difference was. The man claimed that the other experts were all hit in the throat with a sword, but the fatal wound was not on the throat, except for Zhu Shuang. He assumed Cheng Dale's sword had slowed, and it appeared that he was injured and badly hurt, while his man asked him what he was waiting for and advised him to hurry up while Cheng Dale was still injured. The man wondered if Cheng Dale should have gone south instead of north if he wanted to return to the border. Butcher said it was probably because he knew there were people guarding the border and wanted to get to the extreme north to get away from the limelight first. He went on to say that going further was the Ring tribe's sphere of influence, and Cheng Dale could hide in the Ring's town. But he could also go west or bypass the town and sleep in the wild, to which the man replied that they would split their troops into two groups. He told Butcher to lead the people to the outskirts of the Ring's town and not to alert the Ring tribe army, and that he would lead people to the west, to which Butcher said yes. This was the neutral zone between the Ring tribe and the Empire, and it neither belonged to the Ring tribe nor was controlled by the Empire. It was a place where the merchants who had struggled to survive in the gap had to pass. It was also the land of horse bandits, murderers, and smugglers. Among those horse bandits, Butcher was perhaps not the strongest. An elderly man observed the charging horses. Butcher sliced the man as he passed right beside him. He laughed because Butcher was one of the most brutal. A voice said there was a small town ahead, while another said it was part of an unregulated zone, which was a dangerous place, but they should be able to get some supplies and rest in the wild that night before going back in the morning. Cheng Dale motioned for Princess Minju to come closer, but Princess Minju was perplexed and wondered why he was taking his clothes off. He asked her to help him and warned her not to touch him anywhere and be gentle because he was bleeding. Princess Minju told him to be quiet as she was just redressing the wounds, to which Cheng Dale laughed. He asked Princess Minju if she knew how to dress wounds and if the princess could also serve others. She informed him that she had not dressed anyone before, but she could learn. Struggling, she told him that she could not tear it open. Princess Minju was irritated because she couldn't tear it open, so Cheng Dale advised her to be gentle. After a while, the bandage came off. Cheng Dale looked exhausted. Fuming, Princess Minju asked him what was with his face. Princess Minju noticed it was raining and told Cheng Dale to rest first, and she would keep watch that night. Cheng Dale slept, and beside her, Princess Minju kept on looking out. She pondered that it was so dark outside. But as she realized that inside the carriage, she stated that she had always felt a sense of peace of mind. Then, all of a sudden, a horse's hoof clattered on the ground. Princess Minju's eyes widened as she heard noises, and as she peeked outside the carriage, she saw silhouettes of horseback riders charging towards them. Princess Minju yelled, realizing that it was them. However, Cheng Dale grabbed her shoulders and told her to shush. He advised her to stay in the carriage. Cheng Dale told her to wait for him. Princess Minju said nothing. She peeked out of the carriage and watched Cheng Dale confronting the bandits. Cheng Dale told her to get inside and close the curtain, and not to come out, and not to show her face. The bandits yelled that they found them and ordered everyone to kill him, and that the princess was there. Butcher led his men and ordered them to kill the man and take away the woman. Suddenly, Hart appeared and told Cheng Dale that they were going to end it quickly, to which he agreed. Cheng Dalei charged at the bandits with a thunderous aura. The wolves chased the sheep, but the sheep curled up on the ground and turned into a male lion. The aura of a single man, but it felt like that of a group. The blade of the sword came and went, piercing the rain curtain and spraying beads of blood. Cheng Dalei took a stance below the butcher, as both of them stared at each other. Cheng Dalei killed people like mowing the lawn. The rain was getting heavier. Princess Minju sat down inside the carriage. She was left in the darkness, surrounded by empty silence, and the only sound was the rain. She frowned as she thought that it was so dark and cold, and she didn't know if Cheng Dalei could defeat the opponents. After all, he was only one person, and after another chaotic battle, his body could not recover until that time. She went silent for a moment and grabbed her shoulders. A man opened the curtains and Princess Minju asked who it was. Wounded, Cheng Dalei addressed himself and told her that he had killed some and that a few had escaped. He wanted to go after them, but he was afraid she would be scared. So he came back first, and he found some dried meat and wine on them, and he asked her if she was hungry and that she could eat something first. Princess Minju felt relieved as he mentioned Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei smirked and asked if she was scared, telling her not to be. As he lost consciousness, he told her that he was with her. Concerned, Princess Minju told him to wake up and wondered what was going on with him. After a while, as the grass swayed in the breeze, Cheng Dalei grabbed his sword. As he expressed his pain, tears fell down his cheeks. Princess Minju told him that he was an idiot. She expressed her confusion as to why he fought so hard for her when he was just a mountain bandit. She went on to say that he was not like other bandits and she thought he would just snatch her away. But at the end of the day, he decided to escort her to the ring camps. Princess Minju asked him why because she couldn't figure him out, to which Cheng Dalei addressed her name. Cheng Dalei asked her if she really wanted him to kidnap her like that, and he wondered if it was her choice that she get married away from home, to which she disagreed. He went on to say that based on how he saw her earlier, she seemed pretty serious, and when she said she would marry for the sake of the country and the people in exchange for 5 years of stability in the empire, he wondered if all those words were empty. Cheng Dalei chuckled and stated that the journey was long, but there were more than one way to get where they wanted to go, and he knew what her goal was and what she wanted to do. He assured Princess Minju that he would take her there and help her to achieve what she wanted to do, and he informed her that they would get back on the road. In a run-down town in the middle of the steppe, a carriage arrived. Cheng Dalei informed Princess Minju that there should have been a small market there. He noticed that there were some traders who bought animal hides, lambs, and mare's milk in exchange for goods, claiming that they could get some supplies there. He told her not to come out, to stay in the carriage, and to keep her face covered because it was a lawless zone, a stomping ground for horse bandits, criminals, and slave traders. After they finished their purchase, they left without staying a moment longer, to which Princess Minju said, "Okay." One of the traders noticed a foreign face. One of them asked if they could get money out of him, while the other warned him not to mess with him. They wondered what was in the carriage that drew the horse bandits, while others said that if they saw the bodies of the horse bandits outside, it had to have been Cheng Dalei who did it, while others doubted that the wanderer died by his hands. The man stated that he looked like a buzzkill, while the old man said nothing. The old man took a peek and realized the wanderer's umbrella was on Cheng Dalei's back, and it appeared that the wanderer died by his hand. Cheng Dalei and Princess Minju walked around the town. They arrived at a store where the owner asked them what they needed, and informed them that there were casinos and brothels nearby, as well as good wine and girls. Cheng Dalei told him that he needed staple food, water, and jerky. The owner began to sweat as he realized he was covered in blood and wondered if he had just killed someone, and he asked him to please wait a moment. From time to time, there were people always glaring like a tiger eyeing its prey. And finally, no one dared to take the lead and could only watch Cheng Dalei leave. The carriage continued forward until they arrived at a man sitting on a rock. The man asked Cheng Dalei where he got the umbrella. Cheng Dalei told him that there were umbrellas all over the street and wondered how he could recognize that the umbrella was related to him. The man stated that it was Zhu Shuang's umbrella, which made his reputation, and that he could only get it if he killed him, to which Cheng Dalei asked him if he was his friend, and since it was a relic of the deceased, he would return it to him. Mo Zhengren stated that he made the umbrella for him and that the final payment had not yet been made. He chuckled and stated that now that he had killed him, he could not pay the remaining balance. A system information popped up stating Mo Zhengren information, who had the title Gambler, and at the of 48 he was a famous first-class Mohist school mechanism with a great reputation. Cheng Dalei said he'd pay it for him and asked how much he owed him. Mo Zhengren replied that there was no need to do so because he killed him and it now belongs to him, not until he kills him. Cheng Dalei thought Mo Zhengren was so strong and said that if he wasn't mistaken, it was no fun fighting and killing. When he mentioned that he was the gambler ghost that everyone in the country was talking about, he wondered if he wanted to bet with him. He wondered if Gambler Ghost was willing to gamble and never retract on his debts, which prompted Mo Zhengren to ask if he actually knew his name, and he assumed that he had been hiding for years and the world had forgotten it. Cheng Dalei stepped down and said that was good. Mo Zhengren stated that killing him directly was not fun and suggested that they make a bet, to which Cheng Dalei asked him what he wanted to bet on. He stated that one game would determine the winner, and if he won, he would let him go and give him the umbrella, and if he lost, he would have taken his life and all his things. According to Mo Zhengren, this included the woman in the carriage. Cheng Dalei disagreed, saying that the stakes were not equal, and if he really wanted to make a bet, he should have let him choose what to bet, to which he said sure. Cheng Dalei stated that guessing big or small was too boring, and he found a fun new way to gamble that he had never played before, and he wasn't sure if he was interested. Curious, Mo Zhengren asked what the fun way to gamble was, and he could say it. Cheng Dalei asked him if he had heard of Monopoly and told him that there were 100 steps from here to the dead tree ahead, and that each person would roll the dice and take a step forward, and the first person to touch the tree would win. He sliced the ground and stated that they would start with the line he drew. Mo Zhengren, impressed, praised Cheng Dalei's swordsmanship, telling him he wasn't bad. Mo Zhengren stated that because he had chosen the gambling method, he would take the first move, to which Cheng Dalei responded with a chuckle, saying that gamblers didn't want to be taken advantage of. Mo Zhengren told him that the casino didn't talk to him, and on he rolled the dice. It landed on 6 dots. Mo Zhengren released the Yan 18 overturn and leaped towards the field. He laughed at Cheng Dalei, telling him that he was going to lose. Cheng Dalei examined the dice and concluded that it weighed about 100 pounds and was not made of ordinary iron. He threw the dice, and it landed on 2 dots, to which Mo Zhengren laughed, stating that he was being left behind. Then suddenly, Cheng Dalei leaped twice. Princess Minju peeked outside and mentioned Cheng Dalei's name. In the next round, Mo Zhengren rolled the dice and said that although he was good at swordsmanship, he was still going to lose. The dice rolled a couple of times, and until it landed on 6 dots again. Mo Zhengren ran while laughing. He was just inches from the tree as he told Cheng Dalei that the beautiful woman in the carriage would be his. Cheng Dalei inquired whether Mo Zhengren was truly willing to admit defeat and never seek revenge, to which Mo Zhengren replied that he would be willing to admit defeat but never seek revenge. Cheng Dalei stated that it was his turn to roll the dice, and he did so once more. The dice landed on 5 dots. Cheng Dalei took a step. In his second step, he released the colorless double-winged phoenix and jumped into the sky. He landed and proceeded to the 3rd step. He leaped repeatedly, reaching the 4th step. Princess Minju had declared that he was flying upwards. Mo Zhengren appeared puzzled. On Cheng Dalei's 5th step, he initially reached the dead tree. Mo Zhengren believed it was all over. He instructed Cheng Dalei not to become overconfident because it was now his turn to roll the dice, and he would lose. Cheng Dalei disagreed, asserting that he had already won. Mo Zhengren questioned when he had won since he hadn't even touched the tree. Cheng Dalei retorted, telling Mo Zhengren to look under his feet. Mo Zhengren's eyes widened as he realized that the tree roots were also part of the tree. Cheng Dalei informed him that the winner had been determined. He pointed his sword at him and said that if he admitted defeat, he would let him go. He continued, stating that if he refused to admit defeat, he would send him to Zhu Shuang, causing Mo Zhengren to pause. Mo Zhengren scoffed and contemplated Cheng Dalei's swordsmanship and lightning skills. He turned to Cheng Dalei and acknowledged that he was good, admitting defeat and stating that he could inquire if he had ever reneged on his word. He walked away, stating that he couldn't frame him to break the rules. Cheng Dalei let out a heavy sigh. He turned towards the carriage, gasping for breath. He opened the curtain and informed Princess Minju that they were going to depart. Gasping for breath, Cheng Dalei lost consciousness, causing Princess Minju to become concerned. Cheng Dalei informed her that he was feeling a little cold, but Princess Minju panicked and kept calling his name. On a cloudy, dark sky, a herd of horses marched by. The man stated that another group of his men died at the hands of Cheng Dalei, as he scoffed, claiming that it was a clean slaughter that took him less than half an hour. He wondered what was wrong with his sword and if he was hurt. He claimed that Cheng Dalei sharpened his sword with human heads, and that the grassland became his millstone. The man wondered why he was fleeing to Ring territory and assumed he was taking Princess Minju away to join the Ring tribe. He smiled and told his men to keep searching the area, and if they found him, to keep an eye on them and call for reinforcements. He warned them not to go off alone and die in vain, to which they said yes. The man gave the order to catch Cheng Dalei before he could enter the Ring's area. The horse bandits in the grasslands became like packs of hyenas. They confiscated the grasslands with an immoderate form of hunting, and when they were in a group, even lions had to avoid them. After a while, the sky began to darken. Cheng Dalei was sick, and he lost too much blood. He did not sleep for days, and worked intensively for days, and predictably became ill. Princess Minju tried to wake Cheng Dalei by repeatedly calling his name, and she cursed the carriage for being unable to block the water and rain. She went on to say that his forehead was on fire and his body was cold, whereas Cheng Dale's body was on fire and his eyelids were like heavy mountains. Princess Minju pondered what she should do and what the royal physician would do if he had been present when she was sick in the past. Whereas Cheng Dale mentioned Xin and mumbled about putting anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs in his sleep. Princess Minju sobbed as she wondered who he was calling and who Xin was. She also wondered if he couldn't think properly because of the fever. Concerned, she called Cheng Dale once more. Cheng Dale responded that he was fine after he got a good night's sleep. However, a clattering noise was heard outside the carriage. Princess Minju's face darkened because she realized it was the sounds of horse hooves. She stuttered, informing Cheng Dale that the horse bandits were coming. The horse bandits laughed as they yelled that they had found them, and someone ordered that someone be sent back to inform the village master. They were given the order to attack and surround them. Cheng Dale inquired of Xin whether she could still possess. Hart appeared, informing Cheng Dale that his body could no longer afford it, and when he was too forcibly possessed, he would just pass out at the end of the possession, to which Cheng Dale said that it didn't matter. Princess Minju addressed Cheng Dale and requested that he hand over his sword to her. She stated that if she had not forgotten what her swordsmanship teacher had taught her, she bit the handle of the sword. Princess Minju tied her hair into a ponytail. She stood up and left Cheng Dale behind her back. Cheng Dale addressed Princess Minju. Princess Minju stood tall as she opened the curtains. Cheng Dale wondered if it was still the Princess Minju he had known. System information about Princess Minju, originally named Laiwan and nicknamed Princess Minju at the age of 18, appeared. When one of the horse bandits informed his men that the village master wanted to capture them alive, he ordered them to capture Cheng Dale because it was okay for them to be crippled and have their hamstrings slit. Princess Minju slashed them, and a sharp light began to charge at them. She unleashed the cut of the returning swallows towards the horse bandits as she mentioned Cheng Dale's name. Princess Minju stated that although she didn't know what his so-called mascot was, she told him that she was really not a mascot. In the back, Cheng Dale yelled Princess Minju's name. He told her to watch out because one of the horse bandits was about to attack her. Princess Minju blocked the attack. She used her skill, the medium stitch. The sword skill was stored in her mind, but she did not use it. At that moment, it was activated. She cut off the returning swallows, and it wasn't her mind that remembered them, but her body. As she held the sword tightly, she released the vapor surge. She cut the horse bandits with the 3 tributes by the disciple. Princess Minju was in a trance. She remembered her early childhood when she was taught swordsmanship by her master. She laughed at her master's hairpin because it looked like an incense burner. However, at that moment, she regretted that she had not learned and remembered more. It turned out that all the things she learned could be useful at some point, even if she could only use them once. Between clashing swords, even Princess Minju herself didn't expect to last that long. However, the enemy was large in number, and with their splashing faces and the light from their swords, she became even more dazzled. Princess Minju's hand was supported by another hand from the handle. Cheng Dale possessed with heart supported Princess Minju. He told her that her sword wasn't fast enough, advised her to be fast and even faster. The carriage horse neighed. The horse bandits yelled to kill. Panicking, Princess Minju told Cheng Dale that they were coming. On the other hand, Cheng Dale told her not to panic. He told her to hold the hilt tight, and as they slashed, the sword turned into rain and burst forth from a point and pierced the thick rain. He told Princess Minju that they were going to break out. The carriage charged at the horse bandit at full speed. The village master on top of the hill stated that if he ran away, he would not lose face. He ordered his men to put on the iron wire to stop them. The horse bandits coordinated as they were about to trap them. Cheng Dale slashed through the wire. He cursed as he realized what the rope was. His face darkened because he claimed that it couldn't be cut. The wire got their horse trapped, and the whole carriage was entrapped. The horse bandits were told to pull. Cheng Dale hugged Princess Minju to brace for the impact. The carriage escaped from the trap, but it tilted. The village master smiled as he watched the carriage fall. The carriage's wheel rumbled as it spun incessantly. Cheng Dale caressed Princess Minju inside the carriage. Wounded, Princess Minju woke up. She noticed Cheng Dale and addressed his name. She repeatedly woke him up and called out his name. The lottery machine informed Hart that Cheng Dale was dying, to which Hart sighed and expressed her worries about him because he simply loved to stand up for others. She informed the lottery machine that she would give him access to a part of the system, and he would be responsible for maintaining it in her absence. The lottery machine inquired about what she was up to. The lottery machine asked her if she was going to exploit another bug and expressed his concern. He informed her that she would be banned by the system itself if she continued. Hart started the possession, and the system warned that the possession's cooldown had not yet ended. Another warning appeared, stating that multiple possessions in a short period of time could lead to the host's fragile soul being assimilated into the higher consciousness of the system sprite, while Heart instructed Cheng Dale to open his heart. The system stated that any hint of resistance from the host would cause irreparable damage to both parties, as the form of possession would be the descent of consciousness, but Heart insisted on lending his body to her. As the horse bandits surrounded them and yelled that they couldn't escape, a system message popped up stating that all possessions would consume all fear points. Another notification appeared announcing that the possession was complete, and this time it was the descent of consciousness, with no time limit. Cheng Dale coughed loudly, and Princess Minjiu informed him that they had no other options given that the horse bandits were approaching. Cheng Dale told her to be quiet. He informed her that there was a way to do it. He told her that, and so on and so forth, as he caressed her head. Confused, Princess Minjiu blushed. She told him that even after all of this, he was still thinking about taking advantage of her, to which Cheng Dale replied that it was difficult to explain, but he remembered the last time. Princess Minjiu inquired as to how such a method could be possible. She grabbed his clothes and called him an idiot. Blushing, Princess Minjiu threatened to kill him if it didn't work. Cheng Dale was taken aback. Then moments later, the two of them kissed. A system notification popped up, stating that an abandoned mission of capturing a wife had been resumed, and the conditions were met, as well as the completion of the first phase of capturing a wife, with the reward being 1 raffle entry. It went on and said that the system sprite Zin had requested a new mission reward, and it went on to say that the administrator Zin intervened in the mission reward, and the mission reward was replaced. Another message appeared informing Heart that the mission reward was adjusted from 1 raffle entry to a godfall buff, and the system also warned that the system sprite could only mobilize the power of the system if he met certain system conditions, which made Heart wonder which buff was better. She muttered something about this one fitting the bill. Heart held an orb and stated that they should repair the body first. Then a system notification popped up stating that the host had received a buff, and it was the princess's blessing, which completed the restoration of the body's condition and elimination of negative conditions, as well as a short-term increase in speed and strength. Cheng Dale informed Princess Minjiu that that was enough. Princess Minjiu closed her eyes and wondered. She opened them. Cheng Dale advised her to stay, to which Princess Minjiu asked him about his injury and what was going on. Cheng Dale kicked his sword and told her that it was hard for him to explain, and he could interpret it as her kiss being the medicine for healing. Princess Minjiu inquired about what he said about her being a medicine that could heal. Heart chimed in, stating that it was not a cure, but for her, she could say it was a medicine. Princess Minjiu yelled and told Cheng Dale to watch out. A group of horse bandits attacked. However, Cheng Dale intercepted them and charged through them. Cheng Dale mumbled that he should not have interfered in his affairs as the horse bandits were sent flying. He went on to say that who could help it now that they had become close partners whose lives and souls were intertwined. And if they wanted to kill Cheng Dale, the system sprite would have to come and save the day, which made the man wonder what he was talking about. Heart stated that after the rescue, she had to stay in a banned place, which annoyed her at the time, and that things had to be dealt with completely because it was easy for her to descend. She threatened them that she would clean them up. The horse bandits were ordered to kill Cheng Dale, while others wondered how a single person could be so conceited. Cheng Dale slid towards them. He charged, and Heart informed him that they had to go because a substitution was now online. She also stated that she would kill all those pesky horse bandits. She went on to say that it was a rainy night that night, right down to the last one of them. The hunters chased the wounded lion, and the lion's skin was torn open and blood splattered everywhere. When the hunters looked in the cage, they discovered that they were trapped. The lion took on the form of a butcher. Struggling, the man mumbled that his sword technique was not Cheng Dale's sword technique, realizing that it was the fastest sword ever. He claimed that his opponent was not Cheng Dale because he used sword techniques that were so fast they didn't appear to be human. Cheng Dale slashed through him while spurting out from the man's body. As he breathed his last, the man wondered who he was. The horse bandits realized that their village master was dead and told everyone to avenge him and kill Cheng Dale. 5,000 horse bandits under Gui Giantchu's command were killed in one rainy night by a single man and scattered to the winds. The largest group of horse bandits in the grasslands who were under Gui Giantchu had fallen. As Cheng Dale cut through a skeletal mask, all that remained were the rumors about the rainy night and the sword techniques. A voice groaned as 2 golden orbs were about to collide. Cheng Dale awoke to find himself in the system space and wondered how he got there again. He thought that he remembered the car rolling over before he passed out. Sweating, he wondered if that meant he simply died like that and that he expected victory and defeat to be commonplace for the young warrior to restart. He also wondered if he could still read files. The lottery machine appeared and asked how he felt and if his soul had no damage, to which he responded by asking where Heart was and where she had gone. The lottery machine informed him that Heart had taken control of his body the previous night and killed many horse bandits. He went on and said that she was banned by the system and now she sat in a small dark room writing an apology. Cheng Dalei inquired as to what happened last night. The lottery machine told him the details of how he had asked Princess Minju for a kiss were omitted, which Cheng Dalei deduced. The lottery machine told him that he had been too dependent on the power Heart had given him lately, which was not good. Cheng Dalei, on the other hand, laughed it off and responded that he couldn't help himself because it was too beautiful not to cheat, to which lottery machine replied that he knew it was cool to have the power to destroy everything, but he had to understand. He reminded Cheng Dalei that that power was never his own. He informed him that he recently puffed himself up, gained power, and became ruthless in the process. Lottery machine inquired as to whether he forgot that he still carried the hopes of others. He went on to mention his friends, his lover, and even the system, as well as the sprite who was Heart. He reminded him that it was a chaotic world and that it was not a game, that individual bravery did not solve all problems, and that even the system was sometimes helpless. He also stated that as long as he lived in the world of chaos, he had to put his life on the line and bet everything he had. Now that she was banned and in a small black room, he could not use the possession function for the time being. And if Heart abused her power in that way, the system would accelerate the birth of another sprite. As soon as the new sprite was born, Heart's system access would be partially shared. He reminded him that Heart liked him and that there were things she didn't want to say, but that after the near-death experience, perhaps he should learn a lesson, for which Cheng Dalei apologized. As he woke up, he saw a silhouette of a woman. Cheng Dalei slowly opened his eyes. Princess Minju was about to kiss him when she leaned in closer. Cheng Dalei asked her what she was doing. She stuttered and realized he was awake. Princess Minju blushed. She told him that she saw he was not awake yet and thought that she could wake him up. Cheng Dalei complained that his head hurt and asked how long he had been sleeping, to which she replied that it had only been 1 day and 1 night. Princess Minju asked if he was hungry or tired and if he wanted to sleep some more, to which Cheng Dalei replied that he was okay and that all he needed was water. But Princess Minju informed him that they had run out of water, but she still had some dried food. As the carriage began to rumble, Cheng Dalei told her that they were going to get going and move on. Cheng Dalei sat in front of the carriage. He realized that the lottery machine was right, and he also realized that the only way to be seen as strong was to have his own power. As Princess Minju stuck her head out from behind the curtain, he believed it was time to practice his martial arts and improve his strength when he was done with the matter. Princess Minju looked up and wondered if he was healthy and felt better after kissing him, and he was able to kill all those horse bandits in only 1 day and 1 night despite his injuries. She couldn't believe Cheng Dalei stood in front of her as a living example, and she wondered what that meant. She remembered how similar it was in the water back then. She wondered if kissing him had truly healed him, and their journey was still going on. Snatching the princess became a significant event in the martial arts world. The country's people who returned from the grasslands alive participated in spreading all kinds of gossip. A voice asked if they heard that the mountain bandit Cheng Dalei snatched the princess, to which the other replied that they were not well informed and that it had been more than 10 days since the snatching. A man arrived, announcing that something big had happened, that 5,000 horse bandits were massacred. The crowd was skeptical and told him that it was a fake, wondering who could have killed the ghost. The man told them that he heard that the sorrowful ghost coveted Cheng Dalei's sword manual, and that he was chasing him with 5,000 horse bandits, and as a result, he was killed by Cheng Dalei with 1 sword and through his armor. And another asked what the sword manual was and why he still coveted sword manuals because the sorrowful ghost's sword was so fast. Yet the man retorted that the escaped horse bandit told them that their village master had been reading the sword manual. The curious crowd wondered what kind of secret manual it was because they believed Cheng Dalei could use the 5 thunder technique and wondered if that was what the sword manual was about. While another chimed in, stating that he believed the sword manual was real, and that was why mountain bandits could rise so rapidly. Another customer told them what nonsense the sword manual they were talking about because he believed it was a forbidden technique. And another man also joined in their conversation. Slowly, a rumor spread in the country that Cheng Dalei was carrying a peerless martial arts secret manual, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Eavesdropping, Su Shenji mumbled that Cheng Dalei really was worthy of being their village master. Kinman stood up and informed Zhu Shenji that they were going back to the Hulu mountain, to which Zhu Shenji asked if he didn't want to learn more. Kinman stated that Cheng Dalei would live and die in the grassland, and when their Toad village brothers had almost gathered, he suggested that they go to the grasslands. Cheng Dalei and his men entered the territory of the Ring tribe, and the pursuers were afraid to search in the Ring tribe territory. And on the vast grassland, finding 2 people was like finding 2 grains of sesame seeds in a grass field. Princess Minju asked Cheng Dalei if they could go there. As Princess Minju and Cheng Dalei continued their journey, 2 people in the grasslands saw a sea of flowers everywhere in the mountains, saw the sea of flowers flooded with butterflies filling the sky. Princess Minju smiled as she had fun playing with the butterfly. They encountered more tough people than the sorrowful ghost of the horse bandits. Princess Minju also met the Ring tribe's kind and enthusiastic ordinary civilians, as the man told Princess Minju a story that he used to be a guard beside the Ring tribe's king until he was shot in the knee with an arrow. The two strangers shared a story about how the Ring tribe king was really something, and how he liked to play with women he snatched in his palace late at night. The man went on to say that if the Ring tribe king didn't try to rob his dear Alma, they wouldn't have had to flee inside the city. He also informed them that if they went to the royal city, he knew a secret passage in the palace where they could avoid the guards. He told them that they used to use that secret passage to date his dear Alma. The man stated that that was how he escaped, but Cheng Dale said nothing. Around the campfire, listening to the love story of Ring's couple, and saying goodbye to the Ring's couple, the two of them drove the carriage in the grassland slowly, without realizing it, and walked for more than 10 days. Cheng Dale was in shock. Mang Jilao was sitting on the grass field when Cheng Dale approached him and told him that they had met again. Mang Jilao ignored him and continued chanting. Cheng Dale approached him. He asked Mang Jilao what he was saying, to which the monk responded that too many people had died in the grasslands. He informed him that he was praying for them to be reincarnated soon. Cheng Dale asked if it was working, to which Mang Jilao responded that he wasn't quite sure. Cheng Dale asked what he was doing here, and Mang Jilao replied that Emperor Ming had ordered him to take Princess Minju and get rid of him. Cheng Dale, on the other hand, resisted, saying that he wouldn't give Princess Minju to him and that he wouldn't stand by and watch him kill her, so he suggested they both fight. Mang Jilao responded that monks do not kill. Then his palm shone, telling Cheng Dale that Emperor Ming's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Cheng Dale sweated and had his eyes wide open. Mang Jilao unleashed his infinitely compassionate and merciful palm technique. His palm was so fierce that Cheng Dale even felt that he would be directly killed in one strike. But in the end, he found out that as soon as King Yibuda palm power was withdrawn, Cheng Dale only felt a butt mound in the end, as his sword was spiraling above Mang Jilao. It was now almost on his arm. Cheng Dale's sword cut Mang Jilao's fingers. Suddenly, two of Mang Jilao's fingers vanished, and his rosary beads snapped. Cheng Dale asked him why he was doing this. Mang Jilao responded that if he took a slap from him, he could exact revenge for teasing him in the heavenly prison, and he could also return to Emperor Ming with his two fingers broken. He went on to say that now that he was a demon, the entire world would try to kill him. But in a world where everyone was fighting to eat each other, no one was chanting the sutras or praying to Buddha. Mang Jilao believed that perhaps what was lacking was a demon benefactor. Cheng Dale shared a tale with Wanner as they stood by the shores of the sacred lake known as Daughter Lake, to the Ring tribe. He described that across the lake was the royal city of the Ring tribe, where they could see the tribe's king, Hu Yanba, and he informed Wanner that they were likely to be there tomorrow, adding that she still had a day to decide whether she wanted to join or not. While Wanner's eyes showed a sense of contemplative silence, Wanner, driven by curiosity, questioned Cheng Dale about his knowledge of the grassland legends about the Daughter Lake. Intrigued, Cheng Dale inquired about the legend. Pointing towards the lake, Wanner embarked on the tale of the Ring tribe's ancestors. She spoke of a young shepherdess who gave birth to a boy while herding sheep. Unmarried at the time, the shepherdess was kicked by her parents, forcing her to wander the grassland with her baby. Tears streamed down her face as she walked, and her tears became more abundant and finally became the daughter of Lake. Wanner continued the narrative, describing how the child was born and later became the leader of the Rings. He unified the people of the grassland, leading them to withstand the storms, managing their herds of cattle and sheep, and mentioning that became the first heroes of the grassland. Cheng Dale expressed his amazement, describing it as quite an epic sensation. His incredulous comment about the significance of unmarried pregnancy could be a big deal. Wanner was momentarily speechless. Wanner noted that being born into an imperial family would not help herself, and hoped that once she got married, the Empire would use the time to recuperate. With a heartfelt plea, she expressed her desire for the two nations to stop fighting in the future, in hopes that Cheng Dale remembered her sacrifice. Wanner relates her story to the shepherdess, acknowledging that the shepherdess was born with disgrace. However, she is written into the legends after her death. Cheng Dale, casting a gentle glance at Wanner, urged her not to think so much. He assured her that by tomorrow, everything would come to an end. Resting her head on Cheng Dale's shoulder, Wanner agreed with him that the next day everything would be over. Cheng Dale carried Wanner with utmost gentleness to the awaiting carriage. He put her carefully inside and observed her peaceful slumber. As the evening unfolded, the night sky was full of stars and the first snowfall. Wanner woke from her slumber with a soft sound. She began searching for Cheng Dale and peered out from the carriage while calling his name. Unable to find him, she decided to step out of the carriage. As the sky was full of stars, the starlight like dot reflected on the lake, and the cold dew rose on the weeds. And there's Wanner walked into the open field while searching for Cheng Dale. Wanner worry was evident on her face as she feared his absence in the sky that was covered with darkness and cold swept away. Meanwhile, in the Ring Tribe royal city, that day marked the Vulcan festival of the Ring Tribe, and a grand celebration unfolded in the city. Everyone gathered together to celebrate the festivities, offering prayers for abundant water, grass, and cattle and sheep in the coming year. Amidst the joyous celebration, the king of the Ring Tribe, Hu Yanba, a male figure with only an interest in women, he turned to Yanli and told him that they could just go have fun. He added that he wanted to rest early that night. Yanli bowed in acknowledgement of his father's words. Following that moment, Hu Yanba made his way to his room, where the guards respectfully greeted him. Hu Yanba instructed the guards to leave, as there was no important business that night, and told them that he didn't want to be disturbed. The guards affirmed his order. Hu Yanba is fond of women. He must have a young girl in bed with him every night, and he likes to snatch other people's wives and daughters. He does not like others interfering in his hobby. Hu Yanba slowly approached his bed, calling the woman beauty in a perverted manner. With a grin on his face that showed his golden tooth, he pervertedly said that he came. A sly smile on Cheng Dale's face as he turned to Hu Yanba and greeted him, to which Hu Yanba's face contorted in flabbergasted. Without hesitation, Cheng Dale stabbed Hu Yanba in his chest, who was visibly shocked. Cheng Dale seriously observed Hu Yanba's fallen demeanor. He pondered the festival atmosphere among the ring's people and the slacking of the guards, emphasizing that day was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Recalling his uncle's words about a secret passage leading to the palace, he questioned whether Hu Yanba still feared being caught playing with women. While undressing, he contemplated how the escape route left by the king had unwittingly turned into a path to his death. Expressing gratitude to the woman he had tied up, Cheng Dale bid her goodbye and thanked her for the clothing. He noted to himself that it wasn't easy to dress up as a woman. While the woman looked at him in terror, exiting the king's chamber, Cheng Dale continued to reflect on how things progressed better than he thought, finding the purpose that dressing up as a woman was not in vain. He pondered his next step, retreating through the secret passage, swiftly leaping outside of the Ring Tribe territory without drawing attention. Wanner sat down in the open field under the bright crescent moon. Actually, Wanner didn't want to go to the royal city of the rings at all. But as a princess, she had to do it. She had to sacrifice herself for the peace of the two countries. Since the day she left Chang'an, the playful, headstrong, and naive Wanner died. As a child, Wanner was mischievous, until Cheng Dale appeared in front of her and showed her another way. Wanner, who was dead inside, came back to life. She woke up a little angry, screamed, and said to herself that she didn't want to do it. She cried pitifully, cursing as she wiped her tears. Wanner insulted Cheng Dale as an idiot and couldn't believe that he left her without saying goodbye. Covering her face while crying, she questioned why he pretended to be a great nationalist and wondered why he couldn't change anything. He had given her hope. She persisted in hurling insults at Cheng Dale, questioning why he kidnapped her only to leave her in that place. Urging Cheng Dale to be brave, she implored him to take her along, vehemently expressing her unwillingness to marry into the rings. But such capricious words could only be said by Wanner, which still lingered deep in her heart. Now Cheng Dale left without saying goodbye, so Wanner had to be sacrificed again. And only Wanner, resigned to her fate for the common good at dawn, it was time for her to leave. As she stood up, she noticed in the distance a galloping horse was coming. In a hurry, Cheng Dale, who rode the horse, urged Wanner to hurry, fearing they would be too late if they didn't leave. Upon reaching Wanner, Cheng Dale leaped off his horse and instructed her once again to mount it, emphasizing that they no longer needed the carriage. Suddenly, he lifted Wanner, instructing her again to get on the horse. Wanner, puzzled, and questioned Cheng Dale about what he was up to. She asked him what he was doing last night. Cheng Dale gazed at her and informed her that Hu Yanba was dead and the Ring Tribe would fall into chaos. Suddenly, the system emerged from the band room, excitedly announcing that she had finally gotten out. While Cheng Dale hastily fled from the pursuing group of the Ring Tribe, he asked Wanner if she wanted 5 years of peace in the Empire. Casually, he mentioned that he was granting her 5 years of peace. At the same time, the system congratulated Cheng Dale for a great job, and a beep sound from the system that he completed the mission and obtained a reward. The reach of influence is extended from a single person to the entire battlefield. When morning arrived in a different location, Lu Jiu inquired whether Cheng Dale did not enter the territory of the rings. Sternly, Tong Fei confirmed that the ring wanted to kill Cheng Dale, and they did. She suspected that if Cheng Dale went deeper into the grasslands, there was only one option for him: to die. Lu Jiu reacted, wondering why they hadn't encountered Cheng Dale yet. Tong Fei explained that the main roads back to the border were heavily guarded and that they needed to search as soon as they could catch him. Suddenly, in the distance, Tong Fei's men called for their attention to deliver a report. He informed them that Cheng Dale was right in front of them, coming with Wanner. Lu Jiu was surprised and asked whether Cheng Dale gave up on his own. However, Tong Fei questioned the panic of his men, who frantically explained that behind Cheng Dale were the ringers, who were also attacking. Panic. The soldier informed them that Cheng Dale led the attacking ringers' cavalry toward them. Some expressed their surprise, questioning that Cheng Dale defected to the rings. On the opposite side, the ringers charged towards them with determination. Lu Ju was fired up when he commanded the Carp Dragon Guards, proclaiming that they were the strongest army in the empire. He declared that the time had come to show the honor of the Carp Dragon Guards. They moved forward to attack as well. Amidst the approaching clash, Wanner clung tightly to Cheng Dale, expressing fear as she commented that they were squeezed from both the front and the back. As they tried to escape, Cheng Dale urged his AE-86 to sprint up to the mountain. Wanner's face was filled with fear as she told Cheng Dale that they were surrounded, urgently asking him where they should run to. Cheng Dale replied that the flank was the least crowded, advising that they should attempt to break the siege from there. Doubtful, Wanner asked if they could break through. In response, Cheng Dale told her not to be afraid, assuring her that the ringers couldn't keep up with the speed of his AE-86. He commanded his AE-86 to charge and run. Misunderstanding. Shu Hua told Yanli that the people in front were trying to cover Cheng Dale's retreat. Yanli responded with irritation, stating that Cheng Dale killed their king and now wanted to walk away. At the same time, Lu Ju informed Tong Fei that Cheng Dale was leading the rings to attack. Annoyed, Tong Fei ordered Lu Ju to prepare for the impending encounter with the enemy. The 3,000 troops of the rings and the 3,000 Carp Dragon Guards clashed like two torrents. As they clashed, the dust from their horses added to the intensity of the battle. Tong Fei remarked that the situation was unfavorable, as Cheng Dale was escaping. She instructed Lu Ju to take some men with him to pursue Cheng Dale and ensure that he didn't get away. Lu Ju acknowledged her order. Also, Yanli informed Shu Hua that they would hold back the enemy, and he ordered Shu Hua to take some men to kill Cheng Dale. Shu Hua confirmed his order. Shu Hua attempted to provoke Cheng Dale, asking why he didn't come and face him. Meanwhile, Lu Ju ordered his men to attack to catch Cheng Dale, as he wanted to break his legs. All of Shu Hua and Lu Ju's men were chasing Cheng Dale. When he glanced back, Cheng Dale told them to go about their own business, as there was no need for them to send a group to deal with him. Cheng Dale called the system and requested a little song. The system responded with irritation, informing Cheng Dale that she was not a street singer who would start singing at his command. Cheng Dale tried once more to request, asking the system to provide him with a battle song background music. Annoyed, the system responded that it was much better. Then it activated the war song, deducting 100,000 fear points, leaving Cheng Dale with only 201,151 fear points but increasing his racing speed by plus 50%. He realized that he ran out of fear points as he cursed. Suddenly, he noticed people in front of him, thinking that the people had appeared unexpectedly. The people in front of him wore smirks. One of them commented that Cheng Dale willingly came to them. Another one remarked that if they killed Cheng Dale, they would obtain Wanner and the book with the sword techniques. The third individual also chimed in, saying he heard about a great treasure hidden in the sword book. He told them that if they found it, they would become rich. Cheng Dale asked himself where those people came from. He told Wanner to hold on to him tightly as he would rush through in one breath. He swiftly attacked the people using his explosive fireworks techniques and sternly told them to get lost. Cheng Dale found himself surrounded by those people who signaled to each other to stop him. One of them demanded that he hand over Wanner and the sword book, promising to spare his life in return. Another one concurred with his comrade. Confused, Cheng Dale wondered about the sword book they mentioned and questioned why he did not know such a book. Then, he complained to the system about the BGM being useless for fighting. He asked if she had a new song and requested to change the disc, to which the system confirmed. The system held the bullhorn, announcing that the war had begun and it was time to assemble, calling the group. And she blew it loudly. While Cheng Dale engaged in the battle, he couldn't help but wonder about the bullhorn and the type of BGM that was playing. He pondered that he didn't feel like it was strengthening him. As a group of galloping horses approached and searched for him, Cheng Dale swiftly glanced back to see those who were looking for him. Those people were Cheng Dale's group. They called out his name, informing him that all the men of Toad Village had assembled. Kin Man brought their flags and declared that they were there to help him. With determination, Liu Bei raised his sword as he commanded their men to charge. A year after the Battle of King New Mountain, the crowd grew stronger, and the Gao brothers told Cheng Dale that they all came. At a glance, dozens of top characters, the weakest in the army of 1,000 people, was also an excellent expert. Cheng Dale raised his sword, greeted his men with joy, and mentioned that it had been a long time since they last met. He ordered his men to follow him in breaking the enemy formation, showing his face beaming with delight. His men attacked, following his command to break the enemy formation and ensure Cheng Dale's escape. As they clashed in battle, the men who had once lived in exile were now reunited, their faces reflecting joy as they met again. The Toad Village brothers marched all the way. They were so strong that the country's people got easily scattered by them. Jiang Fei skillfully slashed the enemy using the pierce the pig technique, while they continued to break the enemy's formation. The county's people saw that the situation was not right and quietly began to retreat. Yanli angrily ordered his men to kill Cheng Dale, making it clear that they must not let him leave. Meanwhile, Luo Ju also gave his command to kill Cheng Dale and emphasized that he should not be allowed to escape. During the war, Sai Long questioned the rarely joined forces between the Ring tribe and the Merlion guards. Guan Yu remarked that Cheng Dale was already safe, and their task was to take care of the pursuers. He glanced at Sai Long and informed him that he would handle the Ring tribe on the left while Sai Long should take care of the Merlion guards on the right. Sai Long questioned Guan Yu about the strength of the enemy. Guan Yu proudly replied that he saw that the enemy was just selling their heads. As they battled, Guan Yu effortlessly sliced through the enemies with ease. Sai Long, on the other hand, used his technique and managed to knock down several opponents. Boastful, Gao Fei mentioned that killing rings still felt good to him. He looked back as Cheng Dale called them, casually raising his sword and noting that the wind was blowing, signaling that they should go. His men acknowledged it and declared that they go. The Toad Village army formed a group. They used outwards and killed anyone on their way. The Merlion Guard and Ring cavalry restrained each other. They were not able to catch up. All the people marched rapidly, and only a few people managed to reach the border. After escaping from the war, they regrouped, and one of his men asked where they should go next. Gao Fei suggested to Cheng Dale that they could return to King New Mountain and gather their men together. Cheng Dale replied that they needed to return to King New Mountain, but he did not intend to live there. He mentioned that Toad Village had just gone through a war, with only 10 runes left and limited potential for the future. But he planned to take a few men with him and stated that there was something they had to do. He told them that after their business was done, they would all be going to the northwest, Qinchuan. All of them agreed that they would follow Cheng Dale wherever he went, no matter what. Cheng Dale gripped his sword and told his group that they should return to the village and pack up their belongings, as they would be bringing their families, men, and food. Lifting his sword, he instructed everyone to wait for him at Hulu Mountain, as they were already sent 100 people there to join them on their journey to King New Mountain. Then, he raised his sword and declared that once he finished his business in King New Mountain, everyone in Toad Village would move to Qingchuan, and they would work together to rebuild their mountain village. As the night fell, Cheng Dale walked towards a tent. Wanner's tent. He asked if she was asleep, to which Wanner responded that she was not yet asleep. She remarked that it was late and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Cheng Dale informed her that they would be passing by the capital the next day and asked if she wanted him to send her back to Chang'an. Wanner was left speechless. Gazing into the distance, she asked herself why she would go back and questioned if she could continue being a carefree princess with peace of mind. Wanner expressed doubts about Emperor Ming's treatment, fearing it might not be the same as before. Cheng Dale asked her about her plans, but Wanner only called his name. She told him that she wanted to go outside and see the world, much like Xing Zai, and mentioned that she used to think that as long as the Ring stopped invading the empire, the people could live a good life, as she thought that the Ring tribe was evil, barbaric, and rude, but she had also met a friendly Ring tribe couple. On the contrary, the horse bandits of the empire and even Emperor Ming's Merlion guards were more ferocious and chilling to her heart. She questioned why the loyal Merlion guards had betrayed her and why the reputation of Lai's royal family was so bad, and asked why people around the world are looking forward to the turmoil, war, and longing for the destruction of the country. She expressed her confusion about why Xing Zai had chosen to wander outside, but now she was beginning to understand it, and suggested that perhaps outside, she could see the real situation of the world's people, rather than being in a high position and blinded by false prosperity. Cheng Dale asked if she had thought about the fact that the outside world might not be as comfortable as the capital, to which Wanner acknowledged it. He reassured Wanner to rest well that night as they would leave the next day. As someone hummed themselves to sleep, a sudden beeping sound notified, which stated that the third phase of the mission, Snatch the Mistress of the Fort, had been triggered. Cheng Dale wondered why he yet to choose that escort mission and instead took the mission to snatch the mistress of the fort. The notification mentioned that the second phase of the mission involved capturing Wanner, referred to as the Jewel of the Empire. Cheng Dale was dumbfounded by the mission he took and asked where the second phase of the mission came from. Wearing a playful expression, the system casually told him that she just did a little work on it, and she asked if he was happy with the surprise. But Cheng Dale just gave the system a bored look without saying anything. After entering the border, Cheng Dale left most of his men at Hulu Mountain and took hundreds of people to King New Mountain. During this time, something else happened within the empire. Wanner was taken away, and the peace talks between the two groups were torn up. The imperial court placed a large army at the border to guard against the invasion of the Ring tribe at any time. But apart from the harassment of some small tribes, the Ring did not invade on a large scale. One of the imperial guards reported, according to the imperial spy report, Hu Yanba died, the Ring tribe princes fought for the throne, and didn't have time to invade the empire for the time being. The news that Cheng Dalei snatched Wanner reached the capital. The Merlian guards who were responsible for escorting the princes trembled, but did not expect that Emperor Ming only sighed 3 times and did not punish anyone. The imperial authority of the empire was long gone, the vassals moved, and various civil forces rose, peeping at the position of the world's supreme. In the blink of an eye, January had already passed. Cheng Dalei traveled a long distance, and King New Mountain was almost in sight. As they traveled to King New Mountain, one of Cheng Dalei's men said to him that another 20 miles, and they would be able to reach King New Mountain. Cheng Dalei remarked that after the war, there were no more people there, as the trees grew really fast, and he could not recognize the place. He asked Gao Fei if he remembered the way to the ruins of the old village, to which Gao Fei responded that it seemed like they needed to find a high place to figure out their way there. Cheng Dalei confirmed and told them to stay in their place as he would go to a high place to have a look. Gao Fei affirmed his decision. He went to find a high point to survey the area. As he reached the high point, Cheng Dalei pondered about his return to King New Mountain and how he had come for the treasure map. Back then, the mountain village had been flooded, making it impossible to dig for the treasure. He pondered as he looked at his map, thinking that he was poor and needed the treasure as startup capital to rise again. Hoping that no one had gotten there first, he suddenly realized that something was not right, wondering why there was not a single bird chirping. He thought that there was only one explanation for the situation. Amid his thinking, a rope suddenly appeared and was swiftly tied around him. He suddenly filled with fear as he saw what was happening before his eyes. A man who was hiding in the trees held the rope, descended, and pulled it over. Due to the shock, Cheng Dalei let out a curse, and his horse was comically surprised as well. Cheng Dalei found himself hanging in the tree, realizing it was an ambush, and the birds had already been scared away. It turned out that the 2 people were Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Xing Zai told Cheng Dalei that he opened the mountain and planted the tree. He informed Cheng Dalei that if he wanted to pass through, he needed to pay a toll. Cheng Dalei expressed disbelief, feeling like Xing Zai got karma. Cheng Dalei smiled awkwardly, asked Xing Zai if there was one more sentence he missed. Xing Zai questioned what was missing, and Cheng Dalei said that he would tell him in a second. Suddenly, he broke free from the rope and said that he didn't care about killing but hated burying. After freeing himself, he landed swiftly on the ground, surprising Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Surprise, Fu Delay commented on Cheng Dalei's strength, while Xing Zai expressed his disbelief that Cheng Dalei had managed to free himself. Angry, Cheng Dalei clenched his fist as he insulted them, daring them not to move, asking if they could not recognize their ancestors in the industry. However, the 2 of them turned their backs on Cheng Dalei and started whispering to each other. In their conversation, Fu Delay asked what they should do, remarking Cheng Dalei seemed to be a tough guy. Xing Zai responded that there was no need to be afraid, as Cheng Dalei was alone and just a little stronger, emphasizing that they had a sword. Fu Delay suggested that they should go together so they could grab some food, mentioning that they hadn't eaten for days, which Xing Zai acknowledged. Xing Zai, still trying to act tough, insulted Cheng Dalei by calling him a kid and told him to consider it his bad luck. He rudely demanded Cheng Dalei to hand over his dry food, warning him that he shouldn't be blamed if he had poor eyesight with his sword. With malicious intent, Xing Zai continued to threaten Cheng Dalei by claiming that his sword was coated with poison, while Cheng Dalei simply stood unbothered. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Cheng Dalei's attention. Then, all of his men arrived and asked Cheng Dalei what was wrong. Frightened, Xing Zai and Fu Delay were taken aback when Cheng Dalei's men suddenly appeared. Both were quickly subdued by Cheng Dalei's men. Xing Zai pleaded with them to stop hitting his face as he cried in pain. Gao Fei told them to be honest. Wanner appeared, called Cheng Dalei, and asked what was going on. Xing Zai realized that he was Cheng Dalei, seeking confirmation if he was him. He asked Cheng Dalei if he recognized him, telling him his name was Xing Zai. Upon hearing it, Wanner sought to confirm if he was Xing Zai, expressing surprise. Cheng Dalei, pretending not to recognize him earlier, asked if he was Xing Zai. He questioned how the elegant young master from the past had become so low. Xing Zai awkwardly laughed and responded that it was a long story. He also expressed his surprise at how much Cheng Dalei had changed. Cheng Dalei ordered Qin Man to untie them as they were their people. Qin Man untied both Xing Zai and Fu Delay. Curious, Wanner asked Xing Zai how he became like that, to which Xing Zai put his arms on Wanner's shoulders and said that it was his business and wasn't important. However, Xing Zai wondered why Wanner had become involved with Cheng Dalei even though she had returned to the capital. He asked Wanner if she was kidnapped by Cheng Dalei. Wanner expressed shyness in front of Xing Zai and told him that there was no kidnapping involved and confessed that she was the one who wanted to follow Cheng Dalei. Xing Zai stumbled in his words as he was taken aback by that moment. He did not know how many things he imagined in his head. With exasperation, Xing Zai asked Cheng Dalei what he did to Wanner. Cheng Dalei playfully responded to Xing Zai that many things happened that he couldn't tell him. Xing Zai asked again what Cheng Dalei meant by a lot of things and insisted that he be clear. but Cheng Dalei laughed in response. Wanner chimed in and told Xing Zai not to ask what he shouldn't ask, especially since he hadn't eaten enough. Xing Zai replied that he was very hungry and asked if they had anything to eat. He also requested some clothes, urging them to hurry up as they were hungry for days. A minute later, both Xing Zai and Fu Delay ate bread and crunched it with satisfaction. Wanner told Xing Zai to eat slowly or he might choke. While Fu Delay ate, Cheng Dalei complimented him about how he played the lasso well. He asked Fu Delay if he was from the Ring tribe. Qin Man reacted and returned the question, but Xing Zai told them to take it easy. He introduced Fu Delay as a friend and not a bad guy. Cheng Dalei commented that there are good and bad people among the Ring tribe, and since Fu Delay was a friend of Xing Zai, he welcomed Fu Delay as one of them. But he contemplated that Fu Delay knew about him and was afraid of him. Meanwhile, Wanner asked Xing Zai why he returned to King New Mountain again. In response, Xing Zai explained that he had nowhere else he could go, so he fled. He added that he was captured in the northwest and fled to Bingju after the war. From there, he escaped to Lianju and was caught digging in the black mines. They managed to escape to Qingju but were almost caught there. Confidently, Xing Zai explained that he thought about it and believed there were a few acquaintances in Yuzhou. He returned to try his luck but got lost in King New Mountain and almost starved to death. Cheng Dalei wondered why he didn't return to Chang'an, as everyone was looking for him there. Xing Zai responded that he also intended to explore outside and learn more about it. He emphasized that he wouldn't have a chance to go back to the capital. He asked Cheng Dalei what was going on with them and if they were still planning to rise again in King New Mountain. Cheng Dalei calmly replied that he came back this time just to retrieve something. King New Mountain was no longer suitable for development. Curious, Xing Zai asked why Wanner was with him, mentioning that he didn't feel comfortable with it. He reminded them that he and Fu Delay had no place to stay and asked if they could follow him. In response, Cheng Dalei playfully asked if Xing Zai wanted to follow him as a bandit, to which Xing Zai clarified that he wanted to be their guide, not a bandit. After their conversation at King New Mountain Toad Village's former site, the group walked on top of the wall, and Cheng Dalei mentioned that it was a year and a half since they left, and so much had changed there that things were different. Fu Delay looked at Cheng Dalei's map silently. He pondered that he saw the treasure map of his brother Kai Mei, although it was the same marked in King New Mountain. However, the location was different from Cheng Dalei's map, and he suspected that there were two copies of the treasure map. While Fu Delay was in his thoughts, Cheng Dalei pointed to an area and called everyone's attention to dig it up. Gao Fei was surprised and commented that when the mountain village was built, he had not found such a cave more than 10 meters underground. Cheng Dalei interjected and ordered them to open it up, asking a few strong men to pull the door open. After they opened it, Cheng Dalei ordered them to tie a mouse with a rope and throw it inside to see if there was any miasma. After a minute, the rat came out unharmed. Cheng Dalei asked them to prepare a torch again and told Qin Man to go with him to explore the way first. He instructed the others to stay up there, to which Qin Man and Gao Fei confirmed. As they descended with torches, after walking a few dozen steps again, suddenly saw the light, and the place they saw was filled with gold. The gold glittered in front of them, and they were taken by surprise. Cheng Dalei couldn't help but curse as he realized that the treasure looted by the Ring tribe 30 years ago was a big fortune. People worked together to count the treasure, loading it in batches and eventually filling more than 10 carts. One cautioned to be careful as the box is fragile. Another mentioned dozens of boxes of gold and silver, pearls, and agates, while another one reported having counted more than 100 pieces of jade. They covered the treasure with thick straw and grain, disguising it as grain and straw merchants. It took several busy days to empty it. Before Cheng Dalei left, he took his men once more to pay their last respects to their men buried in King New Mountain. He gave them a last message that it would be the last time they would see each other, and they showed appreciation. After their visit, the carriage began to move, and Cheng Dalei instructed his men to go. As they traveled, Xing Zai inquired about where he was going to take his men next. In response, Cheng Dalei revealed that they were heading northwest towards the Rukin River. He mentioned that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River Pass and suggested to Xing Zai that it would be ideal for him as they could legally obtain the territory for himself. Xing Zai was taken aback and advised Cheng Dalei not to go there. Cheng Dalei was surprised by Xing Zai's reaction, asking him why he didn't want him to go either and questioning him about what was in that area. Xing Zai explained that he and Fu Delai were the ones who just escaped from there. He pointed to their pitiful appearance from their past and asked if Cheng Dalei didn't understand him. He advised Cheng Dalei that it was not a place to hang out, as it was too chaotic. Stubborn, Cheng Dalei responded that Xing Zai's appearance seemed to be experiences filled with fear. He urged Xing Zai to tell them more about what was happening in there. Xing Zai explained that Northwest Qin River stretched 800 miles and was the main line of defense in the northwest. Outside Beijing was the grassland of the Rings, so this road was the main road for the Rings trade. Domestic silk, tea and iron supplied to the Ring tribe were worth 10,000 gold, and the furs, jade and horses of the Ring tribe were also rare commodities in the country. However, since the empire did not allow trade with the Rings, this trade route was banned. Cheng Dale asked what was the danger in the Qin River Pass and if it was a treacherous environment there, but Xing Zai denied. He explained that the person who is now occupying the Qin River Pass is called Mo Mingmi, who was originally a mountain bandit but was later recruited and appointed as the deputy general. And because Qin River was in the highlands and the emperor was far away, he had at least 10,000 private soldiers, which put the whole Qin River Pass under his control. Interjecting, Qin Man speculated if it could be a mountain bandit, which made Gao Fei react, telling others that they should make it clear to them who was in charge. With a wide smile, Zhang Fei remarks that even if there were tens of thousands of them, there weren't too many, while Gao Hu comments that they would teach them how to behave and what to do, displaying aggression on his face. Incredulous, Xing Zai pondered about Cheng Dale's men and wondered how he raised such a group. He emphasizes the fact that they were only 1,000 men, while there were tens of thousands of men on the other side. He questions Cheng Dale if he intended to teach them how to behave. Cheng Dale explains that it is because Mo Mingmi controls the business channel to do business and questions why Mo Mingmi didn't want others to interfere. Xing Zai responds that there's more to it than that. He spells out that the main reason for the conflict is the discovery of iron ore in the area. Mo Mingmi was plundering people to mine it for himself and selling it to the rings at a great profit, and emphasizes that it was against imperial law, so he didn't want outsiders to get their hands on the place. He also shares the horrifying conditions in the mines, where civilians were mistreated, and many went in alive but came out as nothing but bones. The fear in Xing Zai's eyes was evident as he recalled the time when he and Fu Delay had been trapped in the mines and struggled to get out. Wanner questions how they dared to privately mine iron ore and sell it to the rings. She suggests that they should return to the capital and mobilize their troops to attack them. However, Xing Zai explains that things were not so simple, as interests were intertwined, and says that he didn't have the troops to mobilize. His face became serious as he added that Mo Mingmi's capacities couldn't play on such a big scale, and also suspected that someone was behind it, but he didn't know who. Cheng Dale realizes that Qi Xiang had once sent someone to kill him, even if it was just to avenge Longting. He suspects that Qi Xiang aimed to prevent him from reaching the Qin River, and he considers Qi Xiang to be the one behind Mo Mingmi. Additionally, he believes that Emperor Ming had appointed him as the guardian of the Qin River passes, as the monk indirectly hinted that he should head to the Qin River, and Cheng Dale fears they wanted him to confront Qi Xiang. He understands that the Carp Dragon Guards and the Imperial Army would not give him any trouble, allowing him to advance without fear, contemplating a strategy to drive away and acknowledging Emperor Ming is good at what he does. Shortly after, Cheng Dale and the others made their way back, occasionally encountering bandit vermin blocking the road. Some people even recognized Cheng Dale. They all set out ceaselessly, buying food and other daily necessities in large quantities in all large and small towns along the way. Rumors in the business world became more and more exaggerated and became different versions. One person speculated that Cheng Dale might have taken the treasure from the Book of Sword Techniques. Another claimed to have heard that Cheng Dale employed certain techniques to make Wanner comfortable, explaining why she shared her hidden treasure. Similar gossip and speculations circulated within the group. From Hulu Mountain, Cheng Dale was able to travel through a place called Liangzhu. After another month of running around, the crowd came to the northwest outside of the Qin River Pass. Gao Fei informed Cheng Dale that Qin River Pass was just 20 miles ahead. Cheng Dale responded, advising that they should not go to the Qin River Pass due to the insufficient number of troops. He emphasized that they could not let Mo Mingmi know that they were there, instructing them to set up camp. Cheng Dale planned to scout the mountains for a suitable location to build a future village. Curious about the requirements for the new village, Qin Man questioned Cheng Dale, who confirmed the need for water, flat farmland, defensible terrain, and difficulty for attackers. Xing Zai interjected, expressing knowledge that he knew a place that should fit in the category. Surprised, Cheng Dale inquired about the place. Confidently, Xing Zai mentioned that the location is easy to find, but the only problem is that it is already occupied. Curious, Cheng Dale asked who occupied the place. Xing Zai clarified that it wasn't people but snakes, emphasizing their poisonous nature. Despite this, all other conditions were met. Then Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man to join him to see the place due to his proficiency as a hunter, to which Qin Man confirmed. Following this, Cheng Dale instructed the rest of the group to temporarily dive into the mountains and forests to hide, which everyone confirmed. After an hour, they were able to get into Qin River Snake Island. Xing Zai proceeded to explain that Snake Island was a tributary of the Qin River, formed by the flow of the large river that created a pool, with the island in the middle called Snake Island. He added that the island was originally part of Mo Mingmi's water village but has been abandoned for reasons unknown and is no longer. Then Xing Zai mentioned that when Mo Mingmi left, he released numerous poisonous snakes on the island. Over the past 10 years, these snakes have multiplied and now occupy the island. Cheng Dale asked him how they were going to get up there. Xing Zai pointed to the path and told them that about 5 miles offshore there was a spot from which they could take a boat. He also asked if Cheng Dale's men finished building the boat, as they went there by boat. Within a day, the men of the village built a boat. Xing Zai began paddling towards Snake Island. A minute later, he announced their arrival, signaling that they could now go ashore and look. As they approached, hissing snakes greeted them. Xingzai cautioned them to be careful, emphasizing the presence of snakes on the shore and the potentially life-threatening consequences of getting bitten. Cheng Dale, quick to action, tightly gripped his swords and inquired whether the snakes were fearful of people. Without hesitation, he swiftly slaughtered them, causing some to flee away. Impressed, Xingzai commented on Cheng Dale's improved swordsmanship over the 2 years they hadn't seen each other. He boasted about his sword, claiming it to be one of the best in the empire. Cheng Dale modestly responded that it wasn't bad, diverting the conversation. He called upon Kinman, asking if he could identify the snake species, to which Kinman replied that there were too many to recognize, but most were poisonous and highly toxic. The three walked around the edge of the island, roughly scouting the terrain but not going any deeper. Xingzai mentioned that the island's center appeared to be Mo Mingmi's village, now covered in mist. Cheng Dale advised that they didn't need to rush and suggested they look at it in more detail next time. Only when the sun set in the west did the three of them return. Kinman, intrigued by Mo Mingmi's choice to keep many poisonous snakes, wondered if there was a meaning behind it that he couldn't figure out. Cheng Dale, in response, it was a simple trap. He explained that Mo Mingmi occupied places he no longer needed with poisonous snakes to create problems for the next one. As evening approached, Shenji inquired about the island's situation. Cheng Dale described Snake Island as surrounded by water on all sides, easily defensible, and hard to attack. The island's flat made it good for planting, presenting an ideal place to set up camp. However, he emphasized the significant number of snakes on the island. Cheng Dale emphasized that the key was to kill the snakes, and he directed Kinman to take a group of men with him to split up in the surrounding towns for places that sold ruby sulfur. He instructed Kinman to purchase a few tons of it first, to which Kinman agreed. Worried about the potential danger, Shenji urgently called Cheng Dale's attention, and he suddenly remembered one thing: that they couldn't live on the island. Curious, Cheng Dale asked why they couldn't live, to which Shenji explained that they were the Toad Village and that Cheng Dale is known as the Toad King. Snakes are the natural enemies of toads. Cheng Dale inquired if they would be putting themselves in danger by going to Snake Island. With a smirk, Cheng Dale humorously remarked that if anyone else had proposed the idea, he might have needed some time to think about it. Flashing a broad smile, he gave a thumbs up to Shenji, expressing confidence that since Shenji suggested it, Snake Island might not be a place of great evil but could indeed be a place of great happiness. Concerned for Cheng Dale's well-being, Shenji advised him to think twice and not be impulsive. Unbothered, Cheng Dale simply assured Shenji that he knew what he was doing and even mentioned the possibility of changing his name. If needed, he joked about consulting a Taoist priest to recalculate everything, ensuring Shenji's to be calm. Suddenly, a beep sounded in the system, triggering another side mission: conquering Snake Island and driving away the snakes. The system expressed its disdain for slippery snakes, instructing Cheng Dale to expel every last one of them. As Wanner peacefully slept on Cheng Dale's shoulder, softly murmuring his name, Xingzai couldn't help but cast a cautious glance at her, while Wanner continued to call Cheng Dale's name in her dreams. Feeling a bit awkward, Xingzai remarked that it was his first time seeing Wanner display such an expression and wondered if Cheng Dale had been through a lot. He recalled an incident from 2 years ago when Wanner and he traveled together, with officials along the way taking care of her until she could no longer make the journey, prompting her return to Chang'an. Xingzai noted that now, she had chosen to follow Cheng Dale to a faraway place, and commented that she was not as childish as before. Curious about Xingzai's experiences over the past 2 years, Cheng Dale inquired about him. Xingzai explained that after sending Wanner back to Chang'an, he felt a sudden desire to go outside to look. He went to the grasslands from King New Mountain, herded sheep, worked with labor, and conducted business with merchants. Cheng Dale took a glance at Xingzai and asked about his feelings, to which Xingzai admitted that it was terrible. He elaborated on the comfortable life in Chang'an with maids waiting on him. He still wanted to go outside to see the world, and recounted the invasion of the Ring tribe, the Empire's defeat, and how the realization of his royal status prompted him to question how he could remain indifferent and not strive to turn the tide against the current. With a sense of sorrow, he mentioned that the outcome was that no one cared about him at all, leading to his arrest as a liar, and making him appear foolish. In response, Cheng Dale suggested that he had heard in Chang'an about his escape from prison, proposing that if he were sent back to Chang'an, he should be fine. Xingzai, however, expressed reluctance at the idea of being sent back, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially given his status as at least the 6th prince. He didn't want to lose face in such a manner. Reflecting on his experiences, Xingzai shared a story of running and fleeing with refugees, witnessing defeated soldiers and people. Despite the fear of the Ring tribe, the defeated soldiers, having lost their will to fight, but the ones that were the cruelest to the refugees. In the face of the Ring tribe, the defeated soldiers lacked courage, but, disturbingly, they brandished their swords at the civilians. This realization led him to question that something was wrong with the Empire rather than blaming it on the Ring tribe. Throughout the year, Xingzai continued his travels and observations and went to various places. He saw farmers and laborers work all day, alongside nobles bullying common people. But he questioned the issue with the empire, a question he had found. Seeking Cheng Dalei's perspective on the problem, Xingzai asked for his thoughts. Cheng Dalei found it tough to respond to Xingzai's question, unsure if delving into concepts like the economic base determining the superstructure, and the inherent contradiction between vested interests and the lower class. Instead, he thought that maybe Xingzai wouldn't understand, and he would need to explain it another way. Simplifying his explanation, Cheng Dalei likened the empire to a broken, rotten, and shabby house to collapse with a strong wind. He emphasized the changing dynasties, something that no one could change. In response, Xingzai questioned whether a broken house couldn't be repaired. He suggested mending where it leaked, addressing the birth of termites to repel insects and new pillars. However, Cheng Dalei stated that the most important thing was the foundation of the house. He explained that the load-bearing walls had been eroded by external weather aging, while internal termites had caved out countless holes. With a compromised foundation, Cheng Dalei concluded that attempting to mend it was useless. Cheng Dalei further explained that the country had lost the support of its people, making it difficult to survive. Even if the house were to be repaired, as long as the termites remained, the house would scrape down sooner as time passed by. He concluded that it would be easier to burn it down and rebuild it. After a word, Xingzai sat in front of the bonfire all night, his face revealing deep sadness. He sighed heavily. A few days later, the brothers who went out to gather news gradually returned. One of Cheng Dalei's men reported that there were 5 cities near the Qingchuan border, with the closest city called Heijia City. However, in the surrounding villages and small towns, there wasn't much realgar available for purchase. A large amount of realgar was required to get rid of the snakes, and they might have to gather it in Heijia City. Cheng Dalei instructed his men to first send his people to buy all available realgar in small towns and villages. Regarding Heijia City, he expressed a desire to go there personally. Concerned about Cheng Dalei's wanted posters displayed in major cities, his men suggested sending others to make the purchase. Cheng Dalei found himself unable to formulate a response and considered the possibility that if he sent others to purchase realgar with a substantial amount of money, their appearance as country bumpkins might raise suspicions. Frustrated by their lack of business experience, they were easy to be fooled by. He yearned for the presence of Xiao Ying in handling such matters. He looked at Xingzai without saying anything. Eventually, he called Xingzai, wearing a big smirk on his face, indicating that he had an idea but needed to rely on Xingzai's good looks. Curious, Xingzai asked what he would rely on him for. Feeling anxious, Xingzai hesitated for a moment, stated that he was there to study and didn't want to be dragged as a duck. Puzzled, Xingzai asked what Cheng Dalei meant by not a duck. Although he accepted it, he swiftly withdrew, especially being a mountain bandit. At Heijia City, Cheng Dalei insisted that Xingzai and Fu Delay take a bath, expressing concern about their experiences and cheekily remarking on their rotten smell from head to toe. Once inside a tailor's shop, Cheng Dalei suggested changing their clothes. A tailor complimented Xingzai's handsome appearance, bowing in respect. Xingzai almost called Cheng Dalei's name but quickly switched to his disguised name, asking for clarification on what he wanted him to do. Cheng Dalei explained that being the person in the wanted poster, it was better for him not to show his face. However, he was unsure about entrusting such a large shopping list to his men. Cheng Dalei notes Xingzai's appearance as a noble by nature and generosity wouldn't raise suspicion. As they strolled along Heijia Street, Cheng Dalei mentioned inquiring about the largest herbal medicine shop called Xinglin Hall. Upon arriving there, Cheng Dalei immediately instructed Xingzai to purchase the realgar. Inside the shop, a commotion unfolded. A customer questioned the price increase of a packet of herbs, now costing 50 coppers instead of the previous 10. The shopkeeper responded with aggression, attributing the price hike to increased costs elsewhere. The customer pleaded for his mercy. Desperately, the customer knelt, explaining that his son had been ill for 3 months and needed medicine to save his life. In a heartless response, the shopkeeper dismissed the man's plea, telling him that his place is not a charity hall, and told him that the door is open to do business, insisting to pay if he has money and get out if he doesn't have cash. Miserable, the customer accuses the shopkeeper of robbing him of his money. Cheng Dalei thought about how a shopkeeper of an herbal medicine shop acts like that. He views his information and realizes that the shopkeeper seems to be just an ordinary businessman. The shopkeeper notices them and greets them respectfully. He asks them if they are there to buy medicine. Xingzai did not hesitate and promptly informed the shopkeeper that he was there to discuss some business with his boss. However, the shopkeeper revealed that the owner wasn't present and he was in charge. Disappointed, Xingzai mocked the shopkeeper, questioning if he had anything worthwhile to discuss with him. Cheng Dalei intervened, noting that they were from Qinchuan border and wanted to buy a large quantity of realgar and insulting the shopkeeper's qualifications, demanding to speak to the owner. The shopkeeper, wearing an awkward smile, explained that the owner, Ximen, was close to Madame Pan recently, making them hesitant to disturb them. He inquired about the quantity of realgar they wanted and expressed that talking to him was the same as talking to the owner. Irritated, Cheng Dale pondered the names the shopkeeper mentioned, Madame Pan and Simon. He inquired with the shopkeeper about the owner's surname being Simon, and the name being King. The shopkeeper confirmed, and he questioned if Cheng Dale knew the owner. Cheng Dale couldn't believe his thoughts that it was indeed Simon King. He questioned if Madame Pan Jinlian was there, wondering if Wu Daling and Wu Song were present. Blankly, Cheng Dale responded that he didn't know them and that he just thought of an acquaintance. He steered the conversation back to business matters, prompting the shopkeeper to invite them inside for a discussion, noting the many people outside. Both sides negotiated smoothly, and Cheng Dale offered a high price for purchasing common realgar, as long as Zinglin Hall sent it to the Qingchuan Riverside when the business transaction was complete for both parties. The shopkeeper suggested paying a deposit first so that they could arrange for their men to work, and Xing Zai handed over his jade, asking if it was enough. The shopkeeper, wide-eyed at the sight of the valuable jade, assured them it was enough. Xing Zai conveyed their stay in Heijia City for a few days and requested the shopkeeper to prepare the goods promptly. Upon leaving Zinglin Hall, the shopkeeper assured them that the required goods would be ready within 3 days at most. However, the shopkeeper couldn't conceal his excitement as he pondered the rarity of jade in the northwest, speculating that Cheng Dale and his group might be involved in foreign business. With a malicious smile, the shopkeeper saw a profitable opportunity as a fat sheep. Suddenly, someone called out a shopkeeper named Lin Si, questioning the lack of business inside the store and asking him why he was standing outside. The shopkeeper greeted the person, revealing that it was Ximen. He happily showed the jade to Ximen, reporting the arrival of a significant businessman from Lai on the Qingchuan border. He mentioned that Xing Zai wanted to buy a lot of realgar, and the jade was their deposit. Ximen was surprised by the genuine value of the jade pendant, and accepted it as a deposit. Recognizing that Xing Zai originated from a rich family, Ximen expressed unfamiliarity with such a person from the Qingchuan border. With a sly smirk, the shopkeeper informed Ximen of his appointment with them to meet at the pier in 3 days. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he suggested plans for when they got on the boat. Ximen also wore malicious intent, agreeing to send someone to Qingchuan to check their background. If they turned out to be a mob, Ximen stated that they would not be spared, especially with Mo Mingmi backing up Qingchuan. Ximen suggested robbing them regardless of Xing Zai's origin. The shopkeeper agreed. 3 days later at the pier, the shopkeeper greeted Cheng Dale, announcing that the goods were prepared, and the final payment would be settled after the delivery reached its destination. He instructed his men to take the goods on board, signaling their departure. The shopkeeper introduced Ximen to them and mentioned that Ximen expressed his intention to personally lead people to help escort the ship delivery. Xing Zai told them that they just needed to bring a few people to collect the final payment and did not need to bother with the escort, which Ximen declined. He insisted that since Xing Zai bought a huge number of goods, he would have to personally deliver the goods. While Cheng Dale contemplated the odd behavior of Ximen, who refused the delivery and wondered why they still wanted to help, he realized that there was something fishy. He decided to view their information. As he viewed their information, he was genuinely surprised and realized that it was indeed Ximen King and Madame Pan. It appeared that the pirate who washed up on the shore and Mo Mingmi took control of several nearby cities. Cheng Dale commented on his thoughts, noting what an incompatibility this situation was. Cheng Dale expressed gratitude and said that he would trouble them to escort him. He encouraged them to get on board the boat. As the ship sailed, Cheng Dale engaged in planning with his group, assigning roles. Liu Bei praised Cheng Dale as a wise man, and Xing Zai added his thoughts to the discussion. Outside the ship's cabin, a person speculated about what happened inside, questioning why they were hiding in the cabin. While others thought Cheng Dale called for a meeting, someone added that the time had come as the ship reached the halfway point and suggested that they should prepare. Meanwhile, Ximen inquired about the readiness of the kitchen with the shopkeeper, who confirmed that the ingredients were prepared. Ximen instructed the shopkeeper to notify Cheng Dale to join them for a meal. The shopkeeper opened the door, interrupting Cheng Dale's group discussion. Unaware of their plans, he questioned what they were doing. As they continued discussing, Cheng Dale whispered to his group that he didn't want to be called master. He changed the subject and called Xing Zai, telling him that he could change his name later. However, he still referred to Xing Zai as Wu Liji and Fu Delay as Wu Shuren. He turned around and explained to the shopkeeper that they were just discussing technical details. The shopkeeper told them that they had 2 more hours to reach Qingchuan and that everyone was hungry, inviting Cheng Dale to join them for a meal. Cheng Dale accepted the invitation. Curious about the waterway journey, Cheng Dale asked the shopkeeper if he wasn't afraid of encountering robbers along the way. The shopkeeper was taken aback by Cheng Dale's question, wondering if Cheng Dale suspected their true identities. He awkwardly laughed and assured Cheng Dale that there were no pirates in the area. With Mo Mingmi's arrival in Qinchuan, mountain bandits and pirates had disappeared, reducing any concerns for the guests. Cheng Dale pressed further, asking what the shopkeeper would do if they encountered bandits. The shopkeeper responded that there was no if. Maintaining a mysterious tone, Cheng Dale asked if they were bandits, which made the shopkeeper sweat, and responded that there was no chance. He asked the shopkeeper again if they were the bandits. The group's Cheng Dale wore devilish smiles, leaving the shopkeeper stupidly shocked. Suddenly, a bomb exploded inside the cabin, causing panic among those outside. The shopkeeper was thrown away. Unable to withstand the impact, he fainted, with someone calling out the shopkeeper's name and others inquiring about what happened. Simon questioned who the assailant was and dared to harm their people. Cheng Dale declared they were robbers, naming themselves the Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits, initiating their robbery. He instructed them to stand on the left, women on the right, and individuals identifying as gay or lesbian in the middle. Simon protested, asserting that they were doing business, and demanded an explanation from Cheng Dale regarding their current actions. With a touch of humor, Cheng Dale insisted that they were engaged in robbery. He playfully introduced his group as Alibaba's 40 Arch Bandits and referred to himself as Aliapa. Cheng Dale swiftly apologized to Simon for his earlier words. However, Simon dismissed him as a naive boy, questioning the audacity of his actions in touching his goods. He emphasized that someone was behind them and instructed his men to attack. Amid the chaos, Xingzai nervously inquired if the robbery already began, admitting it was his first time. Disbelief, Fu Delay aggressively replied that he robbed before. Xingzai spoke up, stating that it was only his second time, and asked if he couldn't be a little nervous. Fu Delay angrily retorted, listing instances of Xingzai's past mischievous acts, including stealing chickens, cheating people for lambs in the grassland, and swindling children's candy. Xingzai, nonchalant, agreed, admitting to their current state of robbery. After the chaotic event, in a desperate plea, Simon questioned why Cheng Dale targeted them, emphasizing they had no grudge against him. Cheng Dale chuckled, acknowledging Simon's statement, and called Liu Bei to give a report. Liu Bei informed Cheng Dale that the ships and dry rations were drugged. Simon begged for mercy, admitting their wrongdoing and acknowledging their failure to see the vastness of the world. He pleaded with Cheng Dale, hoping for generosity and proposing they take the goods without the final payment. Wearing a satisfied smile, Cheng Dale expressed that he merely wanted to do business, not expecting Simon to play mind games, deeming it wishful thinking. He pointed out that if Simon thought he was easy to bully just because he was an uncle, he was mistaken. Cheng Dale gave two choices. He asked them if they preferred eating wontons or instant noodles. When Simon inquired about the meanings, Cheng Dale insinuated that he was uneducated. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Cheng Dale clarified that wonton meant tying them up and throwing them into the river, while instant noodles meant killing them and feeding their bodies to the fish. Simon was visibly terrified as he heard this ominous explanation. Cheng Dale told them to make a choice. One person chose wonton, and Cheng Dale's men promptly threw him into the sea, creating a splash. The shopkeeper and others also chose wonton and instantly jumped into the ocean, creating splashes in the ocean. The tide men tried to swim. Cheng Dale commented on their fast decision, turning his attention to Simon and Madame Pan. Trembling in fear, Cheng Dale informed them it was their turn to choose within 10 breaths. He begins to count starting at 10. In tears due to fear, Simon pleaded for mercy, asking Cheng Dale to treat him like a fart. Madame Pan, expressing her inability to swim, added to the distress. In the background, Cheng Dale continued to count down, reaching 9 and 8. Cheng Dale threatened Simon with the sword, stating that crying would count as time. With that, he declared that Simon's time was up and decided he chose instant noodles. But Cheng Dale swiftly pulled him back, causing Simon to scream in terror. Simon looked back at Cheng Dale and asked if he wanted to kill him. With a mischievous smile, Cheng Dale replied that he wouldn't kill him. He realized that robbing in the waterway for a long time, understanding that jumping into the river could not drown Simon. He informed Simon that he changed his mind and would have to think of another way for people like him. Simon's face showed extreme distress. Cheng Dale called Xingzai to lock Simon up. One of Cheng Dale's men reported that their men on the island were ready, and once the Realger arrived, they would begin to move. Cheng Dale ordered to keep going. The ship was docked on a nearby rock. Wai Xingzai asked Cheng Dale how he knew they were pirates, to which Cheng Dale replied that robbers could see through their own kind, and that a mountain bandit and pirates attracting each other were normal. Wai Xingzai inquired why he let those pirates go back and report, and he wondered if it was truly alright because he remembered him saying that Simon King was Mo Mingmi's underling, and Cheng Dale told him that the news must have spread whether they moved or not. Cheng Dale predicted that Mo Mingmi would get to know about the arrival of a new force in Qinchuan sooner or later. He went on to say that they were 40 arch bandits, at least to confuse them for a period of time, and that they would most likely send small troops to investigate because they thought of them as a small group of foreign bandits. Cheng Dale told Lai Xinzai that he was correct, and that the situation would be completely different if they knew he was Cheng Dale, to which Lai Xinzai replied that there was no need for him to call his alias there, and that he always thought he was suggesting something by giving him names. Cheng Dale laughed at him and told him he was imagining things, and one of his subordinates informed him that the Realger had been completely unloaded and they were ready to start, to which Cheng Dale replied that they would act in groups and be fast. Cheng Dale told his men that they had to establish the first line of defense of the mountain village and stand firmly as quickly as possible. Everybody tied the rice straws into clumps and wrapped them with Realger and lit them up. Smoke from Realger was used to disperse the poisonous snakes in the grass. A group of snakes were trapped due to the smoke. After dispersing, the Realger was scattered into the soil to prevent the snakes from coming back, and it took them a day to drive out the snakes separately and clear out a large area. Finally, Cheng Dale led his people in the heart of Snake Island. A voice informed them that Mo Mingni's abandoned mountain village was right in front of them, and he wondered why they abandoned it given the good terrain. Another voice chimed in and asked what was going on, and a man asked Kin Man if it was due to the forest's miasma, to which Kin Man replied that it was just an ordinary fog. Cheng Dale suspected something was in the fog and informed his people that the sun was scorching outside and that it was strange that the fog was not dispersing. He warned them to be cautious because something was wrong, and there must be a demonic beast nearby because they couldn't see a snake. As they encountered a skeleton, Cheng Dale wondered what it was. He was perplexed because a snake bite would leave a whole body as it was. Cheng Dale told his men that they were going to look inside the gathering hall, but Zhu Shenji warned him to be careful because he suspected there was something strange going around. Cheng Dale ignored him and opened the door. He stepped 1 foot inside, and a big silhouette appeared in front of his eyes. The green-eyed snake stared at him. Distressed, Cheng Dale let out a curse word. Cheng Dale backed away, puzzled, as a huge white snake greeted them. Kin Man wondered how such a huge snake could exist in the world and claimed that the fog nearby was caused by it, whereas Zhu Shenji suspected it was a dragon. The snake hissed and expelled smoke through its nose, and a voice announced that it was about to turn into a dragon because it was swallowing clouds and spitting fog. Zhu Shenji trembled and prayed to the snake that after being forced by the government to become homeless, he and his brothers had no choice but to become bandits. The crowd worshipped 3 times, declaring that in the future they would rob the rich to help the poor, and that their rights and wrongs would be in accordance with heaven's decree, and they wished for the snake to forgive them. However, the snake hissed and released more smoke. It swiftly charged at them. It opened its mouth as if it was about to eat them. Cheng Dale grabbed Zhu Shenji and told him to watch out as the snake collided on the ground. He ordered his men to retreat. Cheng Dale yelled at them to run, and stated that the snake was not something they could deal with. The snake came outside the gathering hall, while Cheng Dale's men ran and yelled at their brothers to run. The snake hissed once again and inhaled the fog. It retreated back inside the gathering hall. The snake hissed once more. For some reason, the Snake King stopped chasing after them away. He coiled up inside the house again. They gathered outside the gathering hall, and someone asked how everyone was doing and if anyone was hurt. Liu Bei informed Cheng Dale that no one was killed, with the exception of a few brothers whose legs were crushed by the snake, and Cheng Dale expressed relief and praised them. He imagined the island's beast territory filled with poisonous snakes, and he wondered how such a large snake could be raised, where it came from, and what it ate to live. He pondered how such a massive snake could be born in the world, especially if it contradicted the theory of evolution, and quickly realized that he was looking at the wrong scene because it was not the supernatural hunting world. Zhu Shenji wondered if they really had to give up the island after going to such great lengths. Cheng Dale asked him when he said they were giving up and told him that they couldn't charge the snake recklessly, that they needed to outwit it, and that there was no reason to let their brothers fight with that huge snake. He told them he needed a lot of meat and wine and that they should go first and bring Officer Ximen to him, to which they agreed. Cheng Dale stared at his sword and said nothing. He claimed that it was hard to use common swords on such a huge, thick-skinned snake, and the size difference was so great that he wondered if he needed to give it acupuncture. He also ordered his men to bring his ghost-faced axe. Moments later, a voice asked someone if they wanted to live. Cheng Dale told them that he would give them a chance if they could show him that they could get a lot of meat and wine. King Ximen informed him that he had a brewery shop in Heijia City, and if he were let go back, he would bring the wine tomorrow. Cheng Dale asked him if he was stupid or the other way around and if he would still be willing to come back if he let him. He suggested that he write a letter to his people to send the wine, and that if he saw the meat and wine, he would let him live. He informed him that he wanted 50 jars of strong wine, 10 pigs, 10 cows, chicken, and ducks. King Ximen told him to ask someone to send his letter to Wu, because she would be the only one willing to save him. Cheng Dale told Zhao Zilong that he and Kin Man would go and try to bring the wine and meet early that morning, to which Zhao Zilong agreed. He asked King Ximen whose sister Wu was, and he replied that she was his wife. Cheng Dale told him that his time was short, and if the ransom for him didn't arrive tomorrow, He asked him not to blame him for being merciless. If the soldiers and bandits ended up fighting, whether he lived or died would depend on his relationship with his wife. Cheng Dale stated that he could only wish him luck and asked him to do the same. The next morning, Zhu Shenji noticed an approaching ship and informed Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale wondered what it was and if they were loaded with soldiers or ransoms, and Zhu Shenji squinted his eyes observing the boat. He claimed that he saw a tall man on the boat, which Cheng Dale inquired about, and Zhu Shenji suspected that they reported it to the officials. Zhu Shenji ordered his brothers to prepare for battle as the enemy's ship approached, whereas Cheng Dale threatened King Ximen with instant noodles. When a voice asked where King Ximen was, Cheng Dale was perplexed. Wu Daling of the Lun family introduced herself as King Ximen's wife. Cheng Dale questioned whether the woman was really called Wu Daling, and was surprised that the Wu Daling of this world was tall and female. He thought it was a coincidence that King Ximen and Wu Dalang got together, claiming that their circle was extremely messy, while Wu Dalang begged him to let King Ximen live. An information appeared stating Wu Dalang's name, 38 years old, and nothing else. Cheng Dale asked if she had brought him what he asked for, to which she replied that the meat and wine he wanted were on the ship, and she asked him to let King Ximen live. Cheng Dale directed his men to release King Ximen and unload the goods, and Wu Daling informed him that the wine and meat she brought were only for her husband, and Madame Pan had nothing to do with her. She said she would leave her to them, and they could either fry or boil her. He told her to cut the crap and get out, and that if she was slow, she could stay forever, to which she quickly agreed. Wu Daling scolded King Ximen, cursing him and telling him that his company would do no good, while Madame Pan asked King Ximen to wait for her, and Zhu Shenji stated that King Ximen had a really good wife. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if he was going to use the wine to burn the Snake King to death, to which he answered that he wanted to make it drunk. Because it's just a snake, Zhu Shenji wondered if it could drink, and Cheng Dale told him that if it couldn't drink, it would eat meat. Cheng Dale stated that he didn't believe the snake could grow so big on just a meal of wind and water. The men carried the meat. They laid it in front of the gathering hall. Pork and cows were in line as the fog began to cover them. Because it was good wine and a good meal, Cheng Dale prayed for the Snake King to come out and eat. Tin Man informed him that it was almost an hour, but the Snake King seemed uninterested, and Cheng Dale assured him not to worry and asked if their brothers were ready for an ambush. He told him to let them prepare because their success or failure was at stake, and Tin Man informed him that the explosives were also ready. Tin Man asked where he got so many explosives, and Cheng Dale told him to think of it as a gift from the gods to kill the giant white snake. Cheng Dale noticed something and pondered. He told them to be quiet because something was moving. A green eye peeked through the gathering hall door, and the head of the giant snake came out. Tin Man excitedly informed them that it came out. The wine and meat were delicious, and Cheng Dale wished the Snake King would eat quickly. The snake hissed as it approached its food. It devoured one from its platter. Tin Man hoped for the snake to eat it, but Cheng Dale told him to be quiet because it needed to be quieter, baiting snakes. As the snake gulped its food, the group hoped for it to eat it up. A voice asked Cheng Dale if the wine was not strong enough because it didn't seem to be drunk, to which Cheng Dale responded that the one meat of at least 1,000 pounds of wine inside was such a large amount. He assured Tin Man not to worry. The snake wobbled to where they believed that it got drunk. Then moments later, the snake passed out. As it fell, it made a rumble on the ground. Tin Man informed Cheng Dale that it was now drunk due to the fact that it was down. Cheng Dale told his men to go forward and listen to his command. He directed them to get the explosives and light it up. The men threw explosives at it and blew it up. As Cheng Dale and Tin Man watched, a massive amount of explosives exploded at the snake. Cheng Dale continued to observe the explosion and said nothing. He wondered if it worked. Cheng Dale's eyes grew wide open. He realized it had been awoken and informed his men. As the snake charged at them at full speed, a voice warned them to watch out. Tin Man and others yelled Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale informed them that the snake had become enraged and ordered them to step aside. Cheng Dale wondered where the snake had grown up because it deserved to be a demonic beast of heaven and earth. He called for Heart and told her to possess him. Cheng Dale kicked the snake, and he was almost eaten alive as he fell. Cheng Dale released his colorless double-wing phoenix skill. He believed that it was now a good chance. Cheng Dale pierced the snake using the straightforward sword tooth picking. His sword failed to pierce the snake's tough scales. Cheng Dale was unamazed that he couldn't even break its abdomen without scales. The snake hissed loudly as it began to counter Cheng Dale. Tin Man directed his brothers to take out their swords and cut the snake. Cheng Dale told them to step back because the snake was too fast and powerful. He went on to say that having so many people was useless and instructed them not to come up and die. He also warned them that he would attract the snake's attention and that they should leave the yard. Worried, Tin Man asked Zhu Shenji what they should do because they could not watch Cheng Dale fighting the snake alone desperately, whereas Zhu Shenji mumbled that he should hurry up and think of a way. And not after a while, he already gets an idea. Zhu Shenji instructed his brothers to use the realger and quickly threw it to the snake, to which they agreed. Cheng Dale continued to fight the snake. The men threw the realgar powder wrapped in paper simultaneously and hoped for it to hit the target for them. The realgar exploded and surrounded the snake with toxic smoke, which made Cheng Dale surprised. Cheng Dale inquired as to whose idea it was, as he didn't need their help and it was now dusty, and he couldn't see anything. One realgar exploded at Cheng Dale's back. Enraged, he demanded to know whose aim was so bad that it hit his head. The group looked down because Zhu Shenji was the culprit. They told Cheng Dale to look out. The snake roared as it opened its mouth wide while charging towards Cheng Dale. The snake closed its mouth and made a loud noise. The men screamed that Cheng Dale was eaten, while others thought it stank and wondered how long it was since the snake brushed its teeth. The snake ignored them and proceeded to devour its meal. The snake's eye grew wide, and its mouth slowly opened, and a shadow appeared beneath it. Cheng Dale inquired if it wanted to eat him and warned it to be careful not to explode its teeth. Cheng Dale let out a voice of struggle as he used his strength to lift the snake's mouth. Then suddenly the snake sucked the air around the area. Fog began to enter the snake's mouth. Cheng Dale cursed as he was slowly being pushed away. He yelled that since the outside couldn't be cut, he'd try the inside and see how hard its mouth was. He asked Hart to exchange 10 boxes of gunpowder, and when Hart informed him that his fear points were now 100, he agreed to give her some spice. Hart quickly summoned the boxes of gunpowder. She snapped her fingers, which lit up the boxes, and told him to go ahead. Cheng Dale inquired of the snake whether it liked to suck because he could suck all the gunpowder. The gunpowder exploded inside the snake's stomach. The snake's mouth and body began to spew fire and smoke as the explosion continued. Dao Fei Hu and the others were taken aback, wondering how Cheng Dale had explosives on him when none were willing to intervene in this kind of battle. Both continued to fight as the snake began to spit blood from its mouth, accompanied by fire. Cheng Dale fell, and also the snake breathed its last. Both of them fell, and blood was seen around the snake's body. Cheng Dale began to cough, vomiting blood. Hart dispersed her possession. The snake hissed once more. The snake's scales began to heal at a fast rate. Cheng Dale's eyes widened as he wondered if its wound was healing fast and wondered what the hell the monster was. He asked Hart to exchange another 10 boxes because he didn't believe explosives could kill it, and Hart responded, asking him to wait. Hart noticed that the snake seemed to have similar power to hers, so she informed Cheng Dale. The notification appears, stating that the detected container had residual power, and Cheng Dale questions Hart, who responds that the snake may have a container with a lot of power. She told him she needed to talk to the snake to figure out where it got its power, and if it was dangerous to leave the system's power out there. Cheng Dale asked her how she wanted to talk with a snake. Hart told him that she had to talk with it face to face. Hart processed the external power retrieval system and requested permission to intervene in reality. Cheng Dale was informed that it was a rare opportunity for her. A notification appeared, stating that dimensional travel permission was granted. The administrator informed that Hart would travel through the dimension to reach the present world. A system warning appeared, indicating that the administrator's presence in the present world might be observed by irrelevant existence without permission. Moments later, time froze. The men became still beings. A voice chuckled and mentioned that it could finally come out and play for a while. It likened the experience to traveling from the upper atmosphere to underwater. Hart used to appear in the form of the main character's embodiment. The barrier separating the two worlds was broken. The body approached the snake. A voice addressed the snake, causing its eyes to widen. As a result, a notification appeared, stating that it was now reclaiming system power. Hart descended from system space to the present world in her own body for the first time. Hart asked the snake where it got its power from, like a young girl who had met her family. The snake told Hart that it was the first time it met her kind due to her body scent, and Hart retorted that she was not a snake, it was just that its power was originally hers. She asked the snake to give it back when it was enough. The snake said it couldn't understand nonsense and asked for a favor, promising to pay her back. Hart reasoned that she needed to use her mental power to talk to it directly because it stuttered when speaking, and it seemed that no one in the world could teach him after the opening, and its consciousness was close to a childish guy, so she inquired if it wanted her to help. The snake said that its master was sleeping, and it needed him to wake up. Hart, perplexed, questioned the snake about its master while following the white snake's gaze. She needed to go straight to the broken house behind. The house was empty except for a skeleton, so Hart asked the snake if it wanted her to wake her up. Hart doubted and inquired of the snake that it was a skeleton. The snake insisted on waking her up. Hart informed the snake that she couldn't wake her up because the skeleton had no soul, and she couldn't see anything. She told the snake she was dead, and the snake wondered what that meant. Hart inquired if it didn't understand. Hart explained to the snake that death was like not waking up, that she couldn't open her eyes or talk to him, and that death meant she was no longer in the world, to which the snake replied that it didn't understand. And according to Hart, the withering of plants was death. She went on to say that insects and animals turning to dust were also dead. Hart explained that its master went to the world of the dead, and those who were there couldn't come back. She apologized and told the snake there was nothing she could do. The white snake remained silent for a long time, standing still as if dead. Heart mentioned that the snake's master died here and that she thought she might have left something behind. She asked the snake if it could let her see its memories because she might be able to help her. She also stated that she needed to know how it got its power. Heart asked the snake if it could recall the moment it first opened its eyes and uncovered the dusty memory. She claimed that she would be able to see its past and its memories. The white snake began its life in a hot, moist rainforest. A small village next to the rainforest was home to its owner, who seemed to make a living by raising snakes and insects. But the village's appearance in its mind was always a vague picture. It only remembers breaking its shell in the hands of its master, who had warm hands. It followed its master since birth and spent several years in such an ignorant manner. Not until it swallowed a sword somewhere in a tomb. The sword melted into its body like water and slowly changed something. And soon, some changes began to occur in its ignorant brain, and it became a wild beast among snakes. And for the first time, it saw the world with its spiritual, intelligent perspective, and it could observe some things more clearly but couldn't recognize the essence of things. After that, a lot of things seemed to happen in the village, and it didn't understand the villagers' words, but only knew that the master's daughter was a girl with silver pupils who disappeared. The snake master left the village in search of her kidnapped daughter, and only stupid snakes left, accompanying themselves. The snake felt lonely, and it wanted to go find its master, and it left the village, avoiding the towns, and went through the mountains and forests. The wilderness was dangerous, and it was painful being beaten by beasts, but even if the snake was injured, it just needed to sleep. Perhaps as long as it was large enough, nothing could stop its way. The snake thought so, and the power deep in its body responded, so it grew bigger. It wanted to find its master and followed the vague guidance of its heart. The snake came to the Snake Island. It believed that its master should be here, and those people with spears were yelling and running around. The snake found it annoying. The snake asked where its master was. Angered, it asked again where she was. The snake caused chaos on the island. And finally, in a dungeon, it found its master sleeping. The snake felt that its master's body was cold. And the snake was actually only a few years old, with an intelligence of a 3-year-old at most. It couldn't even understand what the concept of death was. The snake broke through the metal bars, as it believed that its master had just fallen asleep, or so it thought. And even if it was beaten several times, it just slept and was able to recover like before. The snake stated that the thing it could do, its master must be able to do too, and to let her sleep, she needed to find a place that could keep out the rain. The snake found a place encircling its master and wished her a good night's sleep. But occasionally, an annoying guy comes running to the door. The snake chased the men, telling them to get out because they're a nuisance. It believed that its master was hibernating, and hibernating was a long time to sleep. The snake claimed that it was now time for a quieter environment. It went on to say that it was as quiet as the mist that didn't lift around the village. And just like that, as soon as its master awoke from her sleep, she could go back by herself. A white snake with a childish worldview was guarding its master's bones for 10 years. Heart stated that she saw the snake's master and informed him that she came to find her daughter. She also stated that she didn't know if he could understand, but her master's descendants were the continuation of her life, and maybe she could help him find her daughter. She went on to say that the owner of the island murdered his master 10 years ago. Heart advised him that avenging her was also a good way of consoling his master's spirit in heaven. An orb glowed inside the snake's stomach. Grumbling, the orb began its ascent, and a golden sword came out of the snake's mouth. The snake stuttered, asking Heart for a favor as he returned the sword's power to her. Heart realized that the sword was the vessel inside the white snake. Heart grabbed the orb, and suddenly became a physical sword. Heart claimed that it was her first time seeing the power retained and well intact. She felt that the power was closely related to her life. The sword was called the Red Sky Sword, and it was one of the 10 famous swords and had a saying to cut the white snake, lift the 3-foot sword, and create an unparalleled achievement. Heart told the snake that he should keep some of it for himself but was cut off in the middle of her explanation when the snake replied that he no longer needed it, and that she could have it. Heart absorbed the sword. She asked the snake if he could tell her what he wanted her to do, and she would do her best. The snake responded that before he left, he wanted to see his master one more time. Heart asked what he meant and where he was going. The snake asked Heart for her help. He stated that she could look through his memories and maybe she could help him. He stated that he hadn't seen his master in a long time and had forgotten what she looked like, so he asked Heart to give him a dream in which he could see her. The snake hissed as Heart placed her hand and told him to sleep. She assured the snake that if the rest of the world forgot about him, she would be the one to remember. She asked the snake to sleep, and the long wait was finally over, a long nap, where he could wait until she woke up. When the snake opened his eyes, he was surrounded by the sultry rainforest and familiar villages, and everything he saw was familiar, as if the long wait was just a long dream. The snake stated that the village people and the silly snakes were still the same, and the person the snake had always dreamed about at night, the face that had been blurred, suddenly became clear. The woman asked the snake where he had been. The snake wrapped the woman where they were both having a good time. The snake's scales began to vanish as Heart told him to sleep, and the snake slowly faded in the air. Heart detached her hand and said nothing. She sighed at the sight of the snake. Dejected, Hart stated that it was all for the sake of seeing his master, and that he could now go to that world to find her. She assured the snake that he could go and stop worrying, because she would finish their agreement. Meanwhile, outside the house, time was still frozen. Cheng Dalei stood like a statue. He claimed that he couldn't move because it was so hard. Hart approached him and informed him that it was now done. She told him the snake was a good boy and that snakes were now cute for her, whereas Cheng Dalei mumbled nothing. Hart wondered. She snapped her fingers and apologized as she forgot that time and space were still frozen. She released time and space freeze restrictions from the host's body as Cheng Dalei struggled to breathe, to which Hart replied that they both blew up the white snake belly with gunpowder, and he should tell the snake that they were a team. Hart went on to say that it was just simply to settle him down. Unlike others, he could know what happened by connecting to her mind. She informed him that the snake had left him a surprise before leaving. He told Cheng Dalei to look up. A huge amount of golden light shone above, as Hart stated that it shattered itself, and its body's power was all scattered out. She went on to say that the vessel had been returned to her and that it could live for hundreds of years with its own body, which had become a demon. Hart told him that she did not expect it to be so decisive, and thanks to the snake's blessing, the place would become a paradise. She informed him that she had also obtained the vessel and had a new idea, to which Cheng Dalei inquired what it was. She stated that he now must get the approval of the vessel first, otherwise, he couldn't use its power. A system notification popped up stating that he received the vessel's exclusive mission, the White Snake's Will. Hart told him to hurry and get the Red Sky Sword approved so that the new function based on that vessel could be used soon. Hart informed Cheng Dalei that the power of the White Snake was expected to be fully released in 3 days, and during that time, she warned him not to let others touch the White Snake's body because ordinary people couldn't stand close to the power it emitted. She stated that she could only stay for a short period of time and told Cheng Dalei that the rest was up to him, instructing him to properly dispose of the snake's body. Hart stated that she would leave now because she had a lot of work to finish. She also warned him not to tell the others about the White Snake because those things were not for them to know. Hart told him she was leaving now and let the hourglass flow. The men were perplexed as to why there was so much smoke as they couldn't see anything. Tin Man and the others asked Cheng Dalei if he was alright and where the snake was. They asked why the snake disappeared so suddenly. Cheng Dalei informed them that the snake had returned to the house and that it should be dead, and that he needed a few people to accompany him into the house and deal with the aftermath. A man asked Zhu Shenji if he should go in and look instead, and he replied that he was old and it was hard for him to go upstairs, and it would be much better for them to go with Cheng Dalei to look. Cheng Dalei scolded them to cut the crap and come. Tin Man noticed that the snake was not moving and wondered if it was sleeping or if it was truly dead, whereas Gao Feihu questioned whether the snake died in this manner. Cheng Dalei approached the snake. He had the impression that the power of the snake's body was dissipating. Zhu Shenji warned Cheng Dalei to be careful and not let the snake eat him if it pretended to be dead. Cheng Dalei claimed that his men couldn't even see it while he was looking for information. He described the white snake as a legendary rank, a higher level than supreme rank, and that since it was his first time seeing a legendary rank, it was no surprise that it was so powerful. A description of the white snake, originally known as Whitey, appeared and was ranked legendary. Cheng Dalei thought its abilities were beyond the beast realm and had already reached the demon realm. After more than 2 years, he had not yet figured out the world's power system, but it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. He believed that others couldn't see the power emanating from the white snake's body. He also claimed that the system could summon storms and give birth to such a snake under the influence of system power, and that the world held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Zhu Shenji asked what they were going to do with the snake body because he heard that snake meat is a tonic and an aphrodisiac. Cheng Dalei inquired if he dared to eat it, and Zhu Shenji questioned him, cheerfully explaining that he heard of a dozen ways to eat snake meat. He suggested steamed, braised soy sauce water, stir-fried snake, stewed snake pot, and snake soup. Cheng Dalei informed him that there would be no eating, which made him wonder. Annoyed, Cheng Dalei once again told him not to eat it, and that was his final order. He addressed Qin Man and Gao Feihu, telling them that they should take a few people outside the house to guard the giant snake, and that no one was allowed to touch the snake, especially Zhu Shenji, and that he should be watched carefully, and not to let him steal and eat it. He also asked them to notify him if there were any irregularities, and they agreed. Cheng Dalei addressed his other brothers, telling them that now that the White Snake King was slain, they should continue to drive the snakes away and build their village. It took another 10 days, and the Toad Village people finally drove most of the snakes to the shallows. The man murmured that the fog in the mountain disappeared. They believed that it seemed that the White Snake King was really dead. Another man yelled to look over there, wondering what it was, while others wondered what was going on. They yelled that there were so many birds, wondering if they were coming back to build a nest, while others believed it was due to the snakes being chased away. Cheng Dalei wondered if it was because of the influence of the White Snake King. A man appeared and informed Cheng Dalei that something had happened to the White Snake King. He went on to say that that morning they went to have a look, and there were only white bones left in the body of the white snake. Gao Feihu inquired about what he said, and wondered if it was a beast or a demon. Cheng Dalei believed that it might be that the snake's power had dissipated. He ordered Zhu Shenji to take someone to bury the White Snake King's bones, which made Zhu Shenji wonder. He informed them that there was a female skeleton next to the White Snake and instructed them to take off the bracelet from the skeleton and bury it with the White Snake, as well as to erect monuments to them. A system notification appeared, stating that the territory obtained Snake Island as well as a deathbed gift from the White Snake King. Another notification appeared, stating that the side mission to occupy the Snake Island and drive the snakes away was completed, with the reward being a territorial blessing buff. Heart also stated that she added another buff to his new territory. She raised her hand and mumbled that she opened that place. She flicked his finger, and a massive glowing orb appeared in the middle of town, while Heart claimed to have planted the tree. She went on to say that the place was covered by that spirit. A notification appeared with the title Territorial Shelter buff. Heart mumbled that Cheng Dalei was filled with motivation, and from there, he would start and build the strongest village again, and throw himself into the flood of chaos and leave his legend in the world. Another notification popped up stating the mission to build a mountain village was received, and another mission stated to complete 10 robberies was received. A voice instructed them to clean up the debris and bury the pots and pans to make a meal. They were also told to clear the weeds and trees from the street, while others informed them that the abandoned houses only needed to be repaired and could be inhabited, while others warned everyone to keep an eye out for passing wagons and to be cautious because there were still snakes hiding in the nooks and crannies. A man spoke up and said that they have money, but the village was just built and the supplies were not enough, so they would have to live with hardships for a few days. He told his men not to be sloppy because that was where they would live. Another commanded to cut down the trees outside and build the village wall. A system notification appeared stating that the first level village is completed, and the reward is a chance to win a lottery. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei ordered Qin Man to put up the flag, and Qin Man said yes. Another notification popped stating that the population of the village reached 1,000, and he would receive a second level village construction drawing. A system information appeared, describing the Toad Village as an abandoned basic village owned by Cheng Dalei, with a population of 2,513 people. Another notification was announced as the second stage of the task to rob a wife for the village is completed, and he successfully brought the princess to the village. And seconds later, a treasure map reward was obtained, and Heart chuckled and told Cheng Dalei that she drew it with her own hands. Cheng Dalei told Gao Fei Bao to take the list and drive to a nearby town to buy supplies, and that he has to buy as much food, cloth, iron pots, bedding, and other necessities as they needed, and warned him not to be observed and reveal his identity, and Gao Fei Bao agreed. He also stated that important supplies such as food should be placed in the hands of capable people such as himself, and Gao Fei Bao responded that he understood and that even if he has to sacrifice his life, he would bring back the food. Then later on, Cheng Dalei watched the ship as it departed. Worried, Cheng Dalei wondered if it wouldn't be a problem. He took something out from his shirt. Apart from building the village, he was thinking about something else as he grabbed a piece of paper. He reasoned that he should also take advantage of the opportunity to locate the treasure on the treasure map that the system rewarded. When he looked at the treasure map, he assumed it was on Snake Island. He thought that it was located in the village, and he just didn't know which builder it was under. Suddenly, Zhu Shenji came rushing, addressing Cheng Dalei to come. Cheng Dalei inquired why he panicked and needed to remain calm during major events. Zhu Shenji informed him to take a look because someone found something extraordinary. He went on to say that they found a place when they cleaned up snake bones. Zhu Shenji believed it might be the dungeon Mo Mingni built. He also told Cheng Dalei that the sheer size of the dungeon was mind-blowing. He went on to say that he didn't know how many people were locked up in the first place, and also stated that the most important place was not here and asked Cheng Dalei to follow him. He took Cheng Dalei to the deepest part of the dungeon, which made Cheng Dalei harden his face, because in front of them were piles of bones. Zhu Shenji informed him that they were all human bones, of any age and from different places, but their identities were more or less the same, and they were all civilians, and he is also afraid that it was a sin caused by Mo Mingni's human trafficking. Cheng Dalei paused and said nothing. He ordered Zhu Shenji to clear out the bodies and bury them on the island, and let them also be buried in the earth, and Zhu Shenji agreed. Cheng Dalei also told him to tell their men to keep an eye out for a list of their human trafficking because he could use it, and Zhu Shenji agreed. He stopped and wondered, whereas Zhu Shenji asked him what it was. Cheng Dalei assumed it to be the location of the treasure drawn on the treasure map. A voice asked Zhu Shenji to get a couple of guys to dig at cell number 3 because something was buried there. A group of men rummaged around inside the cell. A man informed Cheng Dalei that he found the entrance to a hole in the ground. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if it was another gift from the gods, and he replied that it wasn't like he didn't already know, as he learned all his skills from the gods. Qin Man ordered them to go down quickly and check it out. Zhu Shenji was the first one who came down bringing with him a lamp. He opened a wooden door. A large amount of gold welcomed him as he informed Cheng Dale that they were rich as they got 2 treasures in just a few months. Meanwhile, in the Kinchuan River, specifically the Kinchuan Mountain Mine, a voice yelled that the amount of iron ore dug was not enough and ordered them to hurry up and keep digging. Another voice retorted that it was clearly more than yesterday's amount, and the man responded that yesterday's amount was the minimum. Another man yelled that from that day, that is the minimum standard that they must meet, and that if they did not finish digging, they would not be able to eat. He whipped up a worker and told him to get up and not to play dead. He wondered if the man was really dead and ordered that he be thrown out, as well as scolding the others for being such lazybones. At the mine peak, a man addressed his lord. He reported that dozens had died in the mine last night, and now there was obviously not enough manpower, and went on to say that at that rate, he was afraid that the amount of iron ore mined could not satisfy the appetite of the Ring tribe. The man who was called Lord stated that the flocks of 2-legged sheep could not die in any way, and when they die, they go to the village and catch some more. The Kinchuan Mountain Deputy General, Mo Mingmi, told him not to bother him with such simple matters, as he was told many times before. The man understood and informed Mo Mingmi that he would arrange someone to catch more, but paused as he was about to address his concern. Mo Mingmi looked haggard, so the man asked if he hadn't slept well the night before. Mo Mingmi responded that a scout reported last night that many suspicious people were found near Snake Island, and Simon, king of Heogia City, was also robbed of a boatload of realgar. Mo Mingmi assumed that the purpose of those people was the Snake Island, whereas the man stated that the Snake Island was guarded by the Snake King, and they also released so many poisonous snakes on the island. The man questioned whether they could still deal with the Snake King even if those people could get to the island using realgar, and he claimed that so many people couldn't do anything because the Snake King was not afraid of realgar. Mo Mingmi was worried about what was buried on Snake Island being dug up. He told the man that he still needed to send someone to look at it because he always felt worried, and the man agreed. Later, a group of carriages marched down a small road outside of Heogia City. Gao Fei Bao expressed his exhaustion and stated that the next time he must ask Cheng Dale to get a few more horses to transport the goods, whereas his companions asked him if he wanted to take a rest first if he was too tired. Gao Fei Bao responded that there was no need to rest, and that their brothers were still waiting for their food and clothes, claiming that they did not need to waste time and hurry up. His companion offered him some wine to refresh himself. Gao Fei Bao stated that Cheng Dale told them not to drink and drive, and that if a driver was drunk, the relative sitting in the back would suffer, and his companion replied that Cheng Dale sometimes said strange words that were hard to understand. Cheng Dale, according to Gao Fei Bao, was indeed knowledgeable. He told his companion that Cheng Dale told him that only capable people, such as them, should go buy food, and he laughed. He also stated that they had to step up because they could not let Cheng Dale be disappointed, and they agreed. As his companion noticed and informed Gao Fei Bao, a large group of people appeared in front of them. Another man asked what they should do because he thought they weren't good people, and Gao Fei Bao replied that they'd see what they wanted first, because they were pulling so much food and clothing. A man in front of them asked if they were new there and if they were merchants. The men of Yun Zhonglong were asked if they had never heard of their leader, Yun Zhonglong, because they were doing business without paying respect. Gao Fei Bao told them that they were new, and they just came to buy some food for their boss. However, the man claimed that there was a group of bandits recently known as Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits in the vicinity, and that his boss was one of them. Gao Fei Bao told him that he must be mistaken because they didn't know who Alibaba was, but the man retorted that Gao Fei Bao was ugly, stubborn, and had a bandit look, and that he could tell he was a bandit at first glance, and ordered his men to tie them up. Gao Fei Bao begged to spare them because they didn't know, and he believed that they couldn't lose to them because the brothers he brought out with him were all elite. He also believed they were surrounded by several times their number, but the man told him that it was not up to him to decide whether they were mistaken or not. Instead, he ordered them to come if they were smart, and ordered his men to tie them up and bring them back to Yun Zhonglong for a nice interrogation. Annoyed, Gao Fei Bao believed that they would be wrapped like dumplings and addressed his brothers. He unsheathed his sword. As Gao Fei Bao leaped, he told his brothers to do it. Gao Fei Bao cut one of the soldiers. The man yelled at him for daring to cut one of them and assumed they were the 40 Arch Bandits, while the other soldiers yelled to kill them all. Gao Fei Bao ordered his brothers to abandon the food wagon and grab the horses without mounts because they broke out. He ordered them to break to the right flank as they charged with their horses. They continued to charge as they trampled on the soldiers. Gao Fei Bao yelled that they broke through and told his men not to fight and move out. He told them to go into the woods, whereas the soldiers yelled to chase them. The men continued to restore the house. A voice yelled, addressing Cheng Dale. He informed him that the food and clothing purchased by their brothers were robbed, prompting him to question the man. The man informed him that the Toad village had always been the one bullying, and that no one could bully them, but their brothers were being bullied and were aggrieved. Confused, Cheng Dale asked the man what exactly happened, and the man informed him that they bought several carts of food and clothes from Heogia City, but on their way back, they met someone who claimed to be Yun Zhonglong. Moments later, the man resumed his report, concluding with such and such. Cheng Dale asked if he meant that they killed 7 or 8 people on their side, and the man agreed, and asked if they got away. And the man agreed again. He also inquired if they stole 12 horses from the other side, and the man agreed. Cheng Dale praised the man and told him another question. He asked the man what exactly he was complaining about, and the man who was sobbing stated that the food they bought had been robbed, and they couldn't let people bully them like that. Cheng Dale told the man to send some brothers to find out the origin of Yun Zhonglong so he could bring them to justice, and the man thanked him and said he had to find out. Gao Fei Bao informed Cheng Dale about Yun Zhonglong, who was one of Mo Mingni's men and one of 8 lieutenants, and was the closest mountain bandit there. He also heard that at this time, they wanted to find Alibaba, 40 Arch Bandit, and that would be a problem for them, which irritated Cheng Dale as he stated that it's Mo Mingni's people again and wondered how powerful Yun Zhonglong was. Gao Fei Bao reported to Cheng Dale that he had discovered his lair, and that there were only 300 or 400 people inside. He asked if they should send their brothers to destroy them at night. Cheng Dale told him not to hurry because they had not suffered any losses, that their target was them, and that sooner or later they would come to their door. Exposing themselves would be too early and would cause trouble, and their top priority was to finish the village first. He ordered Gao Fei Bao to continue to go out and buy food and avoid them as much as possible, and Gao Fei Bao asked him when they would be going to fight Yun Zhonglong. Cheng Dale told him not to hurry and that he should go and buy food first, which made Gao Fei Bao sigh and depressed. Cheng Dale later realized that the big snake destroyed most of the original building, which was built 10 years before, and that it was beyond repair. He thought that it was simple to tear down and rebuild, and directly upgraded it to the level 2 mountain village. He assumed that even though the point summoning platform was opened early, it could only be used after upgrading it to mountain village level, and the summon top talent had to do a mission to listen, and he disliked using the point summoning platform. Cheng Dale thought that the people summoned were really real flesh and blood of people, and not just data, and it always felt weird to use it. He realized that this time he could not just hold on like what they did on King Yu Mountain and fight the Ring Tribe, and the ultimate goal this time was to defeat the Qingchuan Guard. And he also believed that as long as he could open up the point summon platform, he would be able to fight Mo Mingni. And while he was thinking this, a man called him. Gao Fei Bao informed him that the food was bought and asked when they would defeat Yun Zhonglong. However, Cheng Dale advised him not to rush and to simply wait because there was still so much to do, which made Gao Fei Bao depressed. He also mentioned that the island's original yards needed to be repaired and that another bridge would be built from the island's shore. But Gao Fei Bao was still upset. Gao Fei Bao followed Cheng Dale asking him if he wanted to do it that day because he had sharpened his sword, and Cheng Dale wondered what to do because they should cut down trees. After a while, Gao Fei Bao called for Cheng Dale but was ignored because he was busy. Gao Fei Bao continued his persuasion, but Cheng Dale told him they're doing it next time because he had no time. As the day passed by, Gao Fei Bao's spirit was suppressed in the bottom of his heart. He didn't have an appetite every day, and he also couldn't sleep at night. Liu Bei asked Cheng Dale if Gao Fei Bao was okay and if he wanted him to give him psychological counseling, and Cheng Dale replied that he should just leave him alone. Liu Bei wondered if Gao Fei Bao wouldn't fall ill easily, and Cheng Dale said nothing. A man later asked his younger brother why he still looked so down when he was out fishing. Gao Fei Bao informed Gao Fei Hu that he was also a person, and that he was also the second leader of the Flying Tiger village back on Qingniu Mountain, and that he was always the only one who bullied people, and no one could bully him. He stated that Cheng Dale also stated that he was a capable person and specifically assigned him a task. The results of the food and clothes were robbed halfway, and Cheng Dale also refused to stand up for him, claiming that he must be disappointed in him. Gao Fei Hu believes that he was simply thinking too much and that Cheng Dale was too busy and couldn't find spare time. Irritated, Gao Fei Bao asked him how people should have looked at him, if they could still have fun together in the future, and how he could swallow his anger in his heart. He had a thought in his head that if Cheng Dale couldn't do it, he would. He walked out, thinking that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the further he stepped back, the more he lost. Gao Fei Hu asked him where he was going. He also thought that no matter what, he must find a powerful helper to go with him. And now Gao Fei Bao was a dumbfounded young man that acted rashly. Birds flew through the sky. As waves smashed against the rocks, Zhao Zilong meditated in a secluded spot near the sea. He closed his eyes as he concentrated. A man arrived, carrying a bottle addressed to Zhao Zilong and informed him that he had come to see him for a drink. Gao Hu approached Zilong, expressing concern and noting that Zilong seemed tired all day. He inquired about what Zilong did. Concentrating, Zilong still replied that he watched the sea and listened to the waves, refining the meaning of the spear of the sea waves. Intrigued, Gao Hu asked if it worked, and Zilong confirmed that it worked, though acknowledging that it worked for him. Gao Hu interpreted this as an implication of his lack of talent, assuming it wouldn't work for him. Xilong turned to him and asked what he wanted. Gao Hu smiled awkwardly, expressing his desire to have a drink with him. He considered Xilong to be the most capable person around and admitted that he felt a bit upset. Understanding the sentiment, Xilong asked if Gao Hu shared it with Cheng Dale. Hesitated. Gao Hu responded that he thought Cheng Dale didn't seem to care. Xilong apologized, explaining he wouldn't take any unnecessary actions without orders from Liu Bei and Cheng Dale. He politely asked Gao Hu to leave if there was nothing else, as he needed to continue practicing his spear techniques. Gao Hu was left speechless. After that, Gao Hu reflected on the situation, thinking that he couldn't tell Gao Fei about it, fearing he would inform Cheng Dale. He also considered other options besides Xilong, mentioning that there were still Qin Man and Guan Yu. However, he excluded Guan Yu due to his arrogance and that there were few people he highly thought of. While walking, he spotted Qin Man exercising. Gao Hu pondered on Qin Man's cautious nature and surely thought that he wouldn't take risks himself and sighed heavily. Soon after, Gao Hu went to look for another capable person, but the villagers he approached did not agree to his requests. Finally, without exception, he hit the wall and sighed in despair. Gao Hu's spirits lifted when he heard the rhythmic sound of a cutting board. He observed Zhang Fei's mastery skills as he sliced the fish. In that moment, inspiration struck back. Gao Hu applauded Zhang Fei, complimenting his excellent knife skills. Zhang Fei greeted Gao Hu and asked if he had witnessed his excellent knife skills. Gao Hu began flatteringly praising Zhang Fei that in their village, Cheng Dale was considered the expert in speed sword techniques. However, he acknowledged that when it came to accuracy, Zhang Fei deserved to be recognized as the best in their community. Zhang Fei smiled and questioned who had declared him the #1 in the village. Gao Hu responded that everyone in the village spoke highly of his skills and asked if Zhang Fei was unaware of it. Flattered, Zhang Fei chuckled and humbly stated that he preferred to keep low-key, and expressed his discomfort with such praise, emphasizing that he didn't enjoy hearing those at all. Despite his initial reluctance to accept compliments, Zhang Fei was intrigued and urged Gao Hu to share more. Gao Hu, seizing the opportunity, mentioned that he happened to have some wine with him and suggested they talk over a drink. In response, Zhang Fei also invited him to taste his cooking. Afterward, the two cooked the sliced fish. Zhang Fei was proud of his sliced fish and warmly urged Gao Hu to take the 7 slices and fry them first. The two enjoyed lively conversation, where Gao Hu chuckled, while Zhang Fei agreed, expressing that he felt the same way. The two chatted until sunset and ended up getting drunk. As the cups toppled over, Zhang Fei shared with Gao Hu that chatting with him had cleared his mind. Drunk, Zhang Fei noticed that Gao Hu's mind was still not clear enough about something. He reassured him, expressing readiness to listen if Gao Hu needed him and he should feel free to ask, emphasizing that he doesn't need to be polite. Gao Hu shared that the recent incident weighing on his mind was the food shipment robbery arranged by Zhonglong's men, causing him to suffer such pent-up frustration. Expressed disappointment with Cheng Dale seemed not to care. In response, Zhang Fei reassured Gao Hu not to worry, asserting that he would take care of it. Zhang Fei confidently declared that it wasn't just Zhonglong and that they could do it, suggesting that that night they planned to meet Zhonglong to help Gao Hu to appease his anger. In his thoughts, Gao Hu realized that his plan had succeeded. Gao Hu asked Zhang Fei what if Cheng Dale would find out. Zhang Fei reassured him that it was okay, mentioning that they would go and come back secretly, ensuring that Cheng Dale wouldn't find out. Gao Hu asked if it was just the two of them and suggested that they shouldn't find more men. Zhang Fei responded by saying that with just the two of them, they could get the job done as there weren't many people. He confidently declared that with his snake spear, he wasn't afraid of 1,000 powerful armies. Drunk, Gao Hu asked if they must go. His laughter was barely contained. Zhang Fei confidently affirmed that they must go. They exchanged a fist bump, agreeing with each other and expressing their determination to do it. As night fell, Gao Hu approached the guards watching over the boat, expressing gratitude for their hard work. One guard questioned Zhang Fei and Gao Hu, asking where they were headed so late. Other guards warned them to be cautious, mentioning that all the snakes on the island had been driven to the shallows. Gao Hu responded, explaining that they had drunk some wine and decided to go ashore for some fresh air. Both of them walked gallantly, exuding great vigor. He instructed the two guards to prepare 2 horses for them and send them ashore, and the guards confirmed their understanding and readiness. At night in Dragon Village, a man inquired about the progress of the investigation. The general reported that a dozen or so highly skilled people, adept at killing and stealing horses swiftly, were likely the Alibaba gang. Infuriated, the man told him that the general was attacked by a dozen people but failed to capture any of them. He questioned if they only robbed a dozen wagons of grain and asked where they had fled off. The general replied that they finally saw them hiding on Snake Island, but their men did not dare to go up there because the Snake King was there. He advised the man not to be annoyed. He theorized that the thieves might be passing through and unaware of the existence of the Snake King, and even speculated that they might have already been eaten by the Snake King. In response, the man introduced Zhonglong, decided that they ignore them in the meantime, and informed the general that Mo Mingni instructed them to investigate Cheng Dale, and he asked if they found out anything. The general reported that the only new force that came to Qin River recently was the Alibaba gang, and no other strange faces arrived. Acknowledging the report, Zhonglong stated that they could step back. He emphasized that if they heard anything from Cheng Dale, they should report to him first. The general confirmed it. After their conversation, Zhonglong sighed heavily, lost in his thoughts about when Cheng Dale would arrive. Contemplating the idea, Zhonglong considered that even if Cheng Dale were more ruthless than Mo Mingmi, he could change the situation. Otherwise, in a few years, when the rings had accumulated enough iron ore, no one would be able to withstand the might of the heavily armed rings army. A quarter past midnight outside Dragon Village, Gao Hu informed Zhang Fei that they had arrived. He mentioned that it was the village where Zhonglong went after stealing grain from him. Zhang Fei commented on the size of the village, inquiring about the number of people inside. Determined, Gao Hu informed him that it wasn't large, with only 400 or 500 minions. He suggested that they should go in and put a stop to it all at once. Suddenly, a wind passed them. The cold breeze woke Zhang Fei up for the most part. He found himself wondering where he was and who he was, contemplating his existence in that place. Fear crept into his expression at the possibility of confronting 400 or 500 people all at once. Feeling uneasy, Gao Hu glanced at Zhang Fei and asked if he was scared. He suggested that if Zhang Fei was afraid, they could turn back. Gao Hu was worried that they would be seen as a joke by the villagers. Zhang Fei, triggered by Gao Hu's words, became determined and responded that he was not scared and asserted that he had never been afraid. He declared that it was time for them to show off, and they immediately charged toward the village and started shouting. They hastily charged to attack, while the guards were alerted and demanded to know who they were, questioning how they dared to intrude into Zhonglong territory. However, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu advanced and barged into the village. Inside, many soldiers blocked their path. Zhang Fei challenged them, questioning how they dared to block his way. He demanded to know the whereabouts of Zhonglong, threatening to kill anyone who stood in his way. The soldiers were sent flying as Zhang Fei used the catch the pig technique. Meanwhile, Zhonglong was in his room, engrossed in reading when a soldier barged in and reported that someone was attacking them. Surprised, Zhonglong inquired about the number of people on the opposing side. The soldier informed him that there were only 2, and Zhonglong reacted in disbelief and questioned how anyone would dare to come and fight them with only 2 people. Zhonglong swiftly left his room, declaring they go and catch them. Amidst the chaos, Gao Hu inquired about the whereabouts of Zhonglong, stating that he was coming for him. He expressed his anger at how Zhonglong dared to rob him and threatened to chop him up. The two continued their advance and swiftly dealt with the soldiers, especially Zhang Fei, who effortlessly defeated them using his catch the pig technique. Zhang Fei asked Gao Hu if he still had not found Zhonglong. He urged him to hurry and to kill him, emphasizing the need to get out of there. He remarked that the soldiers were wearing military gear, suggesting that the one behind the village might not be an ordinary person. Gao Hu responded that with so many people, it wasn't easy to find Zhonglong. Irritated, he noted that many of the soldiers had beards and questioned why they all had beards. Zhang Fei urged him not to hesitate any longer, stating that if they couldn't find Zhonglong, they would take their boss with them. As they were busy battling, Gao Hu spotted Zhonglong dressed in red, hiding behind a pile of soldiers. Zhang Fei questioned if that person was Zhonglong, and Gao Hu questioned. He suggested that they needed to catch Zhonglong, or they would be devoured by the pile of soldiers. They pushed forward. While on the opposing side, the general instructed the soldiers to hold off Zhang Fei and Gao Hu and to surround them, emphasizing that there were only 2 of them. The soldiers quickly charged Zhang Fei and Gao Hu as they shouted to hold them off. However, Zhang Fei swiftly threw the soldier out of his way as he used his catch the pig technique. The soldiers were surprised and commented that they were unstoppable. Many soldiers growled in pain as they were knocked down by Zhang Fei and Gao Hu. Zhang Fei announced his name and readied his hands to capture Zhonglong. He declared for Zhonglong to come over, and Zhonglong's face showed visible fear as Zhang Fei's hand drew closer to him. Helpless, the soldiers were alarmed as they shouted to Zhonglong. They expressed their anxiety as they witnessed Zhonglong being caught. The general of the bear and the tiger were the first signs. Zhonglong resisted Zhang Fei's grip, insisting on letting him go. Irritated, Zhang Fei scolded him for being noisy. Zhonglong's face widened as he saw the fist coming and got punched. Zhang Fei told Gao Hu that they should leave, as more and more people were coming. The soldiers continued to call out to Zhonglong, who was now unconscious. The soldiers persisted in attacking and urging them to stop as they got Zhonglong. Many soldiers were injured, but some continued to surround them as they could not let them get away, while Gao Hu and Zhang Fei were making their escape. Determined, Zhang Fei called for Gao Hu to follow him and make a path. He cast poke in the ground catch the pig technique, which made the soldiers fearful and forcefully threw them out of their way. Employing the blow of the poke the sky technique, the spear cut through the pile of soldiers, creating a bloody path as they stepped over corpses. The soldiers questioned if Zhang Fei was the fierce tiger, while others continued to instruct their fellow soldiers to guard the village gate to prevent them from escaping. As they blocked the entrance, they glanced back and wondered about the source of the noise, feeling as if someone might be behind them. Suddenly, the entrance gate exploded, catching the soldiers off guard and eliciting groans of pain from them. A group of Cheng Dale's men managed to get inside and proceeded to attack, surprising the soldiers. They announced that their village gate had broken, and the enemies were pouring into the village. Cheng Dale led his men in the attack, the anger evident on his face as he advanced. Lit up with joy, Zhang Fei questioned how Cheng Dale had arrived. Gao Hu simply addressed Cheng Dale. Annoyed, Cheng Dale responded to cut their craps, and they get out first. He also informed them that he would settle the score with them later. Turning to his group, he informed everyone that they had them and instructed everyone to evacuate and hurry up, and urged everyone to go and repeatedly emphasized the need to retreat. After the incident in the gathering hall, Cheng Dale scolded Zhang Fei and Gao Hu and pointed out that in the middle of the night, they ran off to kidnap someone else's village master. Cheng Dale commented that the two of them were something and demanded to know who told them to do it, while the two showed frowning faces. He questioned them back to whose idea exactly it was. Liu Bei interrupted, advising Cheng Dale to take it easy for now and reassuring him that they were fine. However, Cheng Dale continued to scold them, criticizing them for being private, permissive, and disorganized. He asked what should be done according to the rules of their village. Shenji chimed in, questioning Cheng Dale about the rules of their village and when he had set them, expressing that he didn't know. Liu Bei acknowledged that they didn't seem to have any rules, prompting Shenji to suggest that Cheng Dale could set up rules now. In response, Cheng Dale remained silent. He called Gao Hu and Zhang Fei, informing them that he punished both of them with 100 deep squats, 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups every day, and a 20-mile endurance run. He also declared that they wouldn't stop until they achieved 6 packs. Cheng Dale also warned that if they stopped, he would shave their hair, and mentioned that he knew it was Gao Hu's idea and added Gao Hu's punishment to cleaning the toilets. Both of them, wearing pensive faces, accepted the punishment. Shenji asked Cheng Dale if the punishment was too harsh as he saw the two seemed quite sad. Cheng Dale responded with subtlety, while Zhang Fei and Gao Hu exited the hall without saying anything. One of them remarked that they came out, another asked how it went, and someone else inquired if Cheng Dale was angry. The two suddenly giggled, while someone called their names. Suddenly, they all celebrated. One person praised Gao Hu that he was awesome, as well as Zhang Fei, while others mentioned how they had broken into the enemy camp in the middle of the night and kidnapped the enemy, commending both of them as great. Another person suggested that next time, they shouldn't forget to share the fun with everyone, while some continued to commend them. Laughter filled the air as they celebrated. The two were tossed in the air as they were hailed for being amazing. Gao Hu humbly responded that it was nothing special, while Zhang Fei thanked their fellow villagers for their support. All the villagers cheered. The next day in Toad Village, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu were observed running in the field, with Gao Hu panting and puffing. Eventually, both Zhang Fei and Gao Hu shivered with exhaustion as people in the distance informed them that there were 5 more kilometers to go. Encouragements to keep running. Some people laughed at them, with one cheering Gao Hu and another person telling them to run faster. Exhausted, Gao Hu turned to them, calling them bastards for rejoicing over their misery. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale sighed and commented that his people were scatterbrained. He thought that it seemed the organizational structure of the village, rewards, punishments, discipline, and spiritual honor needed to be built, otherwise they would always be a disorganized and undisciplined group. But he didn't want to take the long route to discipline them. Instead, he pondered that perhaps he could buy some useful books in the system store. Entering the system space, he looked for the system, asking if it was there as he needed to buy something. Continuing to look around, he searched for where she was and also sought out the raffle machine, trying to find them. The machine responded that he was there. Cheng Dale's face comically expressed shock as he saw the machine playing. The machine asked him what he wanted. He asked the machine if it was playing Super Mario and if he guessed it correctly. The machine responded that the system space was usually too boring, and card games were a bit dull for him, so the big system designed a game with Cheng Dale's memories to make it more enjoyable. Amazed, Cheng Dale agreed and was left in awe. The machine glanced at him, explaining that it could only develop relatively small games, as complex ones consumed too much power. The machine tried to tempt Cheng Dale to play a few rounds with him, but Cheng Dale was still in a state of amazement. Hesitated, Cheng Dale responded that it was not this time and that he had something to do. Maybe another time, laughing awkwardly. The machine asked him what he wanted from the system. Innocently, he informed the machine that he needed to buy something from the system, which watched the store, and he asked where the system was right now. The machine informed him that the system was working and should be in her lab. He assisted Cheng Dale in taking him there. While they were walking inside the system, Cheng Dale asked the machine about the structure of the system space, describing it as big and empty but containing many wonderful things. The machine responded that the system space was quite empty at its birth, and later the system slowly developed various functions to fill it. Additionally, informed him that the developed functions, such as the summoning platform, the system shop, the war song system, the possession ability, and so on. The machine pointed up and said that they were all there, informing Cheng Dale that after the last crisis, the system cut them out and put them in isolated space bubbles. He informed Cheng Dale that the ball above them was one of them, and informed that it prevents glitches that could endanger the system itself. Cheng Dale inquired about the existence of space borders, causing the machine to affirm it and instruct Cheng Dale to follow him so he does not die flying out of space. The machine informed him that they arrived, saying that this was where the system usually worked. It requested access, stating the identity of the access rights holder as the host, and the request was approved. Cheng Dale was greeted as the host by it. The machine left Cheng Dale after unlocking the door and asked him to go to find the system so that he could resume playing video games. Cheng Dale opened the door and pondered the system's workplace. He saw the system concentrating on something. Meanwhile, the system was doing something while adding roses to it, causing a dramatic fade. She reflected on the fact that her experiment failed and that some key elements were still missing. When she glanced back and saw Cheng Dale, she greeted him with enthusiasm. The system inquired as to what had brought him there. Cheng Dale asked the system what she was working on. In response, the system chuckled and stated that she was working on developing features, but they were still in the conceptual phase, so she didn't know what they would be. She went on to say that she now built a mountain village and was not a lone wolf on the grassland. However, at that time, she gave him the war song function and the possession function, which were individually dependent, and she had to adjust those functions. With too many features, the system would be bloated and prone to error reporting, and some features would have to be removed. Cheng Dale commented on how busy it sounded and commended the system for her efforts. The system winked, implying that he might think system administration is a joke. She explained that she didn't lie around all day thinking about sending him tasks. She asked him why he had come to meet her, and he replied that he believed their village needed spiritual and institutional construction. He informed her that he would purchase some books from her for future reference. He inquired if there should be books for sale in the system store. The system confirmed that there were books, but those were about the secret of martial arts. She suggested taking him somewhere else, as she believed that's where he might find what he was looking for. The system snapped her fingers and told him they were leaving, after which they vanished from her workplace and teleported to a library, leading Cheng Dale to tumble. He whined and questioned the system why she teleported him so suddenly, as he felt dizzy after teleporting. The system advised him to stop whining. She mentioned that they were in her study and private room, in the room of another bubble. Calmly, she asked how he expected to get in there if he didn't want to be teleported. She added that she, as a scholar, has no good ideas in her brain if a day is spent without reading a book, wondering how she could not have a book room, and proudly stated that she put all kinds of books and materials that she usually collected. Finally, she asked Cheng Dale if he found any suitable books. Amazed, Cheng Dale asked the system if there were all kinds of books there, wondering if the place was the library of the heavenly worlds that she built. The system questioned him how it was possible, stating that the world was full of information and that the books she amassed were beneficial to her. Cheng Dale responded in awe. He asked her if she had a book about military training and the military system, and if so, whether it had a search function. While she poured her coffee cup, the system verified it, stating that he only needed to think about the information he needed, and the books on the bookshelf would become the books he required. She also told Cheng Dale that the books in the system were best applied in steps, highlighting that he could not achieve his aim in just one step. The system and rules were dead, he must adjust according to the actual situation. The system informed him that many emperors wanted to develop a once-and-for-all system, like the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, who wanted to develop 1,000 generations. However, the Qin dynasty only lasted for 14 years. She reminded Cheng Dale that the system had a shelf life, which Cheng Dale acknowledged, and asked if she had a book on how to make hot weapons. He remarked that there was already gunpowder, and if they could start the age of firearms, it would be an overwhelming advantage over cold weapons. While the system was adding sugar to her coffee, she answered concerning the guns he described, asking if he meant the ancient rifles or current hot weapons. Intrigued, Cheng Dale inquired if she had them, and the system answered that they had. Nevertheless, she reminded him that she did not suggest he use modern weaponry in their era, leading him to question it. The system said that if Cheng Dale wished to purchase, the system could swap modern guns, but it was too costly, with a starting price of hundreds of millions of fear points, and he responded that it was too expensive. She went on to say that because the period is too long, encompassing at least 1,000 years of weaponry. The system can reproduce it, but it consumes too much power. Cheng Dalei questioned several of the earlier guns. The system responded that firepower with matchlock and flintlock is not even comparable to that of a strong bow. She revealed that in their world, there are hidden weapons experts who can kill people with pick leaves and cotton wads. She also noted that if he wanted to raise a group of muskets, he needed weapon resources, training materials, and logistics, and that it was better to train a group of powerful archers, and mentioned that the weapons required a long process. She advised him to employ cold weapons instead. She advised him that even if he spent hundreds of millions of fear points on a design to buy a blueprint, he couldn't rely on a few blacksmiths to knock out the rifling and barrel barehanded. And she taunted Cheng Dalei that it wouldn't work. Then she said that in those chaotic times, there was no time for him to develop an industry, and without a complete industrial chain to sustain the weaponry, it was simply a flaming stick if it got broken. She continued that if he couldn't mass produce, those flintlocks and weapons were no match for the powerful bow, leaving Cheng Dalei silent. The system reminded him that times had not changed yet. She inquired if Cheng Dalei found all the books he was looking for. Cheng Dalei listed The Art of War, 36 Stratagems, Guerrilla Warfare, Sun Tzu's Art of War, one of the 7 military classics of ancient China, the 36 Stratagems, a Chinese essay used to illustrate a series of strategies in politics, wars, and civil interaction, making an implementation of the ancient dynastic system. The Legion and the Founder, a record of Greco-Roman infantry combat, Theory of War, Western Art of War. All of these should be in the Yu family army, Beiwei army. He confirmed that those were all the books he needed while showing a wide smile. The system confirmed and said to him that one copy was worth 300,000 fears. She thanked him for his patronage, which Cheng Dalei ridiculed as it was a bit expensive. He remarked that he used up all his fear points at once. The system countered him that knowledge is priceless, and the fee is only the cost of materializing the book into the present world. Curious, Cheng Dalei sneaked behind her, wondering about what the system was reading. He peeked at the pile of books on the table. Reading the titles, he discovered that the domineering president fell in love with her, self-cultivation of system elves, maintenance and system repair, 100 types of bug cards, motorcycle maintenance skills and meditation skills, ball of fat, and 100,000 reasons why, the truth about the world. He comically widened his eyes and pondered that the system has a wide range of interests. Meanwhile, back in their village, Zhang Fei and Gao Hu were breathing heavily after completing their punishment. Shenji scolded them and told them that they were disregarding the group, only knowing how to play the hero. He announced that this would be the end for the two, while both Zhang Fei and Gao Hu fainted, emitting a strong odor. Shenji declared to everyone that starting tomorrow morning, they would have to run like those two, prompting disdain and accusing Gao Hu of it. At the Snake Island Toad Village Night Council Chamber, Cheng Dalei mentioned the names of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, Zilong, Fei Hu, and Fei Bao, claiming that they were not lacking in strength but had zero capacity to command troops in war. He proposed that they slowly polish their ability in that area. Xing Zai added that they needed to slowly get rid of their villainous nature, or they could only remain in the group as mobs, which would lead to more casualties. In seriousness, Cheng Dalei asked Xing Zai if he had any suggestions about military management, and Wanner recorded everything. Xing Zai remarked that he studied the training method of the book Beiwei Army, which was close to his heart, and he advised that standards be followed. He emphasizes that there should be spearmen, swordsmen, shields, and archers, and suggested that Zilong, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Qin Man, Gao Fei, and Gao Hu lead each team, proposing that Liu Bei be in charge of the logistics teams. He further suggested that 5 people make a team, 5 teams make a company, 4 companies make a regiment, 5 regiments make a brigade, 5 brigades make a division, and 5 divisions make a corps. Furthermore, they were still a band of mountain bandits, and there was no reason to disguise it as a military stronghold. Wanner chimed in and asked Xing Zai if training them as elite soldiers according to his standards would be counterproductive and too restrictive. But Xing Zai responded that they must also be aware of the existence of military law. Wanner responded by stating that it is not good to rush things. Also, Cheng Dalei suggested taking his time, emphasizing that the reward and punishment should be clear. Fu Delay intervened, mentioning that the reward should be based on merit. Xing Zai turned to face Fu Delay, noting that the punishment measures were just labor, lecture, and confinement, but these punishment methods were almost useless. He continued that some people are imprisoned, but they are not ashamed, instead, they are proud. But as soon as they come out, they act as if nothing happened. Wanner argues that a sense of respect and discipline are lacking in each man, but there was still brotherhood. Fu Delay mentioned that they use the collective punishment law. If one person commits a mistake, the whole team will be punished. At least they established the prestige of military law first. Xing Zai also noted that they have to train those people to work out in March. He suggested that Cheng Dalei also needs to train along with them, which Cheng Dalei acknowledged. Cheng Dalei highlights the most important thing is to build a mountain village. The training can be put aside first. He continued, suggesting that they need to erase their stubbornness and retain their fierceness, just like sharpening a rusty iron knife to become sharper. Meanwhile, in the Kinchuan Mountain General's residence, Mo Mingmi questioned his soldiers whether they discovered who they were and where they came from. The soldier reported that they were called Alibaba 40 Arch Bandits, but it was certainly a fake name, and they occupied Snake Island. Mo Mingmi reacted by asking if they took care of the Snake King. Concerned, he asked about his stuff if it were not dug up. The soldier introduced as Yan Dai responded that it was not clear, but there were not many signs of battle on the island. They didn't seem to be dead, maybe the Snake King himself left. According to the description of Zhonglong's subordinates, they roughly painted the appearance of the people who broke into the fortress. He added that they heard the two people call each other's names, one called Gao Hu and the other one called Zhang Fei. Yan Dai added that according to their investigation, they were sure that they were from the Toad village, Cheng Dale's men Gao Hu and Zhang Fei. He bowed, confirming that Cheng Dale was there. Mo Mingmi inquired about the number of people under Cheng Dale, prompting Yan Dai to confirm that they should be around 1,000 or 2,000 people, which made Mo Mingmi smile evilly. With a malicious look, Mo Mingmi noted that it was good timing. Yan Dai told Mo Mingmi that the other side was small in number but still could not be taken lightly, after all, remarking that he was Cheng Dale. The evil aura on Mo Mingmi's face was apparent as he agreed, suggesting that they should eliminate Cheng Dale before he gained a firm foothold. However, Yan Dai informed him that the envoy of the Ring tribe was still in the city and asked if Cheng Dale wanted to inform them about the news. Mo Mingmi responded that they shouldn't cause trouble for now, emphasizing the need to pay attention to the Ring tribe's movements, as they have long coveted the iron ore. He mentioned that their elite soldiers in the city couldn't make a move, which Yan Dai acknowledged. Mo Mingmi threw the images, instructing Yan Dai to mobilize the 18 lieutenants of Kinchuan to attack Snake Island. He specified that each family must send no less than 500 troops, and they must arrive within 10 days. He added that whoever could bring Cheng Dale's head would be rewarded with 1,000 gold, 500 sets of armor, half a year of tax exemption, and the title of the head of the 18 lieutenants. Yan Dai commended him as wise. After their conversation, Mo Mingmi pondered about Cheng Dale, calling his name while gripping his sword. He acknowledged Cheng Dale was smart and that he had come to Kinchuan Mountain without official credentials. Mo Mingmi stabbed a picture and continued to reflect that Cheng Dale had finally arrived after much anticipation. He pondered that since Cheng Dale came to Kinchuan and couldn't imagine him leaving. Contemplating the situation, Mo Mingmi thought that if he killed Cheng Dale, he could help the minister avenge Longting and sell Cheng Dale's head to the Ring tribe as a favor. The photo he stabbed was of Cheng Dale, and Mo Mingmi burst out laughing. Mo Mingmi's military orders spread throughout the Qin River within days. In another place, a soldier reported to other soldiers that Mo Mingmi ordered. All 18 mountain strongholds began to count their troops and prepare for the attack. A lieutenant ordered his 800 muster troops to follow him, while he ordered 1,000 military troops to target Snake Island. At the command, the 18 lieutenants of the Kinchuan gathered in great numbers. In the prison at Toad Village, Zhonglong in prison growled in his sleep. Shenji called Cheng Dale, mentioning that Zhonglong was awake. While Zhonglong was just regaining consciousness, he saw Cheng Dale ask Shenji if he memorized his lines. Shenji reassured him that he remembered them well. Zhonglong angrily called Cheng Dale, advising him to be smart and let him go. He warned him if they didn't recognize the person backing him. Sarcastically, Shenji replied that it was Mo Mingmi backing him, adding that they had come to ask Zhonglong about him. Frustrated, Zhonglong asked if they wanted to know something about Mo Mingmi and if they intended to oppose him. He inquired about their identities and their intentions. Cheng Dale responded that since Zhonglong asked in good faith, Shenji continued that they would be gracious enough to tell him. Cheng Dale began to recite their lines that their goal was to save the world from destruction, followed by Shenji stating that their purpose was to maintain peace in the world. Shenji continued, explaining that they aimed to realize the evil of love and truth. Cheng Dale added a touch of humor by mentioning their cute and charming villain role. Proudly, Cheng Dale declared himself as the Toad King, and Shenji proclaimed his role as the jade-faced military strategist. Cheng Dale announced that they were the Toad Village, shuttling back and forth in King New Mountain. Shenji added that a glorious morning awaited them. As their line concluded, Cheng Dale kept agreeing with Shenji, who remained proud of himself, while Zhonglong expressed confusion. Cheng Dale complimented Shenji, acknowledging that he remembered it well and noting the progress he had made. Unable to contain himself, Zhonglong interjected, questioning Cheng Dale's identity, and noting that if he was the one who assassinated Longting, and the King of the Rings. With a touch of aggression, Shenji confirmed to Zhonglong that Cheng Dale was, indeed, the mountain bandit known for consuming 10 pounds of human flesh and drinking 2 pounds of human blood at every meal. Cheng Dale, seemingly amused, playfully informed Zhonglong that Shenji served as his royal chef, boasting that his best dish was the infamous human feast. He advised Zhonglong to behave. Zhonglong yelled at them, saying that they were mistaken. He said that both Cheng Dale and Shenji were handsome and first-class characters, but he told them that they just looked so ordinary. Feeling down, Cheng Dale considered that every person has a different understanding of handsomeness and told Zhonglong that he would show his ordinary sword. Zhonglong confirmed that he was Cheng Dale. He was waiting for him for an eternity, and finally, he was there. He told him that he was not lying to him. He admitted that he saw Mo Mingmi in a bad light for a long time. He had been waiting for Cheng Dale to come to Qinchuan to replace Mo Mingmi, and Cheng Dale questioned him. Shenji, feeling proud, thought to himself that, as he expected, the opponent was convinced of his personality and charm even before the torture began. On the other hand, Cheng Dale felt uncertain, wondering if this was already a confession, as he still had ABCD programs to use. Zhonglong asked Cheng Dale what else he wanted to hear. He promised to tell him everything and suggested starting with how many wives Mo Mingmi had. Cheng Dale deflected the question. Instead, he asked about the distribution of nearby forces, the identities of the 18 lieutenants, how many men each lieutenant commanded, and which ones were more powerful. Zhonglong, seemingly cooperative, claimed to know everything and was willing to share all the information. Zhonglong added that if Mo Mingmi ordered an attack, the 18 lieutenants were expected to arrive in a few days. He specifically mentioned the nearest lieutenant, Du Nguyen, born a water bandit, commanding at least 2,000 elite soldiers. Zhonglong revealed that Du Nguyen was Mo Mingmi's adopted son, making him the likely first to attack. He further disclosed that he knew Mo Mingmi had a mistress in the village outside and questioned whether they should catch the mistress to threaten him. Feeling shame at Zhonglong's suggestion, Cheng Dale couldn't help but question if he was a grown man who goes after women. Shenji chimed in with a remark, questioning if Zhonglong was still a man. Uncertain, Zhonglong responded that ruthlessness is the mark of a truly great man, highlighting that they were mountain bandits. Cheng Dale clarified that they don't do that, emphasizing that if people found out, he wouldn't know how to go on living. He urged Zhonglong to continue telling them what he knew. After talking to Zhonglong, curious, Shenji inquired of Cheng Dale how much truth he believed was in Zhonglong's words. Cheng Dale responded that Zhonglong's words were full of emotion, and they couldn't believe everything he said. He asked Shenji, seeking his opinion on whether they could withstand the first wave of the attack. Shenji responded, expressing skepticism about their ability to easily withstand it. Referring to Zhonglong's information, he highlighted Du Nguyen as the best among the water bandits, particularly good at conquering shores. Shenji pointed out that although Snake Island seemed surrounded by water, appearing as a natural barrier for water bandits familiar with such terrain, it posed no obstacle at all. Acknowledging the justification of the analysis, Cheng Dale expressed concern. Shenji continued, noting that the mountain village wall was not yet finished, making the fight difficult once the enemy landed on the coast, and Cheng Dale confirmed. He expressed concern that it seemed like it was going to be a challenging battle. Just then, Cheng Dale called everyone's attention. When Qin Man inquired about his orders, Cheng Dale instructed them to cease the construction of the fortress and organize everyone to create Spanish riders. Emphasizing that more would be better, he conveyed the urgency of being prepared for war. His command was acknowledged by everyone. Take the Spanish riders by boat to the riverfront sites while the tide is out. Then place them in the shallows of all waters in the Toad Village. It took several days to surround all the shallow parts of Snake Island with them. During floods, the Spanish rider is flooded by the river. Only at low tide, the Spanish rider formation is visible. Some men with good eyes were assigned to keep watch on the high places of the Snake Island. A few days later, a person pointed towards the water and urged everyone to look and check it out. Early in the morning, a person instructed everyone to relay the message that the enemy was approaching, urgently calling for the horn to be blown to prepare for war, while someone mentioned that the first wave of the attack was coming. As the horn resounded loudly, instructions were swiftly issued for everyone to get ready for battle. Cheng Dale announced that Du Nguyen pirates had arrived. He urged everyone to get ready and that the enemy was there. One person cursed upon seeing many boats, questioning how many people they sent. Qin Man shared information that he heard from the dragon in the cloud, mentioning that Du Nguyen was Mo Mingmi's stepson, and the army under him was well-trained and fierce. Concerned, Cheng Dale remarked that this time Mo Mingmi could expect some excitement, as Du Nguyen seemed to be going all out. Meanwhile, in the Du family, there were 2,500 strong sailors. Du Nguyen mentioned that he originally wanted to surprise them by attacking earlier, but their reactions were quick. He expressed satisfaction that they arrived in advance, giving them a chance to finish preparing for a bitter battle. With determination, Du Nguyen commanded his forces to go at maximum speed, board Snake Island, and capture it in one swoop. At the same time, Qin Man expressed concern to Cheng Dale about the enemy charging over. Cheng Dale reassured him, urging him not to rush, and ordered Qin Man to instruct the strongbow teams to get ready to fire as soon as the enemy landed. Qin Man quickly commanded his men to get ready. On the opposite side, one of Du Nguyen's men reported that their boat had hit the shallows, preventing them from going any further. Du Nguyen ordered his troops to unsheathe their blades, drop the smaller boats, and have teams of 5 people aboard the island. He also instructed them to clear the way for others and protect them as they swam to shore. Du Nguyen announced the attack. Du Nguyen's troops shouted battle cries as they advanced to the shore. Meanwhile, Kin Man reported that the strongbow team was in position. Cheng Dale advised him to target the people on the boats. Kin Man commanded them to fire and to shoot them down. Meanwhile, Du Nguyen's troops kept advancing while holding up their shields as they faced the barrage of arrows. On the other hand, Kin Man swiftly directed Team 1 to fall back while instructing Team 2 to take their positions and continue shooting at the advancing enemy forces. The troops of Du Nguyen were perplexed as their boats seemed to be stuck and unable to move. Panic set in as they realized there was something under their boats. Du Nguyen's troops wondered why their boat was not moving, noting that they got stuck and that there was something under their boats. Someone mentioned that there were reefs under the boats, while others disagreed, suggesting that it might be wooden spikes placed in the water. As the enemy boats got stuck, Kin Man exclaimed that their plan was working. However, Cheng Dale still cautioned that it wouldn't hold them for long and urged his teams to shoot them down quickly. He commanded Team 1 and Team 2 archers to fire. Meanwhile, Du Nguyen's troops became increasingly panicked, with some cursing as they could not move forward. Du Nguyen reminded them that they were sailors and questioned whether they grew soft from living a peaceful life. He still ordered his troops to get in the water and swim to shore. His troops were prompt to swim, while Du Nguyen commanded them to charge. Tin Man noticed and informed Cheng Dale that Du Nguyen's troops jumped into the water, and the arrows could not hit them. Cheng Dale ordered his archers to wait until the enemy emerged from the water. He instructed everyone else to ready their weapons. Everyone could tell that the situation would turn into a brutal melee, and that they would form a wall of flesh and blood. Du Nguyen was still in the water, commanding his troops to kill and charge forward. His troops charged, using their shields to defend against arrows. One of Du Nguyen's troops noticed something. He pondered something moving on his legs. He saw a snake beneath him, and before he could react, fear showed on his face as he realized it was a snake. The snake attacked him, causing him to scream. Other troops panicked and warned everyone about the snake and that there were so many of them. Screams were everywhere, making everyone terrified of the upcoming snakes, while some still warned others to watch out. With the emergence of the snakes, the sailors now had to block arrows flying from the sky and watch out for snakes under the water. The situation turned into chaos, and the first wave of human lives was lost. Amidst the chaos, his troops urgently informed him of a snake presence ahead. Initially stating hundreds, he quickly corrected himself, emphasizing that there were thousands of snakes. Some suggested that they should retreat, emphasizing the danger of an infestation of snakes in the water, and that forcing their way to shore would result in losing hundreds of men. While they still warned others to watch out for the arrows, the distance of 100 meters away from the shore became a death zone. Bodies were floating, while some troops urged others to retreat and get back on the boat quickly. Du Nguyen yelled at Cheng Dale from a distance, informing him that Cheng Dale was using such a tactic and promising to return, asking Cheng Dale if he heard him. Everyone on the island was in a state of confusion. Someone wondered why they fled. Then the first attack from the 18 families of colonels ended without a single drop of blood touching dry land. One of Cheng Dale's men cheered for their victory, while others taunted the enemies and fled with their tails tucked between their legs. Shenji questioned the sudden appearance of snakes, expressing relief that they weren't present when the spikes were set. Disbelief, Gao Hu wondered why it was always someone shouting words whenever they ran away. Gao Fei answered that it was to save some face. Cheng Dale acknowledged their luck with the snakes in the water, but warned that they needed to prepare against the snake's poison in future attacks. He emphasized the importance of completing the construction of the fortress and suggested leaving men to act as scouts there. Cheng Dale informed them that they only had around 2,000 people and it was far from enough. He proposed going to nearby villages to recruit anyone. He promptly ordered Gao Fei and Kin Man, assigning them the task of scouting the surroundings, alerting that the enemy flanked them, while Gao Hu received the responsibility of recruiting workers. They confirmed Cheng Dale's orders. After dividing their tasks, at King Region, Qingyi Village, suddenly, a person from the village rushed in, reporting trouble and the presence of an army that captured people. The villagers, filled with fear, questioned if it was the King Region government again. Panic ensued, and someone urgently shouted for everyone to run, while others questioned the heavens, wondering why their lives had to be so difficult. Some stated to not leave even the chickens behind. The horsemen approached their village, calling out to the residents. It turned out that it was Gao Hu accompanied by his men. He ordered them to surround the village and bring everyone outside. Gao Hu intimidated the villagers by telling them that they thought they could escape by hiding underground. Terrified screams, a person pleaded to spare their lives out of fear. He sternly ordered a person not to run, ordering his men to apprehend them all. Terrified, the children remained silent as they looked outside. Gao Hu inquired if everyone was present and insisted that they listen carefully. He proclaimed that they were under the command of Cheng Dale from the Toad village. Haughtily, he informed that Cheng Dale wanted men to work for them, promising food, drinks, and payment in silver. He warned them not to disagree and that they shouldn't blame his sword for being sharp. The elders of the village responded that they had elders and children under their care. He pleaded with Gao Hu to spare them, acknowledging Gao Hu's magnanimity as he begged for their humble lives. In a stern tone, Gao Hu declared that he was not there to negotiate but to kidnap people. He ordered them to tie the villagers up, leaving them in a state of hopelessness. However, one person became enraged and declared that he would fight them while holding a stick, and someone identified the enraged man as Jiang San and told him that he was insane. Jiang San bravely launched an attack against Gao Hu. However, Gao Hu swiftly subdued Jiang San and ordered that he be brought along. Cheng Dale's soldiers stood out, claiming that Cheng Dale merely wanted them to work and not damage or loot their village, while Gao Hu instructed his men to take them away. Meanwhile, a kid inquired with the village chief about whether his father would be back. The village chief confirmed, telling the kid that they were working for a bit. However, a man cursed, mentioning that the government people took his son away a year ago, and he has not heard from him since. He sighed and questioned the heavens. The village chief disagreed with him, providing an example of when Jiang San attacked earlier, stating that they only knocked him and didn't take his life. He expressed hope that Cheng Dale would indeed keep his word. Later that moment, at the Toad village, Cheng Dale was busy looking at the blueprint. Gao Hu informed Cheng Dale that they were back and they found over 100 men. He inquired about Cheng Dale's next target for their kidnapping. Perplexed, Cheng Dale corrected him, stating that they were not kidnapping but recruiting workers. He informed him that they already had enough laborers and there was no need to go out again. Gao Hu relayed information he gathered from the villages, mentioning that people were saying Mo Mingmi had also gone to kidnap people, and those individuals were never seen again. Acknowledged about the matter, Cheng Dale expressed his disapproval, and noted that some only knew how to exploit workers without any sense of sustainability. He ordered Gao Hu to bring the people to eat first. Gao Hu questioned the order, and Cheng Dale irritably responded, dismissing it as nonsense and questioning how people could work on an empty stomach. Moving on, Shenji began calling out to the people, starting with the clay masons, instructing them to step forward. He asked for carpenters, prompting them to take a step forward. Shenji informed them that they were in a hurry, so they would have to work 3 shifts throughout the night. He assured them to relax, stating that they wouldn't mistreat them. When night fell, Shenji instructed them to start working. One person asked Jiang San about his thoughts on the bandits that kidnapped them, given that they provided food and new sets of clothes, claiming it was some kind of uniform. In a snobbish manner, Jiang San questioned that they were simply being made to do manual labor. The person persisted, wondering if they would be released once the work was done. Jiang San replied that they could only find out. Despite the doubts, Jiang San acknowledged that the food that night was excellent, especially the white buns which they hadn't had in a long time. The person wondered if maybe the bandits were not all bad. However, he remained reluctant, emphasizing that even so, they were still bandits, and they shouldn't be tempted, suggesting that they just did their work half-heartedly and made do, a sentiment, and Jiang San agreed. Jiang San found it weird that his bricklaying work was unusually accurate that day, and the person agreed, feeling that the task seemed easier. With a proud expression, the system giggled, revealing that there was a village buff in effect, swift construction, and that the level 2 village was almost complete. Each of the 18 lieutenants of Qinchuan occupied a territory in the area. They did not interfere with each other, and they paid their monthly harvest to Mo Mingmi. Today, they received a military order from Mo Mingmi to send troops to gather at Qinchuan Mountain. Qinchuan Mountain 18 lieutenants temporary camp. A soldier informed the lieutenants to go inside quickly as Yan Dai was already waiting for them. One of the lieutenants wondered if it was Yan Dai himself at the moment. Another lieutenant also wondered if Yan Dai, who was with Mo Mingmi, was a big man who should not be offended. Inside the camp, Yan Dai greeted them, mentioning that they were all there under the military orders of Mo Mingmi. He assumed that everyone had heard of Cheng Dale's reputation, and detailed Cheng Dale's actions, stating of killing Longting, sneaking into the grassland to kill the king of the Ring tribe, and now coming to Qinchuan. Yan Dai added that there were robberies in Heijia City, Zhonglong was captured, and Cheng Dale wanted to control both water and land routes. He informed them of the many things that happened in just a month. One of the lieutenants commented that if they allowed Cheng Dale to stay in Qinchuan any longer, he would eventually seize all their territory sooner or later. Yan Dai revealed that Mo Mingmi intended to gather the strength of the 18 mountain strongholds to kill Cheng Dale. Taobing asked Yan Dai if he truly wanted to escalate the situation, noting that as far as he knew, Cheng Dale's forces consisted of only 2,000 people, with about 1,000 warriors among them. Yan Dai brought up Du Nguyen, mentioning him who attacked in advance with more than 2,000 people, and he could not even board the island. He pointed to a map detailing the topography of Snake Island, and instructed them to prepare enough realgear to make sufficient rafts for an army of 10,000 people to reach the island. Yan Dai specifically told Taobing that he would lead the team at that time. He also informed them that Mo Mingni had declared that those involved in the siege would be exempt from taxes for 3 months. Furthermore, whoever obtained Cheng Dalei's head would be promoted to become the head of the 18 lieutenants. The lieutenants acknowledged and obediently followed Yan Dai's orders. 10 days later, the construction of the second-level Toad Village was finally completed. Half of the trees on the island were cut down, prioritizing the construction of the outer wall arrow towers, traps, reefs, etc. Then there is a gathering hall medical center, summoning platform, and watchtower. The mountain village is surrounded by mountains on both sides and cliffs on one side. The last side was a plain, so a tall wall was built. The outskirts of the island were built with both light and dark docks. Cheng Dalei contemplated the construction being finally complete, and the efforts of working in 3 shifts were not in vain. A beep sound received the second-level mountain village construction completed, and the summoning platform function was opened. Cheng Dalei examined the village profile, noting its address as Kinchuan Snake Island with a population of 2,513 people. He checked his task, which required a population of 5,000 to upgrade the village to level 3. The reward for completing this task was Martial World's Rumors, a skill that would allow him to know everything about the world without leaving. Reflecting on the reward, Cheng Dalei considered the advantage of gaining information from all sides in advance. However, he speculated that the accuracy might not be too high, requiring screening and analysis. Suddenly, the system called out to him. She asked Cheng Dalei how he managed to build a second-level mountain village so quickly. Cheng Dalei responded by wondering if the system would develop again, expressing concern that if she continued like that, she would become an old woman. The system explained that the sprite had reached adulthood and would naturally stabilize its form. Moreover, with the increase in the mountain village level, Cheng Dalei's strength would also improve. She gave him his rewards. Another beep sounded, indicating that the third-level mountain village constructions were completed, and Cheng Dalei's power had increased. Cheng Dalei contemplated the increase in power and questioned the system about his strength, agility, and other aspects being raised to a sufficient level. Would he break through to the top and become a Supreme Master? The system explained to Cheng Dalei that becoming a Supreme Master was not as simple, emphasizing that Supreme Mastery needs a breakthrough in martial arts skills out of their skills with brute force. One cannot become supreme. Excited, Cheng Dalei mentioned that he still had a lottery draw, and decided to use it immediately. The system announced the lottery machine to come out. Cheng Dalei stated that he would see if he could get something good this time. As they impatiently waited, they exchanged awkward smiles. However, despite their patience, the lottery machine still did not come out. Pissed, the system informed him that she needed a moment as it seemed the lottery machine wasn't responding. She went back to the system world and informed him that she checked what was going on. She disappeared from Cheng Dalei's sight, leaving him dismayed. Inside the system world, the lottery machine was playing a game, taunting his opponent for being weak. He laughed and told his opponent who the boss was. Suddenly, the system appeared behind him, calling his name. With annoyance, she scolded the machine and angrily grabbed him, emphasizing that he was playing video games again. She sternly told him it was time to work, while the machine expressed confusion. A couple of orbs shone down from above the lottery machine. 4 orbs became brighter as gusts formed around it. The lottery machine informed Heart that it was done. A notification appeared stating that the draw battle song background music titled Surrounded could be used to add negative buffs and debuffs to the enemy army, and that the condition could only be used when surrounded by enemy troops. Cheng Dalei stated that it was actually a battlefield BGM and wondered why there was a use of condition, as the conditions appeared to be quite harsh, and Hart responded that the BGM must use conditions. Hart informed him that he could also play a song for others at the funeral, as for example, "Today was a good day," and see if others couldn't beat him up, as a notification popped up stating that a battle song was added to favorites. The lottery machine chuckled as he asked Hart if he could go back first, since his job was done. Annoyed, Hart fumed. She scolded the lottery machine, saying he only knew how to play video games and couldn't help her with her work, and she wondered if he knew how busy she was. She also mentioned how he had no idea how expensive salt and oil were, despite using the system's power to create new games every day. She grabbed the lottery machine and told him she would take care of him when they got back, while the lottery machine requested Cheng Dalei's help. Cheng Dalei discovered that the required population to upgrade to level 3 mountain village was 5,000, and the last time he was in Qingniu Mountain, it only required 1,000 people, and now it needed 5,000. Gao Feibao appeared in a hurry, addressing Cheng Dalei. He informed him that he had just received word that Mo Mingmi had sent 18 lieutenants to join forces, and that their total number of troops was more than 10,000, and that he believed that they would come any time in the next few days. Cheng Dalei wondered if it was because of the martial world rumors, and he asked Gao Feibao where he got the information. Gao Feibao explained that it came from a brother who went out to buy something and got back with the news. He went on to say that they had heard them say that the army was collecting reelger, small boats, and bamboo rafts, and that they were their target, and he asked Cheng Dalei if they could hold them back if they truly had 10,000 men. Cheng Dale stated that they would be able to hold them back because they had already repelled 100,000 Ring tribe men. When asked if he was still afraid of a mere 10,000 army, he continued that it was just that they couldn't keep defending passively any longer, and they needed to beat them up once and for all. Then suddenly, Cheng Dale had an idea. He instructed Gao Fei Bao to arrange for the brothers to tie 1,000 scarecrows overnight, as well as to allow Guan Yu, Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Zilong to come to him because he would arrange another task for them, and Gao Fei Bao agreed. After a while, Zhang Fei told everyone to stand up properly and stay in line, asking them not to sway left or right. A man asked Zhang Fei what they were doing. Another man behind him assumed that they were either letting them go or allowing them to join them as bandits, while another man assumed that it was killing a donkey as soon as it left, and that now that their work was done, they wouldn't be needed anymore. Zhang Fei told them not to squeeze up and come at them one by one, and he called for someone to come first. Zhu Shenji asked the man his name, and the man responded that his name was Zhao Sanjuang. He asked him where he came from, and the man told him that he was from Greenleaf Town. Zhu Shenji asked him what his job was, and the man responded that he was a mason. Liu Bei chimed in, stating that a mason's wage was 1 string. People around Zhao Sanjuang said they'd heard of people being fed before being killed, but he'd never heard of people being paid before being killed. Liu Bei told him to hurry up and line up once they got their money and wait until the boat had enough people to send them back. Zhao Sanjuang asked Liu Bei if he really let them go back. Liu Bei asked if he didn't want to go back because they were recruiting now, and if he wanted to sign up, he could stand over the recruitment area, and Zhao Sanjuang told him to forget it. Zhao Sanjuang asked Liu Bei if they could still work in the future because he could still come if there was work. People agreed that if there were 3 meals a day and money, he could work the next time and come, and others agreed that they would come as well. As Liu Bei handed them coins, he told them not to worry. He also told them that Toad Village would undoubtedly need their help in the future, and that they would not let them work for nothing. Zhu Shenji chimed in, saying that as the saying goes, a relative afar is less useful than a close neighbor. He also stated that they would settle here in the near future, and that they would all be neighbors, and that if anyone evil abused their power, the Toad Village would act on behalf of everyone. He pulled on the rope, causing the banner to fall out. He yelled what was written on the banner to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Zhu Shenji told them that Toad Village had come, and Qinchuan would be peaceful, and they would get justice. He went on to say that he would guarantee to send them all back safely. Zhu Shenji smirked as he stated that even gods couldn't stop what he said, which made the crowd cheer. A voice addressed Zhu Shenji, telling him to wait. He informed him that Cheng Dale gave orders that they couldn't let them go like that. Zhu Shenji petrified as he wondered what he was saying. The people recognized Gao Fei Bao as the mountain bandit who previously captured the people, wondering what they wanted, while others pondered if they were going back on their words and if they would be killed, believing that none of the bandits were good, believing that they had already changed. Gao Fei Bao told them not to panic because their leader did not want to make things difficult for them. He simply wanted to ask them to do one more favor and assured them that they would be paid afterward, which prompted the crowd to ask if there was any more work to be done and what else they wanted them to do. Gao Fei Bao informed them that Cheng Dale wanted to invite them to be a mass actor. A few days later, a bird soared above the sky, and early morning, the morning fog had not yet disappeared. A ship sailed making a water wave. The 18 lieutenants gathered their troops and attacked. A voice from the watchtower announced that they were coming. A man stated that they looked like more than 10,000 people, telling others not to guard the coast and retreat inside the wall as Cheng Dale had ordered. They told others to burn the smoke signal and retreat in a hurry. A voice told Lieutenant Zhu that he heard Cheng Dale was sinister, cunning, and scheming, and asked if it wasn't too risky for them to rush. Lieutenant Zhu believed that the more cunning he was, the more it meant that he was not strong enough to deal with their army head-on. He told them to go straight to the island because the Toad Village only had 1,000 or 2,000 men, and they had many times more. He commanded them to pass down his orders and advance at full speed. A voice reported that the ships carrying Realgar approached the shallow water and sprinkled Realgar to open the way, while others instructed to drop the raft and land quickly while keeping a watch out for snakes. Lieutenant Zhu ordered his men to get to the island and surround and kill Cheng Dale. As his soldiers marched and chanted the word kill, he advised them to spread out and block the path around the island so Cheng Dale could not escape. A man reported that something was ahead, which made Lieutenant Zhu wonder what was ahead and why he was panicking. The man proceeded to report that there was a built-up mountain village up ahead. Lieutenant Zhu saw the fortified village and was dumbfounded. One of his men wondered how it could be possible given that it had only been a few days, and Lieutenant Zhu wondered how it could be possible given that the last time Du Nguyen attacked the Toad Village, he informed him that the Toad Village had not even built a good outer wall. He asked his men what he waited for and told them to bring the ladders and wagons from the ship and assemble them right away to launch an attack, which the man agreed to. A soldier told Lieutenant Zhu to look above, which made him curious about what it was. He wondered what the tall platform on the wall was for and who those people were up there. A man expressed that it was so high. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if they really wanted to be on such a tall platform to summon wind and rain, And Cheng Dale agreed and asked him if he heard that the higher the platform, the higher the mana, and the more powerful the spell. Zhu Shenji wondered why they didn't just defend the village as usual, given that there were only 10,000 people, and they even defended against the Ring tribe's 100,000 soldiers. Cheng Dale explained that they could defend the village as usual, but he didn't think the miscellaneous troops were as strong as the Ring tribe, and he wanted to do more than just hold them down this time. Zhu Shenji stated that he was not like him, who could summon wind and rain, and he asked Cheng Dale why he had to do it as well. And Cheng Dale replied that it was because he was his strategist, and he could do a showy thing once, and that he would give him this opportunity. He worried about being shot by an arrow up there. However, Cheng Dale assured him that he would look after Xiao Linger and find a new strategist so that he could die in peace, prompting Zhu Shenji to curse him. Cheng Dale announced that their audience had arrived, asking Zhu Shenji if he was ready to start and if he remembered his lines, and Zhu Shenji sighed. A soldier recognized them and informed his friends that it was Cheng Dale, the person on the wanted list, and the person next to him was the legendary jade-faced strategist Zhu Shenji. He wondered what they were doing. The soldiers wondered if Zhu Shenji started the ceremony with his posture. Zhu Shenji clapped his hand above his head and shouted. He yelled that the fogs would rise, that the dragon and tiger would be at war, and that the thunder god and goddess of lightning ought to heed his orders, and that when the command arrived, they should execute it with urgency. Heart asked the snake to lend her his power for a while, at which point a system message appeared, stating that the use of the white snake's gift using its ability smoke for once. He released the fog to arise. The soldiers wondered what was going on as it was getting foggy. Some wondered if it was an immortal spell and a real fog, while others stated that they had heard that Cheng Dale could use immortal magic to summon the wind and rain, as well as invite gods to come down to earth. One soldier pondered if the situation could be because of what Zhu Shenji was doing. Lieutenant Zhu yelled, telling his men not to be afraid, believing that they might have mystified them. He ordered his archers to shoot him down. Plenty of arrows flew in the air, making a swooshing noise. The arrows continued to travel towards Cheng Dale and Zhu Shenji. Cheng Dale observed the arrow, and Zhu Shenji began to panic. Cheng Dale grabbed the hilt of his sword. He released his heart's beat as one skill. Lieutenant Zhu yelled that he didn't care what kind of immortal or demon Cheng Dale was, he would take his head that day. He ordered his men to attack. The soldiers chanted kill as they charged. The soldiers attacked and yelled at each other to attack the village. Lieutenant Zhu ordered the shield soldiers to cover the boarding ladder forward, and the first to reach the top would be rewarded richly. Zhu Shenji informed Cheng Dale that they were coming, and Cheng Dale told him not to panic and prepare for battle. The soldiers continued their attack. The men from the Toad village ordered the others to quickly put all the scarecrows up against the wall, and they agreed. A man asked Zhu Shenji if he was going to send them to war, while the others begged for them to be spared, while someone expressed that he was an 80-year-old mother and 3 small children under him, pleading that he couldn't go to war and die. Hin Man yelled at them, telling them that he did not ask them to go to war, and that they should just hide behind them and sound the gongs and war drums, and those without the gongs and war drums should shout hysterically to attack, and the louder the roar, informing them that the higher the reward. He told them that even if they didn't want to fight, they should just open their mouths and shout, and asked them if they lost the courage to do so because of the oppression they usually suffer. He told them to let their anger out and direct it at their enemies, who usually oppress them, and to look under the tower for Mo Mingmi's men. Tin Man asked if they could give him a roar, and they did and yelled to attack. In the thick fog, the walls swarmed with people, and the sounds of the attack were loud. The soldiers assumed that they had more than 1,000 people. A voice ordered the bow unit to move forward, and in addition to the scarecrows and civilians on the walls, 500 elite warriors were assigned to guard the walls. Cheng Dale ordered them to draw their bows and arrows and shoot at will. The bow unit was commanded to aim, and moments later they were ordered to release, while the soldiers below yelled at each other to watch out for arrows. They told each other to block the arrows and watch out, while some blamed others for telling them to block the arrows, while others hurt their knee because he was hit by an arrow, and a system notification stated that fear points had increased. Cheng Dale thought that although the people wore the usual military armor, they were essentially a group of mountain and water bandits, claiming that their reaction and their cooperation on the battlefield and the quality of the individual soldiers couldn't be compared to that of the Rings. He claimed that they all fought in their own way, without any cooperation, and that they were too weak to win a war with numerical superiority alone, like a scattered plate of sand. He claimed that arrows in the fog were only averagely effective and could not achieve greater results, while someone on the battlefield ordered his men to stand firm and quickly knock down from the wall. Lieutenant Zhu ordered the siege wagon to break open the gates. The soldiers screamed to charge as they attacked. A voice informed Cheng Dale that the soldiers were going to start attacking the village and there were too many of them, and sooner or later they would enter the village, while someone ordered the bow units to continue to shoot arrows and fire at will to suppress them. Panicking, Zhu Shenji thought it was over, but Cheng Dale told him not to panic and to keep firing arrows while allowing them to get closer. Zhu Shenji informed him that it looked bad, as they were already smashing at the gate, and that the gates were about to be broken as there were too many enemies, and their men on the walls wouldn't last long. A huge explosion was heard. The villagers yelled at each other not to let them get up and kill them while yelling at the soldiers to get off. Cheng Dalei told Zhu Shenji that it was now time. Zhu Shenji stepped forward. He clapped and asked the heavenly thunder to rise and for the heavenly soldiers to descend. Qin Man yelled at the soldiers to eat his heavenly thunder and told his men to blow them up as they threw some boxes. Another explosion was heard below, making the soldiers scream. Continuous explosions were made, sending some soldiers flying. The soldiers thought the gods were angry and recognized the heavenly thunder as a god's spell, while a system message appeared stating that fear points had increased. They realized that it was gunpowder and told others not to panic and attack. On a far distance, Zhao Zilong and the others watched as the explosions went on. Zhao Zilong recognized the sounds as explosions, and Gao Fei who recognized it as Cheng Dalei's signal. Jiang Fei smirked and informed them that they were split into 4 groups, and Guan Yu realized that it was now their turn to play. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Zhu ordered his men not to retreat, and whoever withdrew would be beheaded. The explosions continued on the battlefield. Some people pushed forward despite the explosives, while others tried to escape the blasts, and the coalition army of 18 lieutenants was in chaos at that point. Arrows came in flying, making a swooshing noise, and at that moment, countless arrows flew out of the dense fog. Soldiers panicked, informing others that enemies ambushed them at their backs, ordering everyone to turn around and defend, while others wondered where those ambushers had come from. While others made stories that their military strategist had just cast a spell, an incantation to summon the heavenly army, and made the others fear, yelling that the heavenly army arrived. Zhao Zilong and the others attacked as he yelled at his brothers that at that moment, they were the soldiers of heaven. He ordered them to break their formation. A soldier reported that there were enemies in the back, and the estimate was at least 1,000 people. 4 hidden units of 400 men each sneaked up from behind. Lieutenant Zhu was perplexed as to what was going on because he believed there were only 1,000 or 2,000 people in Toad Village. He was also perplexed as to where they had come from. Guan Yu told Zhao Zilong that they went in formation and went into a frontal attack, and yelled at his men to follow him. He ordered Jiang Fei to flank them, and Jiang Fei understood. Guan Yu also told Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao to flank them. They agreed and yelled that they should call them soldiers of heaven because they were the heavenly soldiers summoned by the gods. Their men yelled at each other to shake them up and tear them apart, while others yelled at them to attack and kill them all. Qin Man ordered his men to stop the bombing as Zhao Zilong and the others were coming. Cheng Dalei leaped and asked Qin Man what he was waiting for. He yelled at him to open the gates and take the initiative with him. The soldiers went puzzled as the gate opened, and shadows of people came attacking. They warned others to be careful because Cheng Dalei was coming for them, while others realized something was wrong because they were being sandwiched from the front and back. Cheng Dalei told Hart that they were going to play BGM, and Hart understood and told him to give them a funeral with the sound of the death bell. She informed him that the conditions were fulfilled, and he could now choose the battle song with the chorus from all sides. Hart released musical notes, and notes began to float. Hart played music, and a system notification popped up stating that the BGM chorus from all sides was playing, and a voice described that even the king of Western Chu was crushed by it. Hart closed her eyes as she continued. Cheng Dalei stated that they would also be the same and called them bleeders. The soldiers panicked, mumbling that it was all over because they were attacked from both sides, believing that they were dead, while others claimed that gods were standing behind them because they could summon heavenly soldiers and use the powers of others. The enemy fighting spirit was reduced by 20% during the war song, while fear, timidity, panic, and other negative emotions increased by 20%. The soldiers, on the other hand, wondered how they could be an enemy of the gods, while some screamed for their mothers as they died. Troops in landslide defeat, yelling at each other to flee quickly, questioning why they were still standing and not running for their lives because if they didn't, the enemy's swords would turn them all into ghosts. The soldiers yelled at others to retreat, while Lieutenant Zhu wondered what was happening given that they had 10,000 allied troops, and the man beside him responded that the momentum had gone, and they should get out there. Lieutenant Zhu thought that 18 village chiefs had joined forces to fight an island of 1,000 men and thought it would be a piece of cake. But in the blink of an eye, the attacker and defender had switched roles, and he was reduced to a grieving dog, wondering how it happened. He wondered why, and if it has anything to do with Cheng Dalei. However, he rejected the thought, thinking that even if he was strong, he was still just a martial artist. His men told him to get out fast, and he told them to wait. Lieutenant Zhu realized who it was and that the legend said that Cheng Dalei's actions were directed by him. He blamed Zhu Shenji for planning all of it as he stood alone on a high platform, looking down on everything. And from his perspective, he wondered how there could be such a man who used his troops like a god in the world. Rumor had it that 18 lieutenants allied with the army of 10,000 attacked the Snake Island, which was later renamed to Toad Island, and when they attacked, they encountered a mountain of fog, thunder and clear skies, and a mysterious army from heaven, and more than half of the 10,000 allied soldiers were killed or wounded, and thousands of soldiers were taken prisoner, and even the leaders of many villages died in the battle. A notification appeared stating that the mission to defend the village 10 times had already completed 2 of the 10 current missions. And after the battle, the forces of the Qin River knew that Cheng Dale had come to Toad Island, and he had Zhu Shenji by his side. A voice instructed everyone to form a line one by one properly. Liu Bei assured the people that they would surely walk the talk, and anyone who contributed would be rewarded. He told them to come to receive their reward. Moments later, he handed the man his money and said that one person only got 1 string of money, and told them to get on board after receiving the money, assuring them that they would bring them all back. The man asked Zhu Shenji if the allied armies they were all confronted with that day were Mo Mingmi's men, and Zhu Shenji agreed, informing him that the Toad village had come to Qinchuan Mountain Pass to simply settle down and set up a stronghold. He went on to say that Mo Mingmi was unable to tolerate having them, so they kept sending people to attack, and Liu Bai asked the man what he wanted by asking them about it. The man mentioned Mo Mingmi's name with all seriousness. He informed them that a year ago, Mo Mingmi sent someone to kidnap his 2 sons, and he didn't get caught with them because he managed to hide away. He went on to say that he had no news about his sons in the past year and assumed they were dead, and that now he was the only one left alone. He asked Zhu Shenji if the Toad village was recruiting people because he wanted to join them, and only would he be able to seek revenge on Mo Mingmi. The crowd shared their experiences, as one of their fathers and second uncles, as well as someone's daughter-in-law and the other their daughter, were kidnapped by them, while others had their dogs from their home cooked by Mo Mingmi's subordinates. Someone else said that their house's Xiao King died so miserably, while others said that Mo Mingmi and them couldn't live under the same sky and asked Zhu Shenji if he could join the Toad village, where others also felt the same. Zhu Shenji assured them that Toad village was protecting the area's safety, and that no one would ever hurt them again, and Liu Bei joined in and told those who wanted to join the Toad village to stand on his side. He told them that in the future, they would all eat meat and drink liquor and go through thick and thin together, and a system notification appeared, stating that newcomers had joined the village, adding 380 to Mountain Village's population. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale assured the prisoners that there was no need for them to be afraid, and that whether 2 armies confronted him, and whether they won or lost, they had nothing to do with it, and that he would not kill them all because he had no ill will towards them. He told them they could ask around if they ever bullied the old and weak people or robbed any poor household since they arrived, assuring them that Toad Village does not provoke or stir up trouble, and informing them about Mo Mingmi, who still couldn't stand having them and sent troops to annihilate them. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame Mo Mingmi. He went on to say that even though they were all captured, he would not kill them, but he couldn't take care of them all. That's why he told those who wanted to stay and join them that once they became brothers, they would all go through thick and thin together. Cheng Dale told them it was okay if they wanted to leave, that they would pay their travel fees and bring them all home. A man asked him if he would really set them free. Cheng Dale agreed, as his words weighed as much as 9 tripods. He hoped that after they went back, they would all be able to help him pass his words to Mo Mingmi, and that he would settle down and just do business and earn money, and that they didn't have any other motive, and that they would understand. He went on to say something about Mo Mingmi's insistence on becoming his enemy. He informed them that he would not be staying still. The men assured Cheng Dale that they would make sure that his words were delivered. Cheng Dale directed his men to see their visitors out. Lai Xinzai doubted, claiming that Cheng Dale's method did not work because all the prisoners left. Lai Xinzai stated that having 2 out of 10 people stay back was not a bad thing, and that most of them left after receiving the money. And Cheng Dale responded that he didn't get anything at all, and that even if none of them stayed back, the deal would still be favorable to them. Lai Xinzai asked rhetorically if he was just returning the tiger to the mountains after releasing all of them, believing that Mo Mingmi would simply send them back to attack him. Cheng Dale inquired of Lai Xinzai whether he was supposed to kill them if he did not release them. Lai Xinzai asked Cheng Dale why he spent money on them but gained nothing, and Cheng Dale replied that he wanted to gain a reputation. When Lai Xinzai asked if he still cared about his reputation, Cheng Dale told him that it was a good thing that was sometimes easy to control. Cheng Dale explained that the more people who left, the wider the incident would spread, and by the time everyone knew, those who were captured by Toad Village would not only be killed, but they would also be given money to travel back home. He imagined a soldier saying that it was better to lose fighting Toad Village because there was no need to put in any effort, and they could still earn money. He asked Lai Xinzai if those people would still risk their lives the next time they were ordered to attack Toad Village because being a soldier was also just to earn money. Lai Xinzai said nothing. He chuckled as he suddenly found it interesting. As the prisoners left, Cheng Dale's name was already on everyone's lips at the Qin River, and it would take a long time for the incident's aftermath to settle down, and a system notification popped up stating that fear points increased. The 18 forces lost many people, and several leaders also died in battle, and immediately everyone took the time to discuss Cheng Dale, while the 18 lieutenants no longer had the strength, nor did they want to mess with Cheng Dale. The Toad Village ushered in a period of peaceful development. Cheng Dalei hummed, thinking that his fame had finally spread, and he made a lot of fear points with his current fear points of 6,106,432. He believed it was time to begin planning for an upgrade to a level 3 village, as information about Toad's village's current population of 3,568 popped up, and the population prerequisites for a tertiary village were 5,000. He mumbled that money was useless and life was fated, and he noticed that the summoning platform was also open, allowing him to summon a wave of characters. As he tapped on the system, he stated the incompetent disperses, and the Emperor possessed as he summoned 100 draws. A system notification popped stating that the summoning platform had activated. Another appeared and informed him that he had 1 million fear points deducted, and Heart informed him that she had received his request. Heart chanted that the awakening of the emotions of the whole earth would herald the light of the stars. She went on to say that the emotions of the world are stirred, and the great men of the world were gathered as stars began to shine. She summoned countless stars. Light began to travel and swoosh. A system notification appeared, stating that he had obtained an ordinary rogue, an ordinary blacksmith, a bad mason, and so on. The system informed him that a total of 100 bad to excellent characters were awarded, which made Cheng Dalei disappointed that nothing good was drawn. He tapped the system, thinking he had more than 5 million to go in another 100 draws, as the system deducted another 1 million fear points from him. Heart began summoning once more, and a notification popped up stating that he had obtained a normal farmer, a bad mason, an excellent fisherman, a normal scholar, and so on. The system informed him once more that a total of 100 bad to excellent characters had been awarded, prompting him to wonder why there was nothing good again. Cheng Dalei was taken aback and asked for another million to be drawn, and the system deducted another million. A system information popped stating that he had obtained 100 characters. It went on for a little while longer, with the system informing him of what he had obtained, until a total of 5 million fear points were drawn, and a total of 500 characters came out. Cheng Dalei cursed as he realized he only has 1,106,432 fear points left. He asked to draw 10 more times, claiming that he would keep 10,000 fear points for emergencies and that the last 100,000 were the last time, and that if he did it again, he would be a dog. Heart deducted another 100,000 fear points. She began to summon, and as he lifted her hand, a light appeared. A system notification popped, stating that he obtained a normal merchant, a bad tailor, a bad carter, and so on. Then lastly, a system notification appeared, stating that he obtained a top warrior. Cheng Dalei was excited that something good had appeared. Heart congratulated him on getting the top warrior Fan Lihua. A system mission appeared, stating that an exclusive task for top characters had been triggered. And as for Phase 1, he should defeat Fan Lihua with any character, including the host himself, or otherwise, he could take her in by any means. Cheng Dalei was curious if there would be a follow-up mission after defeating her in Phase 1. He reasoned that this time he ordered a total of 510 people, which was still about 900 less than the requirements for a level 3 village, and that now that the village was also firmly established at the Qin River, it was time for Su Ying and Liu Zhihan to arrive. He realized that he had not seen them in months and expressed that he missed them quite a bit, when suddenly Gao Feibao appeared and called him out. Gao Feibao informed him that a lot of people had appeared in front of the village, stating they wanted to join their village. Cheng Dalei was puzzled at how fast it was. He informed Gao Feibao that he had an extremely important task for him and asked if he could also get Zhu Shenji because he had a task for him as well, and Gao Feibao agreed. Over the next 10 days, group after group of people came to join, and a voice ordered everyone to get in line, telling them that they had traveled a long distance, and, fittingly, stating that they were short on staff at Toad Village. Zhu Shenji told them to come and sign up as they were all brothers from on. Meanwhile, Gao Feibao rushed to the south of the river with Cheng Dalei's letters. Meanwhile, at Qinchuan Mountain, a man overlooked as carriages began entering the gates. Mo Mingni asked if they were satisfied with the goods. A man informed him that they were satisfied, and Jin Wendao had requested an additional 10,000 swords and shields. Because he ordered so many, Mo Mingni referred to him as a hungry wolf. Mo Mingni believed that Jin Wendao was bound to succeed to the throne because he wanted so many iron ore weapons. The man informed him that the Ring tribe had left, and the city's elite soldiers had nothing to worry about now, asking Mo Mingni if they should start preparing to attack Cheng Dalei. Mo Mingni warned him not to rush, as Cheng Dalei defeated 18 lieutenants and 10,000 allied troops in one day, and he was neither defender nor repelled but rather crushed their troops, leaving him wondering if he really only had 2,000 people. The man stated that according to the people who were released, there were only 2,000 people in Toad Village, which made Mo Mingni wonder how they lost. Mo Mingni also heard that on that morning, the sky was clear and sunny, and a miasma sealed the mountain, making no one be seen within 10 feet. The man went on to say that on that day, they saw a lot of people on the city walls in the fog, and it wasn't until after the battle that they realized most of them were scarecrows. He also said that before the big battle, the city walls seemed to have 1,000 armies shouting to kill, and while attacking the city, 4 groups of ambushers suddenly appeared from the rear, making the army in turmoil, which wrapped it up. Mo Mingmi called them a bunch of losers for such an obvious ambush plan that none of them could see, and the man responded that an unimaginable thick fog suddenly appeared, and rumor had it that immortals were around helping Cheng Dale. Mo Mingmi questioned it, calling it a joke, and claimed that they had mastered some weather observation tricks with some luck, and told the man to pass on his order to attack tomorrow immediately, and the man retorted that he was being impatient, claiming that they could easily fall into the enemy's evil plot. The man told him about the strategist behind Cheng Dale. Zhu Shenji was a powerful man to be careful of, and that he was the one who planned the destruction of the 100,000 Ring tribe men, the rebellion in the capital, and the assassination of the Ring's king. Mo Mingmi asked his military advisor what they should do about Cheng Dale and the Toad village, wondering if they should just leave them alone. The military advisor stated that they couldn't let others sleep peacefully on the side of the bed, but he couldn't figure out what Zhu Shenji's plan was, claiming that it was not the time to attack. He also told Mo Mingmi that the Toad village was recruiting recently, suggesting that they send someone to infiltrate and find out what was going on. He suggested that it would be better if they could find a chance to assassinate Zhu Shenji or Cheng Dale. Mo Mingmi agreed, saying that while they could kill Cheng Dale, they couldn't kill Zhu Shenji if he was as good as he said, and ordered him not to hurt him, believing that he might still have some use, and the military advisor agreed. Meanwhile, in a jail cell, on the ground were a plate of fish bones. Yun Zhonglong slept on the ground beside his finished meal. Loud footsteps were approaching. A voice greeted Yun Zhonglong. Cheng Dale told him that life was good as he watched him gain weight, which made Yun Zhonglong excited about Cheng Dale's visit. Yun Zhonglong blushed as he asked when he would let him go because he was his man now, and Cheng Dale was perplexed because he was not like that. Cheng Dale asked if they would still listen to him or recognize him as their leader if he returned after being imprisoned for more than half a month, and Yun Zhonglong assured him that if he let him go, those gangsters would be subdued. Yun Zhonglong informed him that whoever dared to take his seat would be chopped up because his seat was not just for anyone. Cheng Dale felt relieved and told him he would send him back, but first, he had to tell him if he got any information about Mo Mingmi. He also told him to put on a play to deceive them because his mountain village still needed a ransom ready to hand over to his people, which Yun Zhonglong understood. Cheng Dale told him that he was counting on him to infiltrate the enemy, and Yun Zhonglong assured him that he should not be worried. After a while, a voice told Cheng Dale to be honest and hand them over the money and the people. Cheng Dale advised them not to get any bad ideas as they were still in their Toad village territory. After a while, Yun Zhonglong threatened Cheng Dale, telling him to be good and wash his neck before waiting for him to kill him, while the soldiers held him back and asked him to calm down. The soldiers yelled at each other that they went back quickly. Cheng Dale claimed that Yun Zhonglong was good at acting. Qin Man asked if he wasn't afraid Yun Zhonglong was just pretending to surrender and would take advantage of the opportunity to get out. Cheng Dale responded that it was of no use to lock him up, and they also demanded a ransom because it cost food to keep him for nothing. He believed it would be better to let him go, and if he truly brought him useful information, which was blood money. He told Qin Man that they went back to the village. Moments later, a huge group of people gathered outside, making Cheng Dale wonder. He was perplexed as to how so many people came to join them after so many days passed. He told Qin Man they went to have a look. A voice inquired about the person's name. A man named Jiang Kang responded, and Zhu Shenji inquired about what he did. Jiang Kang responded, saying that he was a blacksmith back in his village. Cheng Dale was curious about Jiang Kang and viewed his information. Jiang Kang's true name was revealed to be Mu Changzheng, a 32-year-old unknown top scout with the ability to infiltrate, spy, and disguise, which surprised Cheng Dale, who wondered why a top scout was pretending to be a blacksmith, and why he said his surname was Jiang. He finally concluded that he was a spy. Cheng Dale interviewed Jiang Kang on why he wanted to join Toad Village. Jiang Kang informed them that his family was hit by a natural disaster and his parents died, and he had no place to go, so he came to join them. Cheng Dale inquired about the location of his home and the type of the disaster. Jiang Kang responded that his family was in Bingzhou, where they were hit by a locust plague, and Cheng Dale asked if he had any family members at home whom he could bring along, which made Jiang Kang wonder if Cheng Dale was suspecting him and why he was being asked so many questions while others were only asked a few. Jiang Kang explained that his parents were dead and he had no place to go, so he came to join them on purpose. Cheng Dale sighed. Cheng Dale inquired of Zhu Shenji about his thoughts on Jiang Kang, and Zhu Shenji replied that he was a great guy and that their village blacksmith shop needed manpower. Cheng Dalei chuckled and told Zhang Qiang that they're all brothers from now on since he came to Toad Village. He also told him not to address him as grandpa, but rather as the village master, and Zhang Qiang agreed. Zhang Qiang smirked, thinking that his time spent making up backgrounds, origins, and other excuses had not been in vain, and claiming that what he had heard about Cheng Dalei obeying Zhu Shenji seemed to be true. Cheng Dalei ordered his men to take Zhang Qiang to the blacksmith shop to familiarize himself. He informed Zhu Shenji that something was wrong with Zhang Qiang, stating that he would be responsible for watching him and ordering him to stay with him at night, which made Zhu Shenji wonder why he would arrange for him to live with himself. Cheng Dalei explained that it was because he was the strategist, and he felt relieved with him while keeping an eye on him. Zhu Shenji smiled, stating that Cheng Dalei was right and assuring him not to worry because with him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Cheng Dalei felt that he was careless. He thought that people came to the Toad Village every day, and among them was a spy looking for information, prompting him to believe that it should be properly investigated. After a while, a voice prompted their new brothers to come. Cheng Dalei told them that he would personally test them as he viewed for their information. A man inquired if they needed to take a test to become a mountain bandit. Cheng Dalei stated that everyone should be assessed and those who were good at fishing should go fishing, while those who were good at smithing should go blacksmithing because everyone had their own duty. He assigned someone to go fishing while questioning the other about why he wanted to go smithing while claiming to be a scholar and informing them that those who did not obey the transfer would not be admitted. Through a day's investigation, Cheng Dalei found more than a dozen problematic people. Cheng Dalei reasoned that he was going to throw a dozen people into the blacksmith shop to forge, not knowing if they were there for assassination, spying, or just messing around when they came in. He thought that the workers knocking on their door should not be wasted, and if he gave them 8 hours to forge a day, he didn't think they'd have the energy to stir up trouble. Cheng Dalei chuckled. Suddenly, Gao Fei who came informing him of bad news that someone was coming to attack their mountain village. Cheng Dalei told him to calm down and asked who had the guts to attack them, teaching him to have a general's demeanor, and to remain calm and composed in the face of difficulties. Gao Fei who went on to say that there was a female general outside with the surname Fan. Cheng Dalei stood up, realizing that the female general with the surname Fan had to be her, and asked him if she had come. He quickly ran with excitement. Gao Fei who said nothing as he observed Cheng Dalei run hastily. He remembered what Cheng Dalei said about having the demeanor of a general. Gao Fei who had not yet finished informing him that she had mentioned his name to beat him up. Meanwhile, at the dock in Toad Village, a stranger approached the group and asked why they didn't move out of the way because the fight was over. The stranger told them she was looking for Cheng Dalei, and Qin Man told her that they wouldn't let her meet him because she came with murderous intent and didn't explain why. Fan Lihua unsheathed her sword as she rode her horse. She scoffed and told them not to blame her for not being polite. A voice called out for Fan Lihua. He asked where Fan Lihua was. Qin Man and the others realized that it was Cheng Dalei, and Fan Lihua asked him if he was Cheng Dalei. She stated that she heard of his excellent martial arts while on his way to the grasslands to assassinate the Ring Tribe King and defeat various heroes. She stated that she enjoyed sparring with experts, so she came to learn a few things. In addition, information appeared describing Fan Lihua, a 26-year-old woman with pear blossom sword skills and a hidden talent for unrivaled horsemanship. Cheng Dalei asked her rhetorically if it was a good idea to fight and kill because it was their first meeting, and he couldn't do that to such a beautiful girl like her. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, retorted that if he did not accept, she would come to his mountain gate every day, and if he was a dignified leader of Toad Village, she rhetorically asked him if he would want to be a coward. Cheng Dalei was taken aback when he realized Fan Lihua's side mission was quite difficult, despite the fact that he claimed she was a masculine woman. He requested that Qin Man try her skill for him, but Qin Man informed him that he already did so. He inquired as to what happened, and Qin Man shamelessly stated that he lost. Cheng Dalei inquired as to how he lost, and Qin Man replied that he fell off the horse, asking Cheng Dalei not to inquire further details because he felt humiliated. Cheng Dalei was depressed because he believed Qin Man had lost miserably, which caused him not to be willing to mention it, doubting whether Fan Lihua could really knock Qin Man off his horse or if he had lost intentionally. He asked the others who could help him. He inquired about Zhao Zhilong, and he responded that he would never fight women. Cheng Dalei looked perplexed, thinking as if his senior sister were not a woman. He asked Guan Yu if he thought Fan Lihua was just selling her life despite the fact that the winner had already been decided. However, Guan Yu disagreed because he believed that children and women were difficult to raise, and he disdained fighting women. Cheng Dalei wondered how they could concede today, as he assumed it was because they were afraid of losing to a girl, and were deliberately making excuses. He asked Zhang Fei, who said nothing. Zhang Fei jumped on the horse and assured Cheng Dalei to leave it to him. Zhang Fei cursed Fan Lihua and told her to come fight him as he charged. Fan Lihua repositioned herself in response to Zhang Fei's attack. The two began their battle, while the group observed from a distance. Qin Man mentioned Zhang Fei as interesting, and Guan Yu added that Zhang Fei fought to give their Toad village some face. Moments later, Zhang Fei was defeated. Humiliation was felt from Cheng Dalei's party. Fan Lihua told Cheng Dalei that if he wanted to defeat her with just a few bandits like him, he would be next, while a system notification popped up, stating that Fan Lihua's hidden attribute, unrivaled horsemanship, was upgraded by 1 level. Cheng Dalei stated to let him learn her skills, but before that, he had a condition before they fought. Fan Lihua inquired what the condition was. Cheng Dalei explained to her that if he won, he wanted her to work for him because he hoped she would join his Toad village. He informed her that her monthly salary would be 500 taels of silver. Fan Lihua, irritated, inquired about what he said and whether he flirted with her while calling him a pervert. Zhang Fei chimed in, saying that he should help them in taking revenge and teaching her a lesson, and Cheng Dalei agreed, assuring them that he would fight her personally. Qin Man informed him that he bought a horse for him, but Cheng Dalei scoffed, asking if he still needed to ride a horse to fight a girl. Fan Lihua inquired if he was looking down on her for wanting to fight her without a horse. Cheng Dalei reasoned that her physical body was in poor condition, and that he would not take advantage of her for the sake of fairness, so he told her that she was free to come after him. As they charged at each other, Fan Lihua remarked that he was too arrogant and should eat her sword. Cheng Dalei warned her to be careful. As they prompted each other to come, the two began to fight. Cheng Dalei thought that he would better try her unrivaled horsemanship skill. Fan Lihua unleashed her Peer Blossom Slash skill, which connected to Cheng Dalei's sword. Cheng Dalei struggled as he thought that her sword had strong power, believing that her swordsmanship was a flower-type sword martial art, which was light, fast, clever, and chaotic. He also mentioned that when combined with the force of the horse's charge, her stance became fast. Cheng Dalei rolled to the ground. As he grabbed the dirt, he thought about how Qin Man was knocked off his horse in a few moves by Fan Lihua. He claimed that Fan Lihua was worthy of unrivaled horsemanship. Fan Lihua mentioned the legend of Cheng Dalei, who swept through the grasslands, even scaring the Ring tribe. She went on to mock him that he couldn't even stand her sword, and expressed her disappointment towards him. Zhang Fei commented that Cheng Dalei was truly something, a brother who should be disgraced or beaten by a woman together, while announcing his loss, which irritated Cheng Dalei, who stated that he only lost by 1 slash and had not even gotten serious yet. He scoffed at them. Cheng Dalei asked Fan Lihua to come to him, and she agreed. The two restarted their fight and began to charge at each other. Fan Lihua released her Peer Blossom Thrust skill, however, Cheng Dalei dodged it with ease. She unleashed her next skill, the Peer Blossom Floating Cut, which resulted in the same result where Cheng Dalei dodged it because he didn't think he could fight her recklessly. He claimed that Fan Lihua's sword was ruthless, wondering if she wanted to kill him, and if that was the case, he couldn't hold back. He called out to Heart, asking her to possess him, and a system notification popped up, deducting him 100 fear points. Fan Lihua struggled to block Cheng Dalei's colorless double-wing phoenix skill, and Alfei's fast sword exploding fireworks. As she deflected countless Cheng Dalei's attacks, she thought of it as a handsome lightness skill and wondered if it was his true strength. She also realized that his strength was not that strong, despite how fast this sword was. She thought that his lightness skill was difficult to deal with, and the most annoying was his jumping fighting style, and if she were entangled, she believed that she would not be able to develop the momentum for cavalry long-range attack. Cheng Dalei smiled as he realized that he got her. Then suddenly Fan Lihua swung her sword. Fan Lihua released her Peer Blossom Floating Cut skill and told Cheng Dalei to eat it as their swords connected. She was perplexed because it didn't cut him while an image of Cheng Dalei vanished in front of her. Fan Lihua realized that it was his shadow. Fan Lihua noticed Cheng Dalei leaping behind her. She quickly turned around. She held the hilt of her sword tightly as she rotated and told Cheng Dalei to die. Cheng Dalei suddenly grabbed her wrist, catching her. Surprised, Fan Lihua gritted her teeth. Cheng Dalei asked her if she tried to kill someone. While addressing her name, he grabbed both of her wrists. Fan Lihua struggled and cursed at him, demanding him to let go. Cheng Dalei complimented her, stating that she had good horsemanship. However, Fan Lihua screamed at him to let go. Cheng Dalei dragged her off her horse, which made her scream about it. They both fell as Cheng Dalei clung to her. Worried, Qin Man and the others called out for Cheng Dalei. They realized Cheng Dalei fell into the river, claiming that there were poisonous snakes in it. Fan Lihua and Cheng Dalei emerged from the sea, accompanied by the body of a snake. Cheng Dalei realized it wasn't good because there were snakes in the water. As Fan Lihua struggled, pleading with Cheng Dalei to release her, Cheng Dalei reasoned that, while the snakes would not attack the people of Toad Village, she was not yet a member. Cheng Dalei warned her not to move because snakes were in the water. Fan Lihua misinterpreted what Cheng Dalei said about sleeping and showing some colors, and she wondered if he intended to take her there, claiming that he turned out to be a shameless pervert. She decided to overpower Cheng Dalei and insulted him. She punched him while telling him to eat her fist, causing Cheng Dalei to groan. Struggling, Cheng Dalei asked what she was doing as snakes surrounded them. He begged for her to wait as the snakes approached them slowly. Cheng Dalei groaned, while realizing that the snakes were coming. The snakes hissed and opened their fangs. Cheng Dale grabbed his sword, asking Fan Lihua to wait. Fan Lihua ignored him as she unleashed her pear flower hammer skill and told him to die, causing Cheng Dale to curse. Water splashed around Fan Lihua as she continuously attacked him. Her fists made an explosive noise while causing water to splash everywhere. The water made a little wave reaching to the docks. Exhausted, Fan Lihua breathed heavily as she beat up Cheng Dale. She gritted her teeth as she was about to punch him again. Fan Lihua noticed and wondered that Cheng Dale still had his sword. She reasoned that if she hadn't knocked him unconscious, she would have died. Fan Lihua's eyes widened and realized something. The bodies of snakes were floating in the water. It occurred to her as she observed her surroundings. She was curious if Cheng Dale had killed the snakes. Fan Lihua claimed that she had not noticed him holding his sword earlier, leading her to believe that if he truly desired her life, she would have died. She wondered if Cheng Dale had been trying to save her even though she was beating him. Fan Lihua's eyes widened. Cheng Dale, bruised and battered, asked her what was wrong with her. Fan Lihua said nothing as she sweated in embarrassment. Tin Man and the others arrived, asking Cheng Dale if he had won. Fan Lihua quickly dashed, making Kin Man and the others wonder why. Kin Man approached Cheng Dale and asked how he was, and Cheng Dale replied that he was fine. He was skeptical, stating that given how badly his face had been beaten, he wondered how he could be fine, whereas Cheng Dale sighed, claiming that Fan Lihua had not held back. Kin Man asked if they were going to let Fan Lihua go in such a way. Cheng Dale said nothing, as he just thought that his future general was fierce. He claimed that she was just like an untamed warhorse. Cheng Dale shouted and called Fan Lihua. He asked how they should return her horse and blade to her. Fan Lihua was still blushing as she looked back. She placed her hand over her mouth as if about to whistle. Then she started whistling, and footsteps were heard near the dock. The horse neighed loudly and leaped towards the water. After leaping, the horse made a splash in the water. The horse swam towards Fan Lihua. Cheng Dale yelled, pleading with Fan Lihua not to run and to at least leave him a contact number. A voice told Cheng Dale to stop shouting as Fan Lihua was too far away. Jiang Fei stated that Fan Lihua's horse was totally compatible with her, and Cheng Dale responded that it was more accurate to say that her horseback riding skills were unrivaled under the heavens. Cheng Dale directed Kin Man to have some people investigate Fan Lihua's background. Kin Man asked him if he took a liking to her, and Cheng Dale retorted that he just wanted to know why someone like her would run all the way to their village. He told him to go and investigate Fan Lihua's origins for him. Many days later, Cheng Dale was called out by someone, informing him of the information they collected on Fan Lihua. Kin Man stated that Fan Lihua was the current head of the Descending Jade Village, who kept a low profile until recently when Fan Lihua began going around challenging the experts of the Jianghu. He went on to say that in the span of 2 months, Fan Lihua defeated over 10 experts, and Fan Lihua was undefeated on her warhorse. However, he believed that the losers didn't say anything because they were embarrassed to lose to a girl who still remained unknown. Cheng Dale asked Kin Man why she went around challenging everyone, and Kin Man responded that no one knew because she didn't say anything, and that it was because she wanted to challenge experts. But that wasn't enough of a reason. Cheng Dale was under the impression that it was complicated to recruit a high-level character. He believed that he should not rush to get peak-level characters because they would not listen to him if he got them, leading him to believe that if he obtained a Lubu-level general, he might be killed before he could recruit them. He asked Kin Man where Fan Lihua would be heading next, and Kin Man replied that even though she changed locations every day, he believed she was still in the Qin region. Cheng Dale directed him to continue his investigation into Fan Lihua, and to report back to him immediately if there was anything new, and Kin Man agreed. After a while, Cheng Dale eventually lay down on the couch. Cheng Dale snored while he was sleeping. Princess Minju opened the door, calling out for Cheng Dale and telling him she had a few questions that she wanted to ask him as she had read all the books he had given her. She called out for him while being confused. Princess Minju wondered if he was asleep. She leaned closer, noticing that he was hurt again. She felt worried as she mumbled something. She went on to say that Cheng Dale only knew how to fight and kill every day, despite how many injuries he had. She said nothing and kissed him. As the papers on the table began to rustle from the wind, Princess Minju continued to kiss him. Some of the papers flew as a kissing sound continued. Rain began to fall down outside the house. Cheng Dale groaned and touched his lips. He claimed why his face and lips were a little wet. He wondered if there was another leak in the roof. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, ironsmithing zone, Zhu Shenji yelled at everyone to do their best because their job as an ironsmith could decide the fate of Toad Village, and he reminded them of their motto. And he recited their motto, which was to work hard, do their best, and put everything they have into their work. And the more they smelled as they struck the iron and wiped their sweat, the stronger their bodies would become, as they worked all day and all night. And if the work was not done, they would not rest. And if the Toad Village wasn't number one, they would try to do their best. And he told them what the short term was. He continued stating that they have to work really hard, as the men continuously hammered the iron. Later, at 12 p.m. that midnight, he thanked everyone for their hard work and reminded them that he would see them again at 7 a.m. Exhausted, Mu Changjin complained about having to smelt iron for 16 hours a day, and that being a mountain bandit was harder than he imagined. He also realized that he didn't have time to investigate the place. He stated that even if he was given the opportunity to kill Cheng Dale, he lacked the strength to raise his blade, wondering if his cover was blown and if this was why they were putting him to such a hellish work schedule. He realized that the others were also working on the same schedule as him. Mu Changjin sighed, claiming that he couldn't blame anyone else as it was his fault for disguising himself as an ironsmith. In reality, all the people there were spies detected by Cheng Dale. A voice yelled that dinner has been served and told everyone to get their fill, and that there was more than enough for them. Mu Changjin smiled as he thought that a meal after a hard day of work was a blessing. He further thought that he could have as much meat and rice as he wanted, believing that if his identity was truly exposed, they would not be feeding them good food, and laughed as he mumbled that a meal tastes best after a hard day's work. After eating, they gave them their own bed pillows to sleep on. Mu Changjin fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. Mu Changjin was about to fall asleep when he wondered why he was there and decided to forget it. Time flew by and a month has passed. The cold wind signaled the arrival of autumn. A voice inside the carriage addressed Su Ying. It asked her how long until they could meet Cheng Dale again. Su Ying stated that it wouldn't be long. She peered through the curtain, convinced that they were already in the Qin region. A voice spoke up about the replacement of many dynasties. Cheng Dale believed that most of the fallen dynasties were marked by messy coincidences, natural disasters, foreign enemies, plagues, and peasant uprisings. He claimed that once the fire started to burn, countless sparks would scatter and ignite more land. Princess Minju asked if there was a way to change the situation. He stated that it would be hard to say because when each dynasty was established, it improved the system of the previous dynasty. He also stated that no matter what system, there was no perfect fit for any era, only constant trial and error and continuous improvement. Cheng Dale went on to say that when a dynasty's problems accumulated, a class contradiction might happen at any time, and a key figure would appear, and a gentle push would result in a dynasty collapsing. This made Princess Minju wonder what he meant by a key figure. Cheng Dale rhetorically asked how they could rebuild everything if they were to start over. He stated that that's what he thought as Cheng Dale stated, whereas Princess Minju said nothing. And suddenly Gao Feihu appeared, stating that he had something to report to Cheng Dale. Gao Feihu informed him that Su Ying's caravan had already entered Qinchuan Mountain, believing that they would arrive at the Toad village within a day. Cheng Dale inquired whether he had sent someone to meet with them, and Gao Feihu replied that Zhao Zilong had already led someone to pick them up. He reasoned that if they had entered Qinchuan Pass, it would be Mo Mingmi's territory, and if Mo Mingmi found out, they would be a problem because there were so many people who were too conspicuous. He assumed Zhao Zilong had already brought people to go with him, which relieved him because he was so strong and reliable, and there shouldn't be any problems. Cheng Dale's face darkened as he questioned his thoughts. He realized he had become careless, wondering how he could have allowed Zhao Zilong to pick up Su Ying. In his mind, a scenario played out in which Zhao Zilong, like the romance in Three Kingdoms, caused Madame Mai and Xiao Ying to jump into a well. Anxious, Cheng Dale yelled and stated that he had to pick up Su Ying himself. He told Gao Feihu to prepare a horse for him because Su Ying was coming soon, and he wanted to meet her, but Gao Fei asked if he was going alone, and if he wanted to bring some brothers with him. Cheng Dale told him that there was no need. Princess Minju said nothing as she observed. She closed the book she was reading. She breathed out a heavy breath, causing her to curse at Cheng Dale. After a while, Cheng Dale rode as fast as he could on a horse. Cheng Dale sang excitedly, addressing Su Ying's name and stating that he would be coming. Flushed with success, a horse's hoof disease were. The wind swooshed as they run. The horse was suddenly tripped by a rope, making the horse lose its balance. Cheng Dale cursed as he too were sent flying. Cheng Dale regained his footing and called upon those who dared to attack him. A voice behind him stated its presence. Cheng Dale turned around as he realized the voice came through the back. Fan Lihua asked what he was looking at as she trapped him. She covered his mouth with a handkerchief which made Cheng Dale moan. Cheng Dale realized that handkerchief was drugged. He began to fight back and powered through Fan Lihua. Both of their swords clash. Fan Lihua addressed Cheng Dale's name, whereas Cheng Dale began to cough aggressively. She questioned him that she heard he looked for her and asked if he expected them to meet again so soon. Cheng Dale responded by stating he thought it would be someone else, but it turned out to be just her, and that she didn't know any martial ethics from carrying out a sneak attack. He felt bad and went on to say that her wishful thinking would be wrong. Cheng Dale's vision blurred as a few silhouettes appeared. He struggled and mumbled that he had a cheat. However, he stuttered as he asked Heart to possess. Cheng Dale were perplexed, and Fan Lihua approached him, saying she had not expected him to fall into her hands. The system informed him that his current fear points accumulated over the past month were 934,321, and Heart warned him not to rely too much on the system's possession, leaving Cheng Dale perplexed. He noticed he didn't have any fear points, while Fan Lihua ordered her people to tie him up and take him away. The handkerchief Fan Lihua used earlier flew away. Heart hummed as she observed what was happening below. She stated that the only way to trigger Fan Lihua's special mission was to be kidnapped. A message appears stating that activating Fan Lihua's third phase mission had been checked with the content that he fell into descending Jade Village and was wounded by the Pear Blossom sword. A voice greeted a madam, while others welcomed their brothers, saying they traveled a long way and must be exhausted, and telling them to get on the boat and they would take them back to the island, while others told others to load the goods first. And someone told them to line up. And someone went on to tell the others that the madam brought hundreds of talents, artisans, carpenters, scholars, and bookkeepers, which relieved the others because their village needed more manpower. And on the other hand, someone recognized Xu Yu. Liu Zhihan called out to Cheng Dalei asking where he was. Zhu Shenji appeared and felt relieved at Su Ying's arrival and told her that they didn't have to be separated from Cheng Dalei anymore, whereas Su Ying greeted him as they have not seen each other for a long time. Liu Zhihan frowned and inquired as to where Cheng Dalei was, and Su Ying responded by asking Zhu Shenji the same question and inquiring as to where Cheng Dalei was, stating that she already arrived and asking why he wasn't there to pick her up. Zhu Shenji was perplexed and wondered if they were picked up by Cheng Dalei. He told them that he should have been with them for more than 2 hours, and Su Ying replied that they didn't see him along the way. Qin Man arrived, calling out to Zhu Shenji, and informed him that Cheng Dalei's horse had returned on its own. Zhu Shenji got confused and inquired if it was truly Cheng Dalei's horse. Qin Man agreed and stated that the horse's front hooves were injured, asking him to look at the marks and believing that the horse had fallen from a tripwire along the way. Concerned, Liu Zhihan screamed Cheng Dalei's name, prompting Su Ying to inquire if he had been attacked on his way to pick them up, and led Zhu Shenji to speculate if Mo Mingmi had set a trap to capture Cheng Dalei. Qin Man stated that it would be possible. However, with Cheng Dalei's strength, he believed that he would not be captured by a mere tripwire. Zhu Shenji frowned, realizing that only Mo Mingmi held a grudge against them, and remarked on how dare they ambush and sneak attack on Cheng Dalei. He informed Qin Man that they would be taking their men to Qinchuan Mountain right away, and Qin Man angrily agreed, stating that if Mo Mingmi dared to touch Cheng Dalei, he would shred his body into pieces while the horse neighed aggressively. Su Ying told Zhu Shenji to wait, and stated that they were not sure who actually sneak attacked him. She suggested that they should go back and see if there were any clues. Zhu Shenji instructed Qin Man to take more brothers with him to go back the way he came, splitting up to look for them. He ordered everyone to go back to the village and guard it to prevent anyone from taking advantage of Cheng Dalei's absence, whereas Liu Zhihan was concerned about Cheng Dalei. Su Ying told Zhu Shenji that she went with him. Zhu Shenji retorted that she just arrived from a long journey, and that she must be tired, and Su Ying agreed. Su Ying, on the other hand, argued that Cheng Dalei was her husband and wondered how she could just sit at home when something bad happened to him. She expressed that she had to go. Liu Zhihan told Su Ying that she wanted to go too. Su Ying argued with her, telling her that she should go back and wait, and Liu Zhihan insisted that she, too, wanted to go, as did Yi Jidao. But Su Ying objected, telling them not to come and cause trouble, and Zhu Shenji agreed, telling them not to delay because they were going. After a while, someone directed the madam's attention to the horse footprints, which Su Ying noticed abruptly ended right there. Su Ying noticed that the grass went down and that there were signs of an ambush. Qin Man also found the rope, believing that Cheng Dalei must have been ambushed there. Zhu Shenji was shocked as he realized that Cheng Dalei was really captured. Su Ying looked around as she noticed something. She picked up a handkerchief and wondered what it was. She smelled the handkerchief. Su Ying recognized the smell as a drug residue, as well as a rogue hint, and the smell of a woman's sweat. She asked Qin Man if Cheng Dalei recently offended any powerful female martial artist, which made Qin Man wonder what she meant. Qin Man informed her that a few days ago, a woman named Fan came to the village and began shouting at the seaport, and he wondered if it was her. Su Ying inquired as to whether he knew where she was. Qin Man informed her that the woman came from the descending Jade village, but that the location had yet to be found, and Su Ying directed him to send more people to investigate and locate the descending Jade village as soon as possible. Su Ying stared at the handkerchief as she said nothing. She gritted as she guessed something. Su Ying went on to say that Cheng Dalei's disappearance was 80% related to Fan Lihua. After a while, at a vast field where animals gathered, at the entrance of the descending Jade village, people were rushing in. A cage beside the tree held a silhouette of a man. A tongue licked a hand, causing saliva to flow. The horse continued licking Cheng Dalei's hands as he was unconscious. Cheng Dalei groaned, whereas the horse observed. The horse was spooked out as Cheng Dalei woke up wondering where he was. Cheng Dalei got the impression that he fell into descending Jade village and got wounded by a pear blossom sword. He was puzzled about the mission's meaning, finding the content short with no hint. A mission notification appeared, stating that the triggering of Fan Lihua's third phase mission was checked. The content indicated he fell into descending Jade Village and was wounded by the Pear Blossom Sword. Cheng Dale had an idea that he could be friendly and help Fan Lihua solve her problems. He pondered whether he would do it or not if there was a mission to make her a village mistress, claiming it would be better if it wasn't like that because Su Ying and Liu Jihan were waiting for him at home. He wondered if Su Ying would eat him alive if he brought another one back. Cheng Dale inquired Hart about what was going on and if he could get some hints about the mission. Hart replied that there would be no hints and that he was free to explore. Giving spoilers would be meaningless, and Cheng Dale agreed, arguing that he was stuck and couldn't explore. Fan Lihua interrupted their conversation, announcing that he was finally awake. She expressed her fear that he would wake up midway and informed him that she used twice the amount of drugs. She did not expect him to wake up so quickly, claiming he appeared to have a good physique. Cheng Dale asked her what she wanted by capturing him. Fan Lihua chuckled and said she would hand him over to Mo Mingni because she thought he might give her a big reward for making him happy. Cheng Dale responded because he initially perceived Fan Lihua as a heroic woman who would not succumb to others and would not do such a thing. Fan Lihua assured him that she would not hand him over to Mo Mingni because she did not like him either. Cheng Dale asked her why she had captured him if she would not hand him over to Mo Mingni. He requested that she write a letter to send to the Toad Village if she was short on food and money, and wanted to hold him as a hostage. Fan Lihua stated that she would not hide the fact that she had a special request from him. She feared he wouldn't want to help, so she could only invite him in this manner. Cheng Dale responded that it didn't appear as if she wanted to ask as she knocked him out and locked him in an iron cage. She told him that she admired him for destroying the 100,000 Rings tribe army and assassinating Yang Longting in Chang'an City, and the Ring tribe king in the grassland. Cheng Dale dismissed it as insignificant. She said that, of all the people she challenged in the last 2 months, he was the one she barely considered a candidate. Whereas Cheng Dale blushed at Fan Lihua's sitting position. Fan Lihua asked if he could stay in her village for a few days, and she also asked him for something. She stated that after it was all done, she would be very grateful to him. Cheng Dale kept thinking not to be rude as he responded that there would be no harm in staying with her. He wondered who she wanted to kill, where she wanted to kill them, and how many as he wanted to finish the mission and see his wife as soon as possible. Fan Lihua was about to tell him what she wanted when a child ran in nervously, reporting to Fan Lihua. Fan Yuer informed her that the people from the Western Yan tribe were coming. Fan Lihua was taken aback, wondering why they arrived so fast, leaving Cheng Dale perplexed. She told Cheng Dale that she would talk to him about the events later and asked him to stay, leaving Cheng Dale speechless, while Fan Yuer dragged her sister away, telling her that they were going. Cheng Dale's face was filled with confusion. He yelled at Fan Lihua, telling her that she still not made it clear what she meant, and what candidate she was referring to. He screamed asking her that she should at least finish their talk. Cheng Dale was irritated and expressed his hate for people who say things halfway. After a while, a man greeted General Kai Dang, who greeted Elder Yin and stated that they met again. The group continued their march inside the village, where they passed by Cheng Dale's cage. Cheng Dale observed and wondered if they were the Ring tribe. He was curious as to why the Ring tribe would appear, as well as whether the descending Jade tribe was still colluding with them. He was also curious as to how so many Ring tribesmen got into the border. Elder Yin informed General Kai Dang that Fan Lihua was already waiting for him in the gathering hall. Cheng Dale decided to try to obtain more information first as he viewed them for information. General Kai Dang's information appeared, as his real name was Kai Ju, and he was a famous military general, while Elder Yin Zhang's information stated that he was 65 years old and was Fan Lihua's uncle. Cheng Dale thought that the second phase of the mission would be more complicated than he expected. Meanwhile, at the descending Jade Village, Gathering Hall, Elder Yin informed Fan Lihua that the Ring tribe had come to visit her on their chief's order. Fan Lihua retorted, saying that if their intention was the same as before, there would be no need to say anything because they would not cooperate with the Western Yan tribe. Kaiju stated that she misunderstood because they came to specially propose marriage to her, leaving Fan Lihua to question him again. Kaiju went on to say that they heard she was looking for a husband and that their chief had long admired her, and that the betrothal gift was 1,000 taels of gold and 500 cows just to marry her. He also stated that they would be family from now on as long as she agreed. Fan Lihua stated, describing herself as a vulgar person rather than a social climber, and instructed them not to bring up the matter again. A man from the Ring tribe joined in, saying he advised her to think carefully because she was already 26 years old, while the others negotiated that their chief didn't mind her age and that if she was still unsatisfied they could add 20 more horses. Elder Yin begged her to reconsider, telling Fan Lihua that it was unusual for the Western Yan tribe chief to be sincere to her. Fan Lihua frowned at them and cursed. They asked Fan Lihua not to be shameless, and questioned her if she truly believed she was worth 500 cows, and she threatened him not to blame her sword for being merciless if he said it again. While the Ring argued, stating that if she could look at the entire Kinchuan mountain, no one else would want a violent girl like her apart from their Ring tribe. which caused Fan Lihua to order her men to send their visitors away. She screamed at them to scram, and in the meantime, Cheng Dale believed that the sound of arguing he heard had reached him, and although he couldn't hear clearly, he believed that the two sides' friendly discussion did not go well. He wondered what the hell happened in the end. As Kaiju was about to leave, he scoffed, telling Elder Yin that she was foolish enough to reject a face-serving offer. Elder Yin told him to calm down because Fan Lihua was simply unable to think clearly due to the suddenness of the news, and he assured him that he would persuade her well. Kaiju informed him that he didn't have much time, and that he would only give him one night. Elder Yin understood and told him that he would let the other village brothers persuade Fan Lihua, assuring him that he would make her change her mind. Kaiju said something about Fan Lihua refusing after that night. He gave him something and told him to use it, and when things were done, he would naturally get great benefits. Elder Yin recognized what Kaiju gave him and realized what he was trying. Kaiju asked him if he could not do it. Elder Yin informed him that Fan Lihua was the orphan of his close friend's brother. Kaiju looked disappointed and said nothing. Then suddenly Elder Yin told him that he had to pay more, leaving Kaiju speechless. Meanwhile, someone urged Fan Lihua that it was unusual for the chief of the Western Yan tribe to be infatuated with her. Elder Yin asked her why she had to say such harsh words, even if she didn't agree, and stated that their chief saw her as a woman, and that was her destiny, assuring her that there was nothing wrong with that. He also stated that if they killed them out of anger, they wouldn't be able to stop it. Fan Lihua found it annoying. A voice addressed Fan Lihua as her daughter and explained that she was just confused. Fan Lihua's mother appeared and told her that she had already known all the things why the Western Yan tribe came. Fan Lihua asked her mother why she was here. Fan Lihua's mother told her that the Western Yan tribe was strong and powerful, and she asked why she didn't want to marry since they liked her. And she also reminded her that she was a girl, and fighting and killing all the time wasn't a long-term thing. She told her about her father, who was gone, and how she hoped to start a family soon, believing that if she had good support, she would be rest assured. Fan Lihua argued that the Ring tribe wanted her because they liked her horsemanship and wanted her to help them train a team of elite cavalry, and she also stated that her father was killed by them, leading her to wonder how she could marry her enemies. Fan Lihua's mother was concerned, asking when she would have a family, and if she wasn't thinking about her age. She reminded her that she was already 26 and that if she continued like this, she would become an old girl, which no one wanted. She said that if she continued, she would have worries about when she would be able to have grandchildren. Fan Lihua turned around and told her mother that she looked for someone. While her mother called out for her, she grabbed her gourd and walked out, declaring that she wanted her to submit to the Ring tribe. Fan Lihua expressed that she couldn't do it. After a while, Cheng Dale wondered if Fan Lihua forgot about him and when his brothers from the Toad village would find him, hoping it would not be Zhu Shenji taking charge of the situation and making a plan. He reasoned that if Fan Lihua's mission did not progress, he couldn't stay forever, and if he left for a while, he wouldn't know what would happen to the village as a result of Zhu Shenji. He closed his eyes, wondering if Su Ying and Liu Jihan were still waiting for him. Then suddenly, Fan Lihua arrived calling out Cheng Dale. She asked if he was still not sleeping. Cheng Dale replied that he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't even stretch out, wondering how he could sleep in his housing area. His eyes widened as he was confused about what he saw. He thought that Fan Lihua was in a bit of a bad state that day. Cheng Dale became aware of Fan Lihua's gaze, and he assumed she ate people. He was curious how much she drank because she emitted a strong smell of alcohol, and he asked her if she was there to drink and talk about life at that late hour. He told her that it was now time for her to tell him what she wanted to do with him, but Fan Lihua struggled to say what she wanted, which left Cheng Dale confused. Fan Lihua grabbed his collar and told him he was a pervert if he didn't understand. As her breath reeked of alcohol, she yelled at him, stating that she wanted him as a person. She instructed him to marry her and become her husband. Cheng Dale's face flushed as he yelled in confusion over what she had said. Hart interrupted, mocking him and asking him if he still didn't get it. The Fan Lihua exclusive special hidden mission had been achieved, according to a system notification. And a mission information appeared that he could choose the branch route. The first was to accept Fan Lihua's request and become Descending Jade Village husband. The second would be to escape from Descending Jade Village. Cheng Dale asked Hart what it meant to be the Descending Jade Village husband, and Hart replied that he had to become the village son-in-law, and he had to choose carefully. He grabbed Fan Lihua's hands and told her that she was drunk. He advised her to be more reserved because they had only met a few times, and there was no such thing as a flash marriage. And he informed her that he already had a wife. Fan Lihua wondered what his wife had to do with her, as she only wanted him as a person, not his wife, and informed him that if he married into her family, his former wife would no longer have anything to do with him. She expressed that marrying him wouldn't be a disgrace since he beat her, and that Toad Village and Descending Jade Village were considered to be the right match. And Cheng Dale responded that being beaten up was also considered a win, and that he wondered if beating her meant he had to be responsible for her. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, claimed that he could have killed her in the sea that day but chose to protect her, and that she was not the type of person who refuses to accept defeat. She told him that he was the best candidate she had found in 2 months, leaving Cheng Dale speechless. Cheng Dale inquired as to why she was so eager to marry off. He stated that with her stunning and lovely appearance, she should have an endless stream of suitors, while wondering why him. Fan Lihua told him that he didn't need to ridicule her because she knew she was ugly. Cheng Dale was confused about what she meant by ridicule and asked her if he had some misconceptions about her looks. Fan Lihua asked if she wasn't ugly, and Cheng Dale looked carefully and considered his response. He thought from what he observed she had a perfect girl's body with a thin waist, long legs, beautiful voice, and a proper supermodel figure. He wondered where the word ugly came from. While Fan Lihua questioned him why other men in the village avoided her if she wasn't ugly, Cheng Dale wondered if it was because of today's beauty aesthetics that paid attention to a slender body, oval face, wind-born willow twig waist, just like Liu Jihan and Su Ying did. He also claimed that the average height at the time was not particularly high, asserting that Fan Lihua stood one head taller than many men, which inevitably made people feel unattainable. Besides, she was already 26 years old, believing that an older unmarried youth of this era had been classified as the type of person nobody wanted. He looked at her and thought that in any case, Fan Lihua had such a good figure and was very feminine, and as long as she could be pampered to show her charm, she wouldn't be without suitors. Meanwhile, Fan Lihua chugged and gulped the contents of the bottle she had bought. She continued as Cheng Dale observed her. Fan Lihua burped, causing Cheng Dale to believe that her bold drinking style was more manly than a man's, leading him to believe that he was wrong. Even if she had a good figure, her behavior was incompatible with femininity. Fan Lihua fumed, asking Cheng Dale what's with his look, and stated that he was just like everyone who thought that she was ugly. Cheng Dale reasoned that she was beautiful and asked why she had to say she was ugly. Fan Lihua approached him after what he had said. She asked him if she was beautiful and if he craved her body, and Cheng Dale replied that they could still chat happily, and wondered why he would crave her body when they had only met a few times. She tried seducing him, asking if he felt something. Cheng Dale turned around and told Fan Lihua she was drunk. A system information popped up, stating that Fan Lihua received 10,000 critical damage. Fan Lihua was humiliated and wondered why he turned around and wouldn't even look at her. Cheng Dale blushed as he reminded himself not to be rude and wondered why she wanted to rely on him when they only met a few times. He also wondered what happened to her that night, and if she wanted to be set free from herself after drinking because he didn't want to be sorry for Su Ying, and he didn't want Fan Lihua to slip away. Cheng Dale heard sobbing sounds as he sighed, wondering how he could do the mission, as it would be hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Fan Lihua cried and continued sobbing. Cheng Dale turned to face her, surprised as he mentioned her name. Fan Lihua wiped her tears with her hand as she struggled to say something. She went on to inform him that she was born in a mountain bandit's den and didn't want to hang out with a group of rough men every day. She also stated that the men she beat up were talking behind her back, and without realizing it, they began calling her a tomboy, a monster girl, having dark skin, not knowing how to dress, and her hair like a chicken coop. She vented out that only the Ring tribe wanted her because they craved her little horsemanship. She grabbed Cheng Dale's clothes and told him that it was now very hard for her to fancy a man and rob it back to him. She told him as she was about to punch him that she was still too shy to seduce a man. Her hands trembled, rhetorically asking Cheng Dale if she was that ugly. Fan Lihua continued to curse at him as he couldn't even look at her. She admitted that she did not like those rough men, and that the people she liked did not like her, which made her realize that no one would want to marry an ugly old girl like her. Cheng Dale, concerned, called out to Fan Lihua. He expressed that in her eyes, Fan Lihua was an older unmarried youth at most, but she was definitely a great beauty. Cheng Dale realized that in feudal times, a 26-year-old was classified as the type of person that nobody wanted. And besides, he believed that she was so careless that no man dared to approach her, claiming that a feudal society was too unethical. He called out to Fan Lihua, who told him to fuck off, but he coughed as he insisted. Cheng Dale told her a poem about how the rain hit the pear blossoms and closed the door, forgetting the youth and missing the youth. Fan Lihua listened as Cheng Dale continued the poem, asking who they could share their pleasant and happy feelings with, as they were overwhelmed by pain and joy. And as the poem went, he stated that sorrow gathered eyebrows and frowned all day. Thousands cried, 10,000s cried. And as you could see the sky in the morning and the clouds in the evening, you thought when you walked and when you sat. Cheng Dale ended it with the pear blossom bathed in the rain crying. People who saw would feel pity and addressed Fan Lihua, telling her not to cry because she would really become ugly if she kept crying. Fan Lihua responded by asking him if she was truly beautiful or if he was just making fun of her again. Cheng Dale admitted that she was beautiful and a stunning and lovely woman. He grasped her, telling her that she didn't have to show her breasts or pretend to be shy. Fan Lihua blushed as Cheng Dale caressed her. He went on to say that the real her was like the bright moon in the sky. Fan Lihua, embarrassed, asked him why the other men in the mountain village had avoided her like the plague if she wasn't ugly. Cheng Dale responded that it was because they didn't have good taste and mistook the fine jade for a midstone. Fan Lihua lowered her head and stared at Cheng Dale, but seeing him, although fallen into a trap, squeezed his face out, yet both of his eyes seemed as if they were painted with stars. Fan Lihua grabbed his wrist and called out his name. She excitedly asked him if he would marry her. Cheng Dale sweated profusely, reasoning that he only praised her for her beauty once and wondered why she still clung to him after he told her a moment later not to joke around because he had a wife. He remembered Su Ying biting him again, telling him that if she left a mark, he would never be stolen by other women again. Cheng Dale believed that, in order to coax Fan Lihua, he had gone too far in a slip of the tongue. He expressed his fear that they wouldn't be able to rest and fly together as he really loved his wife. Fan Lihua, on the other hand, claimed that he had defeated her and that his skills were better than hers. She expressed that she didn't mind him having a wife, and went on to say that she could be his concubine if he was not willing to marry into her family. Cheng Dale was in shock and puzzled by what she said. He assumed that in this era, being a concubine was the same as being a slave, which led him to believe that there was no way she didn't know. He wondered why she would say such a thing. He also questioned her willingness to be a concubine in order to marry herself off to someone she had only met a few times. Cheng Dale found it very suspicious that a proud and arrogant person, who was clearly a strong woman and the boss of a mountain village, would say something like that. He claimed that it wasn't because she was drunk or because she was fascinated by his sour poetry. Marrying him was just a pretense, and being ugly was just a way for her to better cover up her lies. He also thought that she was still looking at him in a negotiating attitude a while back. He believed that if she wanted him to help her deal with her family, like acting as her boyfriend type of help, he still doubted it because it had only been a few hours for her to become impatient. Cheng Dale was sweating profusely as he assumed Fan Lihua must have some kind of scheme but not enough time, which was why she was haltingly hanging on him. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was asking for marriage, leaving him to wonder what went wrong and if it had anything to do with the Ring Clan daytime visit. He assumed she offended the Ring Clan by choosing him because the Toad Village had the power to deal with them, which made him wonder if she wanted to drag the Toad Village down with her. He cursed, knowing that Fan Lihua's mission would be difficult because there was no girl in the world who insisted on marriage unconditionally. Cheng Dale noticed Fan Lihua's foolish and stupid temper with an ulterior motive, and thought that if he pointed it out right away, her scheme would fail, and he would be useless, prompting him to wonder if she would stab him with a knife. He pondered what he should do and whether he should run from the honey trap or continue the mission. He questioned why she was so eager to marry and suggested that they get to know each other first because he didn't like falling in love after marriage. He also informed her that even if he got a concubine, he would also need consent from his wife. Fan Lihua called him a useless blockhead and asked if he was that afraid of his wife, and Cheng Dale just laughed it off. Cheng Dale asked her if she could give him some time to think about it because things were happening so suddenly for him. She told him she could only give him one night and was cut off in the middle of her sentence. Fan Lihua mumbled in her sleep, prompting Cheng Dale to inquire about her. Cheng Dale wondered if she passed out, thinking that she must have used a lot of courage to say her proposal, causing him to sigh and thinking that even though she was scheming something, she was still a bashful girl. Then, all of a sudden, Fan Yue appeared, relieved that she had finally found her because everyone had been searching for her and wondering why she had come all the way to the stable. She dragged her sister there and scolded her for sleeping there because she would catch a cold. Cheng Dale assumed that Fan Lihua ran into a problem that forced her into this situation. However, he ignored it, questioning her who told her to pick him, as he couldn't just give up on her when he still didn't know what was going on. He reasoned that he would just stay for a few more days to look around, believing that his brothers at the Toad Village should have almost discovered that he was there by then, while a system notification notified him that his current fear value increased to 1,014,320. In the morning, the next day, Cheng Dale asked Fan Lihua why she had come back. Fan Lihua said he was quite interesting, and that he still acted casually even though he was trapped, and asked him if he was afraid to die and what he thought about yesterday's matter. And Cheng Dale laughed and told her that it couldn't be taken seriously because yesterday's matter was nonsense spoken despite being drunk. Fan Lihua told him not to play dumb because she remembered what he said, and Cheng Dale pleaded to be set free so he could go back and ask his wife, and if she agreed to let him take in a concubine, he would immediately come and marry her. Fan Lihua referred to him as a useless man and asked if he wanted to eat because he hadn't eaten anything all day. She held out a bowl of rice and told him if he agreed to marry her, he would get to eat. Cheng Dale argued that it was not appropriate for him to sell his body for a bowl of porridge and mocked her food, advising her to do slightly to improve its quality. Fan Lihua became irritated and asked him if he was still complaining because letting him eat was not bad enough. She proceeded to gulp down the porridge. Cheng Dale smirked as he observed her. Fan Lihua left nothing in the bowl and burped. She informed him that the food was all gone and that if he decided to become her husband, she would personally cook him a table of food. Cheng Dale chuckled and said that with love, he would be fulfilled with just water, and that if he could see her every day, even if he had to eat sugar and shallow vegetables, he would still be willing. He asked her if she still had porridge. A tapping noise was heard nearby. Cheng Dale wondered if it was the Ring Clan, while Fan Lihua wondered why they had come in the first place and who had allowed them in. Chu Jai greeted Fan Lihua as they approached her. He asked her what she thought about the matter regarding marriage. Before she became angry, Fan Lihua told him there was nothing to talk about and to get lost, and she asked Elder Yin if he was the one who brought them in. She cursed at him as she asked him if he had brought the Ring clan into the village to collude with them, and Elder Yin explained that they were only trying to bribe him with money and that it was an insult to him, while also telling her that it was all a misunderstanding. He went on to say that he wanted to refuse at first, but Chu Jai gave him too much, which was why he showed sincerity. Elder Yin stated that because he watched her grow up, he could be considered her uncle, and he naturally hoped that she would find a good spouse, and that now that Zai Yanbu was interested in her, it was their honor. Fan Lihua told him that he didn't need to trouble himself because it was her business. She pointed at Cheng Dale and told them, honestly, that he was the person she liked. She went on to say that she caught him and that she was going to find a good day to marry him. Cheng Dale figured out that she wanted to use him as a shield. Chu Jai mentioned that their custom was quite special, catching the guy you liked and imprisoning them to scorch them under the sun, and he wondered if she intended on drying him up before entering the bridal room, prompting Elder Yin to question her if she was not joking. And Chu Jai responded by asking Elder Yin who the guy was. Elder Yin informed him that he was a hostage that she captured the day before, which caused Chu Jai to mutter in confusion and ask Fan Lihua if she was playing with him. He threatened her if she didn't want them to go ahead and snatch her because she was taking the hard way, which irritated Fan Lihua. Fan Lihua yelled, wondering where the brothers of the descending Jade village were and if everyone had become a traitor. Elder Yin smirked as he told her not to waste her effort because while she chatted with her hostage, they got rid of all her loyal subjects. He chuckled and inquired as to why she couldn't get any news. Elder Yin told Fan Lihua that she woke up late that day, and he calculated the time, believing that it would be about time. Fan Lihua began to vomit blood. She realized that the breakfast she had that day was poisoned. Worried, Cheng Dale shouted Lihua's name, realizing there was trouble, and urged to escape the metal cage as soon as possible. Lihua, on the other hand, expressed frustration. Yin Zhang informed Kaiju to retrieve Lihua as she was poisoned. Kaiju then ordered his men to tie her up and take her away, explaining that she was weakened by the poison and that her strength was left in her body. His men then began to attack Lihua, who appeared powerless and struggled to stand. However, Lihua advised them that even though she was weak, they couldn't do as they pleased. Suddenly, she employed the crushed jasmine pear blossom cut technique and swiftly slashed out one of her villagers. As the man was being cut, she mentioned that the descending Jade village was also affiliated with the fans. Shocked, Kaiju cursed and wondered how she still had strength, questioning why Yin Zhang did not give her more drugs to weaken her further. Yin Zhang responded that he had already given Lihua double the usual dose, insisting that even horses would collapse. The sword's light blossomed like pear blossoms, and the shadow moved faster than a star as Lihua swiftly sliced through the men, their screams echoing in pain. Boundless flew the descending Jade, small jasmine pear blossoms one after another, slaughtering all who surrounded her. Determined, Yin Zhang ordered his men to capture her, mocking them as a bunch of losers and emphasizing that she was weakened. He also instructed them to quickly bring the person he had told them to catch. While Lihua continued slashing out the people who met their demise, the men questioned what kind of monster she was. Struggling, Lihua pondered the pain she felt, realizing it was poison causing cramps and weakness throughout her body. Facing her enemies, she also reflected on the state of her village during the 2 months she was away, defaced by wretched people. She remembered her beloved people poisoned one morning and did not even manage to get the message to her, and the rest of the village turned their swords against her. Slowly placing her swords to her neck, she contemplated that if captured, it would amount to nothing more than being sent to the Ring clan to face humiliation. With determination, Lihua concluded that in such a case, it would be better to die. Yin Zhang and Kaiju panicked, realizing her intent. They urgently ordered their men to quickly bring her up, while Cheng Dale shouted at her not to do it and tried to break the cage. He screamed for the key and offered his help. Exhausted, Lihua turned her head to Cheng Dale, wondering if he wanted to save her, questioning if anything would change even if he got out and what would change. She noted that Cheng Dale's men were not there, and only the Ring clan was present. She also pondered that if Cheng Dale revealed his identity, it could mean facing hundreds of Ring clan members and likely death. She thought about pulling him down to fight against the Rings, but it seemed futile. Perhaps Cheng Dale already knew that, which might explain his treatment of her. She then spoke and told him not to come out. Frightened, Cheng Dale could only call out Lihua's name, feeling helpless. However, Yin Zhang was annoyed and questioned her if she wasn't afraid to die. Then he threatened her with her mother and Yue, suggesting she didn't care for them anymore. Her mother called her name, while Yue resisted and told Lihua not to mind them and urged her to leave. With fear evident on her face, Lihua called out to her mother and Yue, while Yin Zhang continued, questioning if she dared to kill herself and leave her mother and Yue behind. He warned that once she died, she should know what the rings would do to them, asking if she couldn't see the big picture and think of others. Lihua struggled to stand as Yin Zhang threatened to send Yue to the Ring tribe if she died. He painted a grim picture of the potential mistreatment Yue might face, suggesting she could end up with an unknown number of men. In response, Lihua challenged him, asking if he dared. Yin Zhang continued, insisting that when Yue grew up, she would blame Lihua for leaving her and causing her suffering in the world. He suggested that everyone would be happy if Lihua married Kaiju and urged her to think about the others. Although fear was visible on Yue's face, she still told Lihua not to mind her and to escape quickly. Yin Zhang suggested that she should let herself be arrested without fighting back. Suddenly, in response, Lihua released her sword and knelt. As the breath released from the bottom of her heart, her body struggled to support itself. Kaiju then ordered his men to tie her up. While Lihua was being held, Yin Zhang asked her why she was bothered, and Lihua responded by threatening him and vowing to kill him. Yin Zhang told Lihua that they were all from the same village and questioned why they drew swords against each other. He held Lihua's face, emphasizing that if she came to her senses earlier, so many of their men wouldn't have lost their lives. Disappointed, Yin Zhang showed pity and remarked that her eyes seemed lifeless. He suggested that she be good and contribute to the Ring tribe, highlighting that her mother and Yue were safe in his hands, while Lihua just stared at him. Meanwhile, Kaiju's men called him, emphasizing the trouble they faced and questioning if Lihua could still marry the chief. In response, Kaiju stated that their chief didn't lack women and that marriage was merely a pretense. He noted that they wanted Lihua for her horsemanship, and as long as her family was in their hands, forcing her to train a group of elite cavalries was not a problem. Kaiju called Yin Zhang and informed him that the descending Jade village was now under his control. He instructed Yin Zhang to handle his village, suggesting killing those who needed to be killed and locking up those who needed to be locked. He then mentioned that he would be taking Lihua away, and Yin Zhang agreed and wished him well. As they watched Lihua being taken away, Yin Zhang addressed the villagers, stating that it was good for them that Lihua had married their Western Yan tribe. He then ordered to put Lihua's mother and Yue in the dungeon and keep them under close guard. Smirking, he emphasized that with the Ring tribe's protection, they would surely be able to soar in the future. Suddenly, Yin Zhang noticed a sound from behind when Cheng Dalei expressed his exhaustion. He mentioned that not anyone could imitate Uncle Long's method of breaking the iron cage. Surprised, Yin Zhang then noticed Cheng Dalei and said that he came out on his own. And also, the villagers questioned how he wrenched open the cage with his bare hands. One person disagreed, commenting that it wasn't bare hands but soaked clothes and branches that were used. At that moment, the villagers seemed to see a hungry jackal freed from its cage. Cheng Dalei released a tremendous aura. He told them that he was hungry and asked if they had any food. Serious, he dismissed his request and emphasized that he should save people first. Cheng Dalei mentioned that although it was a little late, at least the mission objective had been clarified. Villagers commented that he was not afraid to die, while Yin Zhang asked Cheng Dalei what he was doing out there. While brushing off the dust from his body, Cheng Dalei responded that he would settle things quickly and then eat. He mentioned that he didn't know whether the food in that village was poisonous or not, noting that he was most annoyed by people who spoiled food. Cheng Dalei then told Yin Zhang that to prevent him from backstabbing, he threatened to kill everyone there first and then save Lihua. Angry, Yin Zhang told Cheng Dalei that he was just a hostage and shouldn't dare to be arrogant. He ordered someone to kill him and send him to die. The villagers attacked Cheng Dalei, shouting at him for daring to act that way and threatening to kill him. Swiftly, Cheng Dalei jumped, striking the person's jaw with his knee, and seized the sword. He threw the sword to grab it and slashed one of the villagers. The other villagers, seeing Cheng Dalei approach with a sword, were trembling and surprised but fearful to get close to him. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei commented on the blade of the sword that there was no good sword because it felt uncomfortable. However, he dismissed it, stating that he was in a rush and it would make do. He dashed towards the villagers, while they warned each other to be careful of his attack, with some urging to kill him. As Cheng Dalei slashed out at the villagers, he pondered that by using sword skills with a blade, the power would decrease, but it would be enough to deal with the underlings. He slaughtered the villagers using the Alfei blade technique with incredible speed. With each move, the fear point values increased rapidly. The shouts of fear echoed. Determined, Yin Zhang continued to order someone to kill Cheng Dalei quickly. He assured his villagers not to be scared while he insulted them. Yin Zhang contemplated who Cheng Dalei was, and since Lihua captured him, she had been hiding him there, not allowing anyone to come near. He wondered how the strong Cheng Dalei got trapped in their village. Frustrated, he questioned himself about which esteemed master Lihua had kidnapped. He hurriedly ran with his horse and told his villagers that they should hold on while he went to find Kaiju to ask for reinforcements. Along with those who died and those who ran away, this massacre only went on for a few hours. Surprised, Yue couldn't believe what she saw when she noticed Cheng Dalei standing there, looking quite formidable. Yue questioned Cheng Dalei if he was saving them, recalling what Lihua had told her about him being someone kidnapped from the outside. She asked who Cheng Dalei was, while Cheng Dalei was covered in bloodstains. Cheng Dalei told her that they could talk about it later, and that they should leave first. He instructed them that they were more familiar with their village, suggesting they find a place to hide. And if there was a secret passage, they should escape through it and remember to block it after escaping to prevent pursuers from catching up. He told them not to let the Ring clan catch them and reassured them that he would take care of Lihua. At the same time, the Ring clan got ready to leave the descending Jade village, while Lihua was tied up on the horse and appeared tired. When Yinzhong's voice reached to call Kaiju's attention, he rushed towards him and told him to wait a moment. Puzzled, Kaiju asked Yinzhong why he came again. Yinzhong informed Kaiju that a problem occurred. While he expressed gratitude to the heavens in his thoughts, he continued to express thanks, thinking that the Ring clan had not left yet. His expression showed joy as he believed that if he reached the Ring clan, he could let them deal with Cheng Dale. Putting an end to his contemplation, Yinzhong turned around and was frightened to see Cheng Dale leap behind him and swiftly get killed. Surprised, Kaiju commented that Yinzhong was killed. His followers seemed to recognize Cheng Dale as the person who was locked up in the cage. Lihua was surprised as well, and the rest of the Ring clan stopped. Kaiju inquired about Cheng Dale's identity, commenting that judging by his skills, there was no way he was unheard of. He asked for Cheng Dale's name. Cheng Dale stood in front of them, wondering why they didn't recognize him. He thought that perhaps they had never seen his face before, especially now that he was holding a normal blade and not the special sword. In that case, he decided it was better not to introduce himself. Instead, he responded to the Ring tribe, stating that if they were asking for his name, he should start talking from when Nua started making people. A glowing smoke emerged around Cheng Dale and continued talking, stating that if they were asking for his surname, they would have to discuss splitting heaven and earth apart. However, they were asking about who he was. A beep from the system indicated a significant increase in fear value from 1,335,110 to 100 W. Cheng Dale told them that they could treat him as a village husband that she snatched. Another beep followed, informing them using Horn's war song, with a fear value of 10 W. The time for reinforcement to reach was unknown, and reinforcements were approaching, signaling that the battle would soon start. Kaiju swiftly issued orders to kill Cheng Dale. The Ringers were furious, questioning how Cheng Dale dared to charge towards them by himself. Defending themselves, the Ring clan wielded their spears, shouting for Cheng Dale to die. 4 spears lunged toward Cheng Dale, but to their surprise, Cheng Dale disappeared, showcasing remarkable speed. They warned each other to be careful as he appeared above them. While still in the air, Cheng Dale wondered where Lihua was, concern evident as he clenched his teeth. His gaze focused as he spotted her in the clutches of a ringer, realizing that he found her. With confidence, Cheng Dale declared that they did it, and swiftly unleashed his exploding fireworks, slicing through the ringers that attacked him. The injured ringer growled in pain as Cheng Dale aimed to break through and open a path. Amidst the chaos, the ringers continued shouting to surround Cheng Dale. Others informed that Cheng Dale broke in, and the lines were breaking up, commanding others to maintain their formation and continue to order others to surround and kill him. Beside Kaiju, his men commented that Cheng Dale was driving straight in and questioned where such an incredible Cheng Dale came from. Kaiju mentioned that Cheng Dale was breaking in that direction. Worried, he noticed that his target was Lihua's direction. Cheng Dale's fear value kept increasing as he continued killing the ringers on his way. He cut off the arms of one of the ringers and said that he was coming straight ahead, while the fear value kept increasing. Cheng Dale shouted Lihua's name, who confusedly looked at him. He urged her to ride with him fast. Lihua hesitated and responded that she could not go with him as her mother and Yuer. However, Cheng Dale assured her that he had already saved them and that they had run away, reminding her of her experience as a horse rider and encouraging Lihua to take him on in a race. Cheng Dale promised to cover for her when they broke out. Enraged, Kaiju ordered the ringers not to let them get away, while the ringers accused Cheng Dale of daring to steal their people. The two masters combined their power to break through. Lihua instructed Cheng Dale to go on while she focused on riding the horse, leaving the enemies to him. Cheng Dale declared that they would tear away from the siege. He slashed at a ringer attacking them, causing the ringer to scream in pain. As they approached the village gate, the ringers informed them that they could not block them. Kaiju realized the urgency and instructed his people to block off the main gate, ensuring Cheng Dale and Lihua couldn't escape. He directed the second team to withdraw to the back and block the village gate, urging them not to let them get out of the gate. Some of the ringers cursed and questioned what kind of monster they faced. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale commented that the ringers were adjusting their formation, and it didn't look good because they blocked off the village gate. Lihua noted that if they forcefully broke, it might lead to them getting surrounded. Cheng Dale asked if the mountain village had another road, and Lihua confirmed that there was a secret passage at the meeting hall, providing a route for retreat. Cheng Dale acknowledged it, stating that they should turn back to the mountain village. Lihua urged him to hold on tight as she increased their speed, emphasizing that he shouldn't fall from the horse. Then Cheng Dale hugged Lihua's waist, causing her to be flustered. She scolded him, telling him not to grope around. Cheng Dale was surprised and apologized to her, explaining that it was not on purpose. Lihua quickly commented that in a few more days, when they got married, he could touch her, and he shouldn't be impatient. Cheng Dale was left confused by her words. The two of them teamed up, easily escaped the siege, and headed towards the inside of the mountain village. As they arrived back at Descending Jade Village, Cheng Dale assisted Lihua in walking and asked if she was okay. Lihua reassured him that she was fine, mentioning that the drug wouldn't kill her and she could still manage. Cheng Dale attempted to make a light-hearted joke, suggesting that he understood the pain of having a period, likening it to having an aunt. But Lihua just gave him a confused look and wondered what he was talking about. Suddenly, Cheng Dale surprised her by carrying her. He told her that if she didn't want to do strenuous exercise, he was there for her. Cheng Dale asked her where the secret passage was that he would carry Lihua until there. Embarrassed, Lihua directed him to the secret passage in the basement of the gathering hall. Cheng Dale playfully commented on her weight, suggesting she should lose some. Lihua retorted, telling him to go to hell. Laughing, Cheng Dale changed the subject, urging her to take the antidote. Lihua questioned where he got it, and he casually replied that he snatched it from Yinzhong. A beep notified Cheng Dale of a fear point exchange for the antidote, and his current fear point decreased to 1,351. After a while, they reached the basement of the house. Lihua instructed Cheng Dale to put her down as they had arrived. She looked puzzled at the rocks she saw and questioned what was going on. Cheng Dale asked her what was wrong. Worried, Lihua explained that the secret passage was blocked, and it was deliberately sealed from the inside after someone had left. She expressed her frustration, wondering how it could happen. The secret passage was supposed to be known only to high-ranking individuals. Suspicious, she doubted that Yinzhong was responsible. She cursed him, believing that he had planned everything so well that even the only secret passage was blocked. Cheng Dale sweated as he remembered the time he instructed Yuer to block the secret passage after their escape. Feeling guilty and unable to admit the truth, he looked at Lihua without saying anything. Embarrassed to confess, he asked if there were any other secret passages in the area, considering the Descending Jade Village size. Lihua glanced back at him and responded that there were no other secret passages. Cheng Dale asked again if that was the only one, and Lihua confirmed that it was the only one. Meanwhile, the ringers surrounded the village. A person reported to Kaiju that they were hiding inside. Kaiju instructed them to quickly go in and get them out. He commanded his men to dismount and form a perimeter, ensuring that no one could escape. As the ringer rushed inside the house, Cheng Dale realized they were there. He asked Lihua where his sword was. Lihua informed him that it was in her room. Cheng Dale asked where her room was, and she said it was on the second floor. In a rush, they went upstairs. Outside, Kaiju ordered his men to guard the intersections. Upon entering the house, they found it as they went upstairs. The ringers quickly instructed each other to be cautious as Cheng Dale was known for his strength. The ringers followed them upstairs, and a person announced that they were there, and suggested others to break down the door. Someone ordered to kill Cheng Dale and take Lihua. At that moment, Cheng Dale swiftly unsheathed his special sword and used the exploding fireworks technique to slaughter the ringers that were near the door. The ringers were surprised and seemed to realize their mistake. Dust filled the air from the broken door, and Lihua asked Cheng Dale if they could stop the Ring clan. Cheng Dale replied that he didn't know. While tying his sword to his hand, he mentioned that he couldn't stop them all. The ringers suddenly became scared as they recognized Cheng Dale. A ringer mentioned that the sword Cheng Dale held was an ordinary sword, which made his face change to fear, and he struggled first to utter Cheng Dale's name. It was notified that the possession duration was halfway through the incense stick. Forced into a corner, a wave of attacks approached them like a tidal wave. Ringers shouted to kill as they closed in. The two joined forces, acting like a sharp sword that split the enemy tide. Some questioned how many people had to die to kill them, while others expressed frustration and cursed as they saw bodies around. Others hesitated to go because he was Cheng Dale, even if he was the bravest warrior of the rings. One assured his companions not to be afraid upon hearing Cheng Dale's name. Others commented that Cheng Dale and Lihua were exhausted, urging everyone to go. Some hesitated, informing others that they would go first. Facing a prey cornered to death, one recommended Tease to take the lead. They were also afraid of the prey's death-defying counterattack in a desperate situation. The two gasped, with Cheng Dale asking Lihua if she could still hold up, and Lihua nodded. The set quickly shifted as a ringer pushed out from the window and shouted as he got thrown. With a loud thud on the ground, the ringers outside were shocked to witness T's defeat. Some expressed surprise, mentioning T's reputation as a skilled soldier in the army. Meanwhile, Kaiju observed the situation with a clenched jaw. T struggled to stand up but still managed to call Kaiju's attention, informing Kaiju that the man inside was Cheng Dale. Kaiju, surprised, asked who it was again. T seriously repeated Cheng Dale's name and mentioned that it was the one who wiped out 100,000 of their warriors in Yuzhu in one fell swoop. Shocked, Kaiju struggled to comprehend how Cheng Dale ended up there. T explained that it was indeed him holding the ordinary sword, and he couldn't be mistaken. In disbelief, Kaiju considered the merit of killing Cheng Dale and presenting his head to Jin Wendao. He believed that catching such a big fish would bring him immense merit. Determined, he ordered his men to set fire to the house and proclaimed that they wouldn't take Lihua anymore. The ringers, shocked, warned Kaiju that their men were still inside the house and urged him to reconsider, emphasizing the presence of many wounded their men. Undeterred, Kaiju insisted that if they could kill Cheng Dale, no matter how many died, it would be worth it. He commanded his men to set the house on fire. After he set the order, the ringer quickly spread kerosene, straw, and wood. They ignited the fire, causing it to quickly spread throughout the house. Kaiju continued to command his men to guard the four sides, preventing Cheng Dale from escaping. The ringers inside panicked as they ran out and some warned others to run faster. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lihua was furious, questioning how they dared to set fire to them. Cheng Dale responded, criticizing them for giving up without allowing the wounded people to move out, implying that they didn't have a heart. Frustrated, Cheng Dale realized that the possession time ran out, the physical fear points bottomed out, and reinforcements did not arrive. He cursed the situation. Lihua reassured him not to worry about her and urged him to escape for his life. However, Cheng Dale questioned what she was talking about and if she joked. Tired, Lihua commented on Cheng Dale's skills, stating that he could break out completely and mentioned that she had no more strength. She pointed out that if he took her, he wouldn't be able to escape. Cheng Dale asked her what she meant, emphasizing that he was a man and couldn't leave a woman behind. He piggybacked Lihua and mentioned that if they came this far, they couldn't just give up. Lihua murmured his name, asking if they couldn't escape. She requested that if escape wasn't possible, she asked Cheng Dale to kill her with his own hands, as it would be better than being humiliated by the Ring tribe. Cheng Dale firmly told her not to talk nonsense, and to try to recover her strength. Lihua sought an answer from Cheng Dale. He responded that he could only guarantee that he would protect her until his life burned out. Kaiju noted that the weather was warm and dry, and the fire would burn more once it caught the wind. When the fire stops, they find their body and the ordinary sword and he brings it to Jin Wendao. Kaiju also ordered his men to keep their eyes on the perimeter, and not let Cheng Dale and Lihua get out. T remarked that with such a massive fire, it would be challenging to escape unless they could fly. Shocked, everyone exclaimed to look, realizing that Cheng Dale and Lihua were on the roof. They said that Cheng Dale was not dead yet. Kaiju reassured his men not to worry, stating that Cheng Dale wouldn't survive if he dared to jump down, as they would hack him to death. Surrounded by flames, Cheng Dale simply commented on how big and beautiful the fire was. On the other side, Kaiju told his men that either Cheng Dale and Lihua would be buried in a sea of fire, or they would jump down into the enemy and be killed. He giggled, expressing that it didn't matter how they died, as that was presumably what he wanted. Lihua asked Cheng Dale if he remembered what she had asked him last night. Cheng Dale responded that her question about getting married was no longer relevant. He glanced at Lihua and told her that, as matters stand, she interrupted his statement, disagreeing that it did not make sense. She continued, saying that from the moment he chose to appear to save her, that question became incredibly important to her. She slowly got nearer to Cheng Dale's face and said that she knew he didn't want to answer the question, but if they both survive in the end. She suddenly kissed Cheng Dale, surprising him, and his face turned red while they were on the rooftop engulfed in flames. Lihua let go of the kiss and vowed that she swears that she would make Cheng Dale fall in love with her. As the fire grew bigger, the ringer who watched commented that the fire reached the top floor, indicating that Cheng Dale and Lihua were not coming down and appeared to be buried alive in the sea of fire. Another person chimed in, expressing regret that Lihua's talent might have been burned to death. Another person asked Kaiju if the general might blame them for not being able to bring Lihua back in time. Kaiju questioned them about what they were afraid of, emphasizing that if they retrieved Cheng Dale's corpse, he thought that Kaiju could not wait to reward them generously. In the blazing fire, Cheng Dale and Lihua jumped from the roof, catching the attention of the Ring tribe and announcing that they were still alive. Despite Kaiju's command to surround and kill them, Cheng Dale and Lihua skillfully